great job. I'm not saying that he didn't do one. I just felt like, for whatever reason, it was too much. Just a few fewer notes. That's all.
Yeah. It's great to have big, powerful moments, but it's also you also have to do the more silent moments really well as well.
Yeah, to add that contrast.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's get to our tragic makers for ET. Really the more important parts of this podcast.
The heart and the wonder. How tragic Francisco didn't have it.
You know what? I'll go ahead and just start. Get it out of the way. Okay, Elliot.
Oh no!
Oh my God! Now
I thought it was going to be Gertie.
If you've been listening to the podcast for any given length of time, I have this stigma against kids that don't listen to and do what they're told. Now, Elliot doesn't suffer from that actual from that so much. It's not like his mom's telling him to do all this stuff and he's not doing it, but he still has that same attitude. And you see this, and he is like so bossy and annoying from like in the very
Swear
beginning.
To me.
In the very beginning, he's like, "Why now? I want to play." Where? And then he tells
he's a little brother.
Let me finish.
I was about to say you know this, Francisco. You should know what it's like to have younger brothers.
And then later on in the movie, he's saying, "Oh no, I'm going to take care of him. He's mine. Oh no, he's not a girl. He's a boy. I know these things." And And
then it's like he's a little boy or something.
I know.
Sounds
what is that about
to me?
And then, last of all, he does not. So you were talking about earlier, Sharon, how he the connection with him and ET was sort of growing him and making him more of a leader. I felt like he was not at all a kid that other kids would want to follow. I would not want to follow him, and
kiss.
Or kiss. That was an oddity in of itself.
Oh,
but
I have a memory of how odd it was, that scene.
Okay, well, you can let me finish.
Later.
I have like 10 minutes still to go on about how bad Elliot was. But yeah, he just irked me. I did not like him. I think maybe it was just his. It wasn't so much his performance. I think he probably, as an actor, performed it really well. I just did not like that character at all. I think it is more of the character himself. And I didn't feel like it was believable that all these kids would rally around him. I mean, I feel like his brother would help
freeing
him.
The frogs?
Freeing the frogs. No, I meant more toward the end. More toward the end where they're like, okay, yeah, let's all get our bikes and help you. And I just wasn't making a connection.
As a teenager, here's a chance to steal a car, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Here's a chance for me being a teenager to follow this 8-year-old. Let me go do it.
No. They're following the older brother, and it's an alien.
And they're getting to rebel against the grown-ups.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a win-win.
I did not buy it. Teenagers. I didn't buy it. So call me an old curmudgeon. Say what you will. That's my take.
OC.
Sharon with head buried in hands. Sharon, why don't you give us your tragic maker and we'll end with Paul.
Okay.
And you had a memory though that you wanted to share about.
Oh, okay. Yeah, this is totally. I put this in nostalgic because it's so just bizarre. This is not like or dislike.
The kissing part.
How I received it as a kid.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know much about. I was a little kid, right? So I didn't know much about. I kind of knew from this movie that frog dissections must happen in later grades. But anyway, when they kissed, I could tell there was a connection between Elliot and E.T. So E.T. was kind of going a little crazy, getting drunk at home, and so Elliot was acting drunk. And then he just wanted to free the frogs. But then when he kissed the girl, this is kind of gross too.
Okay.
I thought, because you see the frogs jumping out like under her feet.
Yeah.
I thought that somehow because they were having this free the frogs revolution, that these frogs were kind of a result of their love that came from their kiss.
Oh. Like if they kissed, then all of a sudden she produced frogs from under her feet.
And so she became this like great mother of these
frog princess. Frogs.
I like it. Cut print.
So, yeah, that's my bizarre little
Inception.
weird incepted memory thing.
All right.
It was really it was my incepted interpretation.
Sure, yeah. But what was your tragic? What was your tragic maker though?
All right, brace yourself for my
tragic
me? Maker.
I think it's tragic that people like Francisco can't enjoy.
I thought you were about to say that people like Francisco exist.
No.
No, we love Francisco. We just wish that he liked the classic movie.
No. But seriously, what I think bothered me the most about this movie. It's not your
turn, Paul.
I thought it was. I thought you were asking me.
No.
Oh.
I was given that little bizarre memory.
I so misheard that.
I know you're the master interrupter, but let's let Sharon go.
And then thanks for asking. What I think is most true.
The type of the race of aliens or whatever that of extraterrestrials that ET is and comes from. Man, they got some ugly feet.
That's your tragic maker.
And the little waddle, I thought, okay, now I forgot about how fast he ran really fast at that one moment in the beginning. Kind of forgot about that part. But there was one moment where there's like a close up on his feet later in the movie, and I'm like, ugh.
Yeah, and you remember Elliot's line? He said, "They're just feet. Get over it."
Oh, they were so ugly. And I was like, let's go back.
Okay, for everyone who thinks that his feet are ugly or that he's an old wrinkly prune or that I will admit
E.T. himself was adorable though.
I will admit he looks like an old anime granny come to life, especially an old.
That's a good way of putting it.
There were some moments. Yeah.
But he can't help how he looks.
Oh no. Look, I needed a tragic maker, okay?
You can't pick something that he can't help. That's like saying, "Oh, these toenails." I mean, come on.
I mean, like some friends of ours who might say that, "Oh, he's acting like a natural boy."
Yeah, who are these people? Jeez.
I don't know.
Turn for those people. Come on. Paul, let's go. Thanks, Sharon.
No.
Paul, what is your tragic maker for E.T., the extraterrestrial?
Oh, is it my turn now?
It is your turn now, yes.
All right. Unfortunately, what
I was really thinking.
Unfortunately, what I think is most tragic about E.T., the film Extraterrestrial, is that it's just too darn slow in parts. It just kind of drags on, like at the beginning where they're looking at the plants, the aliens, especially with the house where the scientists come and overtake the house. That scene just goes on and on and on.
And like I was
if you're a kid, that would take forever and it would be terrifying, which it was.
Yeah. I don't remember it being so long as a kid, but as an adult watching this, I'm like, man, there's a lot of extra footage that could have saved money.
For me, the longer the movie, the better. Okay. And it really doesn't even matter if it, like
extended version is even better.
It helps me soak it up, but I think it adds to my feeling of like it melds with my realistic memories, so it kind of does this. It makes it extra real for me in a way. The way I soak it in, and so like I just embrace it.
Okay.
But I totally, so it's harder for me to be objective on that note.
Gotcha.
All right.
So that's all. I mean, So I shook my head because I was like, no, it didn't bother me.
Thanks for disqualifying my.
I don't know how I feel like it. I don't think it hurt it at all.
No, it didn't.
No, you disqualified it. Thank you.
Oh, sure. There's only one left now.
All right, guys. I think we've thoroughly disqualified E.T. as a good movie. So let's go ahead and.
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right, guys, let's talk about whether we thought E.T. the Extraterrestrial was a classic. We would recommend anyone see it, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, we'd only recommend you watch again if you've seen it before. Or a tragic, we would not recommend anyone watch this movie. Let's just begin with our guest host, Sharon.
Okay. It's a classic. It's a classic. It's a classic.
You want to qualify that at all, or just that it's a classic is a qualification enough?
To me, it's so rich in so many ways. Many of which we've already mentioned in the earlier part of the show. And listening to your viewpoint, Francisco, I did gain some extra perspective and realize, well, maybe it's not for everybody, but really, generally speaking, I would definitely recommend it across the board.
Very cool.
I
awesome.
That's what I got.
That's great.
After midnight here.
Yeah. Thank you for sticking with us, Sharon.
That's cool.
And
I'm
sharing your
happy
opinion. Paul, how would you rate E.T.?
Well, I think you may or may not be surprised, but I'd like to go on record to state that I think it is tragic that this movie did not win Best Picture of the Year and Rocky beat it, because this is a classic that could be enjoyed by almost everybody, and it's one of the best films of all time.
So true.
So not the best, but one of them. This is a classic, hands down for me.
You know what, guys? I think after this conversation, I'd have to say that this is a classic example of a tragic movie.
No!
You're only digging your heels further.
And you know what? I honestly thought this is gonna be another Monty Python incident, but I actually have.
It is.
No, but Christy, my wife, who loves Monty Python, agrees with me. This is just like this movie is not a good movie. So
that's why you two are meant for each other.
Apparently, yeah.
You're despised for E.T.
Yeah, I mean, I pretty much said Elliot is a big reason. The overall that this is so much of I felt like so much of a kids movie when and there with very little for adults to enjoy, I suppose. At least for me as an adult. And I can be an old curmudgeon about that, but yeah, go for it. It's yummy.
I just after that's kind of one of my takeaways from this time with you guys this evening is I'm gonna have to kind of ponder that some more.
Go for it.
It won't take away from its being a classic for me, but it will. Got to think on that song.
Give it time, Sharon. Just give it time. It's okay.
Not gonna.
You might like it,
Francisco.
No, I won't like it.
What are you gonna do when your little ones love this movie?
Well, I'm never going to suggest it as a movie to watch.
Just when they go visit Uncle Paul and
maybe.
Let's see. What else did Francisco hate?
Yes.
That was pretty awesome. All right, guys. Well, with two classics and a tragic, the Retro Rewind podcast rates E.T. the Extraterrestrial a disputed classic movie. We'd recommend you watch this, whether you've seen it before or not. And guys, I think we need to, since it did end up being a classic, it's important that we go back and tell people at the beginning who may be listening to this podcast and have never seen E.T., as outlandish as that might be, we may need to say, hey, we rated classic. So if you want to watch the movie before we spoil anything, go do that. What do you think?
Right on.
Okay, let's do it. Wow, can you believe how disrespectful our younger selves are to us? My goodness.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, does that irk you?
Maybe a little bit. But
right.
I'm good-natured with myself, so I hear you.
But not old me. Wait, old me is now or back then?
That's a good question. I don't know. Anyway, Let's Alice, now that we're back to our own time, can you please see what's new on our tubes?
New tube systems engaged.
And let's begin, as we have done much tonight, with Sharon. What's new on your tube?
Well, guys, I saw Ant-Man.
Oh, cool.
Woo-hoo! He was so tiny. How'd you see
He
him?
was so well, they had a Zoom feature going on.
Oh.
And no, okay, so I didn't know really anything. I mean, Josh filled me in a little bit about it as we were anticipating the making of the movie and everything, and hearing more about it in the news. But other than that, I never really knew anything about the Ant-Man story. Now, Josh, who did know a lot about it, I'm including this because a lot of our nerdy friends might appreciate his perspective. He went in with low expectations because of just different reasons. He didn't expect it to be awesome, but he thought he might, it'd be a nice, fun movie for a Friday night, whatever.
Yeah.
We loved it. Like us, our friend that was with us, we were laughing the whole time. There was this whole energy in the theater. It was great.
A great audience can really help a viewing.
Yeah. Well, it was packed, and it was the first Friday night in our area showing it, and so yeah, like we were laughing the entire from beginning to end, and there was a couple of touching moments at the end, particularly one, which of course I won't say, but it brought a tear to my eye. It made us look forward and hope for more, as Marvel tends to do with their movies these days. So I highly recommend Ant-Man.
So with all the funny jokes and stuff, would you say there's a lot of antics in this movie?
I totally would. And
I cracked myself up. Cool. All right. So
the character's name is Luis. He's kind of his default best friend in the movie.
Oh, okay.
Hilarious.
Well, you're just spoiling this all over the place, Sharon. Now I'm going to go in and expect it to be super funny, and it better be.
All right. Okay, so it was all right. Ant-Man was okay.
Okay.
No big deal. No big deal. It was all right.
Okay. You could squish him easy. Okay,
it's a little movie about a little guy. Not big deal.
But Michael Douglas, Paul Rudd, their performances, just, beautiful.
It's there.
Very cool.
They did that acting thing really good.
Very nice. Paul, what is new on your tube?
Well, you ever just sit there on the internet and you find this link that's like, hey, 20 celebrities, where are they now? And you click on there, and then that leads to other things.
Yeah.
And then next thing you know, 4 hours of your Saturday has gone by, and you're like, dang it, what the heck?
You know how you can remedy that? Have a toddler who wakes up from her nap. That'll remedy that.
Yeah.
You might get an hour.
So a lot of these lists that you find on the internet that I unfortunately get sucked down rabbit holes in.
Yeah.
I found a YouTube channel. It's called Screen Rant, and they do a lot of top 10s and little lists like that.
Yeah.
But it's all about the latest movies of like Marvel movies and all the movies that you kind of like. Superheroes, sci-fi, the big action, like James Bond and stuff. So they have a ton of videos and reviews on these kind of movies and things like that. That reminds of those lists where each video is only like 5 to 8 minutes long, and you're like, oh, let's watch the next one and watch it.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, 4 hours has gone by, and you're like, what did I do with myself? But I would recommend Screen Rant. They're fun to get lost in.
Very cool. Awesome.
Hey, Francisco, what's new on your tube?
Dang it. I mean, thank you, Sharon, for asking.
I appreciate it too. Thank you.
I bet you do, Paul. Okay, so I was totally not expecting this to be my new tube. But
is it E.T.? Sorry, go ahead.
Not by a long shot. I would say this is the antithesis of E.T. So I noticed that Zoolander 2's teaser trailer dropped.
You saw that?
I did. And I busted up watching that.
Now, did you know it was? Because I saw it in the I saw the teaser trailer in front of the latest Mission Impossible movie.
Oh,
and I didn't know it was the Zoolander trailer.
I knew it was because I saw it on the internet and said this is the Zoolander 2. So I knew it was going to be that. But man, my name is in 200 Lander. Oh, it's just, I love that. I loved it so much. I fell on the floor just remembering the joke. I just seen it. I just cracked up. It was hilarious.
It's a fun teaser.
Yeah, I mean, I think that sets the bar.
I still haven't seen the first one.
Oh, you should.
You spend your time watching E.T., but you can't watch
recording this podcast.
I mean, come on, have priorities. No, I really appreciate you recording this podcast. Please don't go. Please don't go.
I'm leaving.
Oh, sad day. No, it's a fun movie. There's some raunchiness to it that I could go without, but yeah, it's definitely fun. It's
silly, stupid.
Yes,
but in a fun way.
Silly, stupid.
It's on the list.
Cool.
And there's a second one coming out.
I wouldn't recommend it to everyone.
No.
Second Zoolander.
I wouldn't either. But yeah, Zoolander 2 teaser trailer. Go look for it if you're a fan of the original. If you hated the original, and I remember hating the original trailers, thinking this looks like the stupidest movie ever. It was. Yeah. I enjoy it. It's a guilty pleasure. So there you go. All right. So we have Ant-Man. We have Something Rants, Screen Rants,
YouTube channel,
and the teaser trailer for Zoolander 2. That is what's new on our tube. Now, Alice, do we have anything on the ComSats?
You mean ComSats online.
Satellites? Let's pull that up.
Receiving incoming transmission.
How about that? There's incoming transmission.
Does Alice have like a helper
personality
or that? Yes.
No, it's just Paul Powers at the control.
We don't have any feedback per se, other than what we got for
Zoolander.
Not Zoolander, for ET. But I did put a poll on our Facebook group, and it's pinned to the top, so you should be able to find it easily if you're a member of the group, asking, do you like these time jumps that we're doing? Because we've gotten some feedback saying, nix those things. Other people seem to like them. Me and Paul enjoy doing them. But we'd like to hear from you, because if the overwhelming number of you just don't like them, we'll get rid of them. And that's okay. It's not the end of the world. But
I need to change my vote.
Okay, then go. By all means, go change your vote from hating this amazing thing.
It wasn't hate.
I know. I'm giving you a time. Sure.
And it was actually an attractive option because of it being like a Sam I Am word.
I know. I enjoy doing stuff like that. But so go and tell us what you think, because we do the show for us, but we also do it for you. So please let us know what you think. Also, some other show announcements. We are almost to the end. This is actually the end of the 5 movies you voted on for that you wanted the Retro Rewind podcast to cover. That means that we need 5 more movies to cover, which you can go vote on at retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote. Voting for the next 5 will end August 20th, 2015, because we're recording the next episode after that. Which is not a movie you voted on, but we're very excited to start. We're going to start reviewing a trilogy, and the first movie in that trilogy we'll be tackling next time, and then we'll go into the next 5 movies you vote on. Now, quite a change from last time when we...
Oh, really?
Yes, from our Goofy movie, when we did a little preview of what movies were coming out.
It changes every week pretty much, doesn't it?
It seems to, or at least every time we do an episode. So if the movies that were to come out, and I think part of this is because of you campaigning the animated movies, Paul. I think that helped drive voting a lot. If we were going to take, if it was August 20th today, and we were going to take the top 5 movies, they would be An American Tail, Major Payne, The Rescuers Down Under, The Great Muppet Caper, and Home Alone.
Really? Yes. Wow.
I know, quite the change from last time. So,
what's number 6? I'm just curious.
Number 6 is The Iron Giant.
Oh, okay.
So a lot of the animated movies you had up in your little post, Paul, got bumped up quite a lot.
Well, I posted the top 4 that were on the list. When I posted that, it was the top 4 animated ones.
Oh, okay.
So I just went with a theme and just posted it. But yeah, it can easily change. And
apparently,
you viewers or listeners can make that happen.
You can, yeah, and you can vote.
You're the only ones that can make it happen,
pretty much. Yeah, and feel free to vote multiple times across lots of movies. I mean, you only get 1 vote per movie, but it's not like you can only vote on 1 movie and that's it. Vote on as many of the movies as you want, up or down. All right, those are all the show announcements we had. Moving on, if you want to leave us feedback on this episode, the best places to do it are in the comments section at retrorewindpodcast.com/69, or on our Facebook group, which again you can go to and join at retrorewindpodcast.com/group. I also want to mention that we are a part of the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. And they just have lots of different shows there. They have a show called Turtle Flakes, which talks all about Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Or there's a show that's about old arcade cabinet games called No Quarter. So go check if a lot of it is gaming, retro gaming centric. So if that appeals to you, go check them out. And there's lots of podcasts there. Now, before we head back to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank Sharon so much for coming back to the show and joining us. Sharon, where can we find you online, and do you have anything to promote?
I do. And it was a pleasure being on the show with you guys again. It's always lots of fun.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Of course.
Well, I have recently developed a new website. My own website.
Did you code it yourself?
No, I was trying to find the right word.
Then you didn't develop it. Yeah.
I know. Thank you for saying that.
You started a new website?
Started? Yeah, kind of.
Launched?
I
launched. There you go.
Launched a new website.
Very cool.
harpofbirmingham.com is what it's called. So, just promoting what I do and am learning to do. And if you want to find me on Facebook, it's at facebook.com/harpbirmingham. And yeah.
And I'm curious, if we on your webpage or on the Facebook page, is that where we can get notified when you do more concerts? Because Sharon did an online concert the other night, and me and Christy and my daughter, we watched it. It was really awesome, really cool to see Sharon performing.
I'm so glad. It was wonderful knowing you guys were tuning in.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I loved seeing your comments and everything. So that was wonderful.
But can we get notified through either of those channels if you're going to do another one? Awesome.
I didn't announce it on the website because I'm still new to website world.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, definitely. I'd say the best place to keep in touch and for updates and everything would be the Facebook page.
Awesome.
Eventually the website.
Yeah, we will have a link to that on our show page. All right. You can contact. So thank you again, Sharon. You can contact the show if you want to get in touch with the show at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. Or if you want to reach out to me specifically, you can tweet me at FXRUIZX. You can also find Paul at pauljpowers.com for all his social security information. And Paul, will you tell us what movie game time continuum we will be rewinding back to next time? Dun, 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 dun.
Next time, we're going to be going back in time. We're going to go back to the year 1985 for the movie Back to the Future. The first one. But until then, we would appreciate it so much if you took some time to review us on iTunes or Stitcher Radio. And that really helps others find the show when they're searching for retro podcasts or any kind of podcast. And you can email us a review, or better yet, consider sending us $1 for an episode. So if we do 2 a month, it's only $2 a month, or you can contribute more at our Patreon page at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon.
Yeah, and I do want to remind you, there are different rewards depending on how much you give. So just keep that in mind as well. Mm-hmm. So we try to give back to you also when you give to us.
Can I have 1 gigawatt? It's only one.
What the heck is a gigawatt?
1.21. Just one.
Thank you so much, Paul. And thank you for being an awesome friend and co-host.
And likewise.
Aw, thank you. And whether this is your first time listening or you subscribe and listen to each episode, which if you do, awesome. Thank you so much. But thank you if this is your first time listening as well and giving us a chance and making it this far into the episode. So whether you're doing it while you're doing chores or you're waiting for your your cohorts in outer space to come back and pick you up. We appreciate you so much.
That gives you heartburn.
Yes, exactly. And like a Pokemon, we gotta catch y'all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete.
Our next episode is the Back to the Future one. We've been talking about this for so long.
I know, it's crazy.
Oh, we're not there yet.
No. You know the new sound you've been looking for? Well, listen to this. Telefono mi casa. That's more of it.
Bilingual.
That's more of an inside joke between me and Christy. But anyway. See what our firing solution is.
Wait.
Sorry, what, Paul?
I'm sorry. I'm really bad at my memory, and re-listening to these episodes, I'm like, how can you forget what was just said not 2 minutes ago? But you did give us your tragic maker, right, Francisco?
Elliot, Paul. Elliot.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. Okay, sorry. My old timer's kicking in.
That's
sorry.
fine.
I remember that now.
I'll edit that out. Don't worry.
Yeah.
No one will know but us.
Or will they?
Oh.
Are you telling me the reflux capacitor is nuclear?
No. This sucker's electrical. But I need a nuclear reaction to generate the 1.21 gigawatts of electricity.
What the heck is a gigawatt?
Let's find out on episode number 70 of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind Podcast initialized. Mission identified. Back to the Future, 1985. Co-host online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/70 or 70. There you can leave us a comment on the episode in our show notes. You can also find links to review and subscribe to the podcast in iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, for this episode, our reflux capacitor was purely plutonium powered, provided by those generous Libyan patrons, Brian Keating, Jake Arseneau, Andrew LeGreve, Michael Kelso, Deborah Powers, and Jared Holzhauer, and a secret patron as well. Thank you guys so much. And now get back to Livia with your bazookas. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I am a
You're
dad
not PC.
designer. And I desire to drive a DeLorean.
Ooh.
It's my density.
Oh, that'd be sweet. It's your density. Nice.
And I predicted that Back to the Future would be a classic movie. I am joined as
I thought you didn't like classics.
Bite me, Paul. This isn't a Disney movie, so it's fine.
Oh, good point.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh.
It's not a family film produced by Steven Spielberg. Oh, wait, never did. Never mind. It is.
I don't think he produced E.T., did he?
No, he directed. He might have, I don't
Bam.
know.
Paul, my good friend and co-host, Paul Powers, Master Interrupter. Thank you for being on the show. Here's my trivial question for you. When Thomas F. Wilson is asked about Back to the Future by enthusiastic fans, he will often hand them a postcard of frequently asked questions as a time saver.
Yes, I heard that.
Paul, what is a
Go
question people often ask you?
Who are you?
Really, that's it?
I don't know. I don't keep track.
Well, okay, you're famous.
It's not like,
so I don't know.
this question again. Oh, I think I'm not as famous as I'm.
Was your voice
famous.
recognized? Was your voice recognized?
Yes.
All right, you're famous.
Oh, actually, it was my laugh.
Oh.
My laugh gets recognized. I get recognized by my laugh more than anything.
That's interesting. Okay, cool. And what was your prediction, Paul?
That Back to the Future is a classic. That's what I predicted.
All righty. And we are joined for the first time by not former fan.
Yeah, I don't like you guys anymore. I'm sorry. I've seen
Not
behind
after
the
that
curtain.
intro.
I've seen behind the curtain, and I don't like what I see. So
Okay, fine. You can get off the show then. Bye. Paul and I can do this.
Oh,
Ooh, wow.
we've done it before, and I don't think it's as good with just the two of us. You and I.
Well, then, if you're a dissenter too, Paul, you can leave.
Oh no.
I don't stand for mutinies.
Yes, you do all the time.
Okay, but not this time. Anyway, we're getting way off course. I'd like to welcome John Bohr to the podcast. Hi, John.
Hello.
Thanks so much for joining us for this episode. I want to ask you a few questions. First, what do you do for a living?
Oh man, I thought of every single question except that one. People always ask me this, and I don't know what to say. Okay, I work.
How do you pay for your groceries?
Yes. I work in the semiconductor industry.
Okay.
I'm an engineer, and I
cool.
work on electron microscopes.
Ooh.
And
and you only build half of the conductors?
no, I don't build anything. I just look at the.
No, he builds the truck conductors,
Yeah.
Paul, the really big ones that ship stuff.
No, I look at
Those
computer
semis.
chips.
Those semis.
Yes,
exactly.
yes. I look at computer chips under an electron microscope. Boom. There you go. That's what I
Nice.
do.
And people give you money for that?
Exactly. Yeah, I don't
Nice.
believe it either.
Sweet.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yep. Looks like a microchip. Okay, next.
My trivial question for you, John,
Yes.
is Christopher Lloyd stated that he always wanted to do one more movie in which Marty and Doc Brown time travel back to ancient Rome. John,
Oh, that'd be fun.
what time and place would you travel back in time to?
Oh man. I gotta say, like the 1950s.
In America?
Yes, in America. I mean,
I'm sorry, the United States.
the United States of America. Yes. My wife and I are watching Mad Men right now, and it just seems like
I thought that was in the 60s.
You're right. That is in the 60s, but I'm going to go with the 50s just because we're, 1955, Back to the Future.
All right. Very cool.
It seems like working back then was a lot more fun.
Because TV's real. It's a
Yes.
documentary of the 50s.
Exactly.
Okay. Or this movie, I should say. All right. And John, what was your prediction for Back to the Future?
I predicted classic.
Nice. I mean, all right. If you want to be like everyone else.
Exactly.
All
Even
right.
you predicted classic.
Bite me, Paul. But
That's
Paul,
twice. How many bites do you have left?
There's a lot of biting going on in this episode.
Yeah. Somebody's hungry.
back in college, that was a constant anthem of mine to you, Paul. I've been trying to bring back some. But anyway, Paul, will you please go ahead and enter the course for Alice and get this show on the road? Even though I guess we don't need roads
ever. Okay, so Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on what we liked and didn't like about Back to the Future, and then let's see what we've been up to on our tubes lately with the new tube segment, and stick around for some announcements.
Very cool. Alice, please lock in that target. You're looking for a DeLorean. That might help. So, yeah.
In 1985?
Well, I don't know. It helps.
The answer is yes.
Fine. Yes, whatever.
Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Steven Spielberg presents Back to the Future, a Robert Zemeckis film. Marty McFly is traveling back to the past, and he's the hottest thing that ever blew into town.
It's an absolute dream.
Apparently your mother is amorously infatuated with you instead of your father.
I haven't even been born yet.
Now, he's got to make his mother and father fall in love.
This is nuts.
Or he may never get back to the future.
Now playing at a theater near you. Consult your local listings.
Yes, you may have to consult your local listings for where it's playing, probably in your living room nowadays. But if you want to know what we remembered about Back to the Future, you'll have to consult us for our memory mind melt synopsis. In 1985, high schooler Marty McFly has an old friend, Doc Brown, an eccentric doctor of science who builds a time machine out of a DeLorean. Marty and Doc meet in a parking lot so they can go back to the past. But before going to 2015, Doc gets shot for some reason and is killed by Libyans. And his young friend Marty tries to get away in the DeLorean and goes back to the year 1955 with the help of the flux capacitor and flaming skid marks. Ew.
With not those kind of skid marks.
With the DeLorean not having enough energy to get back to the year 1985, Marty seeks the help of the younger Doc Brown, while accidentally keeping his mom from falling in love with his dad, causing Marty to be erased from existence. Because Marty's mom wants what Marty's got. Together, Marty and Doc are able to figure out how to solve the young parents' troubles while Marty starts to disappear. So he plays a song, then Marty's parents get together. After that, Marty rocks out Chuck Berry's Johnny Be Good at a sock hop. Doc helps Marty soup up the DeLorean with lightning, timing the strike right at 88 miles per hour. But first, Marty warns Doc to buy Kevlar. Then Marty just barely gets back to his own time in 1985. Yeah. That was really close, but unfortunately.
What did you notice that was incorrect?
Just that he didn't write in his letter to buy Kevlar.
Well, close, but he also didn't want to go to 2015.
Yeah, he didn't say that till later. He said
right. He said years. 25. Mm-hmm. No, he said 30 years at the end, but at the beginning he said 25.
Okay, yes. Well, fine.
So that would make it 2010.
We already established it was incepted, Paul.
Sorry.
My goodness.
Got a little nerdy there for you.
Those lines I wrote sounded funny to me, but then when you read them out loud, so much better.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So those were little technical things that weren't right with our memories. But Paul, how was this movie? What are the technical details of this movie?
Back to the Future is rated PG and it runs 116 minutes long. It was released on July 3rd, 1985. 1985 in the US of A. It was directed by Robert Zemeckis and was written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale, and went on to star Alex P. Keaton and the Christopher Lloyd guy from Taxi, and Howard the Duck Girl, and the Crispin Glover. I was trying to think of that rap movie, but I can't think of it.
You could go with Grendel from Beowulf also.
Okay, we'll go with that. Then there's Thomas F. Wilson, Claudia Wales, Wells, sorry, Claudia, and little Jimmy Olsen from the Christopher Reeve Superman movies, and then there's Billy Zane from Zoolander.
Yes,
Zane,
and the cop from Masters of the Universe, and some other people in there too. Let's
Lead Slacker. Anyway,
yeah,
Paul,
that was another movie. The budget for this movie was about 200 million.
What? No, that can't be.
No,
right.
sorry, 20 million.
Okay.
It would be 200 million this year, baby. It was about 20 million. Went on to gross almost 400 million.
Nice.
And made over 100 million in rentals alone.
Very nice. Wow. Good job. Back to the Future. Okay, guys. Well, we're about ready to start our love section, I think.
A love connection?
Unless any other time travelers happen to come upon us.
Spoiler alert.
Whoa. I guess those time travelers are coming back. I hope it's us. Maybe.
What if it was Doc and Marty? That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
With Bill and Ted.
Because that's the power of love.
Yeah.
McFly!
It's only us.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is. Doing bad impressions.
We have to go back, Marty. Was that okay?
John,
yes, but
John,
we are back.
Future John. Leave it to the professionals.
Oh, sorry.
No, what'd you rate it? Tell me now.
Okay, past Paul. We rate it. I'm kind of shocked by that.
Wow.
I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Glad they made like a tree and left. Got out of
here. Yeah. Well, I'm glad we're still here, our younger, more beautiful selves, to talk about the things we loved about Back to the Future. Let's begin like we like to with our guest host, John.
Oh, man. Where to begin? There's a lot to like about this movie.
Save your most liked for the end.
Yeah. And just give us one thing to start.
Sure.
One?
I think I'll start with the beginning. I think the intro was just fantastic.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Are you talking about the clocks?
I'm talking about the clocks and the whole thing.
How can you be opposed to that, Paul? That's like it's credits over movie, which is nice.
I know. I'll get to it in my other section.
Also, I think...
But actually, I do like the clocks. Go ahead.
Yeah, the clocks are great.
Because this movie's about time. Aha, wink, nudge, nudge.
Wink, wink.
Breaking the fourth wall already? Sorry, we're not to that section yet.
Wow. And I think what I liked most about the clocks intro is the cinematography, right?
Just the single pan.
Single pan, and then if you noticed, it panned past a clock that had on the minute hand a little toy guy hanging off the minute hand.
I did not notice that.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
A little plot reveal there.
That's Buster Keaton, or that's an old... It's one of those old silent films.
Yeah.
Very cool. I'll have to look for that next time.
So
if I watch this again. Yeah, I may not.
Yeah, I like the whole cinematography aspect of them panning past the clocks in one single shot and then not showing Marty's face until he takes the pick and just blasts the guitar, and then he comes out of the garbage and it's like, oh, then you get to see, oh, this guy's kind of a doofus.
Nice, very cool. So, Paul, you have more to say on that later. What was something you
Actually,
liked?
I changed my mind. I do like that clock intro because here's why. And I'll tell you, what I was going to say is that I was hoping for a slight underscore, like a little bit of music underneath, but it wasn't. It was just the clocks ticking. So it starts off kind of slow, but and then it goes into the the news and the gadgetry, which is cool. Then of course the classic Marty blowing out the amp with the guitar, which is a great joke in and of itself, which is great. I don't mean to deny that. So there wasn't any music. Oh, what I was saying there, get back on track. There wasn't any music. He did the classic line. The thing that was great is that the first music that you actually hear is the intro of Power of Love, right? So there's no score underneath, which I thought was kind of lacking at first, but when you have The Power of Love, which is a great song, come out, boom, and just like, all right, let's do this. So you wouldn't have had that impact if you didn't have the music lacking underneath the clocks to begin with.
Good point. I want to just bring slightly on that intro. I like that it sets up that he's an inventor and has all these different mechanics and things all set up, automated. I thought that was pretty cool.
And we talked about how the 80s movies was like that. They had all these gadgets in it. Yeah.
Back, I forget which episode that was, but
I think that was with the Pee Wee Herman one.
Oh, yes.
That's, we talked about how Retro Rewind and a lot of the
80s.com/60.
60?
I thought so.
60 or 16?
60.
What?
Only 10 episodes ago?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yep, that's it.
Wow.
Anyway, something I like about Back to the Future, not Pee-wee's Big Adventure, was I thought the reveal of the DeLorean was so perfect. From the visuals to the music, and
with the dog cocking its head a little.
Yeah, that was cool too. And the smoke, and then just capping it off with this very exaggerated Doc Brown that gets out. I thought in this very funny way, it sort of like breaks the tension. I thought it was great. A great reveal for
a little bit over the top.
No.
It was
I didn't think so. Did you think it was over the top, Paul?
No. It rides that line of being so grand, but it doesn't go over the top. So I mean, you could get about as grand as you can get without doing over the top.
What do you think about that, John? Did you feel like it was a little too much?
No, I thought it was great. I thought it was another great use of cinematography where they zoom in on the front grill there and kind of bring it around to the front door where Doc Brown's getting out. But then I feel like after that, the great cinematography did not keep going throughout the movie.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There were two great moments of cinematography, and those were them.
Oh, are you like amateur cinematographer at all?
No, not at all. I appreciate it.
But he's an appreciate. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Appreciator. Okay. Well, let's go back to the appreciator. John, what is something else you liked about Back to the Future?
Oh, this is a classic time traveling movie trope of lots of foreshadowing. Lots of foreshadowing and lots of callbacks. Lots of good kind of jokes and little wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Like, hey, keep watching. You'll get to see what's coming. Specific examples. I'm struggling.
The whole movie.
Exactly.
Did you like that at all, Paul?
Yeah, except they set up the whole life preserver, but he never got around to use it.
It wasn't an actual life preserver.
Well, they never said that either.
Okay.
It has fun little things throughout the entire movie to look at and look forward to.
What was something else you look forward to when you watched this movie, Paul? That was a very
music. The score of this music is top notch. Alan Silvestri knocked it out of the ballpark. So good on you.
I cannot fault that. I completely agree, John.
That was also on my list. The score.
Good. I like that you're a yes man.
Yeah.
Good job, John. Totally kidding.
Yeah. Now, if you can only interrupt, you'll be A+.
Excuse me. Oh, shoot. I was too late.
Don't worry.
We gotta work on it.
Don't worry. You can be the Padawan and Paul is the master. No worries. Cool. Yeah. It was. I re-listened to it again, just the soundtrack because just today because that was so great. Go ahead, Paul.
No. I was gonna tell a little funny anecdote story.
Go for it. Your mom loves those.
Well, it's behind the. I know, but it's behind the scenes, and people who already know and are like big fans of the movie.
You know what?
That's
gonna come up. I think because I think there are people that may listen to this and they watch these movies, but they aren't like diehards. Like I watch all the commentaries and I watch all the behind the scenes. So for those of you who are that might be like us and do that. We're probably going to be a little redundant some in this episode. Please, we apologize for that, but we're doing it for the greater good. So, Paul, your anecdote, please.
So, Steven Spielberg was concerned about having Alan Silvestri do the music because Robert Zemeckis had him do it because he did the music on
Romancing
the Stone. Mm-hmm. Right.
Retro Rewind Podcast.com.
Don't sound so enthusiastic.
No, I'm just trying to remember. I don't remember it. Continue. I'll find it.
Okay. Yeah, we covered this movie, but Steven Spielberg said he didn't like his music in that movie. He thought Back to the Future could use a little more John Williams flavor to it rather than Alan's previous work. And Robert Zemeckis was like, "Oh, okay, got it. I'll pass that along, and we'll make it work." And so when they did the first screening, they had temporary music, and Alan Silvestri had just started composing, put it in there just a little bit. So they had mostly temp music in there. And when they're screening to the film, at one point, Steven Spielberg said, "Oh, that's the kind of music we need." And that was actually Alan Silvestri's music. He said, that is our score. Everything else is temporary. So
nice. That's awesome.
That's interesting.
And yes, we covered Romancing the Stone and retrorewindpodcast.com/33 for Romancing the Stone with your lovely wife, Valerie, Paul. Actually, I shouldn't claim she's lovely. That's your job.
I'll agree.
Good choice. Good choice there.
All right. Spit take thing.
All right. So the music. Something else I really enjoyed about this movie was the physical comedy of Michael J. Fox.
Oh, yes.
I thought it was just so funny. He did so many just very comical things that I appreciated.
Which people have said for years. That's why Eric Stoltz was ultimately removed, because they say he didn't have the comedic sense that Michael J. Fox had. And I never really thought of Michael J. Fox being like a comedian or very funny. But after watching it this time, I was trying to keep my eye focused on it. But there are things like eyebrow raises and different things that he does that really help and really make the movie even better. Yeah.
Let's go back to John.
I think everything I liked was either spoken for or now I just have my classic maker.
Oh, okay. Well, I have a few more things.
Sure.
Paul, let's go back to you though.
I like the story concept, the idea, the whole plot of going to the past and meeting your parents is really at your own age. Just that concept is brilliant.
Yes.
I did like that as well.
It's actually an interesting, not to get too nerdy scientific on you, but it's actually an interesting thought experiment in the whole physics of time travel. It's called the grandfather paradox.
No, I've heard of that, but I don't really know what it is. Can you explain it?
Yeah, it's where you go back in time and you kill your own grandfather. So then you would not exist, right?
Yeah.
But then you wouldn't exist to go back in time to kill your grandfather.
Ah.
So you wouldn't be able to kill your grandfather.
Yes.
But if you keep watching Back to the Future 2 and 3, don't you essentially just, when you kill your grandfather, don't you just generate another dimension?
Yes.
Another timeline where you disappear, but you still exist in the other timeline.
Multiverse theory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, interesting.
That's right. I'll be here all week to put holes in your theories because I'm a scientist.
Exactly.
No, I'm not.
Oh.
I don't think you need to be a scientist for that.
Yeah.
Just got to be a jerk to sit there and poke holes in people.
The jerkster's right out of you. Something else I liked, and I'm curious if this sort of goes into you're saying how only a couple of the cinematography things you like, John, and the rest not so much. But I think this is sort of tied to that. I felt like the visual effects of this movie really hold up in a way similar to if you've been listening to the show for a while. Often when we do video games, they're typically Super Nintendo, but video games in general, something we will bring up is if the 16-bit graphics are sort of their own art style, and because of that, they still hold up today. Because they
still look good in that style.
They still look good in that style.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's the same for this. That sort of animation over on top of the film, similar to what they do in Ghostbusters as well. I feel like that still holds up. If you're trying to add that into a movie nowadays, I don't think it would. But I think in the context of this movie, it does hold up.
I think that disappearing hand in front of Marty is so realistic.
Except for that. Okay. All right. That's okay. I'll give you that. But
actually, Robert Zemeckis went on record to say he didn't like it even then. Back then, they thought it was too cheesy. But they're running out of time, and they just couldn't fix it. They didn't know how to fix it.
Yeah, more Photoshop skills.
They didn't have it.
I know. What were you gonna say, John?
I like what you're saying, Francisco, but I'm gonna have to hold off until later to talk about that.
Totally fine. Totally fine.
I talk about it now. I'm sorry, I did.
Do you have any more, Paul?
I have one more I could talk about.
Okay.
I thought for 1985, I thought the makeup job for the older people, like in 1985, like for Elaine and the older
Biff and
even the Doc and everything, I thought was really good, especially for that time. Now it's weird because I watched it on HD this time.
Oh,
and if you don't look at the neck, it looks really good. But I mean, considering for that time, I was impressed, and they said they had to make up new ways of doing the makeup so that they said it's much easier to make someone look like 100 years old than it is 40 years old.
Oh, interesting.
Put on, so they had to find out ways that the actor's face could still come through yet look just slightly older. But I thought they did a good job of. No, that's not the younger version. That's the younger version is their normal self. The older version is the difference.
I know what you meant.
So introducing the older version first, I thought is a great way to trick the mind.
Because you're not looking for this is what they really look like, and now that's just all makeup. Yeah, that's a good point. I didn't think about that. Well, I have two that I really like.
Rapid fire.
Yeah.
Marty and Doc's friendship, I thought was really awesome.
It's weird in a non-pedophile way, but
yes.
But I do like it.
It's great. Yeah, I love how much they love each other, really, generally. And then I thought the tension that they build up in the end clock tower sequence is great. I like it pays it off really well with the music and again, I like the visuals of it. And the cinematography, John. But I really
that lightning above Doc looks so real.
Yes, the rotoscoped lightning.
I thought it looked good.
No, it does. I mean, it doesn't look like it's on Microsoft Paint.
But I'm not here thinking, that's lightning's not real. I'm very much like, my suspension of disbelief is very good.
You're caught up in the moment.
Yes.
Okay, so that's good.
So let's get caught up in the things we loved most about Back to the Future. Let's begin with John.
Well, I think we sort of touched on it already, but I'm just going to go for it and say the
cinematography.
Yes. I started with it and I'm going to end with it. No, Marty, Michael J. Fox. I mean, he made this movie. I mean,
I think Robert Zemeckis made this movie.
Well, yes, he had a part, I guess. But as far as acting goes, I mean, he was far and away the best actor in this movie.
Yeah,
and he had some subtleties that you didn't really even pick up on the first run through. And like just reading about Eric Stoltz and how this movie could have been made. And thank God. That's all I can say.
Poor Eric.
I know. I feel bad for him. I feel so bad, but I am glad.
Happens all the time.
Yeah, I am glad it ended up being Michael J. Fox.
Yeah.
It's kind of funny to be famous for not playing something.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's most known for,
right?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, he has done other things. He is a good actor. I've seen him in other things, but he's unfortunately most known for not being in this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, awesome. Michael J. Fox. Paul, what?
I'm going to piggyback off and say the whole cast, not just Michael J. Fox, but everybody involved from Christopher Lloyd to even Leah Thompson, the way the different and Crispin Glover. Talk about little nuances. If you just watch his choices. And Biff and everybody, it's great that everyone brought their A game.
I just love everyone. It was great.
These guys, I love these guys. Just kill one of them. Eric Stoltz. Too
Eric.
soon. Sorry. Actually, they killed off Crispin Glover for the second.
Yeah,
one.
they did. Yeah. Anyway, talk about that when we cover Back to the Future 2 upcoming. But the thing I love most about the Back to the Future, and we talked about this already.
I could tell.
But I'm a sucker for almost all time travel movies, and I think this is an awesome example of seeding so many things in the beginning that you pay off by the end. There's a reason for everything, and it gives you a reason to go back and watch it multiple times to catch all the different things. And one thing I just found out about today, this alternate Marty. Have you guys heard of this theory of this alternate Marty? Apparently, so the movie we watch, 1985 Marty with his bad sucky parents, and then he goes and returns into another dimension where his parents are nice because he fixed things. Now, if you watch the scene in the Twin Pines Mall at the beginning of the movie, right after Doc, or right when Doc is throwing his gun, there's apparently this light shimmer in the back where you see a figure pass by it. And the theory is that is the Marty who, in his own timeline, he is accompanying Doc or he's coming from. That's essentially the Marty from the good timeline where he has good parents and stuff. And he comes back and he is now in the bad timeline where he has sucky parents and Doc's dead.
No, that doesn't make sense because that Marty jumped in the DeLorean to go back.
No, but this is the other. I haven't read the whole thing. I'm giving you just my best takeaway.
How does he go into the bad alternate?
Google alternate Marty McFly theory.
No, it doesn't make sense. I refuse to even believe that we even know.
I'll do it.
It doesn't make any sense that you are here.
Yes. But it is interesting to find out if this Marty is in this world, where is the Marty that grew up with good parents?
Yeah, it's kind of like yes. I mean, it depends on how you
necessarily flip flop.
Well,
but it is interesting to think about.
Yeah.
Anyway,
but that's one thing that I caught on. This is like my 100th time watching the movie. If not, that I realized that the first Doc, it did actually die.
Einstein died?
No, not no.
Oh, the
Doc
first
Brown.
Doc. Doc. Okay, yes.
Yeah. I always in my head just like, well, yeah, because I'm thinking one timeline, not alternate timelines.
Yeah. You know what? And see, this is so great that there's still stuff to go back and rewatch. I guess maybe that's more my classic. This movie is so rewatchable.
Yeah.
Yes,
it's got layers.
Yeah. It's got many, just like Shrek.
Like an onion.
Have layers.
Yes, exactly. You got it.
All right, guys. Before we get to the things we didn't like about this movie, I'm sure you guys have a bunch.
So many.
It's a terrible movie.
I can't.
Is it as terrible as Mind Python and the Holy Grail?
We'll see.
That's right. I said it's terrible. I don't know why I'm straining the hornet's nest. I should just quiet. Anyway, we like to go. We put on our Facebook group page, which you can join by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/group. We post when we're going to be covering a new movie, and not a new movie, covering the next movie or game, and what are your memories of it. And this is what you all had to say. Paul Stevenson said, "Hey Biff, get your hands off her." So that's his quote from the movie.
That was really good.
Then we got Rachel Wunsch said, "Pay close attention to the name of the mall from the beginning of the movie to the end of the movie. Remember, Marty, any actions you take in the past can cause serious consequences, in the future." Doc Brown said that. Oh, and side note, this is my brother's favorite movie, and he introduced me to the podcast. So thank you, Rachel's brother. Eric Purcell said, "Your name's Calvin? You are my density. Plus the Darth Vader Star Trek scene. Great movie. 2 enthusiastic thumbs up." Then Nate Henderson said, "I don't want to speak in extremes, but if Francisco rates this movie anything less than a classic, I'm going to invent a time machine and travel back to the moment when he first saw this film. Then I would proceed to shower him with candy, toys, and $100 bills as he watched the movie. So there was absolutely no way he could associate this movie with anything except pure classic awesomeness."
And capitalism.
That was well thought out.
Yes. So Eric responded to Nate saying, "Maybe Francisco has a time machine himself and knew you would shower him with gifts and money. That's why he's stingy with his classic reigns. He had this whole thing planned." Wink emoticon. That's right. That's
Diabolical.
Diabolical. Yeah, that's a better word.
The D word, your favorite.
Edward DeCian said, "The greatest ending ever. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads. A great cliffhanger, and the great..."
That was so stupid. Grandpa hit him with the car.
Marcus Lineker said, "I love this movie. One of my all-time favorites. A few years back, Melody Lynn..."
His wife.
Oh, okay. Melody Lynn took me to the 25th anniversary screening for my birthday. Oh, that's awesome. It was so awesome to see the film on the big screen again. Can't wait to listen to the podcast." Thank you, Marcus.
I hope you're enjoying it, Marcus.
Deb Powers, former guest host, said, "Love these movies. The third one is my favorite. Great quote. Wow, Doc, that's heavy." And then Doc's classic answer, which is it just great? Oh, heavy. Why are things always heavy in the future?
Oh, yes.
Is there something wrong with the Earth's gravitational pull? Finally,
what's that word again?
Finally, longtime listener Ryan R. Jackson said, "Did I miss it?" No, you didn't miss it. You got in just under the wire, Ryan. This movie...
Well, you got a time machine. Just go back. 10 minutes ought to do
it. This movie defines much of my childhood. I even drew out plans to build a time machine. Never did construct it. And
look where the world is now.
Classic
Thank you.
Mistake.
Yeah.
I'm glad Ryan got this in just at the last second because it prompted me. I wanted to share a little story, a little Francisco story time. My brother Katek, who you can go back and listen to on retrorewindpodcast.com/18 for our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game episode. Anyway, he had one of these Fisher-Price like yellow cars that you pedaled and steered with these side I can't explain it really well on a podcast, but handles, thank you. Handles on the side of where you'd set, and that's how you steered and you pedaled it. And after watching this movie, I got in my head that I could turn that into a time machine. So I took some like extra wires, some spare remote controls, and somehow I feel like I cut up his car to put these wires in. Long story short, we never traveled back in time. And I ruined his Fisher-Price car.
Yeah. How many DeLoreans have been ruined with the same story?
Yeah. So I'm sorry, Katek, if you ever listen to this, for doing that to your car.
And if you don't, he's not sorry.
So that's all the memories we had from Facebook. Thank you again to everyone who left us your memories of Back to the Future. Now it is time to get to the things we hated about BTTF. And I'll go ahead and kick us off. I thought George McFly, the character George McFly, for the how timid his character is, it was not believable to me that even Marty could push him into talking to Lorraine. I feel like he would not.
Marty didn't. Darth Vader did.
But even that, I feel like is
no.
Yes. No, wait. Actually, pause. No. Hold on. Hold the phone. Are you holding it? Marty does get George to go and say hi when he gets to the school at first. He says, "Let me introduce you to somebody," and they go over, and Lorraine totally ignores him, but he still like gets all like, "Hey, suave." That is totally outside what his character. A person that timid would be not like that.
Well, I don't know. Everybody's different.
I know everyone,
and Paul? If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
We're not that timid, Paul and I.
So that's
no, but if you're so timid, you have all that built up energy, and you're going to release it into the suave notion that no one will notice.
He would get too frazzled to do that. I guess I'm assuming, or inferring, but that's my opinion. And so I
know what happens when you assume.
That's why I changed it to an inference.
Yeah. Well, the same thing happens when you assume. You either become a highly deductible, logical, reasoning person that people admire, like Sherlock Holmes, or you become an ass too.
Where's the bleep button?
Ass is in the Bible, so I'm not gonna.
Oh man,
I'm sure he's
about becoming a donkey.
Yeah, he's talking about becoming a donkey. I'm sure.
Yes.
So.
That's what happens when you assume. You turn into a donkey or Sherlock Holmes, one of the two. Or Sherlock Holmes donkey. Where's Eddie Murphy when you need him?
Wow, the hate section has become a train wreck. That's amazing. John,
we got nothing else to talk about.
No, I'm sure John's over here just waiting.
I'm waiting
to go town.
Oh, good. Let's go. Here we go.
So, what's something you didn't like about Back to the Future?
I don't know. I don't want to be like the nerdy scientist guy, but
let's go. Rain on the parade. Come on.
I have to say that Doc Brown is a terrible, terrible, terrible scientist.
No scientific method.
Nothing. Like gigawatts? Are you kidding me?
Oh yeah.
It's gigawatts, man. Yeah. Get it straight.
No, even back then they didn't know. It's still like data. It's still okay. So. Is it an animated GIF or an animated GIF? They both start with G.
It's GIF.
See, but it's still debated.
Yeah. Okay, so there's two G's in that word, though. You should match the G's, right? They're both followed by a vowel.
It seems like if it's supposed to be gigawatt, it'd be started with a J, like jigsaw.
Right.
All I know is choosy moms choose GIF, not GIF.
And
way to be on point there, Paul. Thanks.
Yeah.
Not even the gigawatt.
Well, he's a crackpot. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll let you finish.
I'll let you finish.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's
Go
fine.
ahead.
That's fine. Not even the gigawatt. That's not even the biggest thing for me. The biggest thing.
I was about to say
1.21. Who says 1.21? It's 1.21.
Oh yeah. But 1.21 just flows.
No, it does not flow.
Yeah, it's 1.31.
Is a little stilted in the delivery.
It sounds more scientific if they want him to be believable.
1.21. Well, 1 1/5 thereabouts.
So I gotta say, if I remember Doc Brown's character correctly, he's not so much a scientist as just someone who has a lot of money and likes to invent things. He's more of an inventor.
He's a crackpot inventor.
Yeah.
Right.
Does he claim he's a scientist though?
He has a PhD.
It does. Yeah. More power to him.
Then go argue with the school, John. Not Doc Brown.
His name's Doc.
They describe him as absent-minded, so he's not going to record everything and test everything. He's one of those people that puts something together and say, "Oh, that works. Okay, this is just temporary." But and he goes works on something else and leaves the temporary as stationary because he's absent-minded.
Yes. I think it all started with that bump in the head that Marty walked on 1955.
Yeah, but you got to go with what works.
Of course, that bump in the head led to his only thing that did work.
Exactly.
All right.
Well, his dog food machine worked.
That's true. And the big amplifier worked until
back.
someone decided to blow it all out.
Anyway.
Over 9,000. Let's see. Paul, what was something you didn't like about Back to the Future? Oh, were you done with your scientist rant, John? I'm sorry.
There's other things, but I don't want to bore anyone.
I'm curious. So there's one more thing.
One more thing?
Yeah, that was unscientific.
Oh.
You're disappointing me. I thought you had this list all prepared.
Well, I only
how very
so maybe there were only two things.
Maybe there were only two things.
Okay.
Let me think about it. I'll keep going.
Okay, we'll go.
I mean, did you see his shoes? I mean, how scientific?
Terrible.
What kind of scientist?
Oh, actually, no. This perfect. I had a question.
Mm-hmm.
So Marty is filming with his videotape while the plutonium is out. Wouldn't the video camera be irradiated?
I'm not that kind of scientist. I don't know.
I'm asking you. I'm asking
there you go.
Asking John.
Well, here. If you ever put film through an X-ray machine, sometimes it gets wiped out completely. Sometimes it's only halfway. Sometimes it doesn't. So it's not. At the airport.
Yeah.
This is before digital cameras.
Okay.
When you go through, sometimes your film was completely wiped. Sometimes nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So this could have been the time where nothing happened while videotaping.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. There's another one right there. You reminded me. Okay. So
plutonium's not red.
That's true. Uranium, yes, it's not red. It's a rock. Actually,
it's plutonium.
Sorry, plutonium. It's a rock. But he puts the plutonium in the car. He takes it off. He takes his mask off. Right. Puts it back.
It's lead lined. We're good.
Yeah. He says it's all fine. That's good. He opens the case full of uranium with
plutonium.
Sorry, I'm sorry. It's plutonium. You're right. He opens the case full of plutonium.
That's a good point.
Without any protective wear.
Plastic. No, but it's all in the plastic.
But it's in the plastic when he's
when he puts it in.
I'm just saying it's not very long.
And what is plastic going to do?
By the time it deteriorates him, he'll be long gone.
All right.
And he might grow a third arm in the meantime. I don't know.
All right. So, Paul, what is something you didn't like?
I don't know. I even debating going down this path, but I gotta have something. I thought it was kind of weird and mean and unnecessary for Strickland to be so personal against Marty. He's like, don't even. I saw you signed up for the band rehearsal. Don't even try. No McFly's ever made it. It's like, that's great that he's trying for something. As person who's head of discipline, yeah, okay, this is a problem child, but you don't discourage people on a personal level like that. You know, you get him for the tardiness. You get him for, you could still be a bully without getting personal and still arrive at the line somehow that no McFly's. Oh, well, Marty, I know they wanted to have Marty say, well, history's going to change. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can still arrive at that without making Strickland, which I want to like as a I'm trying to think of the right word, but
a disciplinarian?
Yeah, I would say I'm not. Hey, I like disciplinarians, but I think he does a great job. Like, I like his character. It's just I don't think it's a little too mean and too personal against Marty for some reason.
Yeah,
it seems weird.
I totally see that. I didn't think about that, but it does seem like it's almost like a piece of the story is maybe missing, where George really gets under his skin or something, and maybe now he's taking that out on Marty. I could see if there was that element, but what do you think about that, John?
Well, I think I don't know much about the 80s because I wasn't alive for very long in the 80s, but I think
really?
it is a very...
How old are you?
I don't know if I want to say.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, whoa, he just got personal.
I'll tell you later.
I'm Strickland.
Over milk and cookies.
But it's definitely
Kleenex.
an 80s trope though, right? The awful principal.
Oh,
right.
Yeah.
We're talking Ferris Bueller's Day Off and
Breakfast Club.
Breakfast Club. Just terrible principals all around.
Good point. Okay, so it's probably just a continuation.
Saved
of that.
by the 80s trope. Good job.
So maybe the 80s were actually like that. I don't know.
Possibly. All right. Something else. Let's see. I didn't like about Back to the Future was, and this is probably kind of a plot hole. Why didn't Lorraine just go out the passenger side door when Biff was molesting / raping her?
I'm not. That's a good point.
Yeah.
But he probably grabbed her before she could get away.
I mean, I guess he is. So. He does seem very imposing, but I mean, it doesn't seem like
strong.
She's making so much of an effort to get away.
Maybe there were bushes on the other side.
I'm not saying that she really was secretly into it or something. Not that at all. I'm just saying it seemed like, and me and Christy, my wife, were discussing this earlier. If we didn't know, maybe in the 50s, since more women empowerment hadn't really happened, if maybe women back then were more just sort of like, well, I guess if this is going to happen to me, it happens to me. I would hope not. That seems so sad, but maybe.
I listened to an interview with what's her name that plays Lorraine? I can't believe I forgot.
Leah Thompson.
Leah Thompson, where she said that her motivation behind her was that she's a product of the 40s where the women went to the workplaces, and then when the world was over,
when the
World War II was over, they said, okay, women go back in the homes.
Yeah.
And so they felt repressed. And so she's a child of that who is actually really horny and rebelling against that, wants to go out and kiss the boys and be that kind of person. So she wasn't the kind of person that was just going to let, Biff, get his meat hooks into her.
Yeah. So why isn't that shown more then, I guess?
Well, it's kind of like, well, what do you do when you're on fire? Well, you're supposed to stop, drop, and roll, but in the moment of panic, not everybody does the logical.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like when that ET screams and you have to run away.
Some people turn into a giant wuss and want to run away instead of being scientific and go after it.
RetroRewind.podcast.com/69 for that one.
For ET.
For ET, yeah. Okay. That's actually a valid point. Do you have any extra input on that, John? You being a woman and all.
Oh yeah, exactly. No,
when did
that all sounds that all sounds plausible.
Okay. Again, thank you for being a yes man. Good job.
Oh, just wait.
I'm sorry.
Just wait.
I'm sorry. I'm being mean to our forecast. I appreciate you coming on. I'm
first
sorry.
time.
I know, and I'm being such a meanie bohemie. Let's see.
That too.
Let's go back to John. What's another thing you didn't like?
No. Boom. Not a yes man. Okay.
Well played, sir.
Actually, I'm going to say no because you said special effects earlier, and I will say that was my big dislike.
Like your Tragic Maker?
No. Just one of the big dislikes.
All right, that's fair.
This movie.
You're really hoping for CGI up the yin yang.
I mean, Industrial Light and Magic did the special effects.
Yeah.
All 3 Star Wars movies came out before this. And I'm hoping for a little bit better.
Not all 3. I think Return of the Jedi came out after.
Oh, 86 maybe?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Sorry. We just lost our geek cred right there. The fact that we didn't know for sure is shameful. All right, everyone turn in your geek card.
83.
Come on. Bring it
that
forward.
Seems too soon. No, it wasn't 83.
It was 83.
No.
Yes. May 25th, 1983.
For Return of the Jedi?
Return of the Jedi was released in theaters.
I don't believe it until I see it.
Nailed it.
Dang it.
Okay, all 3 Star Wars movies came out before this.
Don't worry. It'll wind up on the editing floor.
And so the 2 things that bugged me, like Paul was saying, was the neck makeup did not look so great.
Did you watch this in HD as well?
I did.
Okay,
Blu-ray,
I
yes.
watched it in SD, so
Okay.
I'm completely oblivious.
I don't. I didn't notice it when I ever watched an SD. And this is the first time, and it's like, it's amazing how crisp and clear is one of the things that I actually like for a 1985 movie. That Robert Zemeckis was able to get crisp and clear shots.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it's crisp and clear on the neck as well.
Everything's in focus.
I'm curious if like the visual effects hold up worse in HD then. I mean, again, I saw an SD.
Oh,
Yeah,
maybe. That's a very good possibility.
But okay, but you didn't like any of them?
I mean,
They didn't special feature it like Star Wars.
Yeah.
When they were re-released.
Well, I was reading that on the IMDb that there's only like 7 or 8 special effects shots in the whole movie. So the hand I hated, the neck I hated, and the fire skid marks that somehow magically appeared under Marty's foot. I did not.
That was amazing.
But what about?
I would love for that to happen to me.
And he's not trying to stamp out this fire that's obviously going to be burning his leg.
Again, in shock. No stop, drop, and roll.
Do you like the light shooting out from DeLorean in the time travel though? That's all I care about.
I think all the rotoscoping was fine.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Then,
yes. For the time.
Lightning.
Then we can be friends.
Yes.
Okay.
Lightning was fine. Yeah.
All right.
Everything.
All right.
The hand.
The hand, not so
the
much.
proton packs, those are fine. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Let's see. I only have my tragic maker left. Paul, do you have any more?
Yes, I have my tragic maker.
Okay, John, the floor is yours. You can rapid fire all your 100 more things you don't like about this movie.
No, really, I just
minute 1.21.
Yes, 1.21.
Scene 2, interior.
I think just the one thing that I have left was there were, I mean, kind of a few plot holes. I feel there's it's hard to make a time travel movie without some plot holes, but the thing that really got me was the whole picture disappearing part.
Yes.
That's my tragic maker.
Oh, well, go ahead, and then Paul, you can go right.
But I agree with you. Is what I'm saying. I got your back on this one.
Yeah. That would, I mean, if this were ever to happen in real life, which, yeah, probably not. But the moment, Marty,
it happened just a bit ago. We had those time travelers, us from the future.
Oh, I totally forgot about that.
That was a while ago now.
Once he pushed his dad out of the way of the car,
he should have disappeared.
Everyone would have disappeared.
Yeah.
Yes. And if you're going to disappear slowly, the first person to disappear would have been the last born. Which would have been Marty. So,
and I like that. His insides were disappearing first, apparently, because he was all like in pain that he was disappearing.
I haven't thought of it like that. But
apparently it starts from the inside and works its way
And why
out.
didn't his head disappear first, like his brother? And he's just walking around without a head.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's good. Well put. So, Paul, that was your tragic maker?
Well, my tragic maker is the fact it goes along with that. It is because this is one of the reasons why I don't like alternate timeline movies and why I prefer the Bill and Ted
whatever happened
time travel. Right.
Yeah.
So that you can go back in the past and affect it and without changing the future, because the future already is because of what happened, because of these time paradoxes, like you mentioned.
Right.
As soon as you go back, you should disappear or die or something, because you're the butterfly effect.
Exactly.
Where you, but also This is on the side note that kind of bugs me. He says, I have a time machine. I'm going to go back 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Give yourself at least a day to approach Doc. And, okay, where do we pick up bulletproof material? Or, how do we want to go about this? Yeah. Because that takes time. Not dodge to the left.
I don't think you'd have as appealing a movie if you actually did that, though.
I know, which is why scientists don't make movies.
All right.
Another thing, though.
Yeah, go for it, John.
Paul and Francisco, you would know you're native Californians, are you not?
I was born in California.
Okay, so
I was born in Hill Valley.
So obviously this is just a time machine and not a time space machine, right? Yeah. So wherever the car was in 1985, it's going to be there when it's in 1955.
So is this something you like or don't like?
This is something I don't like because obviously there's earthquakes, right? And your land's moving, stuff's going to happen.
Here's the thing: if you go back a week. If you go back a week, you are not in the same rotation around the sun.
Right.
So you're going to be, or the same time period of the day, you might even be, if you got the same rotation, let's say part of the year, correct? Mm-hmm. Like he said, go to a different date. Well, different dates, you're in different parts of the universe, like in the solar system, orbiting around the sun.
Okay. Out in space.
All right.
So even if you were to figure that out, how do you know you're not going to land in the middle of the ocean?
Hold on.
Because of the rotation of the Earth.
Okay. Let me try to defend this a little bit.
Okay.
This is why you invent flying cars in space.
Well, I guess I'm going to say the flux capacitor somehow accounts for the change in space. Though I think even in the documentaries or special features, they say something to the effect of, we made sure it was DeLorean because they wanted them to move around because you couldn't just end up in Rome or some other place all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So I realize that's a little counter to what their intent was. But I'm just going to say the flux capacitor does that because it's even more powerful than even the filmmakers realize.
Because it makes those calculations like Google does now.
Exactly.
It can figure out that.
Exactly.
Okay.
3 strands of light putting together. That's what you get. And let's see. What was your other point, John?
Earthquakes.
Earthquakes. So for all we know, Hill Valley is on the same plate.
Okay.
So it's only you're only talking about if it's different tectonic plates, I would think.
But the roads shift. They could be an inch higher, an inch lower, and if you actually they'd be lower in the future as the sand settles. Mm-hmm. Which is why bridges, like if you go over bridges, especially in Southern California, you can feel the bump going up a bridge, and then like when the bridge ends, you go down a little bit. That's because the ground is constantly sifting and shifting down a little.
Maybe that's how the bus made it across, because of the shifted of the sands.
Whoa.
Okay, all right. I don't know enough about geography to really help with that.
Yeah.
Anyway, so what was your tragic maker? Francisco.
Well, let's go.
Oh, okay. Are you finished, John?
Yeah. Was there any more, John, that you had?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and do my tragic maker, and then we'll cap it off with you, John.
Thank you.
The thing I hated most, kind of related to the first thing I said. Why would George ever think that Lorraine liked Biff? Like in the cafeteria, he's like, I think she likes someone else. I just think, it's so
because
obvious.
they're interacting.
No, but it's so obvious. She like slaps him right in front of him and everything. It makes no sense to me why he's like, I think you'd rather go somewhere else.
Well, because he's socially awkward, he doesn't get it. I don't know. That's weird.
Even if you're socially awkward, I'm sure your science theater.
This is your tragic maker?
Yes, this is my tragic maker.
Okay. It pulls you right out of the movie. I understand.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't really, but I needed something.
I like how he points the wrong way first and then points right at her.
Maybe it's like, what's that? crap, what's that, like psychological disease where a captor like falls in, or a hostage falls in love?
Stockholm syndrome. Stockholm
yes,
syndrome. That's
maybe it's Stockholm syndrome, where Marty's dad, he's always being beat up by Biff, so he actually starts to look up to him as like an idol, and he's actually cheering for Biff and Marty's mom to get together.
Oh, I like that theory. I don't like the fact that I like it. Darn it.
That's good.
Yeah,
That's
maybe,
good. I like it. But what is the least good about this movie, John, in your opinion?
Well, you know what? We've been talking about it for a while, but I just want to say the whole Biff, Marty's dad, I keep forgetting his first name. George. Thank you. Glover. Yeah. Crispin Glover, George. Biff, George relationship.
George.
I think he's a whiny donkey at the beginning of the movie.
George, we're talking about.
George.
Yeah. Oh my
and
gosh.
like, who would put up with that, first of all? And
yeah.
I know what you're thinking. And I know. And I think don't like confrontation.
That's not an excuse.
I think that's a very.
It is.
I almost feel like, what adults are like that?
No.
I mean, I don't like confrontation, but I'm not going to put up with something like that.
If someone's knocking on your head like a door.
Yeah.
Hello.
Calling your son a butthead? No, thank you.
Yeah.
I will have none of that.
Ridiculous.
Say hi to your mom for me.
But then even on top of that is, so we get redemption, right? We get George knocking Biff out at the end.
That feels good.
And feels great, right? It feels awesome. But then, right, we want redemption in this whole Biff dad relationship. So we go back to the future. Dun dun dun. And we see that Marty's dad is now Biff. Like,
I feel like he's making
Biff wax his car.
He's making Biff do what he's paying Biff to do.
He's not making it. He's not holding him down, going, now wax my car. Wax my car.
Yeah.
Actually, he is with his money, but
yeah.
Yeah, he's paying for a service. He should get his service.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Biff is trying to get out of it.
Yeah.
After he's already paid for it. So it's like,
that's fair.
But what I didn't like is like, oh, we would have never got together if he didn't try to rape you.
Yeah, that is kind of. I didn't think about that.
No, it's your son. Don't you recognize your own son?
No. I was gonna say, another thing I disliked about the Biff dad relationship, which isn't actually the.
Yeah, you were talking about the Biff dad relationship, and Biff George relationship.
Biff George relationship.
Okay.
Sorry, and I don't. I mean, this isn't actually part of the Biff George relationship, but I thought you guys were saying all the acting was so good, and I thought George McFly was so over the top, just like outrageous. Oh, he does this little shoulder thing, and he's all like,
yeah, but everybody's reacting to him like, okay, he's a little weird, which helps ground it.
I don't know. I just thought
you disagree?
There could be.
I love it.
I'm not a yes man.
Good. Stand up for yourself, John.
I just think he could have been a little bit more subtle with his wimpiness.
But then it wouldn't have been as funny.
That's true. There's a little physical.
I think they're trying to go for a contrast with Marty. Though, where does Marty get that gusto if his dad's nothing like it? Maybe he just wants to be the complete opposite of his dad.
You'll find out, Francis.
Bite. There's 3.
Now the Bite Me monster will show up.
All right, guys, we've entered all our firing coordinates into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for Back to the Future?
It stinks.
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Sorry.
Yeah, I hope so, Paul. Alice is very important trying to tell us what's going on with the ship. And you're just like, oh, I don't care. I don't care what's going on.
Yeah, I just interrupt, whatever. Yeah.
We're going to rate Back to the Future. Is it a classic? We'd recommend anyone watch it, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic? We'd only recommend you watch it again if you have seen it before. Or a tragic? We would not recommend you see this ever, whether you've seen it before or not. Let's begin with our guest, John. How do you rate Back to the Future?
Well, there was a lot of dislikes that I had. I don't know if you guys noticed, but
yes, it's a very unscientific movie.
And I agree with some of those, and those are some major ones.
Yeah, and I mean, I had a few likes. That's true. So, just this movie, I would have to give it a nostalgic.
I mean, that's nostalgic.
It's nostalgic.
Okay. Good decision. Yes.
Well, if I'm just judging the movie by itself, I'd give it a nostalgic. But I'm not judging the movie by itself. I'm also.
Are you judging the ride too?
I'm judging the ride. I'm judging the cartoon, awesome. And no, I'm judging the pop culture phenomenon that is Back to the Future.
So is that how you rate movies in general, though?
I rate movies like this. I take the movie into account, and then I also take into account how it has affected American pop culture.
Okay.
And there is no bigger movie in the 80s than Back to the Future.
Star Wars.
And Star Wars. But
and E.T.
Okay. Well, why don't you guys just pick apart my argument here? And I'm going to say it's actually a classic.
Really? Boom. Oh, my goodness.
Yes.
If it didn't have the phenomena that it did, if you were on an island by itself, you would.
And I watched it in 2015. Yes.
So
yes,
okay, so
okay, interesting. I kind of I rated it.
Wait, I'm not. I wanted to say.
No, but I was about to say.
All right.
I rated for the same reason. I rated Ace Ventura a classic because of the.
That's right.
Yeah.
Okay,
so go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm sorry I interrupted you, Paul. I'm curious.
No, I interrupt you all the time.
Good point.
Even with your curiosity. Or without your curiosity. That's what I do.
So you would, because of the pop culture relevance, you would recommend it to someone who hasn't seen it before? It's kind of what you're saying?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right.
Yeah, it's kind of like, look, if you haven't seen this, you need to see it just so you know what's going on.
What sort of cave are you living in?
I am curious, since you said if it's just by itself a movie, what would you what movie around this time would you consider a classic? Or do you know that off the top of your head?
Or a time travel movie.
Or a time travel movie.
Oh.
Because there's so many to choose from.
I really think Looper got it right.
I really thought Looper was a good movie. It's hard for me to say. I love
a terrible movie.
It's not a terrible movie.
The time travel part was right. It got that right.
Why was it terrible, Paul?
Oh, I forget why. But I hate the ending. The way he decided to solve the big problem.
That was
in the end.
But that was the only thing he could do.
There's other ways.
Spoiler
it's not
alert,
the only thing.
Alert, maybe.
That's not the only way.
He had no time, Paul.
The answer's always time.
Read the license plate. Out of time.
Anyway.
Anyway, Paul, how do you rate?
What are we done? Are we finished with?
I think so, John.
On that end.
Yeah. Classic. Boom.
Classic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Classic. All right. I will agree with John that this is nostalgic. Because it is so fun. It brings back memories.
Okay.
And if you haven't seen it, I would also recommend that you watch this. Because this movie is a classic. Honestly, this is like one of the best movies of all time.
I'm so sad because I was hoping for classic, but you guys are saying so okay. Okay, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay.
No, this is one of the best movies of all time. Yeah. It's easily in my top 10, if not my top 3.
Wow,
it is that.
Back to the Future 1, 2, 3.
Whoa! How'd you know? No,
it's 2, 1, and 3. That's the order for sure.
No, 1, 3, 2.
No, we will discuss this at the end when we search for more money.
Yes. Okay.
But I definitely have to rate Back to the Future classic. If you haven't seen this, you need to remedy it.
Something we'll have to remedy. All right, and if you are surprised by this, I think you haven't been listening to the episode. I rate Back to the Future a classic as well.
Classic example of a tragedy?
No, just a classic movie. Back to the Future, classic movie. According to the Retro Rewind podcast, Back to the Future is a unanimous classic movie, just as it should be, in my opinion.
Well, that's unusual.
Sweating that one. Okay. Christy, anecdotes.
It's unanimous, right?
Anecdotally, Christy was saying, this movie's like your girlfriend. I'm like, no, it's not. It's not like a girlfriend. But after this night, I feel like it kind of is. The way I'm sort of a championing.
Doesn't return my phone.
Why won't you say I love you, Back to the Future? All right, guys, since we read this a classic, yes, let's go back in time in the span of this podcast and let our listeners know that maybe who haven't seen this movie that they should watch the movie first.
Man, I was such a jerk.
That's okay, Paul. You can, you've grown since the episode. You're much less of a jerk now.
Well, I've grown. That's because I've been snacking during this episode.
As Bob Dylan once said, I was so much older then. I'm younger than that now.
I'm so much
older. It doesn't make sense. It's Bob Dylan.
Oh, okay.
It's time traveling Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys. Well, Alice, we're done time traveling for this episode. So let's find out what's new on our tubes.
New tube systems engaged.
Then go back in time. Let's begin, as we like to, with our guest, John.
John broke the door.
I touched a mic. I'm sorry.
Oh, no.
Well, I adjust John's microphone. What's new on your tube?
What's new on my tube is actually not new per se.
Nor is it a tube.
It's not a tube. Well, it's on my tube. It's on my TV.
Oh, okay.
It's a TV show.
Oh.
That is actually when does this episode come out, actually?
This will come out in September.
Oh, shoot. Then it just came off Netflix. I'm sorry, everyone, that I have to tell you about this show. That's so awesome. That's not on Netflix anymore. It's called The IT Crowd. It is a British comedy that is just absolutely hilarious. I've never seen anything so funny in all my life. It's about two nerds who work in IT at a big conglomerate corporation. And
isn't that with Vince Vaughn and Owen Wilson?
That is incorrect.
Where they go to be
the internship.
Work at Google.
Yeah, that's what you're thinking of. This is British though. It's like that, but British.
Oh, they talk in funny accents? Yeah. That'd be hilarious.
So
it is the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Wow.
And then they have this woman that comes into their office who is actually turns out to be their manager, even though she knows absolutely nothing about computers. And hilarity ensues. And you'll just have to watch it. It's so funny.
On DVD, apparently, since it's no longer on Netflix.
Yep. Or illegally.
I was about to say it might be somewhere else next month, like Amazon or
that's true.
Could be.
That's a good point. All right, cool. The IT Crowd.
That's what it's called.
Very cool. Thank you, John. Paul,
never mind. All the IT Crowd will download it illegally.
Paul, what's new on your tube?
I saw the movie Mission Impossible, the 5th one, Rogue Nation.
Oh, okay.
And it had some, before the movie came out, it had a little bit of bad press, like they had to stop production because they didn't have an ending because the ending didn't work.
Huh.
So people went in with low expectations, and that's how I'd recommend going in to this movie that I really enjoyed.
Oh, okay. So having low expectations, you enjoyed it more.
Yes, it really made it that much more enjoyable.
Okay. Which Mission Impossible is your favorite? I'm curious.
This might be.
Really?
Whoa.
The first one is good. I really enjoyed the one before it, Ghost Protocol.
Yes.
But this one, the first one, this one, and so 1, 4, and 5. Although Philip Seymour Hoffman probably played the best.
I was gonna say 3 is like up there for me because of Philip Seymour Hoffman on 3.
Yeah, but the rest of 3 was good. You know, I enjoy the whole series, but this is one of their better ones in my opinion.
Okay, very cool.
Is it
but
true?
You can't go in knowing that. It's one of their worst.
Is it true that Tom Cruise is on the outside of an airplane? I heard this.
Yes.
According to the trailer, yes.
Wow.
They filmed that's not green screen or anything like that. They actually filmed him being attached to the side of the plane. If you've seen the trailer with him on the side.
Yeah. Oh, that's real.
Yeah, that's real.
Oh wow.
Just like he climbed the Burj Khalifa in the 4th one in Ghost Protocol.
Yeah.
Oh,
well,
really?
He didn't climb it.
Okay.
He suction cupped himself on it. Yes.
Well, you know, he's just gonna, if he dies, he's just gonna come back to life again and try it all over. So I don't think he has anything to worry about.
Because he's an alien?
No, because he got this alien juice stuff on him.
Oh, okay. Oh, from Live, Die, and Repeat.
Yeah.
What is that called? Edge of Tomorrow.
I thought you were talking about Minority Report for a second.
I thought you were talking about his religion.
Oh,
that too.
Oh goodness.
Scientology. That's it.
Come on, Paul. Do me a solid.
A solid what?
Do you want me to ask?
Go for it.
What's new on your tube, Francisco?
Thank you.
Someday when I guess will pick up on this. Thanks for asking, John.
No problem.
What's new on my tube is actually another podcast. If you
traitor,
I'm not on the podcast.
Well, that would even be cooler. Why not?
They haven't asked me yet. I think they are Oregon based, so it might be cool if they would. But
hint, if you're listening,
here's the big but. So my YouTube is a podcast called You Hate Movies, and I think fan of our show, the Retro Rewind Podcast, Isaac David Chandler. I believe he's the one who actually turned me on to it a while ago. And if you're someone who listens to this show, but you wish we were a lot more in depth with like the makings of a movie and like cinematography of it, or the themes, or the
history behind it.
The history behind it. Wink, Rachel, wink. I think you would appreciate this podcast a lot more. They do lots of different styles based on the episode. They do a lot of versus episodes, like
epic rap battles.
No, like like their latest one is ET versus Super 8, and like which one is better. A lot of them come down on ET. Some of them are in my camp and come down on Super 8.
Okay.
As being a better movie. So I'm glad I'm not alone. And actually listening to their discussion, even though they didn't talk about this at all, it actually crystallized for me why I don't like E.T.
Because you're a hater.
No, it's because there's no resolution between Elliot or any of the children and their dad. I think that's really what it is for me, that why I struggle to like that movie so much.
Is that why and it relates to your life? You have that problem?
Not gonna go into any of that, Paul. Not gonna get personal.
But I thought you just did.
No, I did. I'm just talking about movies, Paul.
You just said you relate to them because of this, but I don't want to talk about that.
No, I said that's why I didn't like the movie. Is because it doesn't have that resolution. Not because I relate to it.
Their absent dad was still absent at the end of the movie. That's why you didn't like the movie?
Yeah. Whereas in Super 8, the son resolves with his dad.
But
there's a
the
resolution.
Dad was always there.
But they were estranged because of the death of the mom.
But the mom didn't come back. Why don't you hate it because the mom wasn't there at the beginning and she doesn't come back?
So you hate movies. It's a good podcast. I recommend it.
Okay.
Paul.
I'm glad it helped you. Doesn't help me, but okay.
So we have for our new tubes, it was the IT Crowd. It was not Ghost Protocol. Mission Impossible, Rogue Nation, and the podcast You Hate Movies. All right, Alice, will you please
Is that with a question mark at the end?
No.
Because you said like
you hate movies. You hate
but
movies.
You said like you hate movies? Oh, you hate with the finger pointing.
Is it an exclamation point?
No, it's just
you hate movies.
Yes, thank you.
No, I don't. I like movies.
Communication satellites, please.
Comsat online.
Oh, you hate movies. That's why you rate a lot of these classics as tragic, and you relate to this podcast. Oh,
it's got to be a semicolon.
Or a comma. You hate movies. Why are you movies got to be hating?
So we got feedback mostly on Twitter. Longtime listener Rachel Wunsch said, I sort of gave her a challenge last episode. If you listen to that, she said in response, I have oodles of trivia and historical knowledge of films at Retro Rewind Cast, and I can contribute to some films if you would like. And I responded back to her.
Contribute to Batman.
We already did Batman, Paul.
Oh, I know. Contribute to it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If we're about to reveal the next 5 movies. I think one of them might have a historical thing that you could share, Rachel. So by all means, please, we'd love it if you'd record yourself and send that in.
It could be like the reporter corresponder, like that the Fraggle did on Fraggle Rock as he was traveling the world and would write in.
Sure, that's fine. Do it that way. I prefer audio, so if you can record yourself, that'd be better, in my opinion. Anyway, then Princess Chinese character Zelda on Twitter you can find her
Japanese. Let's just go with Asian.
Oh, it's Zelda.
Don't want to offend the Koreans or the Vietnamese.
I am pretty sure it's not Korean. It looks
okay.
It looks Chinese.
Anyways, it's Asian.
At Bit First is the Twitter handle. Says at Retro Rewind Cast, one of the best movies ever. # Never Ending Story. # retro. And then she linked to our episode. So thank you so much for that, for sharing our episode, Princess Zelda. Then not going to say his Twitter handle, but our Twitter friend Rob, who always retweets us and everything. He said, thank you for all the love. Oh, we said to him, thank you for all the love you give us in the Twitterverse. And then he replied back, and thank you for all the times you've saved me. And that prompted, how did we save you? That didn't make sense. And he said, podcasts from going insane. My town really is a beep hole. Boredom. When I go walking, I'm the one out. Corrupt.
I think he means a donkey hole, right? Did we establish that?
No, it was no.
It's another one.
Yes, poop.
Poop mouth.
So thank you so much, Rob, for retweeting us, favoring our tweets. That's so great.
Somebody save me. Sorry, Smallville flashback.
I was gonna say that's Smallville, right?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with it?
Well, he said, "Thanks for saving me."
Oh,
so that triggered in my head.
Yes.
The theme song to Smallville. There you go. Way to bring it back. I applaud you, sir.
If you want to leave us feedback on this episode or any other, the best places to do it are the comment section. Again, retrorewindpodcast.com/70. And thank you, even though they didn't leave it this way. Thank you again to Rachel and Princess Zelda and Rob. And
so you can also leave it on Twitter.
You can also leave it on Twitter. We're at Retro Rewind Cast, or go to our Facebook group by going to retrorewindpodcast.com/group.
And Instagram.
And Instagram too. How'd you get there, Paul?
At Retro Rewind Podcast.
Perfect. All right. So the time has come
to say goodbye to all our company. Retro Rewind podcast ending. MOUSE.
No. We put out the list to you guys at retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote for voting up and down the movies you want us to cover. We're now up to the next 5 movies we will cover.
Right.
I'm going to go these in reverse order. And then Paul, when he tells us what we're doing next, will tell you the next movie that was voted first, if that makes sense. So the upcoming movies we will be covering are The Rescuers Down Under.
Oh, nice. Wait, that's the 5th one?
That's the 5th one. Yes.
Okay.
Major Pain.
Oh, nice.
Those steps are kicking real high.
Glad I haven't watched that recently.
Yeah. I haven't either, but I remember that. Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day.
Oh.
Groundhog Day.
Got it.
Groundhog Day.
We need a little
Groundhog Day. Groundhog.
Babe, I've got you, babe.
Then An American Tale, which there's a historical Russian Revolution in there, I think. And then then I'll let Paul reveal the last one or the next one we'll be doing. Also, I want to mention that not so much a show announcement, but want to say again that we're on the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. And now before we get to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank you so much, John, for being on the show. This first time putting up with some of my my jabs at you.
Hey, thanks.
But it was so awesome to have you. Will you please tell us if people want to get a hold of you online, where they can do that? And do you have anything you'd like to promote?
Well, first of all, let me just say this is a dream come true.
It's not. No.
It's been on my bucket list.
Hopefully it's not a nightmare.
It's a dream. It's become a nightmare.
I've always wanted to be on a podcast. I listen to podcasts.
Oh, really?
Hey,
so
there you go.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
What a great one to be on.
Right?
Back to the Future one?
I was going to say the Retro Rewind podcast, but okay.
That too. That's what I want to promote, this podcast. It's so cool. Boom. You can get a hold of me. I've been thinking about this. I don't want anyone like crazy emailing me or anything.
Understandable.
So, why don't you just get in touch with the podcast, and then if you guys, if you, Francisco, and you, Paul, think I did a good job and want to invite me back, if I come back a second time, I promise I will get a Twitter.
Sweet.
And then I will say that Twitter.
Very cool.
In this segment, but I don't have one right now because I'm too young, apparently.
Why don't you get it for the next podcast you're on, which may be this one or the next one, or like a different one, like You Hate Movies, obviously.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
campaign to get on that podcast. Why is John showing up on all these podcasts? It's weird. But it all started here.
Why
Remember
not?
your roots.
It's my thing.
It's all because he got a Twitter.
But really, thank you so much, John. That's very kind of you to say, but it is a pleasure to have you on the show as well.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see. Now, you can John alluded to this. You can contact the show at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. There's a contact form there. If you want to get in touch with me specifically, you can find me on Twitter. I'm at FXRUIZX. And if you want to get a hold of Paul, all his social media information is at pauljpowers.com. And Paul, will you please tell us the next movie, Game Time Continuum, we will be traveling to?
Okay. So next time we will be going back to the year 1990 for the movie Home Alone. But until then, we appreciate it so much if you pretended it was Christmas so that we can get in the mood for this movie. Or you can review us on iTunes or Stitcher Radio. That helps others find the show. And of course, you can email us your... darn it, Francisco.
What, Paul?
You can consider sending us $1 or $2 for every episode through our Patreon page at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon.
Thank you so much, Paul, for being an awesome co-host, awesome friend, and awesome time-traveling compatriot.
Oh, thanks. Same to you.
Why, thank you.
And more of it.
No, and more of it to you.
Fine.
Oh,
Fine.
That backfired on me.
Because that's the power of love.
Yeah.
It works everywhere, guys.
It
You can
does.
use this at any point in your life.
And you know what? Listeners, we love you.
That's the power of love.
And whether this is your first time listening or you've subscribed to the podcast since episode
or you hate
1
movies.
or you hate movies, we appreciate you so much. And we got to catch you all later, like a Pokemon, on the next episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Gonna go back in time.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
I like your dance routine.
No one's watching.
Roads?
What was
Where we're going, we don't need roads. Apparently, that's you, Paul.
What the heck is a podcast?
However, hold on there. I have made a poem that I think sort of leads into it well.
Oh, no.
Remember the 5th of November, the flux capacitor and Doc. I know of no reason Marty fighting Biff Tannen should ever be forgot.
Hickory
That was
dickory
it.
dock. Nice. I like it. Although, can you do it in your Hugo Weaving voice? That would be cool.
Mr. Anderson.
No, Mike.
Mr. Anderson.
Anyway, totally. I'm sorry. I should have just. I don't know why I did that. Anyway, memory mind meld. Here we go.
This is it. Don't get scared now.
For episode number 71 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. Home Alone, 1990. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/71. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find a link to subscribe and review us on iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, our reflux capacitor was sufficiently booby-trapped from the Wet Bandits, thanks to our wonderful, beautiful patrons, Brian Keating, Andrew Legrave, Two Dudes in an S, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and a secret patron as well. Thank you guys so much for your support. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and defender of my dedicated domicile. And I predicted that Home Alone would be a classic movie. I am joined, as always.
Hi, Francisco. Can I be on the podcast now? I mean, it was earlier, but
by my good friend and master interrupter co-host, Paul Powers. Hi, Paul.
Hi.
Yes, I suppose you can be on the podcast this time.
Thank you, kind sir.
Unless you cause another mutiny.
Well, you know, every chance we get.
Paul, my trivial question for you is, the picture Kevin finds of Buzz's girlfriend was a picture of a boy made up to look like a girl because Chris Columbus, the director of Home Alone, thought it would be too cruel to make fun of a girl like that. The boy that was used in the photo was the art director's son. Yeah. So sorry for him. Paul, have you ever dressed in drag?
I believe one time it was actually for an acting class in college.
Oh, okay. Like a Shakespeare, all the guys are play women parts?
No, we were doing different exercises and a way to expand. Oh, sorry. a way to expand on our acting abilities was to reach out and gender switch.
Oh, okay.
So I think it was Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. We were doing a scene from that.
Oh, very cool. I mean, I guess. Yeah. Was it enjoyable?
Very hot. No. Let's put it this way. I've never
so
done it
hot.
again.
All right. And I'd like to welcome back to the podcast. She's been here since episode 1. My lovely wife, Christy Ruiz. Hi, Christy.
Hello.
Welcome back from being pregnant.
Oh, right. Last time I was, huh?
Yeah.
It's so long ago.
Speaking of long ago, when's the Force Awakens movie tickets on sale?
Was that Star Wars?
Yeah.
Yes. It was long ago in a galaxy far, far away.
Got that.
Because I want to go opening weekend.
Hey, Master Interrupter, I thought the spotlight was on me.
Yeah.
It was. Sorry, but someone said long ago and that just triggered. Sorry, go for it.
Christy.
That's all good. I just wanted to, be selfish for a moment.
No,
by all means.
Go for it.
Be selfish. My trivial question
my turn
for
now.
you. You know what? If you're going to interrupt with anything, Paul, you should interrupt with your prediction.
Oh, I predicted this movie would be a classic. How about that?
All right. Thank you. Christy, my trivial question for you, now that we can finally concentrate on you.
Oh, first time today.
Little Nero's Pizza, which is the pizza delivery service in the movie, is a parody of Little Caesar's Pizza. Caesar was the title used by the Roman emperors, such as Nero.
Yep.
Christy, do you have a favorite pizza place?
When I was younger, I would have said Little Caesars.
Oh, fun.
Their pretzel sticks that they have now.
Oh, how is that?
It's just salted. They took their breadsticks and just put salt on it, but it's still good.
Anyway, pizza place, Christy.
What's that? Extreme Pizza is pretty good.
Oh yeah, Extreme Pizza is good. It's extreme.
Mod Pizza is pretty good too.
Oh,
I the Mod Squad.
Mod Pizza. It's like a Subway but pizza.
Oh, nice.
To choose all your toppings.
Eat fresh pizza.
Yes. Sometimes I do like a good Little Caesars because it's just so gosh darn cheap.
Yeah.
It's nostalgic. Right. Little Caesars is nostalgic.
Totally.
That's what
I am so craving Little Caesars right now.
That's what I predicted this movie would be too.
A classic?
Nope.
Oh, nostalgic.
You weren't listening.
I wasn't apparently.
I said Little Caesars was so nostalgic.
Oh.
And that's what I predicted this movie to be. I was being all...
I know. You did great.
I interrupted it. I was thinking, I predicted I want this movie right now.
I want the pizza.
We don't have pizza, but Paul, do you have the course for Alice?
Sure, Alice. Let's have a roundtable discussion on Home Alone and suiting up. I don't know what happened there, but let's see what we've been up to on our new tubes lately, and then wrap it up with some announcements.
Very good, Alice. I'll let you find target of Home Alone. I'd imagine you're able to do that by now. It's been 71 episodes,
Alert. Target located.
Oh, good.
Spoilers incoming.
What?
Engaging retro rewind reactor.
I would hope so.
Oh no, here it comes.
Home Alone is bringing down the house with critics everywhere. The funniest movie of 1990.
All the great ones leave their mark.
Hilarious and touching.
Check it out.
The first genuine hit of the season. It's the funniest holiday movie in years. There's no place like Home Alone.
You guys give up? Or you're thirsty for more?
Rated PG. Now playing at theaters everywhere.
Do you remember the commercial they would show with they'd ask it was at the movie theater and they'd ask all the kids, do you like it? And they're all holding their mouths and screaming, we love it.
I do remember that actually.
Yeah.
That's fun. Oh, wow. And you know what else is fun? A memory mind meld synopsis. Due to a lack of facial recognition, the youngest in the McAllister family, Macaulay Kevin McAllister, gets accidentally left behind at home when his family flies off to France for the Christmas holiday.
Although Kevin thinks he wished them away, he gets into a lot of trouble taking care of himself. Red, doing whatever he wants, has fun playing around the house, learns how to slap aftershave, and protecting his house from burglars when they find out he's all alone. Kevin sets up booby traps around the house to get the robbers. All the while, Bartholomew helps Mom McAllister get back home. Eventually, Kevin asks Santa to bring his family back to him when he realizes the value of all of them. The thieves are about to bite off the boys' fingers when an old man takes them out with a snow shovel, and Kevin's family makes it home in time for Christmas. Some of that was right, and some of it was incepted. Incepted.
What was wrong with that? Let me guess. Bartholomew wasn't in the movie.
Nor was Macaulay.
Yes, I think you're putting things in here just so that we can. You're doing it purposely now, but you're like, oh, then they went to Disney World. What?
That's neither here nor there.
Wow. Jeez, that was the longest pause ever. I have no response to that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't you give us the technicals for this movie?
Okay, fine. Home Alone is the video game that came out for the Nintendo Entertainment System in 1991.
Was there also a movie?
Later.
Was there also a
Oh,
movie?
we're doing the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasted a lot of time on the NES. Anyway, then let's cover the movie. Home Alone was rated PG and still is rated PG. And runs 103 minutes and was released
143 minutes.
Not the version I saw.
Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. I'll be quiet.
You mean an hour and 43 minutes?
Yes, I don't know.
Okay.
I'm trying to. You got the technicals. What am I thinking?
Oh, who is this? I don't know. It was released in theaters on November 16th of 1990, so just before Thanksgiving. Is directed by Christopher Columbus and was written by John Hughes. Oh, did you see? I was about to say Baymax, but Big Hero 6.
We did finally.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I thought that's what you were doing.
No, I was just rewinding for you.
Okay. So,
now your turn to our regularly scheduled program, Paul.
Starred Macaulay Culkin, Joe Pesci, Daniel Stern, and a bunch of other people you may or may not recognize, like Pete and not Pete and Repeat, but Pete and Pete and Bartholomew. Mm-hmm. Yes.
You say it too, Paul. Francisco says it. Recognize. You recognize it? Recognize. I think that's
all right.
Sorry.
Well, you best recognize. Say it.
Recognize. Sorry, now I'm the master.
Can we get to the budget?
Oh, right. You want to know the budget? Fine. The estimated budget for this movie was about $15 million, and it went on to gross almost $500 million in the box office, with about $140 million in rentals alone.
Wow, very well done, Home Alone. Good job.
That's just the first one.
Oh, that's
they
true.
made like 4 more after that.
All right. Well, there's a lot to love about Home Alone. Oh, wait.
Or is there?
Are there any time travelers?
No, I listened to the last episode. I think they blew up or something.
No, I think they went back to 1885.
Oh.
But that's what happens in Back to the Future too, so.
The Doc, he's still alive.
Oh, did you guys decide you weren't going to do that anymore?
We stranded them in the past, so they can't do it anymore.
Oh.
Yes, our future selves from an undisclosed future are now in the past until we decide to rescue ourselves.
That's
Sounds
so
fun.
Convoluted.
Anyway.
I just gave myself away that I didn't listen to the podcast. Sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm too busy taking care of a baby, giving
That's
it
right.
life.
Excuses.
Better recognize.
Recognize that I spend my days
Anyway, the things we love about Home Alone. Let's start with our guest host, Christy. What's one thing you loved?
Oh, right. Loved.
Or liked.
John Williams. Yay.
I thought you were about to say Joss Whedon, and I have no idea why.
I just wanted to. Stephen Moffat. Yay. What? No. John Williams.
Stephen Muppet?
Moffat. Never mind. Never mind. You don't know unless you know.
Okay. So John Williams score.
I apologize for all the noises you're hearing.
You're snoring a lot, hon. Are you sleepwalking?
I'm wearing the baby, and he's snorting and sucking on a pacifier right by the microphone. So I apologize.
Sounds like he's enjoying it.
Yes, he is.
All right. So John Williams score.
I like John Williams.
Yes.
He's not Hans Zimmer, but I enjoy John Williams. In fact, when the music was starting, I was like, "Oh, look, it's Harry Potter." And then what did I say? Harry Potter. No, Home Alone sounds like Harry Potter.
Or actually, Harry Potter sounds like Home Alone.
Yeah.
Which is funny that Christopher Columbus directed the first Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where I know the name from.
Yeah.
Paul.
He also discovered America, but yeah.
Okay. Paul, were you smitten with a score or not so much?
Yes, actually, not so much when this movie first came out, but about 5 years ago, I was listening to a collection of John Williams music, and I was listening to a track, and it turned out to be the Home Alone track. I was like, I really like this.
Mm-hmm.
And I went out and I got the actual expanded version of this CD that has like 6 extra songs on it.
Oh, nice.
So I've been listening and enjoying that for years. Yes, I love the score in this, and Bentley agrees.
I enjoyed the score as well. I particularly like the how he transitioned from Carol of the Bells into his score. That was like one of my favorite. Like, it was perfect just how he did that.
That was good. My favorite is when they're running, when they're trying to get ready for it. I was about to say running through the airport, but that's Run, Run, Rudolph. When they're trying to pack and get ready for the airport.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I feel like that's used other places for other things, but
I know I like to do Black Friday shopping amongst the madness and have that song playing.
Nice. What's something else you like, Paul?
I liked some of the actors in here. It's fun to see like Joe Pesci and some of these other like Daniel Stern. I thought it's just fun to see these guys play around.
Did you enjoy seeing the actors play or any of those ones, Christy?
They were fine. I mean, sort of indifferent. It was fun to see Macaulay Culkin again as a little kid.
Yeah.
He kind of grew up into an awkward adult, but he was cute as a little kid. So I felt bad for the guy.
Say no to drugs, kids.
Oh, is that why he was awkward as an adult?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know.
I was just putting in the PSA announcement.
Nice.
Oh, okay. Anyway, yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of Joe Pesci, but
this is probably his best role in my opinion.
Yeah,
of course, I haven't seen all like the other ones.
Have you seen My Cousin Vinny, Paul?
No, it's on my list to see. I've seen parts of it, but not all the way through.
Okay. All right. I enjoyed. Yeah, I definitely enjoyed the way Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern play pain. I thought was great. I felt their pain so well. They definitely affected it. Yeah, they affected it very well.
Actually, that was one of my favorites. Was their at first I was annoyed, and then I realized it was a style of comedy, like
totally.
Like Dick Van Dyke, the over the top slapstick, really, really in your face sort of comedy, and not really believable, but at the same time believable because that's the style, and they just threw themselves into it really, really well. And I kind of found myself thinking, oh, that's annoying if you actually burned your hand like that, or if you wouldn't burn the top of your head like that. And then I was like, wait, no, this is the point. Yeah. Well, this is the point of the movie and the style of comedy. And once I once I made that connection, it actually, I don't know, I was impressed with their skills. It takes certain skills to be able to do that, I guess.
Yeah.
I think it does, but
to pull it off that way, they did.
Yeah. I think it was funny.
Yeah. I enjoy the slapstick humor, and this is the part of the movie, especially at the end, where you have to turn your brain off and think, okay, I am now in a realistic Coyote Roadrunner movie. So
exactly.
Yeah. I didn't think about that, but yeah, totally.
Or a little boy's head. Like ideally, that would be what would go on if any little boy defended his house. It would go exactly like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
In his mind, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious, who do you think would win? I mean,
in a fight?
Joe
Pesci or Macaulay Culkin?
No, Macaulay Culkin versus Three Ninjas. Because they both defended their house from goons.
I've never seen Three Ninjas.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah,
Something I liked about Home Alone was we were talking about how he defended his house. I really thought Kevin had such a level head when it came, and quick thinking when it came to dealing with the Wet Bandits, Harry and what was Daniel Stern's
Styles? Harry Styles.
No, Marv. Harry and Marv.
There you go.
Yes. Let's go back to Christy. Was something
Styles
else?
was from Teen Wolf.
I know that, Paul.
Sorry.
I liked when he first discovers when his family's gone, that the whole realization scene. Whenever
where they're all talking at him and they're like, "Look what you did! You
no,
such a disease." Not that part.
No, not when he has the cloud faces.
Yeah.
No, when he wanders around the house like, "Mom," and then he's got this like, "Yes," and he's so happy about it. I just like that.
I felt like he also looked like he was fearful too, which I thought he played well. But you didn't see that?
It was a moment, but then he realized what exactly had happened, and then he was excited about being able to be in the house.
I'm in your room. You better come out and pound me.
just that walkthrough that he did.
Yeah.
And at the same, I think, isn't that at the same time that his mom realizes he's gone? Isn't that happening back and forth?
Shortly
after. It's not quite then. It's when he shouts "Mom."
Oh, right. And then after that,
somehow that psychically connects to her.
Or more it's just the way that the movie is made and cut together to make you.
No, psychic link. Paul, what's something else?
Because you want to throw a fit about something.
Something else you like?
Oh my gosh.
Well, the whole idea of using a clip from a TV and playing it loud for the pizza man and for the robbers and keep the change, you filthy animal, is just a classic moment in a film. So as awful as this film may be, that part is just classic. Using that the video to fool other people.
I like the idea of it.
Yes.
The idea of it's great, and I that was definitely a great clip. Which, if anyone's curious, that's not a real movie. That they made up that movie based on a James Cagney movie, but it is not a real movie you can find anywhere.
All right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I thought it was real. AC said it was real.
1, 2, 10. Something else I liked about this movie was Kevin's. So starting out at the beginning, this is going to be just how Kevin is the typical kid that I don't like in the movies. I always complain about, but
I was about to say, I think you're in the wrong section.
But he has a great arc. I mean, I see that they had to start him off that way because he has a great arc into actually growing into the man of the house, so to speak. And when his mom comes back, he's way more. I feel like he's grown up a lot more. He's matured a lot too emotionally.
He's
which
only
is great.
8. What are you talking about? Typical kid that you don't like. He doesn't do anything. They jumped down his throat for nothing.
He goes shopping. Wait. They jumped down his throat for causing a big scene and talking back to his parents.
What? He got his buttons pushed and he reacted like any child would.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and then he got into trouble for that. Why?
Yeah.
Nobody else got into trouble.
Well,
and he got treated like poop the entire time.
But he's in his mom's room saying, "Why don't you make me get out?" And just like, what the heck?
Because everybody's
we're
ignoring
covering
him.
all my dislikes.
Because everybody's ignoring him. He's 8 and everyone's ignoring him and no one's paying attention to him and he's feeling left out and trying to push buttons so that he can get attention.
Be that as may, he's still a jerk.
No, the rest of the family is a bigger jerk than he is.
Well, that may very well be true. And I agree they are.
He's a normal 8-year-old in that family.
No, his mouth is a little bit bigger than it should be for an 8-year-old, in my opinion.
I
in
agree.
that family.
Just
in
like
that family.
Just like Elliot.
Oh no.
But in that environment, he's a product of that environment.
I think we'll have more to say on this in our dislike section. Because I know I will, and it sounds like Paul will. Probably Chrissy too.
Why am I defending this poor kid? Jeez.
I don't know, but I like
he's a poor kid.
I liked his arc.
No, he's not. Have you seen the size of that house?
Good point.
That's not what I meant.
Let's go back to.
No, you were in the middle of saying that you liked the arc.
Well, yeah, I like the arc, and
he started out as a.
I finished my sentence.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said you started out as bad, and then we went from bad to the family and all that stuff.
No. I said he matured.
Matures.
The man of the house. Emotionally. And now when you re-listen to this, Paul, you're going to be like, he just said that.
I
Paul,
know.
Why did you forget it?
Okay. So this is something, speaking of which, you said, let's revisit what you said about him maturing.
Oh, okay.
Did you think it was weird when the mom came home? He didn't rush to her, like glad to see her. He kind of like pouts. And then it isn't till she says, "Oh, I'm so sorry," that he brightens up and then rushes to her.
Yeah,
he did. He looked sad.
No, I think he was not sure she was real.
Yeah.
That's how I read
it was a realization.
Oh.
Yeah.
It was a mom,
like,
is that really you? Are you really there? Am I okay now?
No, that would be more a questioning. Like, can I put my hand through you? Are you there? He looked like he put his whole head down and his whole demeanor changed. I'm sad or I'm disappointed in you.
I didn't see that at all.
I didn't see that as well, Paul.
All right, maybe I'm reading into it. I don't know.
All right, but let's go back to Chrissy. What's something else you liked?
I'm really annoyed now.
I don't.
Oh, you like being annoyed?
No, I don't know. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I just want my point to be made. I want you to agree with me. Typical first child problems. I think that that might be my classic maker. I can't decide.
We can come back to you.
No, okay. I just like all his shenanigans when he first discovers his freedom. Everything he does.
Eating ice cream.
I just love that. It's so typical. Maybe like if you would describe as a little kid, if a little kid would describe what would you do if you were home alone by yourself, like what would be the first thing? And
I'd make myself the biggest bowl of ice cream.
Totally.
Watch all the movies you're not supposed to watch and eat the food you're not supposed to eat and jump on the bed. And I liked it when he was narrating to himself in the mirror. And I think just that little monologue he has in the mirror before he puts on the aftershave for the first time always stuck in my head. I remember that when I heard it again, it was like, oh, am I hearing something that you heard before? Anyway. It was a memory that made me smile when I re-heard it in the movie.
Totally. And you know what? I completely agree. I thought it was so believable what the types of things he would do being a kid that has no rules.
Yeah, taking the sled and going down the stairs.
I really appreciated the maleness of him. Does that make sense? Like
his boyness?
Yeah, just so boy. Like everything he did was just so boy. And I feel like we're really into equality, sometimes too much into it. We're
not equality, sameness. We're into sameness.
Yeah, sameness. And to label something as being boy is negative. But I enjoyed it that he was using the aftershave and the spray on deodorant and going down the stairs and being reckless and all the things he did. The movie he watched, just everything. I really enjoyed it. And on that note, he still did his own laundry and shopped for food, which was like, hey, look, you were paying attention. Good job.
Exactly.
I liked that was highlighted, that it wasn't excused or made
softened.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I don't think back then you would have had a movie that would have done that, though. I could see that happening nowadays.
Yeah, which is why I probably noticed it more.
Yeah. Did you have something to say, Paul?
Yeah, I was about to say, speaking of aftershave, why do you think he screams?
I honestly don't know.
Because apparently aftershave burns after you've shaved because it has alcohol.
But he doesn't shave.
But he doesn't. But so that only leads. Now, did he either saw somebody scream when doing that, or it really burns, which means that he shaved, not pretend, but actually shaved, because that would create the sting.
I don't think he could have shaved for real without getting nicks, though.
It could.
Sure, he can.
It could be in 1990 a pretty powerful chemical. Just saying.
That could be.
Just saying.
Oh, they need to throw that aftershave out because that expired and is now acidic and eating through his skin.
Castor oil, what's this?
Castor oil, really?
I don't know.
You wouldn't say acid?
That was going to be my next one. Hydrochloric acid.
Like Mary Poppins, who made them drink castor oil. Or actually, the nanny did. But,
yeah, I was going to say, I liked Mary Poppins.
Oh, that's right. You changed your...
Yes, I changed Yeah. Retro Rewind Podcast. RetroRewindPodcast.com/28 for Mary Poppins. Okay, let's see. I only have one more thing I like before my classic maker. How about you, Paul?
I have my classic maker.
Okay, and Chrissy, you have just your classic maker, right?
No, there could be more things.
Oh, okay. I'll do one, then you do a couple more. Chrissy, for me, I really liked the heart-to-heart between Kevin and the shoveler guy.
Old Man Marley.
Old Man Marley. Yeah. I love that they both just sort of learned from each other and really spoke into the other's life. Is this really, I guess I'd call it a magical moment in a story, especially for a time that was so short, but these like super like diametrically opposed people because of that silly, scary story in the beginning. Now, like, come together and
which has an arc.
Yeah,
at first he was
exactly.
afraid. Yeah,
this has a lot of good arcs in this movie.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love how they come together and in a church. That was really nice that they weren't like, again, 1990s. They're not going to shy away from something like that, whereas they might nowadays. But I really like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with you because that's my classic maker. Is Old Man Marley, because I like the relationship of the older guy and the younger kid, and just like Doc Brown and Marty, the friendship they have in a non-pedophile way.
Yes,
but this is a something what they would typically call a B story, and it's like very small, and it doesn't really pertain to the main story. But this part of the story is so powerful.
It is,
and then it's so full of magic, for lack of a better word, but a lot of heart.
Yes.
And to me, that just elevates this movie way up into the stratosphere. As far as if you were to take it out, I think the movie, it still would play, but this really elevates it up.
Yeah, it'd be more like Home Alone 4.
Probably. I never seen any of the...
Me neither.
Well, I saw
imagine.
2, but...
Yeah, 2. You get the pigeon lady in 2.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah.
And the Grinch of Tim Curry.
Double negative. Chrissy, what did you think about Old Man Marley and that relationship? Did you like it as much, or is just fine?
Yeah, I liked it. That's one of the things that I was going to say that I liked was that arc and I went off on the thing you said about Kevin's character arc, but that was another one of my favorites. Was watching his character develop throughout the movie. I thought they did a really good job with that, and I liked his mom. I thought
Really?
That,
okay.
Well, everybody
Catherine
was
O'Hara
screaming.
did a great job.
Everybody was screaming and yelling at him and saying disgusting things. And I wrote down, at least my mom didn't yell. Like she was impatient with him and said some things that she may not have, or she wasn't paying attention to him or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I really enjoyed their relationship, and that he ended up missing her and like calling out to her, and they're reuniting whenever they reunite. I really thought that was sweet too.
Yeah, she definitely felt like a real mom, not like this perfect Susie Homemaker, but one that had her own issues, but also had a deep love of her children.
Yeah, well, at least Kevin.
I would imagine for the rest.
We don't know. I don't know who
couldn't love Buzz. I mean,
Buzz
that
was
guy.
her kid. Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know who.
So was Pete and Pete.
And then the two girls, the two younger girls.
Oh,
Les
okay.
Incompetents.
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, the one I wanted to smack.
Yes.
Go
ahead.
Wow.
I just don't appreciate name calling.
We're not in this dislikes yet. We'll get there.
Micro machines. They mentioned micro machines.
Micro machines.
And I was like, yay, micro machines. That's all I wrote.
Nostalgia there.
Yeah. And then let's see. I'm going over my notes. I think my classic maker it's very personal. My classic maker is very, very personal. But the scene, the rocking around the Christmas tree scene.
Oh yeah, that's a fun scene.
Every time I hear that song, I imagine all the mannequins moving around and dancing, and him moving the cutouts. It never fails. The song always reminds me of that movie and that scene in that movie, and it never will not.
Same for me. I don't really like that song, but it definitely reminds me.
I like that song because of Home Alone, and I thought it was. While I was rewatching the movie, I thought it was really odd that I watched this movie so many times. And why did I like this so much as a kid? And I think it's probably because it was on TV a lot. But it's also it seems very easy to watch over and over again. You know, there are certain things you can watch over and over again, and then certain things no. Like
it
Superman
has a great.
3.
Yeah. It has a great message that you can fool adults into thinking, that there's a party going on.
Oh.
Or whatever you need.
Fool the burglars.
Yeah. Whatever you need to do, you can fool adults to believe it. So.
Oh, I see.
And the family is important.
Yeah.
Anyway, and my classic maker is the last third of this movie when Kevin is put essentially on the clock. He finds out about the 9 o'clock time.
Yeah.
It just
he wanders around for hours. Like he in front of the church. Oh, okay. I guess I'll go in here. 9 o'clock is way further down. I don't have to prepare yet.
Well, yeah, I guess. But there, it feels after that, you get the him and Old Man Marley, and you get him talking to the fake Santa and sort of bearing his soul a little bit more. After that point, I feel like is when the movie is I'm really engaged with the movie, and I feel like that's the strongest part of the movie, and so that's my classic maker is the last third of it.
Oh, okay.
So with that, before we get to the things that were not so strong about Home Alone, we like to go to Facebook and other social media and ask our listeners, what do you remember about the movies we cover?
Our listeners.
Yes.
Oh
my gosh. It's not almost Pirate Day yet.
Well, maybe by the time this is released.
That's a good point. All right. So first, we'll start with our Facebook group.
Our Facebook.
Which you can join. We'd love it if you join us at RetroRewindPodcast.com.
Join us.
/group.
Recognize.
Wesley Moultrie starts us off. Still adore this movie to this day. Honestly, when I was a kid, besides the epic house traps at the end of the movie, I always remembered when he is about to eat his dinner and doesn't take a single bite because the clock chimes.
That's true.
Also, if you haven't ever watched the Honest Action YouTube video about Home Alone, it is hilarious to see how many deaths there would have been if it was realistic. And I actually watched that. It's kind of funny how they do the medical names of all the different injuries that
I should have.
Harry and Marv.
I should watch that.
Yeah.
But it's, yeah, they definitely die, and you'll find out how many if you and we'll include that link. Actually, you can find that link on the Facebook. So come join it, and then you'll find it.
Oh, I forgot something else that I really liked.
Yeah, go for it.
Go for it.
Which one was it? Harry? The tall, lanky one?
That's Daniel Stern, Marv.
Marv, when he screams at the spider.
Oh, God.
I laughed so hard.
Yeah, he did.
That
Do you know
scream,
about-
that particular scream was beautiful, glorious.
Do you know how they made that?
No.
He said because it was a real spider, he didn't want to do it, but he said, you know what, I'll give you one take and one take only. But when they did that, he didn't scream because they felt that if he did really scream,
Oh, it would scare the spider.
Yeah, and it might bite him.
Yeah.
So he did that without doing any sound, and then later he dubbed it over. He looped it.
Nice.
Oh my gosh. Good for him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh yeah, I've heard that tarantulas get scared. That's if you're quiet and still, then they're okay.
Yeah.
But if you freak out or make a lot of noises, then they freak out.
Yeah. Then they run like Francisco away from
Oh
ET.
my gosh.
Away from
Sorry. An ET.
what?
Retro Rewind Podcast.com/69.
I'm imagining that right now.
They both run away. Eh!
It's a
From each
freaky
other.
sound in the middle of the night in the woods. You'd run too, Paul. You'd run too.
Elliot. Francisco.
Nate Henderson, former guest host, says, saw it in the theater with my dad the weekend it came out. We had no idea what to expect since trailers/clips were not in abundance back then. So we were laughing hysterically at the whole home invasion scene. My wife and I still watch it every year during Christmas time.
Oh.
Long-time listener Tim Ibach said, love this movie. It's a must-watch movie every year at Christmas time. Classic. Chris Cowan, also former guest host and patron of the show. Thank you, Chris. Said, love the soundtrack. I think we all talked about John Williams. Did a great job. And Nate chimes in to that. Agreed, Cowan. I had no idea the composer was John Williams until years after I first watched the movie.
Yeah, same here.
Eric Purcell is next. Says, I remember sadistic levels of violence played out on some bumbling low-level bandits who wet themselves. Wink emoticon.
Yeah. Good play on words.
Jordan Pascal, so Jordan McDaniel said, I remember laughing my face off when I was 7. Now, this isn't Face Off, Jordan. This is Home Alone.
Oh my
I thought the same thing with John Travolta and Nick Cage.
I was obsessed with that movie when I had in college. Sorry, side note.
That should be on the list, Paul.
Not obsessed anymore. There are 1,000 F words in that movie.
Well, we need to cover more R movies.
Well,
really?
I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Sharon Powers.
You should say Sharon Powers, former guest host and harp player extraordinaire.
Says former guest host Sharon Powers said, no, I always loved the old man he becomes friends with in the end. Sure, he was spooky at first, but when they sat together and got to know each other, it was just beautiful. John Bohr finishes out the Facebook comments by saying, it just doesn't feel like Christmas without watching it. Insta classic.
Former guest host John Bohr.
Dang it.
That guy's amazing.
Did you listen to the Back to the Future episode?
I hear he's a bore.
Oh, bum.
Actually,
That guy's
he
amazing.
was a good guy on the Back to the Future episode.
He was a good guest host. I would say all our guest hosts have been great.
I'm the best.
Oh gosh.
Oh, come on.
We also got a comment from our Google Plus page. We are on Google Plus, believe it or not.
Really? There's people on Google Plus?
That's like MySpace.
Wow, guys.
I mean, I love you, Google.
So the podcast Cinema Block said, keep the change, you filthy animal. So apparently they enjoy that quote from Home Alone.
Oh, I got the same comment on Instagram.
Oh, okay. Well, apparently that's a famous one. Alrighty, guys.
What do you mean, apparently? We already talked about it.
Time for the hate section.
Francisco's feeling the hate.
Yes,
he's revved up and ready to go.
I want to complain about something.
So now let's talk about what we think is filthy about this movie. That's the
angels with dirty faces. Yes. That's pretty filthy.
Oh my gosh. I don't like, and we are alluding to this before, I don't like how mean the family is to each other. Especially, I thought it was especially sad how Kevin is to his parents, and then how they don't defend him when his uncle calls him a jerk. I thought that was really almost disgusting that his parents didn't say, hey, don't talk to my kids that way.
Hey, maybe he's an older brother and always talks to his younger brother that way.
Maybe he's
so they're used to it.
So, I don't follow. I'm sorry.
Anyway, maybe the family, obviously that family is used to throwing around negative speech and names and everything. So,
but it's different.
They're just mean all around. I mean, it starts from the top, from the adults, and the kids learn from that.
Yeah, but there's a difference between kid to kid doing that and an authority figure to a kid.
I would agree with that, but I think the entire environment was actually. Can I bounce off that?
Yeah, of course.
That was the immediate thing that I first started writing down when we started the movie. I launched into that. And as I was watching as it was progressing, I realized the movie would not be as good if we didn't have that ugliness in the beginning. They played that really, really well. Like, I sympathize with Kevin completely.
Yeah.
And I wanted his family to go away. And I was understanding of how he was talking to his mother, being a mother myself. And I mean, it was hurtful, but at the same time, I've already had my 3-year-old say, I don't like you and you're mean to me. So, I get it. Like, kids lash out when they're hurting.
Yeah, but did your 3-year-old call you a dummy? Because that's crossing the line.
Yes.
I would rather be called a dummy than have somebody say, I hate you. And I've had parents tell me that their kids have said that to them too. And even being in therapy, my therapist and I have talked about that it's less about, that was Griffin, not me. It was less about me or the adults, and it's more about I'm hurting, so I'm just going to say whatever comes out of my mouth. But my point is, I didn't like that. I hated it, and I was ready to rip it into shreds until I realized it made the movie. If you didn't have that.
No, I disagree.
If you didn't have that, you wouldn't have the arc of the movie. You wouldn't have the arc of his character. You wouldn't have the arc of his family coming back.
Almost the same intensity without the name calling.
Oh, well, you can get rid of the language and the name calling, but the ugliness. I'm not talking about specifics.
No. Well, I'm talking specifics.
Oh, well,
I think you can have just the ugliness, but I think the way the family treat each other is absolutely horrible. In fact, it's tragic maker.
Oh gosh,
it doesn't matter.
How do you make it uglier? Like, how do you make it ugly? I think
you can say, "Look what you did," and say it instead of saying a little jerk.
I agree. I agree. I think that you could take the language out.
And have a lot more tone, like anger
and calling him a jerk, right?
Right. So I'm talking about specifically the name calling, and it just brings it up into a whole nother level.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. That taking that stuff out would not change it. But I'm making the point of the ugliness of the family.
Oh yeah. Oh sure. Yeah. But I think they took it way too far.
Okay. Then I would agree with you. I'm in that one. I keep hearing him sigh in the microphone. I just didn't. I think from my point, I was ready to make that the worst thing about the movie, and realizing that the ugliness made the arc bigger. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Normally I rip things to shreds, and I was like, hey, look, I actually appreciated this for the value of it being inside the movie.
Except I think the arc was too far, because he said, and you can even bring back Uncle Frank. I'm like, no, leave the jerk behind.
What?
When he's saying, oh, please when Kevin is saying, please bring my family back.
Yeah.
And even my aunts and cousins. And if he has time, my Uncle Frank. I was like, no, just leave him. Leave Uncle Frank.
It could just be a sin of omission. Just, I forgot him. Whoops. Just you don't include never mind. I'm just gonna
I understood.
All right. Okay.
let's see. So I started that sort of tangent, not real tangent, but let's go to.
You started it all right.
Christy, what's something you didn't like about? What's something else you didn't like about this movie?
Just realized I'm not sure I have a tragic maker, but that's okay. Well, let's see. I guess that could be my tragic maker.
The family
dynamic. No, I found another note on my paper I'm reading. Sorry, fourth wall. Yeah. I thought it was amusing and also annoying. I always find it annoying. Anybody who's ever listened to me, whenever they reference sort of sexual addictions or things like that. So they reference the Playboy.
Mm-hmm.
That was annoying. Negative. Found it very amusing. That's the first time I've ever noticed it. Of all the times I've watched it, I never heard what he said about it, and then never realized it was a Playboy. So
there's no women
yay
on the
for
clothes.
naivete.
Disgusting.
Yeah. Yuck.
I thought I was like, wait, what did he just say? Wait, that was a Playboy. Wait, that was funny. Ew, that was ew. And then that's as far so that I wrote it down.
So it's annoying that he.
It's annoying. It's a Playboy. That's annoying.
Oh, okay. That's even in there.
That's in
the movie.
But his reaction to it is actually kind of. I like the innocence of it, and that it's not like, oh wow, I want.
Let me keep looking at it.
Yeah.
He was. Yes, and I found it amusing that I didn't actually know until I was 34. 34 years old, and I finally realized, like, oh, that's good. Well, all right.
All right, I agree. Paul,
cricket.
No, that's totally valid. Paul, what's something else you didn't like about this movie?
I already said earlier in another section that I thought Kevin was a jerk, too much of a jerk, despite the environment.
Do you think we would have seen as much growth in him if he started out as like the only nice one in his family? And would that have even made sense?
No, because he wasn't the only nice one. Some of the people weren't.
Indifference isn't nice.
Well, we don't know that.
Indifference is never nice.
We don't know that they're indifferent. They just didn't have enough coverage time to show either way.
Oh, that could be your excuse for it.
Sure. I mean, you could say the woman, his aunt that was married to Uncle Frank, could be nice, but the fact that she puts up with them is not nice.
All right.
But I think it's hilarious that you think he's really a big jerk. Because I didn't think that at all.
Kevin or Uncle Frank?
Kevin.
Both.
Well, yeah.
I thought he had a moment. I thought he was throwing a fit.
No, he had many moments.
Yeah. I tend to agree with Paul on this one.
In the
beginning. Yes, in the beginning.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I don't understand. Wow, this is interesting to me that I'm empathetic to his his falling apart.
Listen to the ET episode.
Why? I know you have an issue with kids not being perfect.
Yeah.
We've been talking about that a lot recently.
Oh, bringing the reality to the podcast. Okay.
Oh, was this a fake podcast?
No, we're talking about dislikes, and it's okay to dislike people who are imperfect. To a point.
I would disagree with that, but okay.
You know what? I dislike that.
You're just pushing buttons now, aren't you?
Sort of.
Oh, okay, good. Because sometimes I just take people literally, and I'm like, I'm gonna go cry now.
Oh no, don't go cry.
Okay.
Unless it's tears of joy.
No, there's not a lot of those right now.
Oh,
it's all right.
Okay, I have no good segue from all that. I had one ways back.
Okay, so what else do you like, Francis, or not like?
No, don't like.
There is no way. Working with high schoolers and middle schoolers for the last 5 years now, and just my own experience growing up as one of 4 boys, there's no way that the cheese pizza is gone first out of 10 pizzas. No way.
Actually,
unless all the other pizzas are veggie pizzas, then the cheese pizza would go first. But otherwise, no way.
Yes, there is. If they ordered, never mind. I'm not going to argue with you on that because the circumstances would have to be different, and it wasn't for this movie. So I'll let this one slide.
Yes, I got one.
Wow, big victory right there.
Yeah, oh yeah. Let's go back to Christy.
I'm sorry. I was about to say it's impossible.
I didn't say. Let's go back to Paul.
No, I'm going back to what you said. It's possible that there wasn't a whole cheese pizza, but like there was a half pepperoni, half cheese, or quarter cheese.
Oh, cheese.
So maybe all of that of the cheese pizza is gone for that size of family.
Well, he asked, "Where is my cheese pizza?" Though. So
well, no one's no, and in the size of that family, no one has their own pizza that size.
All right,
he's teasing you, honey. Nobody has their own pizza.
You must be rich, Christy. What's something else you didn't like?
As much as I complimented the burglar actors.
Mm-hmm.
They were also annoying. There's there was bits in the movie as watching it now, rewatching it. I was like, this is over the top. And then I could excuse it because the movie is over the top. But then there were moments in the movie that were really sweet and really down to earth. So the melding of the two of them was
kind of
jarring. It was jarring to go back and forth between the pratfalls and then the moment with the old man and the reality of that family reuniting and his family reuniting, and then they're I'm gonna bite off your fingers, really bite.
Yeah, did you see what he did to his hair and his hands?
Yeah,
it's like
Okay, good point. But
apparently, he actually bit Macaulay Culkin, and he has a scar from that.
Oh,
he wishes he was running with scissors,
and then he bit his finger. Bit his own finger. Look, it's a scar. It's a scar.
Joe Pesci bit me.
Did you find that was a bit jarring as well, Paul? I'm curious.
Yeah, I can agree with that. That it's it's annoying.
I didn't notice it so much, but I can see that though. As if I studied it more, I probably would notice that more.
I have another one.
Paul, how many more do you have?
Uno.
Let's go with Paul. Then back to Christy. Then I'll.
We got to go with the boring title sequence. I mean, come on, hello. It's boring.
Well,
I mean, the
like
music's fine.
Sequences, either.
Yeah. Let's get the movie going.
It didn't last long though.
I want to know how they did the sliding of the cars on the ice to make it only go so far, but not enough to
I mean, when
how many
it kept
takes they had
hitting the statue?
Yeah, and like some of the cars where they slide into the police cars go into the driveway. They kind of slide in there a little bit. It's like, oh wow, these guys are
really good drivers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I didn't like that. I didn't know how to do that.
Wow.
I'm sure you could take a course online, Paul.
Oh, there we go. J-turn.
So something else I didn't like. How did the mom know that she forgot Kevin? I mean, other than a psychic link
she's
or
going
something.
through her. No, she's just going through her mind, going through.
Yeah.
Okay, this and this and this. Okay, what did I do last night? And I sent Kevin up to the. Oh, I didn't get him out.
Yeah.
Kevin.
But they did a head count, so why? All of a sudden, she doesn't believe the head count.
Yes, because she didn't get him out from up there.
But
a mom would know.
Who? Why is it her responsibility to get her up? I mean, that wasn't established.
She forgot to deal with him in the morning.
Yeah.
Of all the
I guess
the chaos going on.
She thought, I never saw him. Okay, all right.
Right. And there is a head. So what you didn't see, Francisco, is as soon as she said Kevin, it cut away. She didn't see her to go back to make sure that he's not back there, and then come back to her seat. And then she's like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe I forgot him."
That's a good point. Yeah, it could have been like she thought it was, and then he goes back and sees, he is there. But okay,
you would know.
Yeah,
you would definitely recall everything, especially as a mother. I'm not sure.
I was gonna say I wouldn't recall.
No,
I wouldn't either.
I would.
A family that size. Okay, we got everybody. Okay, let's go.
No, you would.
Okay, all right.
Me leaving them is valid. Is also valid that would happen, but you would then go because there would be a massive hole in your memory of events.
Yeah. Okay, Chrissy, was another one you didn't like?
He cleaned up. Really? An 8-year-old. The place was a wreck. And when his mom got home,
Kevin, what did you do to my room?
Yeah, except for the buzzes. Yeah.
Yeah, or all the stuff like his the ice cream in the kitchen
from the traps.
Yeah, everything. Like it was. There were moments where like all the ice cream he made was dripping in the kitchen.
Yeah,
that was clean. Question mark.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he hired a maid. More and more responsible.
An 8-year-old.
Hey, that's what the movie shows.
An 8-year-old in a third world country.
She brings a good point.
An 8-year-old in a third world country, maybe because they're forced into responsibility early. But I'm saying a spoiled American. No.
Yeah.
They didn't know how to do laundry, which was weird. Weird.
That's true.
That he knew how to do laundry. Weird that he knew how to shop.
What? I didn't see that.
He knew how to shop, but weird.
Him doing laundry?
Either or, an 8-year-old can do shop or laundry. Why did they? I didn't understand why they were so shocked that he could go shopping.
Yeah,
it's easy to exchange goods for money.
Yeah.
I know that the shop person's reaction to him was a little bit like, she seemed angry rather than concerned.
Right.
If I saw a little boy by himself and I was working, I'd be like, "Are you okay? Do you need any help?" Not, "What the junk are you doing in my line?" Like,
I don't think she was like disdain, but like, "Are you lying to me that your mom is out in the car?" More like trying to figure him out.
Oh, all right, I guess.
Well, let's move. So Paul already gave us his tragic maker, the whole family dynamic in the beginning.
Yeah.
Christy, what's yours?
Mine is stupid, but I just realized I didn't have one.
No worries.
So I just made it up. I wrote a shop boy. Really? There's a shop boy.
Yeah.
In that one shop they go into. What is it? It's like a mom and pop. Like they go to the 1920s.
Like the stalker where he.
No, I know.
Like the guy who's like shoplifter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I get it. I know. But at the same time, the movie is this one way. And then he goes into this tiny little corner store and buys a pack of ciggies. Like, what? There's a shop boy? Like
toothbrush.
I know. I'm making a point. There's an old lady and an old guy and a boy.
Well, I
Sid, go get him. Like, I don't know. It was weird.
Okay, this little tiny grocery store, comparatively, it's not one of these super chains, is within walking distance, so it's probably like for that neighborhood, like near that neighborhood. So it's a smaller, grocery store. So they would have maybe just like 4 employees, that kind of thing.
Then okay, so he goes to that one, and then he goes to a massive chain store that's also down the street.
Well, yeah, because
stores down
the big one.
Well, he goes to a bigger grocery store, but he's they can't go back to the mom and pop because he's pinned for shoplifting.
No, I don't.
Okay.
So is that
a
pharmacy?
A couple more blocks.
Maybe that was a pharmacy. I was just annoyed.
I was just getting a toothbrush. So
I was just annoyed. I told you it wasn't a good one. It wasn't really tragic. I just didn't have anything that was tragic. I was just annoyed, guys.
We stopped talking about pizza a while ago. Why are you bringing up Noids?
No one gets that joke.
Avoid the
except for you and Paul.
My brother would.
Oh, all right. But you and him are like twinsies, so.
Me and Paul, or Paul and Josh?
Paul and Josh.
Oh, okay.
Wow. Probably not.
I was going to say, maybe not, but.
I don't know them. I said I didn't say they were. I did use a simile. Thank you very much.
What's
more like
with
in twinsies.
Like in fame.
Yes. We're so twinsies that we're super twinsies.
Oh, wow.
We're in
okay.
twinsies.
What I hated most about Home Alone was after. So, and this sort of goes back to what Wesley Moultrie brought up in the deaths or the Honest Action YouTube channel.
Oh, you stole.
I wrote this down before I even watched that.
Oh, okay.
After all Marv and Harry endure, it doesn't make much sense that a snow shovel would be what does them in.
No, it's the last straw. There's only so many dings you can take.
I don't know.
Okay, fine. You're
really,
invincible.
Really? So you're going to make the argument that it doesn't make sense that after, oh my gosh, none of that section makes sense.
It all makes perfect sense.
It was a period at the end of the sentence.
It's my tragic maker. I just thought it didn't make sense. It seemed like they would have died so much sooner than that if they were going to die.
They didn't die.
I guess they didn't die.
And they got knocked out multiple times.
Yeah. In fact, they returned for the sequel.
You know what? That's so odd. I could have sworn they just died there, but they obviously don't.
No, the police came and arrested them.
That's okay. Yeah, maybe they just did get out. Okay, never mind. I don't know what I was thinking.
Yours was just a little one too, like mine.
Yeah.
Hey, have you seen the Robot Chicken of where
of what? Probably not.
I haven't either. I want to see this because I read up on it. Apparently they do a Anne Frank versus the Nazis. Like Anne Frank and she defends her home like against the Nazis like Kevin does, like everything from the Home Alone.
Oh, that would be really funny to watch.
That would be. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that's my homework. Actually, my tragic maker in this movie is that this title is not available for Ultraviolet yet.
Oh, geez. All right, guys. I think we've entered all our targeting calculations into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Whenever she says salvo, I always think of saliva.
Salvo.
Yeah, it's like salvoing at her mouth.
Salve.
Salve Maria.
It's a military term, guys. It's valid. All right, guys. Would we rate Home Alone a classic?
I recommend it. No, would we rate it?
Bentley.
A classic. We'd recommend anyone watch it, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, we'd only recommend you'd watch it again if you'd seen it before. Or a tragic, we would not recommend anyone see this movie. And if you've seen it before, just leave it in your memory. Let's start, as we like to, with our guest host, my lovely wife, Christy. How do you rate Home Alone?
Oh, that was a weird way to ask me.
I'm sorry, Christy. I can't do that.
Thank you, weird robot.
Francisco 9000. It's over 9,000.
That's funny. Nostalgic.
Oh, really?
I think it's a good Christmas film. Mm-hmm. Just like slap it in the ultraviolet player and slap it in the player and don't slap it. Just put
Let a player play.
Just play it. Just in the background or with your family or age appropriate people because there's language.
Marv. This ain't for kindergartners.
I think it's a fun one to watch around the holidays if you have it. If you've seen it before, bring your knitting.
But this wouldn't be a movie you'd share with our kids.
If it was on TV and there was nothing else to watch.
Yeah.
Maybe. Like, I don't know how well it holds up. For the simple fact that it's a Christmas movie, maybe. But I would first show them Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. That would be more of a classic to me. Than.
I think that's more a question of age, at least for me. Certainly read Rudolph first, just because it's more of a kid's movie.
Hey, we're not to you yet. I'm sorry, are we?
No. I wasn't giving my reign. I was just commenting on Christy's reign. That's all.
No, you were saying to me. Well, she already said to her. I mean, she's saying to her, and you're saying to you. Okay, so that would be yours.
No, it doesn't matter the age. Like, if they were old enough to watch Home Alone, I would still say watch Rudolph before you watch Home Alone.
Yeah. I don't care if you're 8 or 88.
All right. So
if you've seen it before, though, and it's Christmas, and you have it, watch it again.
And again.
Or if it's on TV.
Maybe one more.
So nostalgic for Christy. That's what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
Paul, how do you rate Home Alone?
I rate it PG. As well. I agree with the Motion Picture Association of America.
How about
I rate this movie a classic according to the Retro Rewind podcast standards. That this is a fun movie that I enjoy watching every holiday season, and if you haven't seen it, I'd give it a gander.
A gander and a goose.
I was about to say, I think that's the right phrase.
Yeah,
I almost wanted to rate it a classic, but I didn't think that the slapstick comedy would translate well in the 21st century because we don't see that much of it.
Good point, but I rated a classic
No, that's good. I think that's a fair argument, but I was trying really hard to be like, I'm not sure my, 13 or 14-year-old acquaintances from church, if I was like, watch this movie, they would be like, what are these guys doing? Do you know the Three Stooges? Who?
I don't like the Three Stooges.
Well,
oh my gosh!
How can you stand this comedy if you don't like the Three Stooges?
Where'd our listenership go? That's weird.
Well, we have to have representation from all corners of the world, folks. And
yeah, I represent the 1% who doesn't like my
haters are gonna hate
and Three Stooges.
I don't necessarily want to sit down and watch the Three Stooges, but I understand their comedy and appreciate it.
I do not. So how irate?
You're irate now?
Sort of similar to Christy. I was on the fence. At first, I was going to rate this nostalgic because a lot of the movie I thought just was a bit too kid, kind of like how I felt about E.T. But after reflecting more, especially the part with him and not Bob Marley, old man Marley.
Oh gosh.
Marley and Me. The dog dies. Sorry. Oh, spoiler.
I didn't know that. Thanks.
Remove it.
Yeah, we watched the movie together, you noob.
We have not. I've
Yes,
never
we
seen
have.
that movie. I've never seen that movie. Anyway.
It's okay.
I rate Home Alone a classic. Just barely, but a classic.
Oh.
How can you be irate?
I'm not irate. I was irate.
Yes, we understand you're irate.
Walked into that one.
Ow.
Seriously.
You said ow before I said boob, so it's reversed.
I didn't know you were going to think along the same line as me. I should always assume. Hi,
All right, so according to the Retro Rewind podcast, Home Alone is a disputed classic movie. We'd recommend you go and see this again or see it for the first time. Give it a gander, as Paul would like to say.
Yeah, or a goose, depending on which male or female you have.
Now, Alice, will you please get us back to our own time for our new tube section?
New tube systems engaged.
Here's a bonus memory I have of Home Alone. When the movie came out, we were visiting our family in the East, and we had a second cousin, and she pronounced it Home Alone. And we thought it was so funny that she would pronounce the first word of home as, that way, and not alone, but alone. Look, it's either home alone or home alone, not home alone. So I wonder how many people out there pronounce it mixed up like that.
One.
No, I think it's more than that.
All right, guys, what's new on our tube? Be it books, movies, magazines, TV shows. Let's begin with our guest host, Christy.
A baby, that's new.
I watch it all the time. Not the most entertaining
on your
thing.
tube.
Well, on my something. Never mind, that was only funny in my head because it rhymes.
Wow.
Oh, come on. I'm not allowed to make jokes like that.
Yeah.
It's not new, but
it's not a tube either.
No. That's so funny. No, my new tube isn't new. It's new to me. And I binge watch shows on Netflix, and recently the shows I've been watching have been canceled on season finale cliffhangers.
Yeah.
So I haven't had a lot of nice resolution. There's been a lot of, I've invested in 4 seasons and now I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway,
you get nothing.
I know.
You lose. Good day.
So the next binge that I'm on, I do enjoy a good BBC show. I've watched quite a few of them.
BBC One.
And
BBC Two.
Decided to start Doc Martin. And
are those shoes or pants?
It's a
Doc
shoe.
Martens. Yeah, Doc Martens are shoes. Yeah.
Yes, they are. It's a brand in America, but I'm not talking about America. talking about the BBC.
I'm talking about BBC.
I'm talking about BBC. It's a show about.
Governor?
Oh gosh! No, stop.
Oh, you got Cheerios? What are you doing here in America? Sorry, you were saying Doc Martin. It's a show on BBC.
Yes, you can watch it on Netflix. I think there's 6 seasons. Anyway, it's I don't know if it's still going, but I do know the last BBC show called The Midwife that I binged on ended nicely. So I trust BBC to end their shows at least with a semicolon.
What about Bahama Murder Mystery?
But that's probably still going.
Oh, okay. Well, they killed the guy right away. So. Spoiler.
That's
spoiler,
and that's I'm used to that watching Doctor Who.
Oh,
yeah, they have a different way of. Oh my gosh, they have a different way of contracting their actors so that they don't always stick around for all the seasons.
Got it.
Anyway, Doc Martin, I would recommend it if you like the BBC shows. You would enjoy this one. It's I watch it while sitting on the couch, breastfeeding my son, or
is it
staying
like Faulty
up.
Towers, or is it more like Doctor Who?
I haven't seen Faulty Towers. Do I need to see that one?
Yeah, if you like Monty Python.
Okay, it is not a comedy.
So, no.
It's about a doctor, a very very grumpy doctor who comes to a very small town because he has a mental breakdown.
Yes, I've seen a couple of those. My grandpa loved that show.
And he comes to this really small town to be their doctor, and it's just the exploration of his relationships around the town and small town versus big, smart surgery guy. And he's funny. I don't know. I find it funny.
It's like Dr. Quinn Medicine Woman, only in the middle of England.
Kind of. Oh. Sorry about that.
Apparently not.
my attached tumor disagrees. Just kidding.
It's not a tumor.
It's not a tumor.
All right, Paul, what's new on your tube?
The movie Focus, starring Will Smith and that other what's her name? Harley Quinn from the Suicide Squad movie coming out.
I don't know.
Anyway, so it's out on video now. It came out earlier this year in the theater. My wife Valerie saw it in the theater, and I waited for it to come out on video. And it's all about like conning people. So
I remember that.
I was thinking way too deeply into it.
Oh.
I was thinking, second guessing everybody what they're saying, and then like triple guessing. And if you just watch it, just to like kind of turn your brain off, it's really enjoyable. Just don't second guess every little thing, and you should enjoy it. It's good.
So you're saying you can't triple stamp a double stamp?
Exactly.
Okay. Good to know.
Yes. I give it a thumbs up.
What about you, babe?
Yeah, Francisco.
Why is that bad? Every time I do that, every time I pick up the slack, you collapse and sigh heavily.
Because Paul purposefully lets the slack go. It's his job to tell me to ask what's new on my tube, but he always lets the guest host do it.
That's right. And I win every time.
Oh.
Thank you, Christy.
No, you're fine, honey.
Oh, I was like, wow, all right. Sorry.
He's not mad at you. He's mad at me.
Yeah, I'm mad at Paul, not you at all. That rhymes. Would anyone like a peanut? What's new on my tube?
Oh, that did not rhyme.
Can we be done yet?
What? What's new on your tube? There, I said it.
Is the book The Martian, which I really...
with Matt Damon.
Yeah, he wrote the book. No,
he stars in the book.
He's going to star in the upcoming Ridley Scott movie. But no.
They'll change the book then. I mean, it'll be different from the book then.
Thanks.
Obviously, it's a movie. It's a different medium.
The book, The Martian by Andy Weir, I finished that just yesterday, and it was a really good read. I really enjoyed reading it. Some of the science stuff was a little over my head, which that's the type of thing I think will help if watching the movie, I'll be able to sort of understand what's going on a bit better. But a lot of it, though, I was able to understand and grasp, and it wasn't like you're reading a science textbook. And the story is, I've never read Robinson Crusoe, but I'd imagine it's along those lines of a survival tale of just this guy who's stuck on Mars, and he needs to figure out how to survive up there.
I'd rather be stuck on an island than Mars.
Well, of course. You wouldn't have to. Yes, Paul?
Please tell me the guy's name is Marvin.
No, it's.
Oh my gosh, Paul.
Mark Watney. Why?
He's not going to get it.
Oh,
it's called The Martian, right? Because he's named after. He doesn't meet a Martian there, does he? Spoiler.
I'll let you read the book to find out.
Maybe it'll be like Wednesday, like Robinson Crusoe. He meets a native girl, and native girl that he meets on Mars is actually that's who the movie's really about, The Martian.
You'll have to read it or watch the movie. I'm curious to see how much the movie is different than the book, because I really enjoyed the book.
It'll destroy it. You'll hate it if you compare.
I mean, I might. Yeah.
Go in thinking it's a completely different thing. It's a completely different.
It's inspired by the book.
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go.
It's an homage to the book.
Always think that, and then you'll never be disappointed. You'll be like, I loved them both. One was like a preview to the other.
Yes. It's a nice side companion.
I'd say one's
but it never
like, probably
replaces.
more like the cliff notes to the other than a preview. But
exactly.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So what's new on our tubes are Doc Martin, the movie, the show Doc Martin, not show, not
really
shoe, the show, the BBC show, the movie Focus, and the book The Martian. All right. Alice, will you please bring up the communication satellites?
As always.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Wow. First, quick announcement. I want to remind you to please vote for the next 5 movies we're going to cover at retrorewindpodcast.com/cast-your-vote.
Rock the vote.
Rock the vote. Right now, both Terminators are in the top spots.
Wait, there's like 5. What do you mean both?
I'm sorry, 1 and 2. The
1 and 2. Okay.
The 2 that are
guy,
in our 15-year
the melty metal guy. That's 2, right?
Yes, correct. Yeah. So go there and see that can stay the same or change. It's up to you. Because we'd like to cover the movies.
Vote them down. Vote them down.
Vote them
Oh,
up.
they're good.
Vote them up.
Arnold Schwarzenegger is not good.
Yeah.
Don't
Oh,
alienate
that
your
was
fans,
so-
baby. Are you?
Sven.
Yeah.
He sounds like Sven.
Bob you up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Foreclosed on us.
Wow.
He huffed and he puffed and he foreclosed. Sorry, it's a trap.
Anyway, and if you want to give us feedback, there's several ways to do that. You can go to our contact page, retrorewindpodcast.com/contact, our Facebook group, again, retrorewindpodcast.com/group, or you can go to our Twitter. We are at retrorewindcast, and I want to thank Rob for continuing to tweet and retweet us. And I also want to thank longtime listener Justin Salvato. He recently said to us, I'm with Paul. The only thing tragic about E.T. is Francisco's interpretation of it. Strange viewpoint. Hashtag WTH and then hashtag Sharon is hot. So apparently he liked Sharon from that episode.
Oh.
And then let's see. So if you want to tweet us, go to @RetroRewindCast. And last, I'd like to mention that we are on the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. And now, before we get to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank Christy once again for coming on the show, being our longtime regular. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And I do apologize for, I'm not really a long-time listener, sorry, y'all. But I do apologize for the sonority, baby.
You don't have to apologize for that.
Oh, okay. Well, some people might have same headphone issues that I have.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, exactly. Stop it, Paul. Exactly. I don't like mouth noises in my ears. Oh.
Perfect.
I know, right? He's like, here, Mom, have this noise.
Is there a place we can find you online, Christy, or anything you'd like to promote?
No.
Just contact the show.
Contact the show and read my sister's book, Crooked River by Valerie Geary.
Yes. Also a past guest host.
You can find it on paperback.
Yeah. It's if you've been wanting to get that book but didn't want to buy hardback, now you can buy the paperback version. Or I assume the Kindle version is still available.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Always.
You can find me, Francisco, on Twitter. You can tweet me at FXRUIZ, and you can find Paul and all his social security information at pauljpowers.com. Paul, will you tell us
social media information?
Oh, media. I always get that wrong.
You guys are funny.
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh, Paul, you disappoint me. You're supposed to say, but looks aren't everything. Paul, what movie game time continuum are we head to next time?
All right. Next time we will be going back to the year 1984. How about that? No, let's go back to 1986 for the movie An American Tail.
Yay!
But Fievel goes to America. And then, but until then, we would love it if you never say never and appreciate it so much if you took some time to review us on iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And that helps there be no cats in America and people to find the show when they're searching for the Retro Podcast or any other kind of podcast. Of course, you can consider sending us a buck or even a cow for every episode via our Patreon page at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon.
That's a buck as a dollar, Paul, not buck as the animal.
Oh.
What's a wowie?
What am I supposed to do with all these antlers?
What's a wowie?
And all these bucks people send.
I turn them into meat, I guess. I don't know.
Nice. Deer jerky.
Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you, Christy.
You're
and whether
welcome.
this is your first time listening or you subscribe and have listened to each episode while you're commuting, doing chores, doing a push-up right now while working out, we appreciate you so much. And like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
So have you ever been home alone?
Retro Rewind mission complete.
There's noises creaking in the house, and you're like, "Oh, I'm scared."
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, when I was watching The Shining.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's when the furnace gets all mad at the basement.
Blood.
You're like, oh, that's creepy.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Well, you can insert Christy saying that. Edit and splice.
It's like a horrible a Jane Fonda workout.
Come on, guys. I have like 4 days to edit and splice this, so let's
Edit and splice.
Oh my gosh.
We're giving you a workout, Francisco.
Well, we's the secret weapon for episode 72 of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind Podcast initialized. Mission identified. An American Tale, 1986. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find
revisiting
today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/72. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find a link to subscribe and review us on iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, our reflux capacitor was just got a lot of American cheese deliveries thanks to our generous patrons, Brian Keating, Andrew Legrieve, Two Dudes and a Ness, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and our secret patron as well. Thank you guys so much for your awesome support.
I'll take credit for the secret patron. That's totally me too.
Nice.
Sorry.
Double up on it. Excellent.
If they're not taking credit for it, somebody's gotta.
Yeah, might as well.
We haven't introduced you yet, Chris. Calm down.
Sorry.
It's okay. It's International Talk Like a Pirate Day, so the pirates are taking over.
I'm excited. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and I dread dying drowning. And I predicted that An American Tail would be a nostalgic movie. Yeah, so don't kick me off the ship, me hearties.
Yo ho.
And I'm joined, as always, by my good friend and co-host, Paul the Pirate Powers. Hi, Paul.
Arr.
Wow, that's it. Okay. Paul,
yeah.
So, sorry, listeners. These trivial questions are a bit lame this time around, but Paul...
Way to sell them.
keep listening, news listeners. The show gets way better from here. So, Paul, Fievel was the name of Steven Spielberg's grandfather. Paul?
Well, that's not lame. That's cool.
Paul,
That's actually, yeah, that is cool.
Oh, well, I mean, yeah. Who said that? Weird.
I see what he did. He undersold it, so we'd be that much more impressed with the information.
Exactly. I think that far ahead. Paul, who were you named after?
I was named after the Apostle Paul, who was both Greek and a Jew. I don't know.
You mean Roman and a Jew?
Yeah, that too. Well, because he was a Greek to Greek and Roman to Roman, whatever he needed to be.
Yes, that's true. Okay, cool.
All right.
And
then why did he write in Greek if he didn't?
Because wasn't that? I don't know.
Oh, righty then.
We're joined once again, returning guest host. He runs Break Room Studios podcast. You can also listen to him on the radio with his Pop Mockers podcast. I'd like to welcome back to the show, Chris Cowan. Hey, Chris.
Hey, I'm excited to be here again.
Awesome. We're excited to have you back again.
I don't often get invited back, so it's
yeah. You're back on good behavior.
Yeah.
Yes, you're off probation for now. Yeah. Chris, my trivial question for you is, in the third verse of No Cats in America, an Irish mouse sings that a cat killed his true love and left nothing but her tail behind. Ironically, this Irish mouse has no tail of his own. Chris, my question for you is, if your wife died, what item of hers would you keep?
It depends. If all I have left is like her foot or something, then
yeah, what part of her body
that.
left over?
Hey, it almost makes me wonder though. I'd never noticed that about the Irish mouse, but it almost makes me wonder, like, did he just like chop off his tail and then like make up that story about like this tail is my wife's, just so he's like, if I got a good
sympathy.
Yeah, trying to get sympathy.
Yeah,
you can never trust an Irishman. I know, I am one. So,
okay.
But can you trust an Irish mouse?
No, definitely not. Or a ginger. You just can't trust it.
Wow. Spiraling down. I forgot that you're trying to take down our podcast and more listeners go to yours. Why did we invite him back, Paul?
I don't know. I have no idea. So what item from my wife would I keep if she passed?
Yes.
Definitely the insurance policy.
And have you the wing?
I would it's more of something that like I would keep photos of her. Does that count? I also have like a lot of the stuff I would keep is stuff that's kind of both of ours because it has to do with our,
I'd keep the TV. Yeah, the TV.
I'd keep her TV. She just got a nice little writing desk, so I'd probably keep that too.
Oh, is a Raven like it?
I'll keep her kids, because I kind of help.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on. Okay.
Kids are just material.
Yeah.
Paul, will you please enter the course
for trading
in for Alice so we can get out of this train wreck and back in time?
Dun, 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 dun. All right, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on, I forget which movie, and then we'll have a new tube segment to see what we've been up to lately, and then for some announcements.
And before we get there, just want to let you know, my son wants to be on the podcast so badly that he's going to be doing that throughout. And I apologize if that really is a bother to you. It's not every episode.
It doesn't bother me because I rated this movie. I predicted this movie would be classic. How about you, Chris? Right. What did you predict?
I predicted this movie would be a classic as well.
All right. Francisco, you're outnumbered. Mutiny already.
Let's see how you guys are wrong if Alice would find the target.
All right.
Alert. Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Universal Pictures brings you the first animated feature film presented by Steven Spielberg. The story of one family's journey to America and Fievel, their son, who got lost along the way.
Papa!
Fievel! An American Tale, a Don Bluth film, rated G.
Papa!
Starts Friday, November 21st at select theaters.
We ain't your papa, but we are a mind meld of these synoptic memories.
Sorry.
That wasn't a joke, Paul. Anyway.
The way you said it, though.
Scary Russian cats cause the Mouskowitzes are a family of mice immigrating on a ship from Russia to the United States. Once they reach the States, however, young Fievel gets separated from his family in the pipes of New York by cat-like beasts. Not cats, because there are no cats in America. There are child labor camps while Fievel's sister sings somewhere out there and gets an Academy Award. Fievel becomes best friends with an orange cat, a giant mouse that looks nothing like a mouse, somehow fools all the cats. And Fievel reunites with his family after the Wowie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There were a few key words missing. There are scary Russian cats who scary Russian cats cause the Mouskowitz, who are a family of mice.
Oh. So that was false, weird memory missings. Your Alzheimer's acting up. Got it. Okay. Thanks, Paul.
No problem.
Oh my. So yeah, we didn't quite get all that. I know.
We didn't even get it melded together correctly.
And you'd think we would, because America's a melting pot, but suffice it to say,
it's not a melding pot, apparently.
No. But I do like fondue, as in fondue pots.
Wait, is it a melding pot or a melting pot?
Melting, I thought.
Oh, that's what I thought too. Okay. But melding sounds kind of like cohesive.
You know what? These are technical questions about words, but let's talk about the technical details of this movie, Paul.
All right, this movie is called An American Tale. Fievel immigrates to South America. No, this is An American Tale. It's rated PG, runs only 80 minutes. Only. And it was released in the US of A in theaters on November 21st, 1986. It was directed by Don Bluth. And it starred a few people, most of who you don't recognize, but some you recognize, like the dear departed
Dom DeLuise.
And Christopher Plummer played Henry. And there's a few others in there, but
Madeline Kahn.
Yes. Who played Gussie.
That is where men are most vulnerable.
Yes. If you caught the clue there. Anyway, American Tale. The budget was about $9 million and went on to gross over $150 million.
Oh my!
And made over $22 million in rentals alone.
Well, good job on you, American Tale. And now maybe there's a reason it got so much monetary love. So let's talk about things we loved about An American Tail.
The sequels, all the sequels, every single one of them.
All the sequels?
I appreciate that.
Every single one.
All
Have you
the
seen them all? I don't even know what they're all. I've never seen them all. I only saw Fievel Goes West because the other ones look terrible.
Same here, but let's talk about the original and what we liked about it. And let's begin with our guest host, Chris.
One of the things that I really liked about it is the historical value. It's nice. You think you're just watching some dumb kids cartoon thing, but there's actually a lot of history throughout. Of the cats kind of represent the problems that immigrants were running away from in their home countries, expecting none of that to happen in America. And then, of course, you get to America and you see, there's problems in America too that have to be faced. And then just the whole immigration thing where they're like going through immigration, and they, people change their name to sound more American, and just a lot of stuff that I thought was pretty interesting.
Yeah, like that pigeons. The pigeons totally made the Statue of Liberty. That's amazing. I can't believe how accurate they were with that.
French pigeons, yes.
Yeah. Well, the Statue of Liberty did come from France, so they got that right. And I liked how they welded it together with their feet.
But
little known fact, yeah.
Yeah, there were a lot of nice historical touches to it.
Yeah.
Paul?
I agree. That's a good point.
You agree? What's something else you liked about American Tail?
Right off, I enjoyed the score by James Horner.
Yes.
In this. Especially in the beginning credits, and some of it kind of got lost in the middle of the movie. It didn't really stand out as much, but overall, I think you did a good job.
Now, I apologize, but was James Horner the one who passed away recently in the plane crash, or is that James Newton Howard? I always get them confused.
I asked the same question about her when watching this.
So which is it? Our listeners need to know in case they don't.
Yeah, I thought it was James Horner that died recently, but
he did on June 22nd of 2015.
Okay.
Yeah,
he recently passed away.
Moment of silence. All right, let's go on
the music guy. That's ironic. I guess he won't be doing the music for the Avatar sequels.
Oh yeah, I suppose not. Or Braveheart 2.
The Search for More Money.
Yes.
Search for More Money.
Okay, something I liked about American Tail was I thought Fievel was a really cute kid, and I really enjoyed his sort of overall impetuousness. I know that may be surprising to some of you to hear. Krista kept saying, "So you're gonna hate him too? You're gonna hate him too?"
Yeah.
But
the hater's gonna hate.
He didn't really bother me. I'm not quite sure what it was about. Maybe he didn't have any. He wasn't like rebellious against authority.
No, he'll just throw a hat over the.
Well, that was the one time.
He'll just ignore his dad when his dad's screaming at him to come back down to safety.
Yeah, or whenever he calls for him.
But it wasn't. It wasn't constant, guys.
It was at the beginning, chasing cats with pots and pans. Okay, that's real.
The only reason it wasn't constant was because he didn't have anybody to rebel against.
Yeah, that's true.
Well,
he lost his parents.
I can only speak for what the movie showed. I do not know Fievel's true heart. So based on what the movie showed, I liked the character, and I thought he was really well voice acted also.
Yeah, I agree. I like young Fievel's innocence, the way they captured it. Like when they're going aboard, they're boarding the boat, and he's like, oh, "Is this and is this that?"
Yeah,
yeah.
And he gets so excited about the herring that are fish. Yeah. Fish. Let's go back to Chris. What is something else you liked?
I liked that there was a couple spots where the humor was something that like only a grown up would get. Like there was a couple jokes. Like I love when what's his name, the politician guy,
Honest
John.
Yeah,
he's like they're grieving over some guys who got killed by cats, and he says, "Poor lad, too young to vote." And then he writes his name in his little notebook. I'll see that he gets to vote from now on.
I totally didn't catch that. Oh my gosh.
I love
It was
that.
showing how not honest he was.
Yeah. Oh, the ghost votes. I love there are a few things like that where I'm like, I never got that when I was a kid, and now watching it, that's hilarious.
Totally.
Yeah.
Very cool. Can you think of something else like that, Paul, that you got not as a kid but nowadays?
I will go back and say I like the voice acting in this all around, and the variety of voices. There was such a rich texture between the different accents and the different tones and the characters in general. I thought there was a really great variety.
Not always the singing, but definitely the voice acting was great.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think they are off key on purpose since it was kids singing.
Let's just say Don DeLuise was not a
Jew.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. Okay. All right, fine. But speaking of Don DeLuise, I thought Tiger was a really fun sidekick. I thought he was great to have.
He returned in the sequel all the way out west,
and I think that was. I'm going to try really hard not to make this I love American Tail, Five Goes West. So I'll just I'll just be like, I do like that he's in the sequel. I'll leave it at that. Okay.
I didn't remember him. I didn't realize watching it this time. I didn't realize he's hardly even in the movie until the very end. He was not introduced until like the last 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And
he seems like, as I remember, that he played a much bigger role in this movie.
Yeah.
But it's one of those oddities of our memories.
Yeah, because when I think of the movie, I think of Fievel and Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
But Tiger is like a 20-minute thing. It's really interesting.
And most of it is that song of them singing together.
Yeah.
And would you say that's because you like Tiger so much that he sort of like his imprint on your memory was magnified?
Yeah, he's such a memorable character, and you can't. I mean, you gotta love him because he just is like, he's the exception to the rule. All the mice are racist against the cats. They think they're all scum, and then you find out no, there's some. There's Tiger. There he is. He's representing. Not all cats are bad.
Exactly, not all cats are bad. It's true.
Just most.
What else isn't bad about this movie, Chris?
So one of the things that I noticed a lot, they did a lot of rotoscoping in this movie.
Yeah, they did.
This was kind of probably before they, in the 90s, using computers for any complicated objects and that kind of thing. Paul's Googling rotoscope.
I know what rotoscoping is, but I'm surprised. I actually am Googling 3D animation if they used, rudimentary 3D animation,
No, it looked a lot like they rotoscoped it because of the way it was drawn.
That sort of grainy aspect.
Yeah, it had a very grainy aspect that looked like it had been ripped from, actual film as opposed to computer animation has a very different look.
And it wasn't any of the characters' fault. It was just mainly background animations.
Yeah, it was just like the Mouse of Minsk and like Statue of Liberty, and a lot of stuff like that was pretty clearly rotoscoped. And I kind of liked that because it was kind of like before they could really do complex computer stuff. Or at least before that had become commonplace, you can definitely tell it has a distinct look. But it kind of, I don't know, I kind of liked it. I don't know why. I just did.
You're welcome to have your own opinion about that. Paul, did you like it, or I guess you didn't really notice it.
Oh, I definitely noticed it.
Okay.
And I was wondering while watching it, I was wondering if it was rotoscoped or if it was 3D animation. Because if I can't find anything that says it was 3D animation. So I think that was very good rotoscoping to catch some of those turns. And, what film footage did they use for like the giant mouse thing, It's probably something they built and then.
Yeah.
All right. All right. You guys can have those opinions. That's fine. Something I liked.
Mutiny.
So this is going to sound kind of weird, but
say it in a weird voice. Then it'll really sound weird.
Wow. So I thought this movie does a great job of making Fievel's situation feel hopeless. And it's just heartbreaking every time Fievel loses a bit of hope. And it just, I mean, I guess I like that because it really strikes a deep emotional chord. And I like that a movie can do that. I
liked the hopelessness.
I love hopelessness. No, I just love that it brought about that emotion and it really connected with me on that level. I don't like that it was that, but I did like
that
the movie was able to do that. Yes,
it touched you in the feels.
Yes, not as much as some other movies have, but it certainly did that.
Yeah,
did that.
Actually, that's my
Classic Maker.
Yeah, I was the only thing that came to my head was Tragic Maker because all the hopelessness. But because this movie has a lot of heart in it, and it's like the searching and the reuniting and the almost reuniting and the not so much, but then the like falling in love between the the two teenage mice, and it's just has a lot of emotion and a lot of heart behind it.
Yeah.
Let's see. How many more likes do you have, Chris?
Just one.
Is that being your Classic Maker or you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Let's just go into Classic Makers then. Paul just
rapid fire. Paul Powers taking over. One of the things that's great about this movie is the animation, top notch, fluid animation that's missing in a lot of movies today.
Agreed. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that.
It got
Except
that.
for the rotoscoping.
And even that is better than what's going on today. So anyway, but it also captured. Don Bluth does a great job of intense action sequences. That's really
Oh.
So and then on top of that, you have these detailed backgrounds that are
they're
done.
very rich.
Really draw you in. So all that is top notch. It's a great example of this. And my other that I have are the songs are so memorable and catchy. I think they're great and awesome, no matter if it's off key or whatever. They're fun.
I agree with you on the songs for the most part. Chris, do you have any comment on anything Paul just spewed?
Nothing. I won't be talking about soon. So.
Okay. Then go ahead and give us your Classic Maker, Chris.
My Classic Maker is that without this movie, we wouldn't have Fievel Goes West, which is the greatest cartoon sequel ever.
Do you like it? I mean, do you like the sequel better than the first one?
I do. It has Jimmy Stewart and John Cleese. How can you not?
Yes.
That said, though, this movie is awesome for all the reasons Paul mentioned, and that's what sticks out about this movie is it's hard for me to point to like one thing where I'm like, this is what makes it a classic. It's a whole combination of things. It has a great story. I love that it has depth when it comes to, the history that it's covering. That's just not covered. There's no other kids cartoon that talks about immigration, but you wouldn't expect an interesting kids movie about immigration, but this one is, and it's really awesome. And like the fact that it's actually really deep if you look at the parallels to, the metaphors for what they were dealing with at that time. And just, it's a fun story. It has great songs and a great soundtrack, great voice acting. And I mean, it's all really
fine. It's the stew that make of everything.
It's the melding pot.
The melding pot. Yes.
Yeah. Which is appropriate because that's what this is about, is the melting pot that America was, especially in this time.
Yeah. Not so much anymore.
Yeah. Let's not get political. Okay.
Sorry. It's a political piece.
This has been Political Chat. All right. Let's see. Cool. Awesome. Now, so my Classic Maker. So, Chris, yours was like very macro level Classic Maker, which is awesome. Mine is actually very micro, on a very micro level. I just
That one pixel in that corner there.
The moment when Fievel and his dad see each other again at the end,
reunited.
Yeah, that was just like, I just smiled so big, and I was just so happy that they finally got together. And I sort of extrapolated what it'd be like if I was apart from my children for that long, and it's just it really hit home. So that really I love that the most.
Yeah, I felt more this time around as an adult than I did as a kid. Like, I knew the line where he's like, well, it can't be the same Fievel. And I knew the line where the mom turns around with the hat and says, no, Papa, look. But when she said that and delivered that, I was like, oh, I was tearing up and everything.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, no, I think being a dad really makes me appreciate all that, the actual, when you're a kid, you don't think about, it'll all work out in the end and all that stuff. And like, you don't actually think about what would it be like to be in that situation. You're just going along for the ride. But as an adult, like someone with kids, and you think about what it would be like to lose your kid and then that reunion again, I don't know. Yeah, I felt, I definitely felt it more than I did when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Same here.
And then they had like the blurry vignette and the sparkly water and
the soft focus.
Soft focus and the warmer tones beautiful. All of a sudden.
It's so beautiful. Know what else is beautiful? Getting feedback from our awesome community. So we typically put the word out on our Facebook group page. Hey guys, what do you remember about the movies we cover? And you can join us there at retrorewindpodcast.com/group. Now I'll kick you over to our Facebook group page where you can join us. So this time for our American Tale, here's the episode feedback we got. Christy Ruiz, my lovely wife, who you can hear on the last episode for Home Alone, said, loved this movie as a kid. Loved watching it again. Then Ryan Jackson said, was able to share this movie with my daughters a few months back. A fun movie night.
Yeah.
Then Becky Williams said, Fievel! Always cry when he is reunited with his family.
Aww.
It was one of the first movies I owned on VHS. Which begs the question, what's a VHS? I'm old enough to know what that is, guys.
Video head, Scotch tape. I don't
know. Excuse me. Michael Withers said something about the streets being made of cheese. And then Valerie Geary said, there are no cats in America and the streets are filled with cheese. Mm-hmm. Then Eric Purcell said, somewhere out there.
I thought the characters singing was bad. Oh,
I think it's endearing.
Valerie Powers said, there are no cats in America.
So everyone's singing along.
And then Danae Bird said, a duo, it's true. And she also commented, a wowie. A wad gallowing of mice for a reason. Then Isaac David Chandler said, not as good as An American Tale, with Tale spelled Tale. And Isaac, if you're listening to this, please send me a link to a place to listen to that band, because I'd be curious to hear what they sound like. Then Valerie Geary came back and said, well, we's the secret weapon. What did she say? I said, we's the secret weapon. And of course, the song, somewhere out there. Brian Keating, there are no cats in America, and the streets are made of cheese. I remember seeing this at my hometown theater with my parents as a kid, and them asking me how I liked it, how I liked the movie on the walk back to the car later. It's a good memory. I also remember how popular the rendition of Somewhere Out There by Linda Ronstadt was too.
Finally, Wesley Moultrie said just how incredibly sad it was. And now let's transition to the things that made us sad in rewatching An American Tail. I'll start us out. Why are there a bunch of cats out with bandits? I mean, everyone knows you keep dogs if you're going to be hunting, not cats.
They're taking advantage of the humans' actions and trying to capture the spoils for themselves, kind of like the gang that follows.
Oh,
they're not with
that's
the humans. They follow them.
Or like some sort of like wild animal like that. Not so much.
Okay, this isn't All Dogs Go to Heaven. This is about cats and mice.
I'm just saying that.
Yeah, and why could the mice talk? Mice can't talk.
And for that matter, why were the cats wearing those Russian hats and clothes at all? Cats don't need clothes. Come on. Okay, no, that's all ridiculous. I realize these are anthropomorphized.
Why was everything hand-drawn instead of real life?
Anthropomorphic. Whatever.
Anthropomorphic,
Yes.
Anthropomorphic.
Yes, they were that. But that struck me as odd right off the bat. Though I think at that point I was still not sort of settled into the movie. So after that, it was fine. Did anything like that sort of strike you guys as like unrealistic? I guess.
Yeah. How can 4 birds fly a cat?
I mean, seriously. I know you're trying. Go ahead, Chris.
There was a couple moments like that, but I'm reserving that for my tragic maker.
Oh, all right. Okay. Fair enough. Well, what won't you reserve for a tragic maker, Chris?
You're going to hate me for this, but Fievel's kind of
I hate you.
Face,
no, what?
Fievel's kind of dopey face and mannerisms kind of got on my nerves a little bit.
Oh, really? Okay. No, that's fine.
Yeah, he always had his tongue sticking out. I'm like, okay, I get you're a little kid, but why is your tongue always sticking out? Like, are you Roger Rabbit? I don't know.
You be childlike.
Plus, he was rebellious. Okay.
Yes.
If I was that,
threw the hat out.
He
deserved to be drowned.
Yeah.
Seriously, he was no Elliot.
Mouse's father.
He was no Kevin McAllister. He was no. Let's see what other kids don't I like.
Oh my gosh! Any rebellious? Except if you're named Fievel and you're a Russian mouse.
I thought
if I was that mouse's father, first of all, I would get a DNA test, and second of all, I would. I'd be like, you know what?
Get a diabetes test.
Wow. Oh my word.
On the next Jerry Springer. I would.
You are the father.
Is that more Montel or
Maury Povich?
Maury Povich, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know. I'd be kind of like, you know what, kid, you kind of deserved it. You weren't listening to me the whole time. So.
But the girl, Tanya. She was rebellious at the end. They wouldn't have found Fievel if she hadn't gone off. No, it's them. They're calling him. And they said, come back. And she ran off. So they had to go find her and they wouldn't have been reunited without the rebelliousness. At least at that time. They could have found him later, of course. But
you know what?
Rebellion breeds. And I thought for sure I could watching this. I go, oh, I can hear Francisco now. The whole movie is about this rebellious brat.
Well, I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. I'll leave it to Chris.
Yes, I'm carrying that torch.
Okay, that's fair though, and I didn't. His sort of mannerisms didn't really strike me as off-putting, but I could see how they might be. Paul, were there any characters that were off-putting to you? I'm curious.
Not so much at the moment. Not characters themselves, although I did think the opening credits were slow.
Yeah. Common 80s.
Yeah. But what I did like is the titles, how they kind of blew away like snow on.
That was a cool effect. Yeah. And I felt like something about Don Bluth movies. This is a love, and sort of going to what you were saying before, Paul, but I think the special effects animators of Don Bluth movies are so fantastic. Like how they do water, how they do fire, smoke, all that. It's just beautiful. Anyway,
But something else I didn't like were I really didn't like No Cats in America. I thought it was just so jarring.
What? There were no cats in America.
The verse going, that's catchy. That chorus is very catchy. But then going to these different verses, just like, no cats in America.
It's yin and the yang, and the transition is the but.
And that's annoying. And that's so annoying. But.
Oh, I mean, no.
It's
so powerful.
No, it was not. It was not powerful. It was annoying. It was annoying.
It's funny.
I'm getting it all sides. Go ahead, Chris.
Oh, this is actually back to Paul's a little bit, but I was watching it with my kids, and the opening credits, they're like, is this Frozen? Because it's all these snowflakes. Like, my son is like, it's about snow, obviously, right? That's what this movie's about. All the focus on the snowflakes.
I put in the opening credit sequence, and what's with the giant snowflakes? This is not about that. And then as it settled in, I was like, okay, I'll cross off snowflakes, and I guess they settled into the snowy covered mouse house.
Snowy covered mouse house. Trademark that. All right. Let's see. Let's go back to Chris. What was something else you didn't like?
Kind of I didn't hate this, but like I remember as a kid watching this, I remember like it was super depressing, kind of like you said. This was one of your good points, but it was like as a kid watching it, like he's just wandering around, super sad. He gets sucked into the phonograph. Mm-hmm. He gets hassled by, child labor, slave traders, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
He, all kinds of like stuff. And I remember as a kid feeling like super, like feeling the depression of all this hopelessness.
Mm-hmm.
More than I'm going to jump off of what Chris said. That is, parts of it are sad, but what I found even more annoying was the more annoying. Well, that's redundant. The part where they, cross paths while looking for each other, and I blame Spielberg on that one. Having them always cross paths but never finding each other. They're just toying with us purposely.
Yeah, and that bothered me as well. But I didn't realize that was a Spielberg thing. Where else does that happen in his films?
No, he's the executive producer. I could blame Don Bluth, but he doesn't get enough credit where he deserves. So I'm gonna let Steven Spielberg take the fall for that one.
I kind of liked that because I don't know. It was just kind of a fun, like, oh my gosh, they're so close. If they would just like turn around or something, or that
look up,
yeah, that. You knock that lady's hat off, you'd see him at the rally, that kind of thing. The Wowie. I don't know. I kind of liked that.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, I'm with Paul. It annoyed me, but to each their own, I suppose. Let's see. I have a couple more. How are you guys? Do you have a few more, or just your tragic makers?
I got some more.
I have just my tragic.
Okay, then me and Chris will go for a little bit. So for me, while the Mouse of Minsk is a good secret weapon, I mean, it's very effective, and the effects are great, but the design is just terrifying. That is the scariest thing.
It's supposed to be, because it's supposed to scare the cats.
How does it not scare the children watching this movie? That's what I'm more concerned about. The children.
Oh, they're scared. Okay.
Yeah. No, but there are certainly scarier things in this world. But I was surprised at how scary it was. Yeah, that's just me. Did either of you think it was overly scary, or is just perfect?
It was fine.
I mean, honestly, the movie overall is kind of dark.
That's as are a lot of Don Bluth movies.
Don Bluth. Yeah. Like, I mean, it's no scarier than his Anastasia, eyeballs falling out of their sockets, rotting flesh kind of thing.
There you go.
Or,
or Sharp Tooth or something like that.
Animals getting experimented on in The Secret of NIMH and, that kind of thing. So, it's kind of par for the course, I think, for Don Bluth. I didn't think it was crazy.
Fair point. I guess I'm thinking of this movie in isolation or in the group of like Disney animated movies or things like that. But yeah,
or Rockadoodle. Or Rockadoodle, yes. Oh my gosh.
Prediction tragic. Okay. Chris, what is something else you don't like about An American Tail?
Warranty rat.
Yeah. What about
he was a tiny cat. Like, is he supposed to be a kitten or something? I don't understand how he passed for a rat, because a rat and a cat are vastly different sizes.
He was a Chihuahua. Oh wait, that's dumb.
No,
he's a runt cat.
Yeah,
I suppose that's possible. Like, what's his name? Not Babe. That's some pig.
Oh, Babe the pig.
No, in Charlotte's Web.
Oh, yeah, Charlotte's Web. Wilbur.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, I guess. But like the size of a rat, that's pretty stinking tiny.
Yeah, I thought the whole again, Fievel Goes West. I thought that whole setup that it was just a friendly cat that's just luring the mice in. I thought that made way more sense than this cat that's posing as a rat. I mean, why not pose as something? Why not pose as like a dog or something that's cat size but not menacing to mice?
Yeah.
What it reminded me of was another animated movie that came out that same year as The Great Mouse Detective. How it was the villain was disguised to be one thing when it's trying to be another. You know, that case it was a rat trying to be a mouse, and here you have a cat trying to be a rat.
Yeah, but that makes a lot more sense. And you can hear more of our thoughts on that at retrorewindpodcast.com/30. But
best mouse movie ever.
Wow.
Over Fievel Goes West. Oh,
yes.
Wow.
Yes.
All right.
That's my review.
Glad you weren't on that episode. You'd be disheartened. Okay.
Yeah, take that, Willard. That's a rat movie. Sorry.
Oh, wow. Let's see. I guess let's go back to Chris. What's something else you don't like?
I wasn't a huge fan of Fievel and Tiger's duet.
Yeah.
First of all, it's
duo. It's true.
Yeah. They're both terrible singers.
Oh, me too.
Yeah. And it seemed like a little too soon. It's like, dude, I just met you. You're being super clingy. Like, it's kind of creepy.
Though, I mean, I gotta say, maybe at this point, you don't know Tiger's going to be an eventual good guy. He may be luring Fievel to eat him or something.
Or maybe he's drunk and it's like, hey, we have things in common. We're good.
All I know is if like a human adult came on to a human child that strong, it'd be pretty creepy.
Oh gosh.
So
fair point.
Yeah.
Wow. So the last three movies, we've actually had older men befriending younger boys.
And now Chris just goes and sullies it for us. Thanks a lot.
Sorry,
Chris.
Sorry.
No, we mentioned that in a non-pedophile way. So that's good.
So I guess that in terms of the movie that continues.
It's pro non-pedophile. What do you call that?
I don't know.
I think you just call it pro non-pedophile. Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Or anti-pedophile, maybe?
Or
no, it wouldn't be anti-pedophile.
I call it PNP. Pro non-pedophile.
Anyway, before we get to our tragic makers, I like to do something called the retro rewind. Where Francisco tells you how the movie should have been, or in this case, shouldn't have been, so that the movie makers can listen up. It's also called Francisco's Fabulous Fan Fiction. It's fabulous.
It's fabulous.
All right, guys. Try to stick with me.
Suffer through this with us, okay?
Part of me wonders if the mice are actually the real villains in this movie.
Okay.
Not the cats, the mice.
Now this sounds interesting. Okay.
Okay.
You're just saying that because you watched the Karate Kid video that's making the rounds.
I actually didn't watch that. I wanted to, but I didn't. That's where Johnny's like the good guy, and yeah. I saw like the first 5 seconds of it, but I didn't see it all. Anyway, no, stick with me. The mice are the ones spreading disease to all the humans who are trying to take care of them with the cats. So, for example, Fievel is living in a water tower.
Water towers are where Legionnaire's disease are, so he's probably spreading Legionnaire's disease everywhere.
Lives in a water tower? I didn't see the Animaniacs anywhere.
No, Fievel, I said. Not Yakko.
Yeah, sorry.
This was the East Coast water tower, not the West Coast. The Animaniacs are on the West Coast.
I didn't see a water tower.
Yeah, it's one of the places he sleeps. And this is right before somewhere out there.
When he's singing, somewhere out there, he sings it from.
Oh, that's a water tower.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there's that, and then the mice are causing huge pier fires. That's probably taking out a whole lot of commerce. So really, the cats are the true heroes, at least from the human perspective, and the mice are the villains.
They're setting out traps.
Yeah. So I think this movie needs to be reboot from the cat's perspective, and we can see them as the true heroes.
Yeah.
As they lose, it's a tragedy.
That could be, yeah. I'd be fine with that. So that's my.
Yeah, that sounds like a better movie. Okay.
Yeah. Why don't you try selling that to Spielberg and Bluth? Let's see how that goes over.
All right, guys. Well, it probably won't go over well, much like these things really didn't go over well for us watching this movie. It's called Our Tragic Makers. Let's start with I'll start because I like hearing myself talk apparently. Overall, I felt like this was a slow movie. And I'm not
only 80 minutes.
I know.
Really slow.
I know. I realize it's only 80 minutes, but even so, I felt like I'm not sure if it was so much the pacing or thinking about it, I think if they had cut I don't know, 5 seconds off each scene, it would have been a lot crisper. I felt like they did extra animation, like Tiger and Fievel dancing more and seeing more of Tiger's acrobatics, I guess, or stuff on the ship. It just seemed like shots went on a bit too long, and that overall dragged the movie out for me.
Francisco doesn't like frivolity in cartoons.
I'm not saying that. I felt like it made the movie too slow. That's all. I'll leave it at that. That is my tragic maker. Let's go to Chris for his tragic maker.
I mean, I could see it definitely had some kind of slow parts, but it also had a pretty good amount of action and stuff. So I thought it was balanced. My tragic maker is there's a couple things that just, I don't know, for whatever reason they bothered me, and it was just kind of
like the timing. Overall
kind of like what you were saying earlier though about just like unbelievability. And that was the weird, like, okay, when they're in the storm on the boat.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And then that huge like water Neptune
Poseidon.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Poseidon just like comes up out of nowhere. And I'm just like, I don't know what to do with that. Am I supposed to like actually take that literally? Or is that like a metaphor for the storm? And it's just a little weird to like characterize that wave that way. And then also at the end,
isn't that in Lord of the Rings though?
Yeah.
That's not Lord of the Rings is not.
It's the same
1885 America, Paul.
No, but it's the same guy that shows up in both movies.
Yeah, definitely.
No,
and
it's not. Continue, Chris. Sorry.
And the Statue of Liberty giving them a wink at the end. What's that all about?
No. We're watching Ghostbusters 2, don't you know?
Oh yeah. No, that bothered me. I'm like, what's with the wink? You're an inanimate object. I'll gladly accept cats and mice talking.
But don't move my Statue of Liberty.
But don't you touch that statue.
You can build it, but don't make it come to life. That's creepy.
Yeah.
Actually, that's also my tragic maker.
Really?
Yeah. Because it pulls you out.
Yeah.
So much. I mean, it's like a gradual pulling out of like, okay, tigers flying, and then now statues are coming to life, and it's like. Although I did like the ending where the mice turn around and wave goodbye, and it's like, oh, that's weird. They're saying goodbye to the people watching. Oh no, it's the Statue of Liberty. Okay, that's fine. It was cute, but
they could have done that without the wink. They didn't need the wink for them to be like saying goodbye to the statue. I think.
Yeah,
they see.
It actually made me think they were on drugs.
Oh gosh,
because
it could be.
Because then they started laughing. Ah!
Yeah. Did you see The statue winked at me.
Exactly.
Dude, the statue winked at me too.
Wow. Well, they were in that sort of magician shop with all those chemicals. You don't know, maybe there's some fumes there.
Yeah.
I do want to say though, and I guess you may be able to carry this over to the Statue of Liberty. I totally agree with you. These things were unrealistic. But in terms of the wave monsters, the way I sort of viewed it was that this was Fievel's imagination. This was how he was sort of interpreting the waves, these huge waves, as monsters because they are so chaotic, as opposed to them being literal. But I don't know. Did you have any thoughts on that, Paul?
I didn't take them as literal. I just thought of it was kind of like a wink.
Wait, you didn't take something literal?
Yeah, I don't always.
Whoa.
I literally don't always take things literal.
I like my cartoons firmly grounded in reality. None of that nonsense in cartoons.
Yeah, singing and dancing animals, anthropomorphic animals.
Yeah. No, but see, that's the thing. Like when you do the whole suspension of disbelief thing, you got to take it to a certain level, and then you stick to that level.
Yeah.
And then you got to be consistent throughout the movie with this is where we're drawing the line, and this is how far we're taking the suspension of disbelief.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just like throw random stuff that's not consistent with the rest of the movie. It takes you out, I think.
Yeah. So you said you watched this with your kids, right, Chris?
Yeah.
Did they comment on that at all as being weird? Those types of things?
No.
Okay. So I guess you could say that that's just sort of kid elements. Did they enjoy those aspects at all? Like, did they
comment on it? You wouldn't know.
Okay.
No commentary. I remember as a kid watching it and thinking that's weird.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Then I think we'll leave it at that. So those are our tragic makers. We've given you our classic makers as well. I'd say all told, we've entered our firing information into the targeting computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
That's right. Do we rate An American Tail a classic? We would recommend anyone go see this movie, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, we don't recommend you only see this again if you've seen it as a kid or in your youth. Or a tragic, we would recommend no one goes see this movie again or rewatch it. Let's start with our guest host for his reign. Let's go ahead, Chris.
Definitely a classic. Yeah.
Okay. Any qualifiers or just leave it at that?
I qualify him as a classic as well.
Yeah. It has the whole package. I liked it. Yeah.
But guys, they're unbelievable moments.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't. Those were just brief moments. Overall, it's got the whole package. It's got a great soundtrack, great music, great characters, great character voices.
Kids like it, and adults too.
You know what,
it has depth.
You know what, guys? I'm so hairline back between nostalgic and classic.
Well, you have a hairline.
Barely. No.
Would you say that hairline is receding towards nostalgic, or
growing toward classic? It's definitely not growing. Wait, what are we talking about?
Get some hair plugs and join us in classic.
Oh my gosh, it's getting worse.
I'm sorry.
No, obviously I'd go with Bosley Medical, where they reimplant the hair into the top.
That's a bit hairy to me.
Okay, here's, I think I'm gonna have to say nostalgic, just because I don't
doesn't want to join the mutiny. That's why
this is
pride.
It wasn't
back.
I don't think it's worth watching this movie again. It doesn't offer enough. I think there are so many other like family / kids / anime and movies that are better, that I'd much rather watch and that I would enjoy way more than this. This certainly had lots of feels, but I feel like that's the only thing it really had going for it. There wasn't sort of this holistic. I don't think I would.
Oh, they can't watch the sequel then.
Why not? Why can't they watch?
Because you have to watch.
Why? Why'd you have to watch it?
It's an origin story.
I don't think. Hey, tons of people went out and saw Lord of the Rings without ever having read The Hobbit. I'm sure, and enjoyed it just fine.
Yeah, but that's different.
Well,
that's more like it's more like seeing Return of the King without seeing Fellowship and Two Towers.
But no, Five Will Goes West is just the same characters in a different adventure. It's not.
You're right. You could see Five Will Goes West.
Thank you for listening to Reason. I'm listening to Reason.
Okay, I do have a huge complaint though.
Okay, hit me.
Because they made a third movie.
Yeah.
The Manhattan Project.
Yeah, the Manhattan Project. That's the Lost Treasure of Manhattan Island or something like that.
Is this the real thing? It's really called that?
It's something called that. Yeah, Lost Treasure of Manhattan. And
it's not about the atomic
guys.
weapons.
Okay, you love Five Will Goes West, right?
Yes, at least I remember it.
This destroys Five Will Goes West in the first 5 minutes.
Oh,
and here is how.
Okay. Spoiler.
It starts off with Five Will saying, "I had the craziest dream that we went out west."
No.
Oh. How stupid is that?
That's horrible.
That made me so mad. My kids were watching. I'm like, "That's it, guys. We can't watch this trash."
Good for you.
Blasphemy.
Good for you. That's being a man, being a father right there.
By the way,
Jeez.
spoiler.
I said spoiler already.
So that made me so mad.
Yeah. Oh man. I don't think that changes my rating though.
Yeah.
Wait. It's a dream. So what's wrong with that?
Then essentially when you said
makes the
something,
entire Five Will Goes West meaningless because it was just a dream.
Yes, exactly.
Well, if you ask Francisco, this movie's also meaningless.
This movie's not meaningless. I just don't think it's worth watching so much.
See?
Again, I don't think it's worth watching for the first time. If you enjoyed it as a kid, I think it's worth watching again because of like.
Can't watch it as a kid if you're Francisco's kid.
But oh my gosh, yeah. I mean, I think there's lots of good qualities. I'm just gonna underrate it and nostalgic. But I'm glad. I am secretly glad, not so secretly, that you both rated it classic. So, according to the Retro Rewind podcast, An American Tail is a disputed classic movie. We'd recommend you go see this and probably share it with your kids and not listen to Francisco. So
and don't listen to either of them about Great Mouse Detective, apparently. I just got to throw that out there.
Wait.
Ever.
Best movie ever?
No, best mouse movie, though.
Mouse movie? Oh, maybe.
I'm looking it up. Hold on.
I'm trying to think of other mouse movies. All I could think of
Rescuers Down Under and Rescuers.
And Three Musketeers with Mickey, Goofy, and Donald. I don't know if that counts as a mouse movie, though.
So Chris, you can be
wrong.
You can be upset with all of us about Great Mouse Detective, actually.
Why? What do we rate it?
Paul and Chrissy. Second Class, which was our previous tragic.
Well, it could have been nostalgic,
I suppose. Anyway, we're a little too long in the tooth on this segment, so let's go on to our YouTube segments.
Long tooth.
YouTube systems engaged.
I think you were thinking of Sharp Tooth there, Paul.
Yeah, but you said long in the tooth, so it's like I went with the flow. Sorry.
Anyway.
Try not to go with the flow next time.
Chris, is there any like new movie or TV series or book or anything that's new on your tube that you'd like to recommend to our listeners?
Yeah. So I just Hulu has this new subscription plan where you can actually pay and it's commercial free now.
Oh, nice.
Which they didn't have before. So I've been taking advantage of that. I'm watching a couple shows there. I got a few to choose from, but I'm going to go with the most recent, and that's Quick Draw.
Okay.
Quick Draw McGraw?
It's a Hulu original, and it's it's a Western.
Yeah, cool. That's Hanna-Barbera.
It's a
with
Western.
The horse dressed up.
Oh. Nope. It's not. Nope.
It's a Western.
It's a Western.
With Quick Draw.
It's called Quick Draw, and it's a comedy. And it's improvised.
Oh, really?
Oh, come on!
The dialogue is improvised.
Oh, fun.
And yeah, I imagine they probably plot out this is what the episode's going to be about. This is kind of the general storyline. But all the dialogue, they're just making up the conversation as they go along, and it's really entertaining. And so I'm enjoying it, and so that's my new tube recommendation
on Hulu. Huh?
Very cool.
Yep.
Isn't improving the episodes? Isn't that something Arrested Development did?
Actually, no. Arrested Development was highly scripted.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of something else then. But that's really cool.
I think Office had a lot of improv when it came to like they would do a lot of improv when they're doing the interview shots.
Oh, okay.
They would I know Steve Carell would throw a lot of different things out there and see what sticks.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah,
so that was Quick Draw. Okay. Paul, what is new on your tube?
That sounds very interesting. It's not so new for me. Actually, it's a podcast I've been listening to for a while. And if you enjoy the retro reviews, this is actually a podcast that they do a lot of interviews with cartoon voice actors and people who worked on the cartoons of the 80s and the 90s. It's called Saturday Morning Rewind.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Have either of you heard that?
No. I have not listened to it. I imagine I've seen the cover art when I am doing a search in iTunes to see how far up we are in the listing.
So yeah, if you enjoy the cartoons of the 80s and the 90s, I give this a listen.
Very cool. Saturday Morning Rewind?
Yes.
Nice. Okay.
Awesome.
The first episode, they interview the voice actor who played original Lion-O in Thundercats.
Oh, nice.
So off to a good start there.
Totally, yeah.
Sure is nice weather lately.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What's it like?
It's been cooling down a little bit.
Really? Is the smell of mutiny in the air? Sorry.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna Quick Draw. That sounds interesting. I'm gonna try to look that up.
Yeah.
Quick Draw. Okay.
You know you want to, Paul.
I know I want to what? Oh, look it up. Yeah.
I can feel the hatred.
Part of the fun of watching Quick Draw is just the fact that it's like they're just having a blast making this show. I'm like, I want to make a show like that because they're having so much fun just making stuff up as they go along.
Oh yeah, I wish I could be on a show where I was having fun.
Or people paid attention to you.
Well, hey, out of curiosity, Francisco, what's the weather like there?
Well played. It's pretty nice today. It was rainy earlier this week, but it's pretty nice today. And since Paul won't give, I guess I'll give. I'll flinch first. Please, everyone, if you want Paul to ask me what's new on my tube, please tweet him at Paul J. Powers and say, Paul, stop it with your shtick.
Hey, Francis.
Keep up the good work, Paul.
Hey, Francisco, what's new on your tube?
Oh, well, thank you, Chris. That's nice of you. What's new on my tube is Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Have either of you guys ever seen that?
Yes.
I haven't. It looks interesting, though.
So it looks
to me too
interesting.
until I saw it.
I think what they're going for is, I think it's a throwback to the spy movies of the 70s, which I imagine were pretty slow and didn't have sort of the pacing that movies nowadays have. And so it's a really slow movie and hard to understand. They do a lot of flashbacks, but you don't know they're flashbacks. Like there's no like change in a hue or any sort of tell to know that's a flashback until they sort of jump forward and you're zoomed on the same character just where they were before and you sort of assume it was a flashback. So there's a lot of confusion. It took a while for it to really get interesting. And then by the end, the payoff isn't all that great. So if you're really into like spy movies or movies that look like they were done in the 70s, I'd recommend it. But otherwise, I'd be like,
If you're bored and want to waste a couple hours, you can look this up if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean it's up.
Oh, boom! Dropped it right there.
It's on Netflix, so you can check it out for free. If you, I guess, free, quote unquote, if you subscribe to Netflix. But I know you usually in YouTube's recommendations. I would recommend you not spend your time with Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Yeah,
I hear the book is better.
Oh yeah, because it is based on the book, huh? That's true.
But I hear it's real. But people who love the book, I heard it's really well done. The movie was really well done, which makes me think the book isn't great.
It's probably for certain people. Probably some people love it. But,
yes.
I did not. Anyway, that is our YouTube section. Now let's go to our. Alice, will you please bring up the communications?
Alice isn't here anymore.
No, there she is.
Comsat online.
Oh, you're making fun of my voice. I get it.
Receiving incoming transmission.
Yeah, if you've noticed my voice deteriorating over the episodes, because I'm getting over some sort of cold, or I'm not sure what exactly it was. So, apologize. Geez, baby noises and Francisco's scratchy voice. So sorry, but we're almost done here. We don't have any feedback, so I want to take a second to please. We haven't gotten an iTunes review in quite a while. We're sitting at 11. I'd love to make it.
This is where Francisco's begging for some reason. Sounds a little pathetic. I don't know.
I'd love to make an even dozen. You know, that's how many disciples Jesus had. Let's get up to 12 reviews.
13 if you count the person I'm named after. And Bartholomew.
But
just remember, one of those disciples was a traitor. So are you asking for a traitorous review? Is that what you want?
Full transparency. One of the reviews is mine, so it could actually.
Oh, so now we need more because Jesus can't vote for himself. Come on.
Exactly. Not that I'm Jesus by any stretch of the imagination. Anyway. So please just go to retrorewindpodcast.com/iTunes, and that'll kick you right to your iTunes podcast app. I'm sorry, iTunes or the podcast app on your iPhone/iPad. And there you can review us there, or on Stitcher. I mean, I would love to get a review on Stitcher as well. But let's see. If you want to leave us feedback in general on this episode or any other, the best place to do that is on our comments section in the show notes for this episode, which again is retrorewindpodcast.com/72. And let's see. I also want to mention that you can find us on the Retro Junkies Network by going to theretrojunkies.com. And now before we head back to Nav Point Omega, I want to say a very special thank you again to Chris for joining us. Thanks for coming back on the show, Chris.
Hey, thank you.
And where can other people find you? Do you have anything to promote?
Oh, yeah, you can listen to my podcasts at popmockers.com.
And if they want another way to interact with that show, what could they do?
Wow, that didn't sound fake. Or
They could
play Pop Mockers Bingo.
You can play Pop Mockers Bingo, which my good friend, I don't know if you know him, but Francisco Ruiz created this awesome bingo sheet.
I hear you guys call him other last names.
Ruiz. We do? Ruiz?
They say it pretty good now.
Oh, they do they now?
Yeah, that first time
we give him a shout out every episode.
Yeah.
So
did you say a shout out?
A shout out, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this Francisco sounds like a stand-up guy. Probably knows what he's talking about when he rates movies. He can make a bingo card because those are the same.
That's totally, exactly.
No, but I appreciate you plug the show like each time you mention it, and we super appreciate that, Chris. So thank you so much.
Yeah,
and
no problem.
Thank you for being a guest on the show. And I guess colluding with Paul and his mutiny, but that's fine.
There has not been a mutiny. We have not taken over the ship. We're just giving the captain a hard time.
All right, fine. Let's see.
And if there was a mutiny, you'd know it.
Hey, what? Who posted that to the podcast? I don't remember that. So again, thank you so much, Chris. And if you want to get in touch with Paul, you can find all his social media information at pauljpowers.com. You can get a hold of me on Twitter. I'm at FXRUIZX. I also want to recommend people. The reason we're doing An American Tail is because you, the listeners, voted on it. So how do you vote on the movies we cover? Well, I'm glad you asked. Go to retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote. That's all one word. And there you can rate. You can just thumbs up or thumbs down the movies you want us to cover and the ones you don't want us to cover. So right now, the top 2 for the next round of 5 movies we're going to cover is Uncle Buck and The Jerk. So that's interesting couple movies.
Let's do top 3.
Okay, and then the one after that is Armageddon.
Ooh, all right.
So if you like those movies and want to keep them at the top, go thumbs those up. Or if you want to see them go down and Terminator go back up, then thumbs up Terminator.
Or if you like, animal crackers dancing on belly buttons, you can upvote. That's an Armageddon.
Oh, I've seen that movie like once.
I thought that was a Shirley Temple movie.
Good point.
Anyway.
Except they're in your soup, unless you have your soup in your belly button, but that's okay.
Anyway, yeah. So go vote and interact with the show in that way. Where was I?
Next time we'll be rewinding back to the year 1993. Next time we will be going back to the year 1993 for the movie. Next time we will be going back to the year 1993 for the movie.
Paul, are you stuck in a time loop?
Back to the year.
I get the feeling you're like
1993 for the movie.
Wait, is
Groundhog Day.
Okay. Yeah.
But until then, we would appreciate it so much if you upvoted other Bill Murray movies, and sometimes
not What's About Bob or what
do you have What About Bob on the list?
I think so.
Oh, good. I want to watch that.
I so don't want to watch that.
Yeah, so upvote What About Bob.
I mean, it's at 14.
That was my parents' favorite movie.
Yes, let's do this.
Don't make that your new E.T. Paul. Do not make that. No.
Too late. Upvote What About Bob. All right. As Francisco mentioned, please review us on iTunes and Stitcher Radio. It helps the show, apparently. Or
I didn't whine. I begged. Come on.
All right. He bribed, especially people who are not patrons yet, who support the show. If you are interested in supporting the show, please visit us at our Patreon page. You can go to retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon to find out.
Awesome, Paul. Thank you so much. And thank you for being an awesome friend and co-host. I know I say that every time, but I really do mean it.
Well, I'm glad you still think highly of me after all that.
I didn't say I think highly of you. I just said you're awesome.
That sounded like pretty high compliments and praise, so I'm going to take it that way. You better recognize.
Recognize, yes. My thoughts high. I guarantee. Wow, we're spiraling down here.
Yeah, that went from South Park to Leatherhead.
It did indeed. So thank you so much, Paul. And whether this is your first time listening, again, sorry for my voice.
That's fine. Whether this is your first time listening or
subscribe and listen to each episode.
Subscribe and listen to each episode.
Whether you're commuting
or sitting on the
chores.
toilet. We hope you are enjoying this podcast.
But unfortunately, like a Pokemon, we gotta catch y'all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Not that anyone understood what we were saying there.
Rewind mission complete. Proceed to Nav Point Omega and return to base.
Somewhere out there.
This is not the best ending.
What do you think, Chris?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I agree.
This turned into a democracy. I think someone doesn't want to be Taking over.
No, I want to be the captain. I also, it makes you smile a little bit when you say, I captain. Then I immediately think, I think you look like Captain Crunch from VeggieTales.
Yeah.
All right.
Should we call you Supreme Dictator?
No.
Would that stroke your ego enough?
All this is vanity and a striving after wind, especially when you are stuck in Groundhog Day for episode number 73 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
All we are is dust in the wind.
Retro Rewind.
Wait, we can talk right now?
Yeah. Mission identified.
So.
Groundhog Day, 1993. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online.
Talking over this theme song.
Am I online?
Yeah.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/73. There you can leave us a comment on the episode, and you can find links to subscribe and to review us in iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, for this episode, our reflux capacitor was given time loop capabilities provided by our patrons, Brian Keating, Andrew Legrieve, Two Dudes in a Nest, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and a secret patron as well. Thank you guys so much for your support.
Two dudes. Thanks a lot.
Patron man.
My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad designer who delivers disagreeable decisions.
Okay.
About movies other people apparently love. I predicted that Groundhog Day would be a classic movie. And I am joined, as always, by my good friend
and co-host,
Paul Powers?
Yes.
The master interrupter.
As always.
Paul Powers.
I was going for Phil Connors, that type of.
Oh, that guy.
Yeah. No. Anyway, Paul, my trivial question.
Wait, what
for
movie
you.
is that from?
Groundhog.
Yeah, I know.
Oh wow. We haven't introduced you quite yet, Katek. Hold on.
Other people didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why you did that. Paul, Groundhog Day was not filmed in Puxatawny, but actually in Woodstock, Illinois, which is actually just 45 miles from Bill Murray's hometown of Wilmette. Wilmette? Whatever. There's a small plaque that reads, "Bill Murray stepped here," on the curb where Murray continually steps into the puddle. And there is another plaque on the building wall at the corner that says Ned's Corner, the guy I tried to allude to, but did so poorly. Where Bill Murray was continually accosted by the insurance salesman, Ned Ryerson. Paul.
Yes.
What is your favorite on-location filming spot that you have visited?
Well, I don't know. I'll get back to you.
Okay, and you predicted that this would be a classic?
Would be a classic, yes.
Alrighty. And we are joined this time. It's been quite a while. You had to go back all the way.
Probably Universal Studios lot with the with the clock tower, which really isn't there anymore.
Yeah. Did they rebuild it, or is it still burnt down?
Sorta. But not. It doesn't look like Hill Valley, but they do have buildings there.
Okay. Now, maybe I can introduce, it's been a while, my brother, Katek Ruiz, coming back all the way from episode 18. If you'd like to listen to him again, you go to retrorewindpodcast.com/18 for our Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game episode. But welcome back to the show, Katek, and glad you could be here. Hey.
Thanks for having me back. Appreciate it.
You bet. And I want to just openly apologize that I did not have you on for Spaceballs. Since that was such a big movie for us growing up, I'm sorry that I did not include you in that.
Well, what's the matter, Colonel Sanders?
Chicken!
It's okay. I understand.
Thank you for your understanding. Katek, since it's been a while, can you remind us what you do for a living and what is your favorite movie genre?
Sure. My name is Katek, and I'm a photographer and video editor. I actually just got back from Japan, doing a photo shoot out there.
Oh, cool.
For my wife's company, and that was awesome. And also, my favorite movie genre would be action comedy in like the feeling of True Lies.
Okay, very nice. RetroRewindPodcast.com/54, I believe.
But you didn't invite me for that one. That's it. I'm leaving.
Shortest episode ever. Okay, bye guys. Let me cue the outro music. Katek, my trivial question for you is: Bill Murray was bitten by the groundhog twice during shooting. Murray had to have anti-rabies injections because the bites were so severe.
Oh, wow.
Katek, have you ever been badly bitten by an animal?
Yes, I have.
Thanks for bringing it up.
the painful memory.
Can you share the story with us?
Sure. Our dogs before, like Mr. Kawanoso, they all got in a scuffle for who would be alpha female.
Okay.
And I
got in the middle.
Unbeknownst to me, I was like, well, I thought at the time it was a good idea to break them up. But
sure.
Since then, I learned, and I have the scar tissue on my middle finger to still prove it. But as soon as they drew blood, they all stopped. So I think they knew it was not a good time.
Yeah.
You were about to get in the scuffle. I'll show you who's alpha.
More or less. So, yeah. But, I mean, I didn't get a rabies shot or anything because they already were rabies shotted.
Inoculated to rabies. The rabies for...
They were inoculated already. So.
Yes. All right, Katek. Well, thanks for being on the show again. And that sounded like I was saying goodbye. No, thanks for coming back.
Ask him what he thought prediction was.
Oh, yeah. And what did you predict that Groundhog's Day would be?
I thought it would be nostalgic, actually.
Alrighty. Nice. Interesting. Cool. A bit diverse here. Paul, will you please enter our course now for Alice? And we'll get this show on the road to Puxatawny.
Wait, we haven't
said that. No. All right, Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on the movie that we forementioned and see what we've been up to lately on our new tubes. And let's have a little nice soft landing for some feedback and announcements.
Sounds good. Alice, bring all that up once you find our target.
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Columbia Pictures presents
I may be having a problem.
Bill Murray
I'm reliving the same day
over and over in a story about a weatherman who's living life like there's no tomorrow.
Don't drive angry.
Because there isn't.
I am an immortal. I have been stabbed, shot, frozen, electrocuted.
You're God.
I'm a god. I'm not the god.
Groundhog Day at theaters Friday.
And so he is not the god, nor are we gods of our memories. But nevertheless,
hey, Francisco, someone asks if you're a god, you say
yes.
Yes. Okay.
Why is that?
Just checking
thanks
up
Egon.
on your Bill Murray.
Oh, wait, no, I guess
movies.
Yeah.
Venkman
Ray says that. No, Venkman says that, right? To Ray?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Wow, that's okay. This isn't Ghostbusters, but this is our
but it is
memory
Harold Ramis.
mind meld of Groundhog Day, directed by Harold Ramis. Bill Murray plays Phil, who is a weatherman reporting on Groundhog Day. Phil was also predicting a severe weather storm heading to Puxatawny. He gets stuck in Puxatawny in a time vortex, repeating Groundhog Day over and over. He keeps waking up and reliving it, even when he changes things to the point of death. In fact, Phil had been living the same day so many times he could know when a dog would bark or when the wind would blow. He tries to get everything to work for him and unsuccessfully beds the main love interest. Okay. but Bill Murray plays the piano amazingly and wins the girl's heart, ending the time loop after he sleeps with his love interest, where he finally wakes up on the next day. to the same radio song, but at a different part of the song. I Got You, Babe by Sonny and Cher. I don't know. I think that's pretty much it.
Nope.
Oh, really? Which part?
Yep.
All right. I'll accept it. I was going to let it go, but which part was wrong with that?
Oh, gosh. Where to start?
I'm pretty sure he doesn't wake up with the wrong part of the song. The guys say,
yeah.
"Oh, wait a minute, we played that yesterday."
Oh, yeah,
Boom.
that's true.
Yeah, but it is a
Except
different part of the same song.
Is it?
No, it's the same.
Yeah, it's the same song, but it's a different day.
No, yeah, it's a different day, but it starts at the same place.
No, it's a
and then the guys say,
part
"Oh,
of
we
it's
played
the
that."
Yeah, but it's
like
the end of the song. No, anyway, it doesn't matter.
It really doesn't matter. But what matters is the things we liked about Groundhog Day. Let's start with our guest host, Katek. What's one thing you liked about this movie?
Well, I really liked for its time. It seemed like an original concept.
Oh, totally.
And I know it's been revisited again with the Tom Cruise movie lately, The Edge of Tomorrow, Live, Die, Repeat, and which my wife really loves. She's watched it like 1 million times.
Do you not like it, Katek?
Oh, no, I love it. It's a great movie.
Yeah, totally.
And it was funny when I actually watched Edge of Tomorrow. I was like, oh, this is just like Groundhog's Day. And I actually went back and watched it, and I was like, wait a minute. I like Edge of Tomorrow so much more.
It is a bit more action-y.
Yeah, and I just prefer Tom Cruise in general. So
okay.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, about Groundhog's Day, yeah, I liked the concept of it, and it does make you think, like, if you had basically infinite time, what would you do?
Mm-hmm.
And with no consequences as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even to the point of death, you can just like drive off a cliff and nothing happens. So it does kind of make you think, like, what would you do and how would you spend your time?
Mm-hmm.
So I liked that aspect of the movie.
Very cool. Is that something you like, Paul?
Yeah, I wrote down on my list of likes concept. Yes, the concept is a good one to go by.
Mm-hmm. I enjoyed the concept too. I also really liked Andie MacDowell's sweetness of her character, Rita. I thought she was... Oh, too much for you, Paul?
No, I said yeah.
Well, okay, but you said I'm like, yeah. It sounded,
wasn't
sounded
like,
reserved. Like, maybe.
Well, not to the point of like pointing it out, but I found it endearing. She wasn't an annoying female lead, that's for sure.
I completely disagree.
She wasn't annoying to you?
Person ever. I can't stand that actress.
Oh, really?
Wow.
Yeah, and in her L'Oreal commercials too. Gosh, I just want to like cry.
Commercials. Why'd you watch things that have commercials?
This is like back in 10 years ago.
Yeah, I was about to say her L'Oreal commercials aren't around anymore.
Yeah, but see,
I just watch commercials on YouTube of L'Oreal commercials. Where's the L'Oreal playlist?
But yeah, I just can't stand her acting. It's so like forced and contrived, in my opinion.
Oh,
so
she seemed very natural to me, but I guess that's just how I saw it.
Just bugs me. It's just the face.
Her face.
Yeah, her face and her voice and her stupid curly hair. Gosh, I hate it so much.
That's the style back then.
Well, curly should never be the style.
Okay, Katek. Okay.
Look at Paul. Look at those straight locks of hair he has.
But Katek, what should be the style? Or
I don't know.
Ergo, what should you like? What did you like about this movie? Worst segue ever.
As far as the whole movie in general, I just liked the arc of the story. How he kind of realized, oh wait, I live forever kind of feeling, and when he realized that he can help people as opposed to just living selfishly. That was really cool.
Oh yeah, totally. I really enjoyed that he made that type of arc. It was. We might talk about is that really possible later if you guys would like to. I might have some things to say about that, but I did like that he decided to arc toward, okay, let me do my best to make a difference in this day. What was something else you liked, Paul?
Something else I liked. I thought the opening music was fun and upbeat. Unfortunately, I didn't recognize the music for the rest of the movie besides that first 10, 15 seconds.
Oh, except for the dun 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 dun.
It is the
Which is actually-
Groundhog Day polka.
Yeah, the polka and the I Got You Babe. Yeah, but as far as the score, the first like 15 seconds was, oh, this is fun and upbeat, and then it just went. So, or at least I didn't notice it, which is also a good thing. It wasn't noticeably bad.
Did you notice the music at all, Kotek?
Yes. Well, the Sonny and Cher song, I really don't like that song. And then
really?
The
I Got You Babe.
Polka.
Oh, the Groundhog. Yeah.
Well, both of those songs, that's actually the one part of the movie I didn't like was the musical aspect of it. Yeah.
The one part. What about Andy McDowell?
Okay.
We're not in hate sections yet. Let's stick with the things we liked.
Okay.
So go ahead, Kotek. What's something else you actually liked about Groundhog Day?
Well, I mean, Bill Murray's acting is funny, and I like when he kissed the innkeeper. That was hilarious.
That was funny.
That makes me laugh.
I felt like he played sort of confusion and panic really well. I was sort of
and
taken
annoyance.
Like he is annoyed, or he annoyed you?
Like when he first came over and he was trying to ignore him. Like,
yeah.
Hey, I'm better than you. Leave me alone.
Yes. Yeah, I thought he played those emotions really well. I like that. Let's go back to Paul. What's something else you liked?
I said humor. There were parts. There were several parts where I was laughing out loud unexpectedly. Like I found funny, like him just shoving that whole piece of cake in his mouth. It was so unexpected. Just some of the humor. I mean, some of the humor was over the top, but some of it was really funny.
Yeah, definitely liked. I was surprised at how often I laughed during this movie, like out loud laughed. I don't remember it being as funny as apparently it was to me. So I would agree with you. Kotek, what's something else you found agreeable about Groundhog Day?
Just his motivations in the movie I thought were funny. Whether it was learning to play the piano or stealing, or learning the timing to steal the money from the bank. I thought those moments were interesting because he's been there so long that he just knows and he could just predict things and get away with stealing like money off the bank truck, and those kinds of instances I thought were quite hilarious actually. Yeah, but no, really, I thought it was well put together as far as timing or comedic timing and things like that.
Yeah, and you sort of talked about how he's remembering all these things. It seems like that'd be hard to remember all that, though. I guess if you're there long enough, you could do that. But I did think it was cool how they they hit on different elements of. I think you were saying this. You said this a little bit before when you were talking about the concept, Kotek. But all these different things, they explored what it would be like for him if someone was sort of caught in the same place for. I've seen there's different things online from 10 to 30 to 10,000 years. So being in one place that long, all the things you could do. It's really cool that they explored so much of that. So I like that.
I was wondering, going off of your multiple years theory.
Yeah, mine. I don't.
I know. Even the director changed his mind on how long it was, depending on which source you read. But it's after spending years reliving that one day, I wondered if he had like this post-traumatic stress disorder or something where it's like, I don't know which way the wind is going. I have that sense of not knowing what's going on now. And he feels like trapped, or he feels like it kind of weirds him out or something,
Well, I mean, he has that the second and third days, but after he realizes he can't, there's no consequences.
Yeah, but after living so long the same day over and over, once you get out of that, it's kind of like, oh no, I'm in new territory now. What do I do?
Oh, yes. Oh, you're saying after he's out of
yes.
Okay. I thought you were talking about while he is still in it. Okay.
No, sorry. Well, when he gets out.
Yeah, I would be, it seems like he's very happy-go-lucky about it, but it's like,
I feel like I'd almost be super careful all of a sudden because now you're so used to playing life one way, and now it's completely changed. Wait,
and also going back to him in that the cafe, the Tip Top Cafe, where he is jamming cake into his mouth and smoking and doing all that stuff. I mean, what might be the consequences after that? Because he was there for apparently 30 something years, and so does his body actually
revert back
that?
Yeah, I would think so.
Retroactive. I mean,
no, I think it'd only be one day. Whatever he did the previous day would continue on. I wouldn't think it'd be the 30 years compounded.
Well, definitely not.
Then he should instantaneously forget how to play the piano and how to ice sculpt.
But that's
a good point.
That's what you have to sort of.
Tom Cruise should forget too, but he doesn't.
I mean, that's the sort of, I can't think of the word. It's evading me. I want to say stipulation or the premise of the movie. You just sort of have to suspend disbelief that that's the one thing that he does retain his memory throughout. And you can, I was listening to another podcast that they went way more into depth about talking about the timelines and how long he actually lived. And they were talking about okay, so your brain cells, how do those regenerate so that, or if new pathways are formed, why are those not disintegrated? If the cells in the rest of your body are renewed every morning. I mean, they went really deep. So that's You Hate Movies if you want to go find that episode. But I think you just sort of have to say, well, this is the one thing where he retains all his memories and apparently his muscle memory as well, I would think.
Yeah. With the piano and stuff.
Exactly.
Well, I guess
it doesn't make sense. I agree with you. It doesn't make sense but of course you're talking about a guy stuck in a time loop. That doesn't make sense either.
Sure it does. Of course. Have you seen Groundhog Day?
Yeah, have you seen this movie?
Fine, guys. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Oh, we're talking about the movie Groundhog Day. Came out in 1993. It was rated PG, runs 101 minutes, and it came out on February 12th, 1993.
$6 million. No,
really?
That's the budget. It made $70.9 million.
Oh,
yeah, there you go.
There's the power for it.
There you go. And it made over 32 million in rentals alone. So, I mean, if you want to get technical about it,
I'm just gonna leave it right there.
You should.
It's by Pembroke J. Herring.
What?
Yeah. Whatever. Sure.
Yeah. Take that.
Well, I think it's time technically to get to our classic makers for Groundhog's Day, unless you guys have several more you want to quick fire.
Well, yes. I mean, I just wanted to say, Paul, I know you love Andy McDowell, but we should.
But no,
this isn't intervention talk attack.
Not yet. That's afterwards.
Was there anything else to talk about this movie before we get to our classic makers?
I guess no.
Okay. Alrighty. Then let's do that. Let's begin with. Let's begin with Katek. What's the thing you liked or loved most about Groundhog Day?
Well, I think I already said that, right? The story arc and how he grows.
Oh, well.
Why are you taking a drink like that? That's weird.
Episode.
That's just okay. Usually we save those for the end, so no worries though.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. All right. Well, cool. So the arc, and you know what? Sort of going off that is the thing I love the most about this movie, and it's a little silly. It's a little silly, I guess, in retrospect. But I like that the thing that sort of turns it for him is that Rita rejects him no matter what he does. Like, he's so used to getting whatever woman he wants or whatever he does working out for him. I like that that's the one element that he can't figure out, and that is sort of mysterious still to him. And I wonder if that's what compels him to attempt it, so to tempt being with her so much. And then I also then love that in the end, you see that it's just him letting go of trying to have that type of relationship with him. That is the thing that kicks him out of the vortex.
Interesting. I'll have more to say on that later.
Okay.
Likewise.
Fine. What do you love most about this fall? So
Already
I can crap over that.
Like I already said it because like Katek already said his with the whole concept. Just the idea behind it.
Wow, guys.
Living the same day over and over.
Wow.
It's pretty powerful.
It's powerful stuff.
Yeah.
You know what else is powerful stuff? That we get your feedback on whenever we cover movies. You guys share with us your memories of the movies and whether you thought they were classic or nostalgic or tragic. And so we put the word out. Usually we're trying to do Twitter more and also our Facebook group. So first, let's go with a Twitter comment we got from @MichaelWithers. He says, "Just put your little hand in mine. There ain't no hill or mountain we can't climb.
Groovy, man.
Babe. Bum, 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 bum. I got you, babe. Bum, 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 bum. I got you, babe." All right. That's his comment. Thanks, Michael, for adding that. Then over to Facebook. Ryan Jackson said, "I love how this movie keeps repeating itself. I love how this movie keeps repeating itself. I love how this." Yeah, okay. We get it, right? Then Brian.
But the movie doesn't really repeat itself.
No, but it kind of yeah.
I mean, are you saying because they don't show the same thing over and over again?
Right.
They show just different aspects of different moments of the same day over and okay.
So the movie technically doesn't repeat itself.
Right.
All right.
So you don't get bored with it.
Yeah, that would
Like
be
metaphorically speaking.
Otherwise, we'd all want to be killing ourselves like Bill Murray.
Wow.
That'd be a 33-year movie.
Brian Keating. Then this I remember a lot about this movie because it was basically filmed in the town neighboring mine, as well as a few parts in my own hometown and a few of the other towns around me. Although the film is supposed to take place in Pennsylvania, a huge part of it was actually filmed in Woodstock, Illinois, in its old-fashioned town square. My parents got to see part of it being filmed, and they recall the fake snow being all over the square, since even though the movie was supposed to take place in winter, it was actually filmed in the summer. I also had some friends in high school who lived in Woodstock during the filming, and they would often talk about how much fun the cast and crew had around town. And from what I understood, Andie MacDowell hung around town a lot, and everyone said she was really nice, a really nice lady, and was incredibly down to earth. That's right, Katek.
Yeah, right.
As for the movie itself, it is more than memorable. The plot of perpetually being caught in the same day over and over again has been copied so many times since. I wasn't prepared for that when I first saw this movie. I just expected a Bill Murray comedy, and instead I got this really fascinating, nearly sci-fi film. A few years ago, I read an article about Groundhog.
One comment?
Yes.
I know, this is a thesis.
This is awesome. So a few years ago, I read an article about Groundhog Day where some astrophysicist explained the type of time loop that occurred and that he believed Bill Murray's character, Phil, was caught in that time loop for 10,000 years based on what the character is able to accomplish. Pretty interesting stuff. Anyway, I would have to personally rank this movie a classic, not just due to my personal connection, but due to the fact that the movie made an impact on pop culture to where a Groundhog Day is a phrase used especially in sports to describe a scenario that seems to repeat itself. So thank you so much for that comment. It was awesome to hear your history with the movie, Ryan, and also more of what you've read about it. Then going on. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
No, you can. I have a question when you're done with all the comments.
Okay. Stephen Klein then said Harold Ramis said that Phil Connors was to repeat Groundhog Day as little as 10 years to as many as 30 to 40 years. But one of the actors said that he was told it was supposed to repeat every day for 10,000 years. So kind of like what you were saying earlier, Paul. Lots of different speculations about what it actually was. Paul Stevenson said, my favorite Bill Murray movie.
Wow. What about Bob?
I'm not playing by their rules anymore. I'm just going to ignore that comment, Paul. Sharon Powers, former guest host Sharon Powers, said, I remember that Willie Garrison is in the very beginning. And this is Francisco speaking. I have no idea who that is, but cool.
You didn't Google him?
No, I didn't. Paul, enlighten me.
All right, what's his name?
Willie Garrison. Garson.
Only one R?
Yes.
Okay. He's a character actor, and he appeared in over 50 movies. That's what it says on Google.
All right. And so back to Sharon. And that is important. And I'm not really sure why, but okay. Apparently I missed that, Sharon. Please send in a comment why that was important.
Because he's in Being John Malkovich, and there's something about Mary, but they're all like minor roles, so I don't know.
I mean, no, I think him being in the beginning was important, but I'm not sure why. I also love the main character's growth, especially toward the end. Just beautiful. I totally agree with that, Sharon. Brian Keane then wanted to chime in. Don't drive angry. Don't drive angry. Then Wesley Moultrie said, too early for flapjacks. Love this movie. Some parts are pretty dark when you think about it, like all his suicides. It also takes on a new meaning when you read that he is supposed to have repeated the same day for 30 or 40 years. Phil Connors? And then my lovely wife, Christy Ruiz, said, going to pull a Francisco and say, I really don't like this movie. Pull a Francisco. Oh, that must mean when you're right in the face of extreme adversity about Monty Python and the quest and the Holy Grail. Yeah, that must be
I'm sorry,
what pulling a
listeners.
Francisco is.
This is what fabulous fan fiction is.
No, this is not a retro rewrite. This is truth. Okay, so Christy continues. I really don't like this movie. I don't mind Bill Murray, but I don't believe his character change at the end of the movie. I guess I have to dislike something, right? We can't. Nope. We can still be friends, though. Yes, we can, Christy. We can still be friends. Finally, Tim Ibach says, I haven't seen this in quite a while, but I remember it being a really funny movie. Loved when Bill Murray kidnapped Punxsutawney Phil and let him drive the truck. Don't drive angry. So thank you, everyone, for your awesome feedback. But less awesome are some of the parts of this movie. And let's talk about them. Though, actually, I forget, Paul, you wanted to mention something at the tail end of these comments.
Yeah, and this is just a general question about Groundhog's Day, and I'm gonna go ahead.
Groundhog Day. There's no.
Okay, good. This is the educational time, because I'll play the idiot. Okay, the groundhog always sees his shadow, right? Because the end of winter, then the beginning of spring is always on the same day.
I don't think it always sees his shadow, but that doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that's what he's supposed to like see, whether he sees a shadow or not. Is they have like 6 more weeks of winter, but the same day as spring begins on the same day every year. Because so he always
it's just Pennsylvania Germanic lore. That's
yes, it's not true.
So he's not always seeing his shadow.
He is not an all-powerful groundhog. No, he cannot actually control. I don't think.
No,
so.
But I think it's like a wink and a nod, like, oh, if he sees it.
I think the idea is if he sees a shadow, he goes back into his cubby or hole.
Yeah.
And so sometimes if it's overcast, there's probably not a very stark shadow to see. So he'll probably stay out or something.
I know that, but it's always.
Why would the shadow have anything to do with it? You'd think if the sun was out, then that would mean spring is closer. And so he would see his shadow more likely. So it would be meaning spring, but I don't know. Sorry, I don't think we have the answer for that, Paul.
Doesn't it always begin on March 20th?
Yeah, well, something like that. March 20th or 21st or 22nd.
Yeah, so if the Groundhog's Day is always February 2nd and spring is always March 20th, then he always sees his shadow.
Yes, fine. He always sees his shadow.
Or am I wrong?
Well, I think what they're relating to, or not relating to, but meaning is that the coldness and bitterness of winter will be less if he sees his shadow.
Yes, that
it's not the
correct.
Actual start time of winter.
Okay,
it's the amount of chill factor.
Maybe that's what they want us to believe. When really, anyway. Okay, I was just getting your feedback on that. Okay, thank you.
Wow, I had no idea that's what we were going to discuss about this movie.
Well, we're talking about Groundhog Day.
I suppose. I thought we were talking about the movie, not the actual celebration. But whatever.
Groundhog. It's not his day. Sorry, there's no apostrophe S. It's just Groundhog Day.
Exactly.
Poor guy. He thought he actually had a day. No, it doesn't belong to you. There's no apostrophe. It's not possessive.
Wow. Let's get to the things we hated about this movie. And let's begin.
It's missing the apostrophe S. That's what I hated about
Paul.
this movie.
Okay. He hated the punctuation of Groundhog Day. That's fine. Katek, what did you not like about this movie?
Andy McDowell.
I don't think Mac is her middle name.
Whatever. Man, she
with her curly hair.
Save your tragic maker for the end.
Oh yeah, exactly. Save your tragic maker for the end this time, Katek.
Okay, well then what I did on a little less of a scale, just actually some of the people he interacted with, I didn't really like. Yeah, they were a bit annoying. Like the guy in the Tip Top Cafe. Every time that person dropped the plate, he's like, "Oh yeah, good job," and I'm just like, "Oh my gosh!" Like I hate people like that.
So the characters annoyed you, not the not the actors necessarily.
No, not the act. Yeah, just the characters. I'm like, come on, like when
but there are people like that,
There are people like that.
Yeah, but you don't have to. Yeah.
But I mean, you realize it very well could have been just. That character doesn't do that all the time. Just that day he happened to do it because he's in a jovial Groundhog Day celebratory mood. And so he's like, yeah, haha, that's funny. And just maybe more live than he normally would be. But because we're seeing the same day over and over again, that's why it becomes annoying. Maybe.
Whatever.
I don't know. I'm just speculating.
I just feel like those kinds of people annoy me. So when I see it in the movie, I'm just like, like that.
Gotcha. All right. Paul, what kind of people do you not like?
Oh, wait. Sorry, Paul. I'm jumping in. Also, that blonde lady's hairstyle that he beds later. I can't stand it. It just bugs me so much.
You're really one for hairstyles.
I am.
It wasn't curly.
Hey, I do fashion photography. I need to know these things.
All right. I have no hair, so it doesn't bother me. That's not true. I do have some hair. Anyway, Paul, what don't you like about this movie? Wait. I'm sorry. So did Bill Murray's hair bother you?
No, actually, his hair was fine.
What was fine about his hair? It was a little curly.
No, it's like wavy, and it's kind of. It actually leads into his character, I believe, his hair, because it's kind of unkempt, but in the beginning of the movie, it's very well put together. Yeah, and then as the movie progresses, it just kind of like it goes along with his character, is like he doesn't care, because it just kind of gets a little more wild as the movie progresses, until he makes his speech at the end where he's well put together, because he kind of realizes, well, I'm stuck here, so might as well make the most of this situation.
Well, so can't you say the same thing for Andie MacDowell's hair with its curliness, or shows her down to earthness? Like, I'm just a regular girl.
Why are we having her take over this podcast? I don't understand.
Because it's fun.
Okay.
Paul, I think we'll go ahead and let you talk now. What don't you like about Groundhog Day?
I like being interrupted, just like as I interrupt others, do unto others. Anyway, one couple things that I usually like to talk about. One is music that I already talked about. The other is credits. And the credits, at the beginning, just over this. I mean, the sky was cool, but the credits standing over it is just kind of pointless. Let's get on with the movie. And then it was over the city, which was kind of nice that they broke up the credits, but it wasn't like during the story as much as it could have been.
I disagree. I felt like it was even more. The credits. What's the word?
Boring.
The credits actually stood out even more because they broke it up like they did. I mean, at first I'm like gearing up. Oh, these credits are going to go on a while while we watch clouds.
Yeah, boring. Let's get on with it. Go.
And then it stops. I'm like, oh, well, okay. This is kind of okay. They didn't do it very long.
Just because they interrupt it doesn't make it good. It makes it more tolerable.
No, that's the thing. I felt like they shouldn't. If I thought they were done because they just interrupted it, I thought that was lame. And it's like, oh, now there's more credits. Why didn't you just wrap this up while you were doing the broadcasting? Jeez, what's going on?
Why are you slowing the movie down by showing a van drive through the city?
Exactly. We know that you're not at Puxatawny.
Come on.
Established that. Just show us there.
This is the 21st century now. We want our movies go. We want action. Tom Cruise, die. Let's go.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Something I didn't like about this movie was I know Phil was supposed to start out really unlikable, but he starts out really unlikable. Like, very
he's
much
a
of
jerk.
a jerk. Yeah.
Wait, really? I liked his initial character.
What?
Oh, then you're a jerk too. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Let me bask in
There
my
you go.
jerksomeness. I am a Steve Martin.
Hey, we don't have time for your jerksness. I mean, come on, let's go. Die. Let's go.
No, he's just like you have to look at it from his perspective. You know, he's
a big fish in a
He's
small
a
pond.
big shot weatherman.
Exactly.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
so people are like, "Whoa," and he's like, "Look."
Thanks
Get
for
out of my
watching.
way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, thanks for watching, but don't bother me. That's
Yeah. Where's my
I'd
donut?
say his character is believable. I don't think it's likable though.
Oh, just like
I liked it. I liked his believability.
There you go.
And I liked Andy McDowell's believability about being down to earth. No, that's fair. That's a fair opinion. Let's see. What's something you didn't like though, Kachak?
Besides Andy McDowell.
Yes, besides Andy McDowell.
Or her hair.
Or anything to do with her.
I kind of feel like the cameraman. He should have had more screen time.
He was a funny character, and I would have liked to see more of
Yeah.
him do stuff.
I felt like he was underplayed, and usually he is in like every movie he's in. That guy.
Yeah.
I feel like he's always underplayed. So Larry, Larry the cameraman or Chris Elliott, right? So
I did not do my due diligence. I do not know.
Oh, Francisco.
Oh yes, he's Chris Elliott, and his name is Larry in the movie.
Thank you, Kachak.
Larry the cameraman.
Does he do install cable also?
Sure.
Well, and you know what? On the Larry the cameraman guy, he, at some point he tries to like warm up to some lady, but then he gets rejected, and that sucks.
Well, it's the same girl that Bill Murray was with to begin with.
Blonde girl.
Yeah.
But I just feel like it's poor guy.
Yeah, I felt bad for him too. It's like he seems like a nice guy. Why is she?
But
being
try
rejected?
to be
I
in the
don't know.
girl's shoes, and the things and the lines that he was saying to her, you'd probably act the same way.
Yeah.
No way. I'd be like, whoa, how heavy is that camera?
Oh my god.
You must be strong.
Your breath is strong.
Nice. All right, guys. Do you have more dislikes, either of you?
Yeah. You didn't say anything you didn't like, did you?
I just said Phil is unlikable.
No. Okay. Besides that.
Oh, well, okay. We can get into this. After we sort of talked about how it's kind of interesting how we see all the different things he sort of explores, not being or being able to live and not having consequences. But we also talked about how he remembers everything, right? Why in the world?
Because that's the way it was written.
Oh, okay. Then I guess I don't have anything to say.
Well, then rephrase it then.
Why would he continually try to commit suicide after maybe the first 2 times just to prove that?
Because he didn't die enough. Turns out he was only mostly dead.
But okay, if he's like, he says he's stabbed and shot and electrocuted and burned, that's a ton of pain that you're inflicting on yourself, and you're going to remember that pain. Why would you go to those extremes if you already know you're going to die and it's not going to matter, and you're going to remember the pain?
That particular death would get you out of it.
It's after the first couple, I don't think that's going to matter. Why would that matter?
Because there's some deaths that will get you to lower depths of hell than others.
Are you serious right now, Paul?
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I've never experienced it myself.
What?
Well, the whole thought of suicide gets you one, in some place. But if you, take a whole town with you, that'll get you lower.
Wow. I don't know if we want to have a conversation about like hell and heaven. I guess we could, but
maybe not in this podcast.
Yeah.
Although they do bring up God.
That's true. I think that's interesting that it brings up the distinction that I'm not the God, but I am a God. I thought that was
sure.
I like that. Let's see. So that's something I didn't like. I felt like, I guess I was maybe personalizing. If I were in his shoes, I wouldn't want to go through a bunch of painful deaths just at the hope of getting out of there. Okay. I'm curious though, guys, since we're on this topic, do you think it's believable that he would grow towards doing good?
Yes. But he would also grow towards doing bad. He did both, because when you have that much time, you're going to experiment with both because you got nothing else better to do.
But the thing is, he did bad for a while. Then he seemed to only do good.
Well, that's for a while, but I think it would loop back the other way.
Yeah,
because, absolute power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I was thinking. I was thinking that eventually he would just be like, I think you would, going over the same day over and over again, get to a point where you'd have a psychotic break of some sort and just be like, I'm going to do whatever. And well, before I go on, Katek, what were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to interrupt.
You hear that, Paul?
That's how it's the devil's advocate here and say,
You've both been interrupting all the time, so don't bring me into this. He's trying to disagree with something. I couldn't catch it.
Yeah, well, I disagree with you both, actually.
So, in what way?
Well, because your statement of absolute power corrupts absolutely, and then Francisco saying that, or that, you both say he starts out bad, then gets good, then loop back to bad. But I feel like the reason he stays in a quote unquote good vibe after he does all the bad stuff he wants to do is that he finds ways to fill his time, like learning piano or ice sculpting or things like that, things that can progress you as a person, not just, because stealing money and then what, he's going to buy the town, but that, you can only do that once and it's not fun anymore. But like art or, musical prowess is things that you can always get better at, and you can't finish those kinds of things ever. It's just like reading. You'll always have another book to read or things like that. So I feel like as far as the negative is concerned, sure, he could run around and like kill everyone in the town, but once you do that once or twice, okay, now what? There's no point anymore. But when you're learning and continually growing, that's when you realize, oh, okay, well, this is more worth my time, even though that time is infinite.
But but you bring up the value of worth. If it all restarts anyway, then it is worthless, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, according to this time loop, he remembers everything. So the worth of knowledge is worth more than everything. So knowing how to play the piano or knowing how to ice sculpt or knowing how to do those certain things, learning French or whatever, or poetry, those things help him become like more knowledgeable so that he might be able to do more and figure out how to get out of this time loop. But doing senseless things doesn't help him.
Okay, so knowledge is power.
Now I'm gonna
absolute power.
But there
corrupts absolutely.
There is a limit to the amount of knowledge he could go. So let's just take this to the extreme. Say he never got out of the time loop and he was still there now. He's been there for 1 billion years. How is it he's learned everything that's possible for him to learn? I mean, why would he then continue to do? I mean, why would he do anything? Why, if he'd done all the good stuff that he could do, why would he just keep doing good stuff? Why would he then decide? I mean, I would think he would decide, let's give the bad stuff a try again because I have nothing better to do with my time.
Well,
Francisco. Okay, I'll answer after you, Katek.
Okay. Well, if you want to get all philosophical here,
that's what we're doing.
Why do
it is a movie about Phil?
Okay. Why do people, even though we don't live the day doesn't repeat every day for people, why do people wake up every day and decide to do good or decide to do bad? So, I mean, I feel like the same thing, even if you can quote unquote do all the good stuff ever, which is not possible because even though he lives every single day the same day, he's still on a time constraint. He can't do everything possible in one day because he's limited to that 24-hour period.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So he can't save that old man. And yeah, sure, he can prevent that kid from getting a broken arm, but he can't do everything no matter what. Right. So continually trying to do that makes it worthwhile.
But why does continually trying to do that? Don't you reach a point of futility? No, futility. Like, yeah, I keep doing this and it doesn't matter. Yeah. So why do things that?
Well, he probably did, and that's why he got to the point of suicide.
Sure. And so if he gets to that point of suicide where he doesn't even care about himself anymore, how can he care about other people? I mean, I think we're
Francisco.
Yes.
This can go on and on, just like the theory.
just like this movie. Yeah. But it's an interesting topic. I love that we're talking about it. We usually don't go this deep on a movie concept, so that's kind of fun.
I have emotion.
That's why I love the concept because it's so much. There's so much you can argue for or against it.
Mm-hmm. Did the top drop or not? I don't know.
So, Paul, what were you gonna say?
Oh yeah, what were you gonna say, Paul?
Oh well, first of all, I move that you move this portion to the end of the show because it's going on so long. But
all right,
going back to your question of if you did live forever, what was your? I want to get back to that question. What was it?
If you did live forever, I mean, it's a little different if you live forever in the same day, or if you live forever like I don't know, like a vampire or something. That it's
okay.
There are subtle differences to that. I think on the whole they're the same, but there are differences. But since we're in Groundhog Day, we'll talk about that. Living the same day forever, you get to the point where if nothing you do matters, then nothing you do matters. So you could just do whatever. It makes no difference. And why not
to that point? That's why he goes against, he drives into the sign and the police catch him.
Well, yeah. And since we're fallen beings, I mean, I would think that we don't drift up a mountain. We
drift down this.
Yeah, we go with whatever stream there is. We don't get to the mountaintop except through struggle and growth. And if you can never get there because you're on the same day, you're always starting at base camp again, then you're going to be like
growing mentally.
He is growing mentally, but
this isn't the same question you asked before.
Well, I honestly don't remember the same question. I'm sorry.
I had a different answer, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I think that was your question, right? Does it matter?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'd have to go back and replay this. And
no, it's fine. It's fine. Let's move on.
All right.
Are we talking about the movie now?
I think we could go back to talking about the movie.
Okay.
Let's talk about things we hated most about Groundhog Day.
No. Before we get there,
oh my gosh.
I only shared one thing I didn't like. Here's something I didn't like because I didn't understand, and maybe you guys can help me. I didn't understand why the day ended. Okay?
Why the day ended?
Because at first I thought, well, he got to sleep with the girl, okay? But she spent the night in the middle of the movie and the day ended, and she spent the night at the end, and they didn't have sex because she said that after such a long day you were so tired. So either way, she spent the night, okay?
Okay.
So then it's got to be more than that. So leading up to the end, he spent who knows how long doing good, like saving the kid from the falling tree and all that. So the day didn't end from just by doing good.
Mm-hmm.
So why did the day end?
Okay, I misunderstood what you were saying. At first I thought you were saying, why does this 24-hour period end and he just restarts? Why does it end? Why doesn't it just keep going? I'm like, that's the point. It's Groundhog Day. Okay, yeah, I get it. I get it. I get what you're saying now.
So the whole premises is him trying to figure out how to, and somehow he does it, and I don't get it. So it's kind of frustrating for me.
Kotek, what do you think?
Yes, in my opinion, I don't think he's trying to figure out how to end the day. He's living the day, and he sees what he does has no consequence. And when, I'm sure after a year or two of that, he's not really trying to figure out why the day is going on or how it's going on or how to fix it or end it, because it's just going to happen because he's done everything already at this point.
Right. But me as the audience viewer is only like an hour into it, still wondering, or, at the end of the movie, at the end of how long is it? An hour. Yeah. 101 minutes. I'm still figuring out, well, what's triggering it?
Well, I think for me, my takeaway from it was that he grows as a person, because like Francisco said earlier, it's, or you guys make it seem like he's a super jerk, or I guess he makes it seem like he's the super jerk. And then by the end of the movie, he's a very charismatic, and
he is always charismatic.
He's like, admired at the end of the movie
but he's admired days before it ends as well. Because he's still figuring it out. So
yes, he's admired, but I guess the point is his personal growth, I think, is what triggers the actual change of time. Because he starts off as just this like kind of kerfuffled guy who just doesn't want to like do anything. He's like, oh, I have to go report on this stupid like event that no one cares about kind of thing. And I feel like his quote unquote spirit guide, if you will,
the groundhog, that's his spirit animal.
Yeah, his spirit animal, says, okay, well, look, if you have to appreciate life and you have to appreciate things that you can do, and so here's like your second chance. But he doesn't realize that that's happening, but that's why he goes through the process of growing both negatively and positively, so that he can see at the end, oh, I should have been this kind of person my whole life as opposed to how I was.
Oh, wow. That's an interesting take. I wouldn't have thought about that. I think that's a completely valid point, Kotek. I have two other possibilities, but I think that very well might be it. One possibility is, I think that he starts off the movie similar to what you were saying, Kotek, that he has to go to this Groundhog Day celebration. He really doesn't want to go. That's the last place he wants to go. He wants to be. And I think what one explanation is, by the end of the movie, he's found a sense of peace with where he's at. That it's okay that he's there, and he's almost glad that he's there. And then that's what sort of kicks him out, because he's found that sort of inner peace with his circumstance. So that's one option. Another possibility is, if you consider, I know how much Kotek hates Andie MacDowell, and you know who else was hated in his time? Jesus. If you consider Andie MacDowell to be a Jesus character that buys Phil in the auction, and you could think of it that way, that she actually is the one who decides, oh, I care about you so much that I'm going to buy you, much like Jesus ransomed us. I mean, that's certainly not a one-to-one analogy by any stretch, but if you're just looking for other possibilities for why he got out, because he was saved by Andie MacDowell's character.
Because he was bought at an auction. That's why he gets to live another day.
Because she's showing that she loves him so much.
Which brings me to what I hated most.
No, we're not there yet, Paul. I got more things I got to say.
Okay, good.
No.
Good.
Okay, bring it home, Paul.
How everyone really likes him at the end, like the last day, really quickly. You had the camera guy not really liking him, and then all of a sudden, Phil buys him donuts, and he's like, "Oh, hey, I like this guy." It's like, no, and then like right away, he earns people's love and guys. Yeah, he earns people's love and admiration way too quickly for just starting the day. Yes, if it had been over the years, I could see that. But like the piano teacher gets all excited. Oh, he's my favorite student. She only known him for an hour or so. That why is she so excited? You know what I mean? The whole town is revolving around him way too. Everyone likes him way too much, and then the Andie MacDowell character, the main girl, only likes him, only bids on him because other people are bidding on him. She only likes him because everyone else is liking him.
I think so. Now see, with her character, she doesn't have the history with him. Like
nobody has the history with him in that town.
No.
That's the problem.
But
and the only person and he's the only guy. And this guy is known for being a jerk. And all of a sudden, it's going to take one moment of buying him pastries and it's going to erase the past. Okay. I don't buy it.
I can't explain the
Sorry, Harold Ramis. I don't buy it.
I can't explain the cameraman. But with Andie MacDowell's character and the rest of the town, that totally makes sense that he comes
not
in,
to the point of how much they like him.
Why not? They already know him as a personality, and then they find out he's this really awesome dude. Also, why wouldn't you buy into that? As wow, this is a great
because
guy.
He's not Santa Claus. They're not 5 years old. Okay.
Okay. Hey, Paul, have you ever met anyone famous who you liked, and then have you met anyone famous who you've liked before?
Not. Personally.
Every day I look in the mirror.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've met a handful of famous people, and some of them are very distasteful and not nice, and some of them are extremely charming and just wow, you're actually, even though you're so famous, you have so much niceties about you, and that's amazing, because usually people will be like, oh, they're famous, they must be so horrid. Which is usually the case, Jessica Alba, or they're really cool people like Terry Hatcher. She's super awesome, and I have a story about that, which I probably can't talk on this podcast. But anyway, when you meet someone who's famous and they're actually nice and they live up to the expectation of being nice, all of a sudden they really have a much bigger impact on who you think they are.
Okay, I can see that.
So
if he was,
if they only know him as a weatherman, and they don't know him personally, and then all of a sudden in this one day that they've met him, he's this really charming, well-spoken, nice guy, then it's wow, okay, so he is awesome too, and he's not just a personality.
I love the weather. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so, I can see it a little bit, but I still think it's a little convenient.
High five, Katek.
All right.
All right, Paul. How about this? The wizard did it. Let's move on.
Okay.
All right.
No, I buy into it for the story's sake. Okay, that's fine. But it's still my number one complaint.
All right.
Yeah.
That's fair. Katek, what did you hate most about Groundhog Day? Oh, Andie MacDowell. Okay. Going on. Or was there something else?
Have you met Andie MacDowell? Is that why you hate her so much? Okay.
It would be a profound day if I met her and she was actually super nice, and then I'd have to change how I think about her.
But you're not going to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Hold on, let me tweet her real quick. Was that it, Katek, or was there something else?
Overall, I mean, I really liked the movie. Just I didn't like her. Okay. I didn't like her character, and I didn't like the way that. Okay, come on. I mean, it's 1993 in that movie, so let's pretend we're all in 1993 for a second. Come on, this is present day. Who is truthfully learning French poetry and like loves it? No one. So,
well, no one in 1993 college, but she's like in her 30s at that point, so it would have been in the 80s or maybe even 70s, where people were a lot more not stereotyping at all.
But like, who looks back at college and says, "Man, my like French poetry class is amazing. I'm going to take it on to my life." No one does that.
Except Andy McDowell. Well, there are people who like that, I'm sure. Jerry Lewis. I don't know.
Jerry Lewis. Oh, well.
Jerry Lewis is loved by the French so much.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes.
I mean, I have nothing against French poetry, just Andy McDowell.
Just when Andy McDowell says it. Okay. The thing I didn't like most, and actually Christy sort of illuminated this for me, but I really like this movie, and then Christy and I were talking about it because she didn't like it. I was actually able to empathize with all of our fans who do not understand for the life of them why I do not like Monty Python and the Holy Grail. I understand you guys now, because I couldn't understand why Christy wouldn't like this movie. It's such a good, not to give away my final rating, but I thought it was a really good movie. But then, so I have that appreciation. So now I'm one of you. I'm one of you guys. Anyway, but she did make this really good point that she didn't buy Bill Murray as sort of a romantic lead, because there is certainly a heavy romantic element in this movie. And thinking about it, by the end, I would have to agree with that. I think he did great in sort of the comedy and the drama aspects, but he doesn't really seem like the lead to win the heart of like Andy McDowell. And then I read that originally Harold Ramis wanted Tom Hanks for this role, and eventually said he seemed like too nice of a guy. But I think actually that would have worked many levels better. Yes. I am a bit of a Tom Hanks fanboy, but still, I think that would have worked overall better for that aspect. Maybe not I think he's good at comedy and drama, so I think it could have worked. It could have worked better. I'd like to see that rendition.
Yeah,
really,
that awesome.
I don't like that. I don't like that.
Are you not like Tom Hanks now, Katek?
Tom Hanks is fine.
Sorry, Tom.
Big, I like him,
but he's no Bill Murray.
Well, no, I just feel like because Tom Hanks is a likable person. You see his face, and he's like, oh, he seems nice. So for him to play like a bitter guy in the beginning just seems like it's not going to play as well. Like Bill Murray,
it played what? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no problem.
I was going to say he played a really convincing jerk, at least to me. In what's that baseball movie we just did?
Oh,
League of Their Own.
League of Their Own, yes. RetroRewindPodcast.com/.
He was a jerk throughout that whole movie.
Yeah.
So
I thought he was just being a good coach.
No, he's a jerk.
He's a jerk.
Rewatch it.
Yeah, go rewatch it.
Yeah.
I watched it. I Rewind Podcast watched it. I'm gonna go with he was a good coach, because no coaches are like, hey guys, come on, let's win. No, they're always like, do it, just do it. So he played a good coach. He didn't play a jerk.
No, he was a jerk too.
But there's no crying in baseball.
Yeah, but the way you say it, Denzel Washington was a good coach in Remember the Titans. Was he tough? Yeah. Was he a jerk? A little bit, but Tom Hanks was a jerk. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's also the 20s as opposed to the millennia. So
motivation, still motivation, no matter the time. Jerk is still a jerk.
Jerk is still a jerk, and a firing solution is still a firing solution. Alice, do you have ours for us?
Firing solution complete. Written salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right, guys. Do we rate
Groundhog Day, a classic. We'd recommend anyone go out and see this, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, probably only watch this again if you have seen it before in your youth or in yesteryears. Or a tragic. We wouldn't recommend anyone either see this for the first time or see it again. Let's begin, as we like to, with our guest host, Katek. Which would you prefer, or how do you rate Groundhog Day? which of those ratings do you prefer?
Well, in all honesty, I'm gonna have to go with it's nostalgic because I feel like with movies that have come out recently, that we've mentioned already, like Edge of Tomorrow, if someone were to have already seen that, which I'm sure they already would have, then going back and watching this, because I tried to show my wife this, and she was like, "This is so boring. I want to watch Edge of Tomorrow," and I was like, "Oh, yeah, I understand." So if someone has already seen, the new kind of movie concept that this is, talking about, this time loop situation, then I don't think they should watch it because they're gonna find themselves being like, "Why is there no one dying? Why isn't there action? Why does it look so old?
Where are the aliens?
Why are these hairstyles so bad?"
Oh my gosh!
But if you have seen it before, I definitely say, revisit it and take a look because it is a classical kind of movie for people who have seen it. But for a new person, I don't think it's gonna play as well. That's all.
All right. Very fair. Paul, what say you?
I would also rate this nostalgic. Even though I thought it was classic at first, by the end of it, I just thought it was too convenient I didn't buy into the main girl falling in love with the main guy a little too much. So is it fun to rewatch? Yeah. But it's a bit cheesy, unfortunately.
All right. You know what, guys? It's interesting. As we talk through this, like I had initially thought, okay, yeah, this is classic. And even after rewatching it, my initial gut was, yeah, classic, because I enjoyed it. I was surprised at how much I enjoyed watching this movie.
Then keep with it.
We started talking about this, and I'm rethinking this. And I'm like, we're talking about it, and why aren't I having these like awesome like memories that I really want to just dive in? It's weird. So I think I am actually going to say nostalgic as well. However, I think that the conversations you could have after watching this movie are definitely classic. So that's not me rating the movie a classic, but I think I can't give like a split rating or anything. We'll just say nostalgic. But definitely, if you do watch this again, watch it with someone and talk about these ideas. Like, how long do you think Phil Connors was in the Groundhog Day? What do you think he would have eventually ended up good or gone to bad? I mean, those are awesome questions to talk about. So I implore you, if you do watch this again, if you haven't seen it before, definitely rewatch it and watch it with someone so you could talk about those things.
All right.
With that, though, I'm kind of surprised, but the Retro Rewind podcast rates Groundhog Day, singular, non-possessive, a unanimous nostalgic movie. So go, like I just said, go see it again if you have already. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Go watch Edge of Tomorrow with the Cruise, Tom Cruise. All right, guys. Alice, please bring us back to our own time.
YouTube systems engaged.
All right, guys. What's new on our tubes? Whether it's new movies, new books, new TV shows, what's something contemporary that we're enjoying consuming, I guess, today? Let's start with Katek.
Well, as far as consuming, can I have two? Is that okay?
I'll probably
pizza
edit one
and
out.
soda.
Or you can do one quickly and then one that you can expound on.
Okay. Well, I want to go see Maze Runner Scorched Trials soon because it just came out and the first Maze Runner was awesome. So that's what I want to go see. It came out on the 18th. Anyway, and then my new tube section, I guess, would be, is it okay if it's not technically new?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. Well, I actually was watching this anime that Rika, my wife, had introduced to me called Death Note, which is actually very interesting, and I highly recommend everyone to watch it. It is very interesting. It's about a brilliant guy who's a college student. He's like top of his class kind of guy, and there's this separate world of these death gods, if you will, called Shinigami. Anyway, they sometimes like to play with the humans, and they drop their death note. And basically, what this death note is, anyone's name you write in the death note dies, and you can describe how they die, or if you don't describe, they just die of a heart attack. Anyway, this guy who's very intelligent, he wants to become like the new god of the world by killing everyone who's bad. So it's a very interesting concept, and it's really entertaining. And when you watch one episode, you're like, I need to watch the next one. I need to watch the next one. So I highly recommend people to go watch Death Note. It's on Netflix for free. You can consume the whole thing. So
it does have a finishing point, or are they still releasing more?
Yeah, no, it's done.
It got its own Death Note.
Yeah, right. No, it's only one season. It's like 34 episodes.
That's a Romnus season.
There are fans who have wrote different endings, and there's also a movie that has a separate ending, and then the manga actually has a different ending. So there's like three different real endings.
Clue.
Yeah, so there's 3 different real endings, and then there's like a few fan endings. So
very cool.
But I mean, it's a really interesting concept. So if you feel like something interesting to watch, it's a good food movie.
Nice.
So to speak.
Very cool. Thank you, Katek. Paul, what's new on your tube?
What's new on my tubes hasn't been all that new, but it's actually another podcast. And this one is called DAF Radio.
Okay.
Which stands for Disney Afternoon Forever.
Okay.
And what they do is they interview people who worked on the Disney afternoon shows, anywhere from DuckTales to even some of the later ones like Gargoyles, or even like Jungle Cubs, things like that.
Man, Gargoyles, so good.
Yeah. So if you're a fan of any of those Disney afternoons, also check out that podcast, DAF Radio.
Very cool. Thank you, Paul.
Yes. All right, Katek, this is the part of the show where you can ask Francisco what is new on his tube.
Hey, Francisco, what's new on your tube?
Wow, Paul. Wow. You getting your minions to do your dirty work.
I omitted the silence. I thought that's what you wanted.
Well, I cut it out last time, so no
yeah.
worries.
But it wasn't all this awkwardness. Well, there wasn't until you.
Until now. Thank you for asking, Kajak. What's new on my tube is a show Christy actually found called Longmire, which is also on Netflix. It's set in present day, but it feels like a Western. You're following the sheriff and his deputies as they murders happen, and they have to figure out who done it. Essentially, it's semi procedural that way, but there's this overarching backstory that we're only 4 episodes in, so we're very curious to find out what is the main character has a scar on his back, and he flashbacks to these moments that happened in Denver. He lives in Wyoming, so it's very compelling. We're very interested in what's happening in that sort of larger story, but the episodic parts of it are good as well. And it has Katie Sackhoff from Battlestar Galactica, which I really enjoy watching her. And I'm not familiar with the main lead who plays Walt Longmire, but he's really good. So I recommend Longmire, also on Netflix.
Robert Taylor.
Oh, have you seen it, Paul?
Longmire?
Yeah.
No, but
you looked it up.
Yeah, Robert Taylor. He's actually in The Matrix. And the movie Focus and Vertical Limit.
Who is he in the Matrix? I'm having trouble.
Matrix. He's Agent Jones, one of the agents. That's why you don't know.
Oh, because he's in Reloaded.
Yeah, he's the one that looks like he's the tall guy that that looks like Conan.
The Barbarian or
no, the
Team
orange-haired
Coco?
guy.
Oh, okay.
Team
Okay.
Coco.
O'Brien. Okay, got it.
Yeah, thank you. I couldn't remember O'Brien.
Okay. All right, guys. Well, thank you for your new tubes. We have Death Note. We have DAF podcast. Is that what it's called, Paul? Or
DAF Radio
DAF
podcast.
Radio podcast. Thank you. And we have Longmire. That's Longmire. Longmire. Now,
One
Alice. Yes, one word. Alice, please bring up the communication satellites.
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
All right, we have two feedbacks that we've gotten from Twitter, which you can follow us on Twitter. I'm actually trying to do a better job of releasing regular content on Twitter. So follow us at Retro Rewind Cast. And so we got some feedback from there from a longtime listener at Rach Wunsch. She says, don't worry, Christy. I see your point with Kevin, referring to our Home Alone episode. Francisco just doesn't see the classic example of a dysfunctional family. Yeah, I suppose. I just have my
No need to comment. Move on.
Okay. And then at 30 podcast says, also referring to the Home Alone episode, thanks. I just listened to your Home Alone episode. I forgot how much I enjoyed that movie. So I'm glad you rewatched it. I think we ended up rating that classic. So though disputed. So I'm glad you enjoyed it. 30 something podcast. If you want to send us feedback, you can do it in this episode. Again, retrorewindpodcast.com/73 in the comments, or you can join our Facebook group, retrorewindpodcast.com/group, or you can go to our contact page, and Paul will mention that in a moment. But
you can leave us a review on iTunes, Stitch Radio.
You can do all that too. I'm going to leave that to your long spiel, Paul.
All right.
All right, I guess. Also want to say you can still vote. You can always vote in the next round of movies that you want us to cover. Just go to retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote, and you can vote up or down the movies you want us to cover after this round of 5. So right now, Uncle Buck and the Jerk are still holding strong at number 1 and 2, and Stay Tuned has moved up quite a bit.
Wow, yeah.
So that's
all right, people. You still need to
no.
What
don't.
about Bob?
You don't need. You can
Upvote,
downvote.
What about Bob?
Downvote it. It should be at.
Come on. What about Bob? What about Bob?
Listeners, where are you doing to me? It's at number 10 now. Don't creep it up. Creep it down. Come on, guys. Help me out here. You helped Paul with ET.
Okay, it's going on. Okay, let's go.
And as I like to mention, we are part of the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. So lots of video game podcasts and retro podcasts there. And now before we head back to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank Katek so much for joining us once again.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was fun to have you again. And is there anything, how can people contact you? And is there anything you'd like to promote?
You contact me through my Twitter. It's at Katek_Ruiz, I think. Or at my Instagram, which would be at Sample Photograph.
Yes, you are at Katek Ruiz.
Okay. Is it underscore?
No underscore.
Okay, just Katek Ruiz.
Yes.
KATECRUIZ. I've been more active on there lately. Yeah, or you can just visit my web page, which my wife made because she's awesome. It's www.katek-ruiz.com.
Very cool. Thank you, Katek. You can contact the show at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact, or if you want to reach me on Twitter, you can tweet me at FXRuiz. X, there is an X at the end. And if you want to find Paul, all his social media information is at pauljpowers.com. And Paul, will you please tell us what movie game time continuum we'll be rewinding back to next time?
Why, certainly. Next time we'll be going back to the year 1995 for the movie Major Pain. But until then...
Nubs are kicking real fast. Like
Cisco's favorite movie ever.
Not my favorite movie ever.
Oh, that's all I can remember from our childhood is give me your pinky. That's all I can remember.
No, I never watched it in our childhood. I watched it in college.
You know what I mean. Our not 30s.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, but until then, we would appreciate it so much if you took some time to review us on iTunes or Stitcher Radio, like I previously said. It helps other people find us when searching for retro podcasts. And of course, you can consider sending us $1 or more even every episode. Not even every episode, but for every episode.
Yes, for every.
Sure, a little dough here and there. It'd be nice. For our Patreon page at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon.
Thank you as always, Paul.
You're welcome as always, Francisco, for being an awesome
friend
host
and co-host.
And host and friend, yes.
All of the above. And whether this is your first time listening or you subscribe and listen to each episode while you're commuting, doing chores, you're doing a push-up right now, awesome. Keep going. We appreciate you so much. But like a Pokemon, we got to catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
So is this podcast ending, or are we about to start it all over again?
Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
That's the end. Or is it the beginning?
No, we're starting again. Why are you? We're in the intro here.
Oh no! You were supposed to input the song "I Got You, Babe" in between, with the little numbers flipping down dramatically and slowly.
Wait.
Welcome to the end of the Retro Rewind Podcast. No, we are not playing the episode again. Bye-bye.
Don't worry, Francisco. We'll all reunite in the sequel.
Of course. Jeez. Yeah. I'm thinking it's a dramatic movie for some reason. Okay. Anyway.
You didn't know that was Spaceballs?
That again.
Sorry.
It took me a while. I just realized that. I don't know why. YouTube section.
You didn't know that was Spaceballs? You can edit that in post. No? Sorry. You can do it again. Do it again. I won't say anything.
I already have had to edit it. So what the heck?
How about a ride, Francisco?
Paul? Oh man, are you a sight for sore eyes?
Yeah, I am. You're acting like you haven't seen me in like 2 weeks though.
Well, I haven't.
Are you okay? Is everything all right?
Well, I do have a major pain for episode number.
Francisco, you have to come back with me.
Where?
Back to the. Back to the future too.
No, Chris. I just got here, and I was going to review Major Pain with Paul this episode.
Well, bring him along. This concerns him too.
Oh, wait a minute, Chris. What are you talking about? What happens to us in the future? What, do we become jerks or something?
No, you and Paul turn out fine. It's the podcast. Something's got to be done about your podcast.
Well, I guess that means we'll be going back to the future, too, for episode number 74 of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind Podcast Test initialized. Mission identified. Back to the Future 2, 1989. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/74. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find a link to subscribe and review the podcast in iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, for this episode, our reflex capacitor was actually given a Mr. Fusion of its own, thanks to our very generous patrons, Brian Keating, Andrew LeGrieve, Two Dudes in a Nest, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and a secret patron as well, which Chris would like to take the credit for.
That's totally me. Totally me.
Thank
Double
you.
dipping there.
Thank you all for your awesome support. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and I still desire to drive a DeLorean, especially a flying one.
I hear they're not that reliable as far as engines and stuff.
But just to say that you did,
Okay.
I think that's it. I wouldn't want to own one, but
I would. So just rebuild the engine.
Fine. And my prediction for Back to the Future 2, not Major Payne as we had planned, thanks a lot, Chris, was classic.
This was important.
That's
true. And
I get ready for Back to the Future Day.
I am joined,
Future 2 Day,
as always, by my good friend and co-host, Paul, the Time Traveler Powers. Hi, Paul.
Hi, thanks for bringing me along to this future episode.
You bet. We're going to see our kids. Wait, what?
What? I thought we were here to save the podcast.
Oh, yeah. That's what I meant. Paul, my trivial question for you. Back to the Future 2 was filmed at the same time as Back to the Future 3. But in the 5 years since the original Back to the Future was made, Michael J. Fox had forgotten how to ride a skateboard.
Oh.
Is there anything, Paul, that you knew how to do as a kid, but you have since forgotten?
Yeah, how to ride a bike. No.
You never forget that.
Yeah. As a kid, there's lots of things like in math class in high school that I forgot all those formulas, but nothing comes to mind as a kid.
Okay. No speed runs of Legend of Zelda?
Speed runs? No.
Okay.
I still remember where all the secret hidden items are in that. Waste of space in my brain. And I predicted Back to the Future 2 would be a classic.
Alrighty. And joining us once again, only a couple episodes removed, but we would like to welcome back Chris Cowan. Hi, Chris.
Hi, you guys are gluttons for punishment. I love it.
One of us is. Whoever keeps inviting you back.
Alice, what are you doing? Chris, remind us real quick what you do.
I like in general, like I use the toilet a few times a day.
He does whatever he wants.
Yeah. I'm my own man. I'm a renegade.
Fine. My trivial question. No. That's fine. You go to the bathroom. That's all we need to know. My trivial question for you, Chris, is
popmockers.com. I have a podcast.
We should promote that at the end.
Don't you dare try to prevent me from self-promotion.
No. Okay, fine. I won't. Just watch me. Many shows from the 1980s are featured on the televisions inside the Cafe 80s, including Family Ties and Taxi, which originally starred Michael J. Fox and Christopher Lloyd, respectively. Chris, did you have a favorite TV show from the 80s?
Gosh, let's see. Yeah, probably my two favorites from the 80s were Happy Days. When was Happy Days?
I thought that was a 60s show.
No, it was about the 50s.
It was about the 50s.
But I think it was set in I think it was filmed in the 70s or 80s.
Oh, okay.
That and The Wonder Years. Which was
also
also set
yes.
in the 60s, but was broadcast in the 80s.
Yeah, that's a good one. Nice.
Those are both awesome.
Very cool. And what was your prediction for Back to the Future 2?
Classic
all around. Well, you never know.
Yeah.
Happy Days premiered on January 15th, 1974.
Oh, very nice.
Okay.
Well, Paul, you have that information, but you have the course for this episode for Alice.
Yes, Alice, let's go to never mind Major Pain. Let's let's have a roundtable discussion on Back to the Future 2, the number 2, part 2, as it's called.
Roman numeral 2.
Yes, part II. And let's also see what we've been up to lately on our YouTube segments, and stay tuned for some announcements if we ever get back to the future.
Depends if we find that sports almanac. Alice, let us know if you find our target, though.
Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
This Wednesday, Steven Spielberg and Robert Zemeckis bring you Back to the Action, Back to the Magic, Back to the Future, Part 2. Michael J. Fox, Christopher Lloyd, Michael J. Fox.
What, a couple of teenagers,
and Michael J. Fox.
Mom, is that you?
Back to the Future Part 2, rated PG. A brand new future is coming on Wednesday at theaters everywhere.
A brand new future is coming, but our memory mind meld is coming as well. And here it is. This picks up where part 1 ended, except a different Jennifer who looks like the old Jennifer, so I didn't even notice. The dog takes Marty and Jessica to 2015, where Marty fixes his kids, but screws up the past with the sports almanac when old Biff gets it and creates a new 1985. Doc and Marty retrace Biff's steps and try to get the almanac back in 1955. The duo affects parts of the first movie, but ends with Marty getting a 100-year-old Wells Fargo letter from Doc Brown, who was struck by lightning.
What, Jessica Rabbit wasn't in this movie?
And it was Western Union, not Wells Fargo.
Oh.
It was not the next stage. Yeah. I think I would imagine they were both around that time, but
sure.
I don't know.
And at the time he received it, it was a 70-year-old letter, not a 100-year-old.
Oh, good point. Yes. All right. So, yeah, technical details. Speaking of technicals, Paul, what technically went into making this movie?
Okay, Back to the Future Part 2 is rated PG, runs 108 minutes, and was released in theaters on November 22nd of 1989 for the Thanksgiving holiday in the US of A. It was directed by Robert Zemeckis and was written by him and Bob Gale again, along with some other people that helped out, and went on to star everybody else except Crispin Glover and the original Jennifer. What's her name? Claudia Wells.
Mm-hmm.
So, but you know,
who, if you ever heard that it was because she wanted more money or anything like that, that is a misstatement. Is actually her mom got sick, and so she wanted to take care of her.
Yes,
and she wanted more money.
No, her mom actually lived in another country too.
Oh, so wow, I didn't know that.
Yeah. So anyway, the budget for
excuse it wouldn't have stopped me. I would have said Marty McFly's girlfriend. You better believe it.
Yeah. Well, we all make mistakes in life, children. The budget for this Part 2 movie was about $40 million and went on to gross over $300 million.
Oh, my word.
And over $72 million in rentals alone.
Well, that is awesome. Thank you, Paul.
Or is it?
Well, I don't know. Let's talk about what's awesome about this movie, though, with our love section. And let's begin with our guest host, Chris. What's one thing you liked about BTTF 2?
One of my favorite things about it was just like when you enter, when they arrive in the alternate 1985 from Biff's timeline.
Mm-hmm.
I just love how terrible and post-apocalyptic it was. It was like
Hell Valley.
Yeah, it was so over the top. It was just so fantastic. Just like how crazy, like just a random like cop car crashed into another car just sitting there just on the side of the road. You got like chalk outlines all over the place.
Yeah.
The school on fire.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So good.
So
eat lead slackers is one of my favorite lines in movie history.
That is an awesome one. For some reason, and I don't know if this is so much a like or a dislike, but I felt like alternate 1985 seemed very 2015-esque in like a sort of a wrong side of town. It looked like it might as well just be now, which was odd to me. But
yeah, where are you? Where do you live?
It's right after like the Oakland Raider riots.
Basically. There you go.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
So you liked Eat Lead Slackers. What was something else you liked, Paul?
The music, of course. Yes. Alan Silvestri continued his great music in this film. Nothing new, but it's still good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that his score, like, again, I agree, it was awesome, and it really made that opening credit sequence bearable.
Almost. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Something else I liked about the movie was I liked, well, a lot of the seeding for both more things that were going to happen later in this movie and also things in Back to the Future 3, like that they showed Marty playing Wild Gunman to show that he'd be a good shot. And something I just picked up on this viewing was that Doc Brown, through most of this movie, was wearing this shirt with trains on it. And apparently, I was reading the IMDb page. It also has cowboys and Indians on the print too. But I thought that was a cool allusion to number 3 as well.
You know what's funny is I never actually even picked up on the correlation between the video game and his ability to shoot.
Oh, okay.
In episode 3, there were a lot, but yeah, that was one of the things I loved too. Was just all the different foreshadowing.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when they've got the Biff the Tannen Museum, and you see Mad Dog Tannen and all that stuff. I love that.
Yeah, that is really cool. Let's go back. And was there something else you thought was cool, Chris?
Oh, yeah, one of my favorite scenes is it's right after Biff gets knocked out by not Crispin Glover, because he's not in this movie.
I know CPR.
Yeah.
What's CPR?
It's right after that, and the guy is like, "Hey, you just take his wallet?"
Oh,
I think he took his wallet, and then he says like that like 2 more times, like that's all his lines are. I think that guy took your wallet, and I just for some reason
I think he took his wallet.
Yeah, yeah. At the end, I think he took it like that. He's like, "I'm so happy to be contributing in some way to this event," and it just
I never thought about that. That is
cracks me up every time.
Wow.
I love it.
That is a funny scene, but I would like to be known for more than that. I kind of feel sorry for the actor, but at least he's in there.
Yeah, better than what's the guy's name that got
Crispin Glover?
No, from number 1, who was Marty.
Oh
yeah. Hey,
why am I blanking?
Me too. Yeah,
Stoltz.
Eric
Stoltz.
Yes.
Yeah.
So sad.
So I'd rather be this guy with he took your wallet.
Yeah.
Paul, was there something else you liked about this movie then, Paul?
I liked in 1955 seeing the same scenes but at a different angle and also with a different plot intertwined with it.
Yeah.
So revisiting that was cool too. I mean, I liked the whole time travel thing. Like, I loved the future part, and I loved the alternate 1985. But I liked how they revisited the same scenes, but from a different point of view.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Yeah, and I don't think I'd ever seen anything like that, where you're sort of rewatching part of the same movie, but it's then new content within that movie. Yes, I agree. That was a cool way to do that. I also like that. Speaking of sort of that aspect of this movie, I like that I learned about alternate timelines and just the perils of time travel from this movie. So I thank you, Back to the Future 2, for teaching me about that stuff.
The perils or parallels of time travel?
The dangers of time travel.
Okay, the perils. Okay. Just wanted to clarify.
The pearls? There's pearls of time travel? What?
Yes.
The black pearl.
You swine.
Let's go back to Chris. Do you have other things you liked about this movie?
So I thought they did, because I didn't really notice this the first few times I watched the sequels, was the fact that Crispin Glover wasn't in this movie.
I know. They did
a fantastic job of not drawing attention to that fact.
Mm-hmm.
And really did a good job, I thought, of covering
so much that Crispin Glover sued.
Oh, yeah.
They did settle for some amount.
Yeah, but now it's like a Hollywood. Now it's a law where you can't use somebody like the old footage and old without signing something. Without.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I had no idea. Okay.
I don't know what the law is exactly, but there was a law passed because of that.
Well, I'm sure now it's in all the contracts.
Yeah,
You get to
exactly.
reuse the footage. In
Right.
future
Yeah.
movies.
Where before it wasn't. It was like, well, no, we own it. We own your likeness and we own everything.
Yeah.
Blah ha ha. Let's see. Paul, what's something else you liked about this movie?
Well, speaking of, you said noticing new things this time around watching. One of the things that I noticed this time around watching in the alternate 1985, the Biff's Goons, the guy with glasses still had 3D glasses. Even it was like sunglasses, but it was still red and blue. And I was like, well, it's a dark red and blue, but it was like, oh, that's cool that they got the same actors to return and play those same roles. So
put a cork in it, Zane.
Yeah.
Yeah. I enjoyed that there's so much continuity throughout the movies. That was a really cool thing. Let's see. I like that. All the close calls when when Mario was trying to get the sports almanac, or ended up being the Ooh La La book. Just that I felt like they didn't overdo that, where it seems like it would have been easy to. They did enough different setups that was like really like, is he gonna get this time? Maybe this time? Maybe this time?
Yeah. So ooh la la, ooh la la.
Oh my goodness.
I think they went to great pains to try to keep the continuity, even with the obstacles of not having Crispin Glover or the previous Jennifer. Like, they didn't do what Christopher Nolan did for the Batman trilogy, where you got Katie Holmes, and then all of a sudden you got freaking Maggie Gyllenhaal, who looks nothing like Katie Holmes. I
feel like she did a better job than Katie Holmes did, though.
Oh, that's up for debate.
She didn't do as good of a job as in terms of being hot, though, was the problem. But
wow.
I'm just saying.
Let me ask,
someone's got to say it.
What's your take on
to be said?
What's your take on curly hair, Chris?
Oh no, we're getting so off the rails here. Where we're going, we don't need rails.
So I don't know, like the fact that they went to such pains to really make sure, and I guess you kind of have to, because this is all taking place in the span of like 2 days.
That was the hard thing to keep in mind. Yeah.
So so when you keep that in mind, because each one, leads directly into the next movie.
Yeah.
It's not like a bunch of time has passed. So the continuity is all the more important, and they did a really good job of that.
Yeah.
Oh, totally. I wonder if taking the amount of time they did to really get these scripts down helped with that. I'd imagine it did. All right, guys. If there's any other things you liked before your classic makers, let's go ahead and bullet time those. So let's start with Paul.
One of the things that I highly recommend to everybody, if they haven't done this, is to watch this movie this year in 2015, because it was really fun to see the different aspects of what they thought the future was, and so if you haven't done that, I highly recommend watching this movie this year, 2015.
Yeah, and we'll actually be releasing this. I mean, if you're listening to this now, you know this. We're releasing it the day that Marty comes back or comes to our time.
Oh, so you're releasing on Back to the Future 2 day?
Yeah, so October 21st.
I think they're calling it Back to the Future Day.
That's pretty cool. Awesome.
They can't not.
So yeah, if you're listening to this now, go home tonight, watch Back to the Future, the whole thing if you can, or just Back to the Future 2.
At least Back to the Future 2.
At least Back to the Future 2. But anyway, okay, so that's bullet time from Paul. Chris?
Bullet time.
Yeah.
Everything's in slow-mo as you're looking around at many different angles.
Chris, go ahead.
A lot of the effects still hold up.
I thought that a lot of the effects still held up even 30 years. Well, I guess not 30 years now, but
almost
25 years later, 26 years, whatever. I thought they still held up. Not all of the special effects and stuff, but a lot of them still looked pretty good, I thought.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to disagree with you there, but on a little bit. I mean, the miniatures look good, yes, but a lot of it's probably that we agree on some of the things that don't hold up.
Yeah, and some of that is in the other section.
Yeah, Same here, guys. All right, cool, guys. Let's go ahead and move into our classic makers. Let's begin with Paul this time.
I like the plot. I like visiting many different time in a time travel movie. You get to see the future. You get to see alternate realities. You get to revisit the past. I love it. The plot in general, like chasing the different, like the almanac and the kids, and I just think it's a great story.
Even though you prefer Bill and Ted time travel.
Yes, I do prefer the theory of Bill and Ted time travel, but I enjoy. That doesn't mean I don't enjoy stories about alternate times.
Yeah, more adventurous.
Could be, depending on the story.
All right.
I don't know. I think the theory behind Back to the Future is more solid than Bill and Ted. Oh. If you ignore the fading photographs and I think Bill and Ted might have the advantage on that aspect.
Cool. Chris, what would you say had the biggest advantage in this movie?
Again, like Paul, it's all about the story. It was such a good story. I just love it. It's so original. Just from beginning to end. It's just like there's no other movies like that. You know, it's not one of those movies where you're like, oh, it's a typical guy meets girl. They don't like each other at first, and then they realize they do like each other, and they end up loving each other. This is like completely, different from in terms of predictability and all that stuff, and that's made it just such a great, enjoyable movie.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And for me, my most loved thing about Back to the Future 2 was I thought the movie builds up to its climax really well. I mean, all three of these movies, I think, well, we haven't gotten to the third one yet, but the first one definitely, and this one I thought did as well.
What is the climax of this film?
Well, I would consider the climax where they get to the point where he finally has the almanac and he's burning it.
Yeah.
And just the way the music swells right then, it's just really awesome.
Yeah, the climax is basically him duking it out with Biff in the tunnel on the hoverboard, trying to get away, and then getting the almanac and getting rescued by the DeLorean at the last minute.
Yeah,
and that's just as good as the first.
The way that it's built up to that, I think it's different. It's not the same, but I felt like the way they built it up. Fine, Paul.
I think
it's my classic maker. I didn't poo-poo your classic maker.
Hey, yeah, you can. We're exchanging different opinions.
Yeah. No, I think the first one has a more satisfying climax because
because
it's more emotionally satisfying because it's about character, and it's about, will he stand up for his girl, you know, and he does, and that's what changes the course of that leads to the better 1985, where his parents are actually good functioning human beings.
Oh, you think the climax of the first one's on the dance floor?
Yeah, that's interesting. I thought it was when he actually gets back
when
to
he gets
1985.
struck by lightning.
Yeah.
No, the real climax, I think, is when he punches Biff.
I think that's an emotional climax, definitely. I feel like the adventure climax, though, is him getting back to 1985.
But going back to Back to the Future 2, I didn't even know where the climax was because it just seemed to just the story kept progressing, not building for me. Well, but I could see your point.
Well, and I think that because it's supposed to be a bridge to the third one, it's hard to you can't have this very satisfying climax, because then oh, okay, I don't really need to go see the third one. You want a sort of almost a cliffhanger-esque climax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you may not agree with that, Paul, and I don't like that we don't have any feedback because Chris pulled us out of our Major Pain episode, which we had plenty of feedback for.
I know, what a major pain.
And speaking of pains, let's talk about the things we didn't like about Back to the Future 2.
This movie.
With its no climaxes. Okay, Paul, get off your chest.
First thing off, I'm sorry, Elizabeth Shue, but I enjoyed Claudia Wells as Jennifer better. So it's just me.
What about they both seem fine. I'm curious what's the difference for you?
She comes across. I don't want to be mean to Elizabeth Shue because I really enjoyed her in Karate Kid and stuff. But to me, it's what do you mean? Seemed so fake.
Okay.
It didn't come across as very believable to me.
Go back to babysitting, Elizabeth Shue. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, snap.
I didn't find that the case, but all right. Chris, were there any performances you thought didn't really hold up, or is there just something else you didn't like about this movie?
Part of the thing with the movie is it gets a little campy sometimes.
Yeah.
And I thought Griff in particular was a little too far over the top.
Oh, by the way,
you too.
Can I just say that sorry. What's the guy's name that played him? All the Tannen parts.
Tom
Wilson.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, the range, I'm not saying he's the greatest actor in history, but
he's great. Yeah.
He did a great job, especially in the alternate, where he was in your face, he was someone terrifying you don't want to mess with.
Yeah. And then seeing the real, I guess, or the original version of him sort of being a bit more timid but still looking the same as the auto repair guy. Yeah.
But I agree with you. Griff was a little over the top, but it wasn't too much for me.
I felt his
Grandpa.
About tonight's opportunity.
Yeah, exactly.
This Mary McFly got no scrot. Oh.
They were all a bit over the top there.
They were overdosing on cybernetics, so I guess that kind of explains it. But I don't
know. Something I didn't like about this movie was, and it's only a small thing. I had mentioned before that I liked that they seeded a lot of stuff, but I almost felt like they overdid it a bit to the point where I felt okay, do I need to pay attention to this? Because is this affecting something later on? And I was almost doing that a bit too much.
I'll tell you what they overseeded in is the chicken. Oh, they make such a big deal about him being chicken. So much that it was so distracting. It's look, why are you calling so much attention to it? that it distracts from the first movie. It's like, well, why isn't it in the first movie? It's such a big plot
That's
point.
a good point. I never thought about that aspect of it, but yeah, totally. I mean, Christy brought that up too. She just hates that whole like machismo thing. And I said, well, because it's good for the arc into the third movie where he gives that up. But you're exactly right. They do it a lot.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Good point.
I thought the other foreshadowing was fine. I love it because it's, you know, it's great when you know about the third movie and you're like, oh yeah, hey, that's you know, he's gonna be in the next movie. That's his ancestor and that kind of stuff. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly makes the movies a lot more rewatchable. So
we're talking about things we don't like, not what we do.
I know it's only a minor gripe that I felt like. I guess maybe it's just my own personality that I want to find everything, and since there is so much stuff, where I'm missing something or something like that. Let's see. Let's go back to Chris. What's something else you didn't like?
The future scenes weren't quite as fantastical as I remembered them being.
Oh, sure.
Back when I watched this in the 90s. Yeah. Something about, you know, analog, non-HD, wall-sized TVs.
Yep.
And the fact that their cutting-edge version of sending a message is a bunch of fax machines.
Right.
That still can't print clearly.
Right.
Yeah.
Throughout the house. And you know, some of the other stuff, it just wasn't as like, oh wow, it's the future.
Well, Chris, what technology works perfectly nowadays anyway?
Exactly. Right.
So they're gonna have messed up scanners or screens or whatever. So
yeah.
But yeah, of course they're gonna get things wrong. But it's kind of fun to watch.
I have a theory about that anyway. So
what's your theory?
Okay. So here's the deal. I thought of it today. It's brilliant. It totally makes sense. The reason the 2015 we live in is different from the 2015 in Back to the Future Part 2 is really simple.
Okay.
It's because when he goes back to the future in that movie, when he goes to 2015 in that movie, it's before he's learned his lesson about not being able to deal with when someone calls you chicken.
Sure.
So after he learns that lesson back in, you know, either 1885 and then brings that back with him to 1985, it sets off a butterfly effect chain reaction that completely changes the 2015 to where now it makes sense that the 2015 we're in now is almost like an alternate timeline.
Yes.
A post-apocalyptic alternate timeline akin to what the 1985 Biff was.
So we have Marty to thank for this current reality we're in.
Yes, if only he had stayed a chicken. I mean,
exactly.
Or arrogant or whatever.
So I believe I'm recalling from the behind the scenes or the commentaries that the reason I think is Bob Gale called out that they tried to make everything in the future a joke because whenever anyone tries to do the future, they get it wrong. So everything was very big, but I agree. It didn't seem even as fantastical as when we saw it as kids. So
I think the difference was when I watched it as a kid, I was like, oh my gosh, that's so fantastic. I love the future. And then watching it now, it's like, oh my gosh, it's so like that version of the future is so dated now.
It's kind of like with Disney's Tomorrowland. It was the future that never really was.
Yeah.
Let's go back to Paul. What's something else you didn't like about Back to the Future 2?
When towards the beginning of the movie, when they take off and then Biff comes out and sees the flying DeLorean, he gets mad and it's like, what's going on here? And it's like, why does he get mad? That doesn't fit his personality. It was like, hey guys, I got this. Hey, what's this? It kind of threw me for a loop. Like even back as a kid, I was like, what?
He just seemed confused to me, not so much.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I didn't think he was mad, but
no, he's mad.
Okay,
his brow furrows and his voice deepens. That's what happens when people get mad.
Well, okay, so
maybe you're mad that you don't know how to tell when someone's confused.
maybe because my brow was getting furrowed and my voice was deeper.
I'm curious. Maybe it was part of the makeup effects. And Paul, you and John from our Back to the Future 1 episode commented on how seeing the makeup effects in HD made them seem less good. I'm curious, was there any difference in these ones since they were done 5 years later?
Yeah, you couldn't tell as much in the neck and stuff. The makeup process had improved. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Cool. I'm still watching SD, so looks totally fine to me.
Because you're still stuck in 1985, apparently.
What's funny is I have a Blu-ray player that's completely capable of 1080p, but my projector is like 480. So, did you make the mistake of buying one of those projectors that's like it's HD ready, it just doesn't display it in HD? No, so I didn't make that mistake. I knew that going in, but it was a cost thing, and our other one broke, so we needed something. Anyway, long, too much info. No one cares, I'm sure. All right, so something else I didn't like about Back to the Future 2 was why is Marty's kid, Marty Jr., getting arrested, making the front page of USA Today?
Because you don't know what he did.
He robbed something.
Yeah. Well, look, if somebody robbed like
what
today, like I don't know, like Microsoft's or let's say Intel's next chip and went and put it on the black market for everybody, and he got caught doing that.
But a kid's gonna get caught. A kid's gonna steal something like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, look how.
Actually, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. But they wouldn't go in to rob something. They would be doing it.
You're talking about an alternate timeline that didn't happen.
All right, good point. Good point. That just seemed odd to me. That's all. Let's go back to Chris.
The makeup may have improved from the first movie to the second, but it still wasn't very good.
Well, it was good for 89 standards, not today's.
Yeah, I mean, and so that part is a little rough when you're watching that because it's like, okay, that guy's obviously wearing really old makeup. That guy's really old makeup. And a lot of it was a little fake. Honestly, the best makeup job in that entire movie was Marty McFly's daughter.
Yeah. I did not know that was Michael J. Fox until like seeing this in my adulthood. I had no idea.
Because you didn't see any of the commercials.
Apparently, I guess because I know in the trailer we just watched, they called that out that was him. Yeah. But
you're kind of regretting the big poster you had of her on your wall as a kid now.
Or maybe you do.
Hot. Whoever that actress is, she's just the actress of my dreams.
Or maybe you do find Bugs Bunny dressed as a girl.
Could we move on? My goodness.
Ooh la la. Ooh la la.
But Francisco, you brought up the credits.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, over the clouds, which are cool clouds, but yeah, let's put it over the story and get a move on.
Yeah, totally. It is waste of space. Come on.
And Chris, you mentioned the effects of the special effects.
I was about to bring that up, but go ahead, Paul.
Sorry.
No.
Getting a move on. Like the credits. Let's go. Go. So you didn't like, for me, I didn't like some of the flying cars or the hoverboards that were obviously animated. Mm-hmm. So those didn't hold up in my. It's kind of funny. He backs up. The DeLorean flies and backs up into a dumpster, which doesn't scratch it at all. But they can't land on top of Biff's car without crippling like tinfoil.
Yes. Yeah. Good point. So for me, the effects that I didn't like were some of the compositing the new stuff on the old film. Like when we're seeing Marty up in the rafters above the stage, I felt I could tell very easily that was green screen, and I didn't like that.
But it was an old film. They reshot that because of the angles. but it was green or blue screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was two more. Yeah, two of him, of course.
Yeah.
But is still.
I thought it was noticeable, but it's still, well done. I mean, for
I didn't say it was poorly done. I just said
you gotta hate.
It called attention to itself.
This is the hate section.
Oh, that's right. That's right. All right, carry on.
I gotta hate because we're in that section. All right, guys, let's bullet time. Any last
negative? I got a bunch.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, same here.
Strap in.
All right, so you strap in, Princess. Go. Chris and I'll go back and forth.
Oh, I guess I don't have a bunch. I thought I did. I got one.
One?
A bunch. One. That's all the same.
Take it away, Chris, and then I'll do mine.
All right. One of the things I hated most, like when young Jennifer sees old Jennifer, and they look at each other, and the old one says, "I'm young," and the young one says, "I'm old," and then they faint.
Yeah.
I hate that scene. It wasn't funny to me. It was really stupid.
I thought it was cute, but kind of lacking something. I don't know.
All right.
It was just too contrived, too forced.
I get that. And I have something else that's kind of forced before Paul goes off. One last thing for me. Why does Doc have a change of heart in wanting to dismantle the time machine? It seems very much out of left field. Like all of a sudden, even before they realize that the future's changed, she's like, "Oh, we gotta dismantle this. It's too dangerous."
Because he could see that the danger behind it.
He couldn't see that before he even made it.
Well, yeah, but he didn't think it would be that. But
here's the thing.
It's go ahead.
He placed his trust in Marty. He said, "Marty's someone I'm letting in on this secret. If I can trust anybody, it's him." And Marty misused that opportunity to grab the almanac.
Oh.
And it's one thing if Marty
That's
messes
my reason
up.
I totally just made up right now.
Yeah.
Makes sense to me, though.
It's one thing if Marty messes up his own future. It's another thing if you change the world entirely.
Yeah.
Good point. All right, Paul. Lock and load.
Rapid fire. Okay. Something silly. This is, everyone points out, oh, this is Elijah Wood's first movie because he's one of the two kids by Wild Gunman. And no one ever points out to that other little kid. I feel sorry for that other little kid, whoever he was. Everyone.
That's why nobody points him out.
Yeah. I don't like that. Anyway, back when, in the future, Jennifer is passed out and the police are there like, oh, who is she? Why don't they just run and grab her? Oh, that's my wife. Oh, she was just taking a nap. Oh, we got everything. It's cool. Oh, who are you? Here's the thumbprints. Yes, they are married. Okay. Sorry. Maybe she accidentally, pointed the gun at her face and it went off and she was, so we're trying to find some waking up pills or something at the Cafe 80s. We couldn't find her or something, but they should have grabbed her and gone.
Right,
but no, they had to go in the house. Anyway. Okay. Marty and Jennifer shouldn't be in the future because they're not there. They went in the time machine.
No. Because they come back to 1985 eventually.
Oh, how do they not get shot? If they came back eventually, they would know everything. And so future would be changed.
Yeah, but it hasn't changed yet because they're still in the future that hasn't changed.
But they shouldn't be there.
Because they left.
They left. They're not there to be there.
No, because they're still going to come back to 1985. All they have to do is
they're going to come back with the
1985.
future information. So
so it would have been it would be different.
So either it's a changed future, which then you get into time paradox things. Anyway.
Yeah, but what would have changed other than the
he wouldn't have
his son not getting arrested?
He wouldn't have. They wouldn't live where they live, or whatever. I don't know.
Because they would have known all those things going in. Oh, let's not live in.
He wouldn't have agreed to get in with Beatles and be fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he can't make those changes until he goes back to 1985.
Right. Exactly.
Sure. So, but then if it depends on what future we're looking at. Essentially, I think that's where we're sort of drilling down into. I think we have to say we're looking at the future where they've come back to 1985, like Chris was saying, and then somehow, for whatever reason, not made any of the changes to better their lives for the future.
No, here's the thing. They hadn't made the changes yet in their personal timeline. It only makes those changes in the time period they're in if they make those changes, and then they can see the effects of those changes. So they made the change that prevented their kids from getting arrested, and that's why they could see that change in the future. But they hadn't yet gone back to 1985 and implemented the changes that would change the future. So as a result, the chain reaction hadn't fully been initiated yet. It totally makes sense. Just trust me.
I think I'm going to trust Paul, but okay.
All right, I just have my tragic maker.
All right, guys, let's do our tragic makers. The things we hated most about Back to the Future Part 2. Let's begin with me. Overall, I feel like this movie is pretty dark when compared to the first and third movies. I mean,
the future is very light.
There are some
positive.
There are some campy elements, but the future is. But the rest of them, the alternate 1985 and even back in 1955, since we're seeing so much more of Biff, I think that certainly
and his
gang makes the movie darker. Which I mean, it's I think that serves as a good contrast with the other two. But I mean, I don't know. I had to pick something I hated most, so that's it.
Yeah.
He liked this.
1985. The Biff's version is super dark. It's post-apocalyptic.
Mm-hmm.
You got, it's about as bad as it can be.
No, it's apocalyptic.
Yeah, that's true. It's apocalyptic. That's true. And it's
what's being revealed. I don't understand.
Yeah. And the dad is dead. His mom is just a total mess.
Yeah. These things. If you want it back, you can have them.
That was also probably like their best makeup job was that.
Yeah. I remember. Okay, quick sidebar. I seem to remember as a kid, I stayed up late watching Arsenio Hall, and Leah Thompson was the guest, and she actually gave Arsenio that set of breasts.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So she made a comment on a podcast recently. She said that somebody has him somewhere.
Oh, interesting. Well, maybe Arsenio, maybe not. But okay, so let's see. Let's go next with Chris. What do you hate most about Back to the Future 2?
The hardest thing for me was the fact that nobody in that movie has any peripheral vision.
How do you mean?
There's
there's a giant boulder chasing them, and they always run straight, not to the side.
Yeah, there's just so many scenes where Marty McFly is totally within the periphery of Biff's view, and then he ducks down real quick, and Biff can't see him. Like Marty McFly was so close in invading Biff's periphery that he practically could have just kissed Biff and he wouldn't even
the
notice.
car.
So I thought, I was thinking about this actually. Every time Biff would sort of glance toward where Marty would be, I thought, why doesn't he see him? And I wonder if you almost if your brain was trying to process really all the information your eyes saw, it would be overloaded. So it actually cuts out and only focuses on certain things. And so if you're not expecting someone to be there in the car and you're not looking directly at them, I think your brain filters that out as unimportant information. And so you don't notice.
I think if I was in a car and somebody started opening the passenger door directly to my right,
that one was a bit extreme.
I would notice.
Yeah, but when he looked over and freaked out, that would have freaked me so much out. I probably would have swerved the car right into one of the walls of the tunnel.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't know. There was a lot of scenes that were like that where I'm like, come on, he would see him. And then also when Doc Brown sees himself again.
Well, he's
he's
behind the pole.
Yeah, but even then he steps forward and he's checking the wire. And it's just convenient that the other Doc Brown isn't looking at him like you would with a normal human being.
And doesn't say, hey, you sound like me.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing that part up, because I forgot to mention it in Back to the Future when we covered Back to the Future 1, and I almost forgot to mention it here. if you decide to watch all 3 Back to the Futures on today, Back to the Future Day, in the first one, when Doc Brown is getting set up for his weather experiment, getting set up in the square or whatever, for the coming storm and stuff, you will notice someone's riding a bike that looks a lot like Doc Brown in number 2.
Yeah.
Just in the background. And I noticed that last time we watched it. I'm like, oh my gosh, how did they do that? And I'm guessing they just like maybe thought, oh, well, let's use this similar costuming and it'd be a nice.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but they didn't plan it for Back to the Future. That's for sure.
Yeah. So look out for that. It's really cool to notice. It's
very coincidental, but purposely used, I think, in the second one.
Yeah. Okay. So, but still, yes, I agree with you, Chris. He would have noticed himself a lot in that situation. Yeah. All right, Paul, bring down the hate hammer. What be it for you?
The thing that took me most out of the movie is not as much the peripheral as much as the fact that Doc Brown can't land his car at the end.
Oh, yeah.
And just decides to stay up there and get in the storm. First of all, he's flying a car. He says he'll wait till nighttime. Like, no one in Hill Valley is going to see a flying car at night. And then he decides to stay flying around in a storm. And he says, oh, the wind, I have to circle around. Baloney. You land the thing, you take off and take up. And it's just like, well, we got to get him struck by lightning somehow. Well, let's keep him up there. And baloney. I call baloney on you, Zemeckis.
He might as well have been like, let me stick this large pole up as well. While I'm up.
Right. I hope I don't get struck by. Oh,
yeah.
I'm curious. As kids, or when you first saw this movie, did you guys get confused by it? I assume the fire trail, it just looks the way it does because he's spinning around and it looks like a backward 99. But did you think that maybe that was like some sort of signal that he went to the year 99 or anything like that?
Both.
Okay.
I didn't.
Chris, okay. That just confused me as a kid. I'm like, why is he in 1885? But, all right.
Now, when I was a kid, the thing that confused me was Marty's mom's plastic surgery. That was the most confusing thing for me.
What is happening? Am I watching Alien? I don't understand. Okay, cool, guys. Well,
it's not that big.
We've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer. Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Do we rate Back to the Future 2 a classic? We'd recommend you share this with anyone, or we'd recommend anyone watch this, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, we'd only recommend you see this again if you have seen it before. Or a tragic, we recommend no one watch this ever, whether you've seen it before or not. Let's start with our guest host. How do you rate Back to the Future 2?
Classic, of course. Is there any other possible?
There are two other possible options. I covered this already. I understand.
Those are not options. Classic.
All right.
Is the only option.
Paul, are there any other options?
Well, of course. I've met several people along the years that Back to the Future 2 is their least favorite of the trilogy. In fact, they don't even like watching it. They'll just watch 1 and 3.
What?
But that's not me. I say it's a classic as well.
Yeah.
Honestly, I'm one of those people that would prefer to watch 1 and 3.
See?
However,
seriously, every time.
Well, you know what? Someone's got to hate Monty Python and the Holy Grail. You just got to have that odd man.
No.
Oh, that's not the only thing you hate.
But that doesn't mean I hate this movie. I enjoyed this movie. It is my least favorite, but it's still a good movie. I still would recommend it, especially if as part of the trilogy. I mean, you kind of need it.
Yeah.
So classic for me as well for Back to the Future 2, making the reign for the Retro Rewind podcast. We recommend Back to the Future 2 is a classic movie. Unanimously.
Yes.
Even in the afternoon. You must try special. You must try special. And we must try our new tubes. Let's bring that up for us.
New tube systems engaged.
Oh, that was a quick trip back from 1989. Let's see what's new on our tube, whether it's something contemporary that's a book, a movie, a TV show, a pamphlet, whatever. Chris, what's new on your tube?
A pamphlet.
So a friend was at a get-together. I was at a gathering of friends. And
a wowie. A large gathering of...
Wowie. Wrong movie. And a friend just kind of recommended in passing the show called Last Man on Earth. And so I'm like, all right, well, I'll check it out. My wife and I watched the entire first season in one weekend.
Oh, my gosh.
And basically got all the way caught up to the present season, which just started.
Wow.
Is that good?
Oh, it's so good.
Really?
It's so good.
I haven't heard of this.
This looks
hilarious.
frustrating. I've seen the episode or the previews, or like the TV commercials, and it's all about him finding other people that he's not the last man standing.
Yeah.
Or the last man on Earth.
It starts out where he thinks he's the last man on Earth. And he, after like 2 years living alone, he does find out that he's not the last man on Earth. And there's a lot of, it's really funny. It's worth, I definitely highly recommend it.
Really? Cool.
It's by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller, which if you don't know who they are, they're the genius minds behind Cloudy with the Chance of Meatballs and the Lego Movie.
Oh, okay.
As well as 21 Jump Street. And they're just brilliant. I'm huge fans of everything they do. And this is no exception.
Well, very cool. Is this based on the comic book Y the Last Man at all?
Yeah, it's totally no.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Very cool. Okay, so it's called Last Man on Earth?
Yeah, The Last Man on Earth.
Very cool. All right. Paul, what is new on your tube?
Recently, my wife and I went into the movies and saw Maze Runner: The Scorch Trials, the second movie of that series, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
And when I saw the first one, I thought it was fine, whatever, teenagers. The second one comes along, and I wasn't really going to see it, maybe later on video, maybe, but my wife really wanted to go see it.
Okay.
And by the end of it, I am now hooked, and I want to see the third one. I was they do intense situations really well, like edge of your seat stuff. And there are some scenes in there. It's like, oh my gosh, that is crazy. So unfortunately, now I'm hooked in the series.
Nice. That's very cool. Cool. So Maze Runner, The Scorch Trials. Okay.
The movie. I haven't read any of the books.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see that, Chris?
No, I haven't. Right. It sounded like Francisco said Maze Runner, which is probably not. It's the same concept, except instead of young kids, it's a bunch of maids that rich people are just,
right into the ground.
What if, it's run by Biff Tannen's world?
Yes.
And killing is legal, and the maids all have to run.
That's what it is.
Bosses.
Okay, so what's new on my tube?
Thanks for asking, Francisco.
Is the game Jetpack Joyride, and they recently released the whole game as Back to the Future themed.
Oh, nice.
So while you're running in the normal game, you can get different vehicles, and now in this retheming, you can get the hoverboard and you can get the DeLorean.
Nice.
And when you get to the DeLorean, if you stay in the DeLorean long enough for it to tick up to 88 miles per hour, you actually jump ahead like thousands of feet or yards. I forget what the unit of measure that is. But it's cool. And you can like unlock Marty's costume. You can unlock Doc Brown's costume, Biff's costume. So it's fun. And it's free also. So I'd recommend Jetpack Joyride. I play on iOS. I'm not sure if it's on other ones, but It's by the same makers of Fruit Ninja and other games like that.
Sounds awesome.
It is pretty awesome, except it crashes on my old iPad, but that's not their fault.
Yes, it is. You should make it compatible with all, even the Atari 2600.
And Alice, are you compatible with the communication satellites?
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
Again, I'd like to thank our guest, Mr. Cowan, for pulling us into this podcast. I hope we have saved it or fixed it or whatever was wrong with it. But we do not have feedback because of that change. So let me go ahead and go to our announcements, which is pretty much, as always, you can vote in our poll for the next round of 5 movies you want us to cover. Just go to retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote. And if we were going to end voting today, the top...
What about Bob? Upvote, what about Bob?
The next 5 movies would be Uncle Buck, The Jerk, Stay Tuned, Jumanji, and A Few Good Men like us. Oh man, no.
What?
Nothing.
What about Bob?
Nothing.
Number 6?
Nothing about it. No, it's not number 6.
Number 7. It's in the top 10. Oh yeah. What about Bob?
Come on,
People
guys.
upvote. What about
Please
Bob?
vote that down. Please.
No, it's a fun movie.
No, you're misremembering. It's not.
Okay, maybe. I don't know. We should review it to see if it actually is or not. I don't remember.
We should review the Terminator movies, which number 6, Terminator 2, Judgment Day. Good job, listeners. Anyway, so that could very much change by the time we get to that point.
The first one before we do the second.
Well, okay, but we have to go by what the listeners
we
want.
had a request today to add, or yesterday.
Oh,
to
yeah.
Add,
what was it?
The Page Master.
Okay, I can add that to it. The Page Master.
No, Chris Cowan says no.
Chris disagrees.
Page Master is just
Christopher Lloyd on acid.
No, honestly, the worst part of about that movie would be probably a totally fine movie, except for like the colors are just so drab, and it just makes the whole movie just terrible to watch.
That's weird. I guess I'm misremembering or incepting because I remember it being very almost too saturated.
Well, it depends on what land they're visiting.
Oh man,
the horror land is drab.
All right,
fantasy land is oversaturated.
Well, all of this is of no consequence because it is not on the list yet, nor has it been voted up or down.
Vote it up. What about Bob? Vote it up. What about Bob? Vote it up.
Gosh. All right, guys. So if you want to leave us feedback on anything, you can do it on this episode, retrorewindpodcast.com/74. That's probably the best place to do it. Or you can go to join our Facebook group and be in contact with us there. We post lots of stuff. Usually once a day, we'll post something just for your guys' enjoyment or quizzes to have fun with. Go to retrorewindpodcast.com/group to join us there. Also, I want to mention that we are part of the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. There's lots of awesome, family-friendly, retro-themed podcasts there. If this one strikes your fancy, you might find other ones there.
Killing dads and
what?
Back to the Future 2.
Oh. I'm not saying we're necessarily family friendly. I mean, we are, but okay. Anyway, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. Now, before we head back to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank Chris Cowan for coming back to the show. Awesome to have you as one of our repeat guests. Can you tell us where people can contact you, and can you promote Pop Mockers again?
Well, you did such a good job just now. You can find me on the internet. I'm a few different places. Head on over to popmockers.com if you want to listen to my comedy podcast, or madcowan.com if you want my blog and thoughts that nobody cares about.
I care about them. I've read them.
Thank you.
No problem. So thank you, Chris, so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Fun having you back.
So Totes.
And hopefully you'll be able to come back for our Back to the Future 3 episode. The search for even more money. You can reach, if you'd like to contact the show, you can do that at retrorewindpodcast.com/contact. Or if you want to reach me personally, Francisco, you can tweet me at FXRuizX. Though honestly, I am doing a lot more tweeting through our Retro Rewind Podcast Twitter account, which is at Retro Rewind Cast. If you want to find Paul and all his social security information, it's at pauljpowers.com. And Paul, will you please tell us what movie Game Time Continuum, though I have a good guess of where we're going to be going back to next time?
I don't know. I guess let's go for the
pain, the major pain.
Yeah,
that'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, let's do that.
Unless Chris thwarts it again. Hopefully not.
What year is that? 1995? Yeah, let's go back to the year 1995 for some major pain. And until then, we would love if you would just rate our show as the most awesome show ever. Tell all your friends and family and even your people you hate the most.
Awesome.
That, just.
That's the most awesome?
Yeah, I guess. I went from extremely excited to don't even care.
You're totally silent and then no.
Yeah, just whatever, Come check us out. Leave feedback, whatever. Oh, you know what? There's Patrons. Those are good people.
Those
if you want to join the Good People Club, you can, just throw a little money our way at Patreon.
Very cool. That's at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon. Thank you so much, Paul, for being an awesome co-host, an awesome friend, an awesome time traveler. Are you a time lord also, or?
It takes one to know one. So
doesn't really answer that. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. So I'm not one. So I guess that makes you not one.
No, it takes one to know one. So you don't know if I'm one or not.
Oh, okay. I see.
But if you were one, you would know.
Got it.
Unless you're his traveling companion.
Yes, that's true. But I'm not cute enough. All right. And
I was
whether
gonna say it.
and whether this is your first time listening or you subscribe and listen to each episode while you're on the job working.
No in between. Do you listen to them all, or this is your first time?
Master Interrupter. Whether you're listening to this on the job or on your way to work or while you're doing chores, we appreciate each of you so much just for listening. It's the coolest thing. But like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to nav point Omega and return to base.
Those don't float on water unless you have power. Oh.
Like this podcast.
Podcasts are my business, ladies, and business is good. On episode number 75 of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Are we really doing it this time? I mean, reviewing this?
Mission identified. Major pain.
Well, as long as Chris doesn't come and, totally screw us.
Maybe we can get one of those other, pop mockers to help us out this time, so we can actually review this movie, Major Pain.
Maybe they'll actually fall in line and stop trying to mutiny the show.
Yeah.
Let's find out. Welcome to the Retro Rewind Podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/75. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find links to subscribe to the podcast in iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, I want to say a special thank you to our awesome patrons who did a bunch of drill instruction with us. Sure, why not?
Okay.
For our reflex capacitor. Anyway, our patrons, Brian Keating, Andrew LeGrieve, Two Dudes in a Nest, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and a secret patron as well.
They're making us strong.
They're making... Yes, I wish I would have thought of that. Thank you guys so much for your awesome support. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, not a drill instructor. Excuse me.
Boy, you let your kids get away with anything, huh?
For the Marines, I mean.
Oh, okay.
And I predicted that Major Payne would be a nostalgic movie. And I'm joined, as always, by my good friend, co-host, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Francisco.
How's it going?
It's going well.
That's good. Here's my trivial question for you, Paul.
Okay.
Dean Lorey, who was the co-author of the most recent screenplay, essentially the screenplay that got filmed, along with Damon Wayans, stated that, to his knowledge, there's no special edition in the works for Major Payne. Paul, what special features are the most appealing to you when you're looking to buy a DVD or Blu-ray?
Oh, I like a featurette behind the scenes, at least 20 minutes long. So an in-depth behind the scenes. Actually, what I really love is the picture-in-picture. It's like a commentary, yeah, by the cast and directors. So that's what if it has that, that's a major, not a major pain. Yeah. Major draw, anyway, yeah, you get the idea.
Very cool. And we'd like to.
Oh, and I also would rate this movie not a pain, but nostalgic as well. Sorry.
That's a reach, but okay. Thanks.
Yeah. You can edit that out. Sorry. I said I wouldn't say that anymore.
No. And we'd like to welcome back to the show once again. We'd like to welcome back. That's redundant. Nate Henderson. Hi, Nate.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Going pretty good.
I think it's going well. We established that, right?
Well, yeah, that's what I got from your conversation. There,
yeah. Okay. Good.
Yeah.
You're paying attention.
It's great to be back.
Yeah. If you enjoy listening to Nate this episode, you can go back and listen to our 3 Men and a Baby episode and Pee-wee's Big Adventure episode. So go back and listen to those. But Nate, I'll just go ahead and say or ask you our trivial question. Dean Lorey, again, I already said who that was, originally wrote the script for Major Payne for Clint Eastwood.
Oh.
Yeah. Nate,
wow.
Do you prefer young or old Clint Eastwood in the movies?
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's so hard because I think young and old, they both bring different things to the movie. Like I loved him in the spaghetti westerns because he was just really smooth and he I don't know, but then the older one seems so much wiser, and so I like him. I like him, but I can't pick an age for Clint. I just can't.
Okay.
Don't ask me to choose.
Okay, no worries.
I'm sorry.
You better.
I prefer Marty.
I think he should kind of stop making movies, though. I think it's kind of. Right now
he's past his mark.
Well, he's really getting up there, and I love the guy, but I mean, it's just kind of like just direct until you
pass away.
Until until the Grim Reaper just offers her sweet embrace. No, that's dark.
Yeah. Well, but you made it light because most people think Grim Reaper is a man.
Yeah,
it's a sweet embrace by a woman.
I put a spin on it. No, I love Clint. I think everything he does is pretty much awesome. I can't knock him for anything.
All right.
Do you prefer him as an actor or a director?
Oh man, I like it when he's in the movies he directs.
All right, good answer.
All right,
he knows how to direct himself. If that makes any sense.
Yes. Flags of Our Fathers fan. But Nate, how did you predict Major Payne would be rated?
I predicted it would be nostalgic.
All right, nostalgic all around. Let's see if those ratings pan out. But Paul, put in our course for Alice, please. After you cough. We got to work on your immune system, boy. Get down. Give me 25 push-ups now.
One coffee. Sorry. Hey Alice, what's up? Oh, we already established we're doing well, right? Okay, so let's have a course, or let's have a. Wow, I'm really messing this one up. What are we doing? We're having a roundtable discussion on Major Payne, and let's also see what we've been up to lately on our YouTube section, and then let's end the show with some announcements.
Does that sound good to you, Alice?
Alert. Target located. Spoilers incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
The students at Madison Academy are in for a major change.
My name is Major Payne. Did I give you permission to sneeze over there? Bleep, bleep, bleep. What are you laughing at?
Damon Wayans.
Yeah, bro. You like the way I handle these white boys? Oh, yeah. It make you feel good to see a black man run things. Malcolm X. Let me tell you something, D.
Major Payne.
I am not your damn brother.
Rated PG-13. Starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
And we aren't your brothers. I mean, maybe we are, depending on who's listening.
Brother from another mother.
Exactly.
There we go.
And maybe we have the same memories, though, regardless of our heritage or ancestry. Ancestry.com. Not a sponsor of the show. Anyway, our memory mind melt synopsis goes like this. I saw it at a friend's house, I think during an overnighter during high school. It was probably squished into the lineup during a comedy marathon of Adam Sandler and Chris Farley movies. So I saw it while being tired, yet fueled by bagel bites and Mountain Dew. Major Benson Winifred Payne is bad to the bone, a trained weapon of destruction, which the Marines don't need anymore. So Major Payne is assigned as an ROTC instructor at an all-boys school. Payne's only assignment is to turn a ragtag group of JROTC kids into a well-disciplined Marine unit by making them hate him. Damon Wayans is yelling at an overweight kid, cussing and saying horrible things to all the other kids. The boys think he's too tough and don't like him, so they do things to get rid of him. Major Payne agrees to leave if the boys rank first in the military games. Having trained for the end of the year JROTC competition, Tiger's Michael Jackson moves win the competition. In the end, the boys come to appreciate Major Payne. Oh yeah, I thought Hillary from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was pretty hot at the time. I kept thinking it was Vanessa or not Valhalla, but it's something with a V. Okay, yes, Hillary. Thank you very much. But alas, yeah.
Where is it? Come on.
It's not here. That's so weird. Oh well. Let's just keep going off the rails, guys. So that's what we remembered about Major Payne. Not technically right, but Paul, what technically went into making this movie?
All right, so Major Payne is rated PG-13. Runs 95 minutes long and was released on March 24th, 1995 in the US of A. Was directed by Nick Castle and was written by about like 7 people. Went on to star Damon Wayans and that girl from
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
And also went and starred Opie and amongst some other kids who you probably never seen in anything else.
Wait, I thought Opie was from...
No, he is. He's in a lot of different things.
Oh, okay.
But the other kids you probably haven't seen. And the old guy from is Uncle Lewis in National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
Yes.
Oh, that's where I've seen him before. Okay, thank you. And also Michael Ironside from Top Gun.
Oh,
well,
yeah. Michael Ironside.
Anyway, continue, Paul.
Oh, I've searched and scoured the internet and could not find the budget for this film, but it went on to gross $30 million. I hope it didn't cost more than that to create.
Yeah, so I guess we'll do that. But Hedra Bats will also say this. Yes,
we're not providing the information.
So you cover all your bases there.
Yeah, yes.
Oh, it's amazing you have those sound effects.
Speaking of covering bases, I found it. All right, guys.
I imagine that had to have been a decent amount of money for that movie. For the way that movie was made, they probably paid those kids $50 a piece. they paid Damon Wayans $5 million, and the rest was all profit. So,
Hollywood. That's how it works. Yeah. All right, guys. Let's. I wouldn't love to get $50 for a movie if I was the main star. But let's talk about things we would love. Or we did love about Major Payne.
It's more than I ever got paid for a movie.
Let's begin with our guest, Nate. What's one thing you liked about this film?
Major Payne's teeth.
Major Payne's teeth. All right.
I think there's something about wearing the goofy teeth and then just owning it the entire movie. Like, I imagine that had to have been a hindrance for his dialogue and everything, but he
I'm sorry, Mr. Handicap Man.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why he kept going the thing with his teeth.
Maybe.
And it just became a thing he would do.
Like they emphasized his teeth so he could actually do that. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I thought that added to the whole character.
Oh, absolutely.
Just not being quite right.
Mm-hmm. Paul, did you find things like that, like weird idiosyncrasies or something appealing about this movie?
Oh yeah, I think it added character to it, which is not typically found in most films, but it gave that a little touch of, I don't know what you call it, but it's like, oh, flavor? That's nice. Yeah, flavor, originality, things like that. A little it spices it up,
novelty.
Yeah. We'll go with that.
That's the ticket.
Thesaurus.
No.
No.
What was something else you like though, Paul?
The opening music, Bad to the Bone, gets you right here. And this is the movie. This is kind of silly, but it's going to be kind of fun. That kind of, it just, all right, lets you strap in. Here we go. This is the kind of movie you're going to watch.
Yeah, and jumping off that, I appreciated that the opening credits they did a few just with the smoke, but then they did a lot of them with that opening sequence. So good on you, Major Payne, for not wasting our time.
I thought it was a little slow over some of it, but I agree. Like, the bullet holes over, the titles, which is clever. Good. Yeah, exactly.
But it didn't get to the action second one. Is that what
yeah, there were some slow parts in there with some text that could have been. All right, come on.
There you go.
This is not the 90s anymore. All
right.
A Star Destroyer didn't fly over the screen.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go back to you, Nate. What's something else you liked about Major Payne?
Let's see. I thought there was something that was done at the very beginning during that kind of war scene, that attack scene, that kind of set the tone for how kind of dark comedy like his character was.
Why does it gotta be a color thing, Nate? Jeez.
You decided to take it there. When his fellow soldier is shot in the arm.
Oh yes.
And he's like, I got something to take your mind. I forget. I can't do the accent,
off that pain.
I got something to take your mind off the pain, and he just totally breaks his finger at a 90-degree angle, and it just the idea that it will help his fellow soldier get through this traumatic time is it was so dark, but it was pretty funny. I totally had forgotten that he did that, and I just was cracking up because I was like, oh, that's right, he's really messed up mentally.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And I like the callback later.
Yes. And you think he's going to do that to the tiger.
With the little kid, I'm like, oh, please no.
He's the kind of guy that would do it.
Totally.
If he wasn't stopped, he totally would have done it.
Yeah.
So,
Paul, what was something that you totally dug about this movie?
I'm not one for advocating insults, but a lot of the insults were funny to me.
Thank you.
I gotta say, the only insult that didn't land as funny was the "Mama so fat" joke with the biker. I felt like that was just lame.
Yeah.
Well, there were a couple in there that I would say that are
okay,
but I thought it was refreshing to.
Yeah, I put down all of the 90s insults that they could get away with back then. Do you know what would happen if you had a movie where some adult was berating a fat kid or a deaf kid? Or do you know how many organizations would sue the budget out of this movie?
Probably.
They get away with so much in this movie.
But
they'd only get away with in the 90s.
If they sued, they would publicize that and more people would go to watch it.
But ultimately they wouldn't care. They had to get their pound of flesh. I'm just
you're right. To a point.
But you could only get away with that either in the 90s or they're definitely the 80s. But the 90s, this was right during this golden age where people still weren't super PC about stuff.
Yeah.
So to literally just mock a fat kid to tears, you could do that on screen and nobody would complain about it. Nobody would say it was bullying or anything like that. You could get
unless you're South Park.
Unless you're South Park, of course.
Yeah.
So something else I liked, sort of going off of what you guys were saying, was I thought there are a lot of just great quotes in this movie.
Yeah.
That you can just use, not necessarily that you can always tie in with other things, but I love the war has made me very paranoid. When a man gets to eyeball me, it makes my Agent Orange act up, and I get the urge to kill. That's one of my favorites. Let's go.
Killing is my business, and business is good.
Exactly. Were there? Do you have a favorite quote, Nate?
I wrote down a couple. I love the one where his I forget I don't know the ranks of the military, but his
superior.
His superior was, "I'm sorry, Major. There's no one left. You've killed them all." That's a good. I like the one too where they're talking about where she's trying to Miss Wahlberg is trying to explain to him what positive reinforcement is, and what he tries to relate to it is so awesome when he's like when you snap a POW's neck after torturing him so he don't have to go through life wearing a colostomy bag.
Yeah.
Sort of.
Oh man, like I said, very 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 dark but pretty funny. There was a lot of like what sort of quotes in there that I found funny. Yeah.
Very cool.
That's one of the things that I wrote down was the humor.
The humor.
Yes.
It being a comedy, I would hope humor would be on the list of likes.
Well, you would think, but I could ask Francisco about some comedies, but we won't go there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Did you ever watch Right Said Fred?
No.
Okay. Then you have no idea what bad comedy truly is.
No, I could tell by the trailer. That's why I never watched it.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, we're not talking about trailers. Let's continue. Were there any other things you guys liked about Major Payne?
The cast.
Yeah,
I thought it was a wide variety of kids that and not only that, but I mean, besides the old geezer and running around with a net. But anyway, I thought there was a wide variety of kids.
Wide variety. Yeah, and though some of them didn't get any time to say anything, so I was like, I mean, I think they're just trying to fill out the cadets, but I would like to know more about them.
Yeah, when I first watched this, not first watch, but when I recently put this on, there were a couple of kids and they were like, I don't remember these kids at all, some of these. And then they weren't as featured as much.
Yeah. Paul, it's okay. Things are okay. You don't have to slow down on my account. But I agree. I thought the cast was of boys. I thought they're really all great sports to be all shaved bald and to play in dresses. I thought that was...
How does someone enforce that? Sorry, I was going to say that for my dislike, but how does someone like that, is grow a cabbage patch, his garden there. How does he enforce the dress code?
Well, I mean, I think it's just he's an authority and he can expel them or what have you if he wants to. So,
Yeah.
But some of them want to be expelled.
Well, yeah, but I think I don't know. We don't know what sort of family politics they're all coming from. Maybe there's pressure for them to be at this school. Like,
let's really dig into this.
Okay, let's not. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. So I think if we have one more quick let's go around. Let's start with, and then we'll get to our classic makers. Let's start with Nate.
Yeah, like I was saying, telling Paul, I got to correct something real quick because it was a huge thing. I said never watched the movie Right Said Fred. That was actually a 90s singer artist who's saying I'm too sexy. The movie I was referring to was Drop Dead Fred. And anybody who has seen that can agree with me what a floater it is. But anyway, I will get back to my like. Okay, one of the likes that I really like. I'm sorry, it was absolutely horrible.
Thank you for correcting.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, my quick like. I loved the daydream that he had at the train station.
Really? Okay.
Where he's sitting on the bench and he's dreaming just kind of like this perfect life with Miss Wahlberg and their kid. And then everything just going great. And then just this, like, I think it's like a dude from Vietnam.
Yeah, exactly.
This Vietnamese dude just jumps out and tries to attack him. And then he fries him on the grill. And there's something about it. It was so immature, but I was just laughing. I was laughing.
The overacting of it.
Really the overacting. I love all those super extreme fake scenarios, like in Dumb and Dumber when he like kills the chef and he fights with them and stuff all in the day. I love daydream sequences because you can have so much fun with them.
Yeah, so. I definitely like that part too, except for the Asian man. Definitely has it looks very rubbery, his bayonet on his AK-47.
That all emphasized the fakeness of it, though.
Are you saying the daydream wasn't real?
Something else I liked was I thought the music on the whole. This is going to sound like a backhanded compliment, but I felt like the music. So it's not great, but it seems way better than it deserves to be for a movie like this.
Better than it should be.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
From not only the music, like the soundtrack, but the score as well. I thought they both were good.
Was it like a really recognizable name who did the score? I didn't see.
John Williams.
No, it wasn't John Williams.
lots of strings. Lots of strings and
an orchestra.
I'll look that up while Paul gives us his one more. If he has one more quick
negative.
Well, then Paul, give us your classic maker. Why don't you?
Thing I love most about this movie is the way Major Payne talks. It's just so catchy, and that's the one thing I remember the most after watching it is this cadence and the way he says different things.
Yeah,
totally.
Very cool. Nate, what's your classic maker?
For me, it was him telling the boy the story of the little engine.
You want me to tell you again?
I was like, he really got into it, and I was just kind of cracking up by the end because I had totally forgotten that whole part, and I had a feeling that it was just going to get super dark, and it did, and I'm like, yep, that's what I was hoping for. Right there. So I don't know. There's something about that. That's the thing I remember the most about the movie. So
nice. And for me, well, the music was done by Craig Safan, who I've never.
There we go.
I can sleep well.
But that's not my classic maker. My classic maker is similar to Paul. It's just Damon Wayans in this role. I don't really. The only other thing I've really seen him in was the My Wife and Kids sitcom, which I thought he did really good in there, but a very different role.
Wait, Damon Wayans? You haven't seen?
Not in other movies, really. No.
You haven't seen
his little brother.
I was gonna say, pick a Wayans. There's only like 8 of them.
Marlon Wayans, I think. I've seen him in other things, but yeah, this is the only movie I've really seen Damon Wayans in, and I I'd be happy just seeing him in this and doing more roles like this. I thought he was great. So he's my favorite part about this movie.
All right. You haven't seen movies. I was about to say Living Colors.
There's Blank Man.
No, I have not seen Blank Man.
All right.
Anyway.
All right. I am drawing a blank on other David Wayne's movies. But not on the feedback we got from our awesome Facebook group listeners. And I want to call out, I know we sort of had pulled the wool over you guys' eyes thinking we were going to do Major Pain back last episode. And then Nate's a cohort from the Pop Mockers comedy podcast just like threw a wrench in the system and said we had to go fix the podcast for Back to the Future 2.
Should, because it was Back to the Future Day.
It was.
Come on.
It's true. I mean, it made sense. But nevertheless, thank you for posting all your feedback way back when for Major Pain. And this is what you guys had to say. Becky Williams said, too many memories to name. This movie cracks me up. Rachel Wunsch said, that dance at the end and the spotlight on Tiger. Thumbs up. Aaron Hickman, who's past guest host for Sonic the Hedgehog 2, said, saw this in the theater. Loved it then. It hasn't quite aged as well as I remember, but there are plenty of fun moments. Major Pain also reminds me of Harry and Lloyd from Dumb and Dumber. Oh, that's interesting. In that these characters change somewhat, but in the end, they stay true to their nature. Jared Holzhauer said, I always remember that scene where he breaks the guy's finger over. Makes me cringe every time. There's a scene like that from Black Hawk Down, which I always cringe at. Anyway, Wesley Moultrie says, if he's still in there, he ain't happy. Another movie I really liked growing up. However, I do believe the last time I watched it, it lost a lot of the humor I could remember. And finally, Tim Ibach said, I've always liked this movie. It has a lot of funny moments, but I wouldn't say it's a must-see. The part that always comes to mind is Major Pain telling the story of the little engine that could. That always makes me laugh. So thank you, everyone who gave us your feedback and your memories of Major Pain. Always fun to hear what other people had to or remember about this movie. And it's also fun talking about the things we don't like about the movies we cover.
Oh, but before we get to that, the person who did the music also did the music for a previous movie we reviewed.
Oh, really? And
The Last Starfighter.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That second-class movie.
Are you kidding me? Are you trying to ruffle my feathers?
You know, it's funny. I've listened to most of the Retro Rewind podcast up to this point, but I purposely skipped that one because, admittedly, I have not seen The Last Starfighter. So
okay.
You should see it.
I will have to.
I recommend it.
Yeah, Paul does.
Just remember, it's an early '80s movie.
No, I know.
For that time,
no, I was given a copy for my birthday, and I still haven't watched it yet. So
okay. Well,
so you will.
For Nate's sake, let's do a quick retro rewind or review of Last Starfighter.
You don't have to do that.
That's fine.
Okay.
So, Paul, what would you rate? Classic, nostalgic, or tragic? Because
classic. Before
it was only classic or second class. Classic.
Oh, well, that's true. Yeah.
I would probably say nostalgic now if it's changed. So I wouldn't rate it tragic at all. Okay, cool. Let's continue on though to the things that are tragic about Major Pain, if there's anything. I doubt.
Hey, before we get there, did you know that Major Pain was a remake?
Yeah, I saw that in the IMDb stuff of some other 50s movie. I think it was.
Yeah, it's actually. I think it's a Charlton Heston movie,
yes.
The Private War of Major Benson.
That's
1955.
Yes. Now,
I was looking. No, I was about to say when I was looking for the budget of this film, I found many other interesting things, but not the budget.
So I can't think of. I had two good segues, and you stepped over both of them, Paul. So
you don't like me doing this?
No, and I also don't like other things about Major Pain. Thank you.
All right.
First off, I felt like a lot of the cursing in this movie was not needed. I felt like I forgot how much cursing there was, like lots of S words and D words, and
you jumped to my tragic.
Oh,
to my tragic.
Well, go ahead.
Unnecessary dummy.
Yeah, I thought the amount of language,
Mhm.
like just for a movie that like you would see the ads for it on the TV, and I'm sure a lot of parents like took their kids to it because they assume well there's kids in the movie, so what's the word? But like it was at that time during the 90s when for some reason they just like a PG-13 movie gave you a free pass to do everything except say the F word.
Yeah,
Like,
which nowadays it even gives you that. So
well, yeah, I mean, it hasn't changed, but I'm saying that's when it really like mid 90s was right, really when that kicked in.
Good point. Yeah.
And you could show nudity.
Yep.
You could
Thanks, Titanic.
You could do exactly. You could do all that, and you could say pretty much every single word except the F word, and you could say those words pretty much as you wanted.
Farfadnugan.
Precisely. Yeah. Oh, don't say that. He's gonna have to bleep it out.
Shut the front door.
Really? Oh, this is a delicious shiitake mushroom. But like I was really surprised. I was like, for being a movie with kids, like I didn't think like you, Francisco. I thought they easily could have cut out some of like half of the language. It would have been just fine.
Absolutely.
Totally could have got the same point across. Heaven knows they put enough insults towards everybody in there, so you didn't need to have the cussing to like really have a punch in the gut as far as verbal assaults and stuff. So I don't know. I agree with you totally.
And reducing it, I think, would also elevate the funny factor of the ones they did say. Not that they always used it in a funny way, but the ones they did, I think it would made it.
This movie totally could have been a PG movie,
and
it could have been, I feel, more appropriate for a younger audience.
But
no, I'm just saying I would have loved to have been able to show my kid this, when he reaches.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, all right. All right.
Because that could portend.
I don't know what that means.
Stopgap. Paul, what's something you didn't like about Major Payne?
I thought, like I already mentioned, the credits being a little kind of slow. Okay, this is the pet peeve of mine, and I don't know why movies do this, but they put the rebellious, out of control
He's
guy.
not out of control.
He is. They put him in charge
because he's
okay.
Well,
Yeah,
I'll let you
he's a
finish. I'll let you
leader.
finish.
But if you do that in real life, it doesn't work. Chaos breeds chaos. It's only going to, they may get together, but to cause trouble, not to cause good. And so there's other movies that do this, and it's fun to watch on the surface, but don't take it as a lesson because it doesn't work in reality.
So I tripped the wire for Nate's Tragic Maker, and Paul just did the same for my Tragic Maker. It seems like Payne's plan to get Stone to want the trophy could have so easily backfired to be like, and he could have just led the whole squad to just give up.
Yep. I'm in charge
set
now.
Me up, and now we're not going to go out of the trophy. Screw that.
Yeah. But I'm in charge. Go get me my drinks.
That's a good
the fact
point.
That he just chose to be responsible from that point was interesting.
Right.
Yeah.
So. Right.
I think that's certainly a possibility. It's not. I don't think that's beyond all possibility. But I don't think it's necessarily likely.
I think that's why the writers threw in that real quick encounter with Michael Ironside. Like there had to be something there. Like Major Payne just kind of stepping between him and his father, his abusive father.
Right. Typical.
Where like that's what it took, I guess, to realize Major Payne was worth respecting. I guess
that's a good point.
I don't know, so
but for Major Payne to call him son right there is stuff like talking about like overemphasizing the point.
Too on the nose.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, for him, I don't know. For me, I just kind of viewed it as a term of just like he would have called anybody son. Like
I know, but at that point, it's like, who's the daddy now?
Yeah, I know, but it's like,
you mean who's the dummy now?
Yeah, but in that case, that's what he's saying.
Oh, I see. You turned a phrase. I gotcha.
Maybe to have him say anything else that was too silly at the point where he just witnessed a child getting beaten. Like they were like, "Oh, we probably shouldn't have a joke about it." Like, you want another black eye for the other side or something? I mean, I don't know. It's like, then get back in line.
Wow.
Yeah. See, inappropriate.
Right yes.
Dark comedy. All right.
Comedy. That's right. If you're gonna sell it, sell it anyway.
Okay, sell it. But Nate, what wouldn't you buy about Major Payne?
One thing that bugged me, and there was a lot of this movie's made. It doesn't matter what decade you're on, but there was a lot of '90s movies made where a total buffoon lands a very smart, very normal, very good-looking woman.
Oh,
he doesn't seem like a total buffoon.
Well, no, I mean, okay, not him being a buffoon, but I'm just saying like somebody who has major
lack of social skills.
He's lack of social skills, major personality disorder, major pain. But like that chemistry, I can only believe chemistry up to a point, even if it's like a comedy. Like
okay, Nate.
Yes.
You can continue, but let
me interrupt you right here.
Yes, that's what I do. I'm sorry. That's why Francisco brings me on is to interrupt.
I'm honored to be interrupted by Mr. Powers.
All right. Where in the movie is his competition?
Is his competition?
Like,
what do you
mean?
She
chose him because of lack of options, obviously. There's no other guy her age around that place for miles.
What? What?
Well, there's plenty of guys at that nightclub they go to.
No, but they had to drive like an hour and a half to get to that nightclub.
How do you know that?
Because why else would she choose him?
Oh, God. So you're just full on. You're justifying things based on complete assumptions. So
yes.
Okay, all right, I like that. That's kind of nice.
Wow. So we call it circumstantial.
If that's the way you gotta cope around the totally improbable chemistry, then so be it.
Because everything in this world takes place in that school, or because even the military games is just in the back of that school.
There you go. No, but like everything, like Billy Madison, like Major Payne, they all just get these normal women. I just think it's funny. Like that just was kind of just a typical. That was just kind of a typical mashup. It's like, it's like the woman views it like, you're so quirky. I just love you for some reason, even though you abuse these kids, and you're gonna need like years of therapy just to be normal around people. But whatever, let's go on a date.
I will be sensitive to his needs.
Exactly. So anyway, that was just that just kind of fell in line with that trope, and I was like, not again.
For some reason I bought into it. Maybe I just thought they.
Well, you didn't question it. That's all.
Well, no, I felt like they complemented one another well.
And that's a problem when I'm questioning realism and Francisco is not. Then we have a failure to communicate. That's exactly what I'm going to take off my headphones now and call it a night because I have I'm just kidding.
Good night, everybody.
I'm just kidding. No, you're that's great though that like that worked for you. I'm serious. Like it didn't work for me. So.
Something though that didn't work for me was speaking of that nightclub that's apparently an hour and a half away. Some of those extras dancing in the background looked like they did not fit at all. Like there's this like couple in their late 40s or early 50s just dancing to Coochie Mama. It's not. I don't see that. It
was the Two Life Crew song. That was an interesting.
Yes.
I'm not sure how much that was being played in the club in '95, but whatever. That's funny.
Anyway, let's go back to Paul. What is something else you didn't like?
I only have my tragic maker left.
All right.
Oh wow.
Let's see if me or Nate could step on it.
I must really dislike this movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, what's something else you didn't like?
Real quick, I had a problem with him shaving the kid's hair completely.
Really?
And the only reason that I've seen way too many commercials of like donations to like these sick children's hospitals.
Okay.
With like, so when he shaved the kid's hair completely, I for some reason could not disassociate
patients
with them all being cancer patients. And the fact that he was just like putting them through all this hell, I was like, that is just horrible to be putting cancer patients through this thing. Like my brain couldn't. Well, and the thing is too is that I think in the military they rarely completely shave. They do a high and tight buzz,
right?
Which I thought would have been much more believable, but whatever.
But it's more funny that they have to earn their due.
That
Don't get me
hairdo,
wrong,
they
have to earn their hair. Yeah,
yeah,
I agree.
What's interesting
they'll be bald
also,
like me.
Also, or how many more did you have, Francisco? Did you have?
I have a couple more, but I want to stop because I was actually really wanting to see a behind the scenes of this, so I like scoured YouTube and scoured isn't right. I just did one search and didn't find it. But there was I was able to find the screenwriter Gene Laurie's. He has a blog and he actually has 2 entries and he has a promised third that he never came out with a third, and that was in 2013. So I won't hold my breath. Anyways, he has 2 posts about the making of Major Payne, like the screenwriting process. And he says that him and like when Damon suggested, apparently it was his idea to shave the kids' heads, they're worried that aren't they just going to think that they're cancer patients or something?
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But I forget if him or Damon said, yeah, but if it's funny, it's funny. So, and they thought it was going to be funny.
It was funny.
I thought it was funny too, but so it's not funny to everyone though.
Can't be wrong.
Yeah, I guess for some reason it just like I don't know why I associate. I mean, I don't know.
I think we know why you associate.
Well, yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying like I don't know why that was so like strong this time around. Because normally I'd be like, it's funny you shave the kids' heads, but like I said, I've just seen too many commercials.
It's not
like,
funny to shave a dog
kids
who has cancer.
That's right.
Yeah. But everyone wanted blind dog. All right, so let's see. So that was one. Something else I didn't like was, I thought, I didn't like that Major Payne warns the opposing school about the kids trying to steal the trophy. I felt like
that was pretty underhanded.
No, that's fair game.
No, it's
yes, it is.
Why is it fair game, Paul?
Oh. Because here's why. Here's something. This is a fun
strap in.
No, this is a fun teenage story as a head of youth. Okay, so when you're going
this
camping,
is a true story.
Yeah, when you're going camping, you separate the girls from the boys, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So when you're camping,
and the mice from the men as well.
You get the boys together and it's late at night. They're still talking. They won't go to bed. You're like, all right, it's time to go to sleep, but they won't go to sleep, and they're still talking.
Yeah.
You're like, okay, guys, come here. I got some water balloons here. Let's fill these up and let's go get the girls. Okay. So then they get really excited. But what they don't know is you already told and talked to the leaders of the girls that we're coming. So it's like an ambush.
Oh.
So it's fun on both sides if you play it right. So it reminds me of that kind of thing.
Yeah, but they legitimately got beat up.
They got the snot beat out of them.
Yeah.
That's a good point. I don't condone the violence of that. I don't have a problem with Major Payne tipping him off, but the fact that an older guy from another school condones the beating up of little kids, that I have a problem with.
Okay.
Totally.
All right.
Yeah, that rebellious guy came back with like a black eye and like a big old bloody lip, and it was obvious they had worked him over pretty good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure he worked them over too.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but not all of them did, I'm sure. So. Oh well. Okay, let's go back to you, Nate. Something else.
Okay, that prank that the cadets tried to pull.
Oh yeah,
involving. I mean, like which?
That wouldn't happen.
But like no.
With the muffin,
putting the fat kid in a dress.
Oh yes.
What the heck was that? That was so weird. Like, what were they trying to do? Were they trying to make it look like he was like
sexually abusing them?
He's doing something super inappropriate to the kid.
I thought. Yeah.
I don't know. I thought the whole thing. I thought they could have done
pedo time.
So many other pranks aside from I don't know. I just
well,
thought
they
the whole thing
wanted
was
to
so
get
weird.
him kicked out, and that's actually legitimate. Like,
No, I know that. Yeah,
so it makes sense. The fact that he just says hello, Betty, and they run out screaming and get nothing for it is shocking. But it's funny. Did you know why he didn't get kicked out, even though they flashed the picture?
Well, wasn't he out of the bed by that point?
No.
Why?
No, the lens was still on the camera the whole time.
Okay, so I look for this though, and actually
I saw it.
The lens is not on right when they're setting up. Maybe they put it back on, but I don't know.
When they're setting up, it's on.
It is?
No, it's not. I looked.
All right, I will send you a still frame.
Okay.
Did I miss it, Paul? Did they like talk about the lens cap being on?
No, but I'm watching it and I'm like, oh, the lens cap is still on.
So I'm not saying that it's not on when they actually take the picture. Maybe that's what they were. Maybe that's what they're hoping to get across. But yeah, when they're initially setting up, the lens cap is not on.
That's when I noticed it on, and I didn't notice it when he took the picture or not.
All right. Well, we'll have to go back to the tape.
All
right. Something else I didn't like. I agree though with you, Nate, that's very implausible, and they probably could have come up with something better. Something else that I
can't think of anything better to get a teacher kicked out of school.
For the sake of the movie, though, they could have come up with something better. Okay, something that else and this is my last thing before my tragic maker, or which I already spoke. Thanks, Paul. But the bullet he gives Hillary. Miss Walburn. That's the shell casing, not the slug. So it wouldn't have come out of his heart.
Good point.
What the heck?
Good point.
You're trying to get technical with me, boy.
Francisco's going to do a nice 10-minute weapons training on the podcast. You see what happens when you discharge a firearm, kids?
And it goes right into your heart.
It's very true. It's very true. That is true, though. That's a good point.
I didn't notice. I noticed kind of bent, and I'm like, that went in his heart?
Well, no,
that's
weird. It's long. I don't think any slugs look like that from the actual part of the bullet that they kind of into people.
Dent when they, bang against the ribs.
But it was long. It was long and it looked like a casing to me. Anyway, let's move on. Nate, how about you bullet time any remaining tragic makers you have?
I know Paul. I think Paul found this pretty funny just based on the fact that he's referenced it a few times. I hated the very, very, very end with just the close up on the forced laughing. I don't know what about it rubbed me the wrong way. That was basically to me, which I'll get to what I rated the movie overall. To me, that was like just the icing on the cake as far as just saying, you sat through an hour and a half and this is your reward.
Yeah, it was obnoxious. I will
agree. He was laughing in my face, and he was like, "I'm
Got
so
your
glad,
money.
so glad you actually bought this DVD." Like that was, I was like, "Dang it, Damon." Anyway, so yeah, that was my last one. We already kind of mentioned my tragic maker.
Yeah, and mine too. So I guess that leaves Paul. He wants to end us with a high/low note. What?
Yes, and that is again what I call a slammer, and that is
Remind me of what this is, Pog style.
Yeah, basically, there's one of two scenarios that, as good as a movie is, if it's one of two things, it could destroy the movie. One, if it's boring overall, or two, if it's just way too silly, in which comedies can have a tendency to do,
especially in the 90s.
Yes. And there's a lot of this humor that I think is a little over the top and too silly.
Got it.
I've watched this with several family members, and most of them won't watch it again because they think it's too silly.
Really? Oh, interesting.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
Okay. And did you have one example of something that you thought was too silly specifically?
How about a Your Mama joke?
Well, yes, I would agree with that. Okay.
Okay.
All right, guys. I guess we've entered all our targeting information into the targeting computer. Alice, moment of truth stuff.
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
All right. Do we rate Major Pain a classic? We'd recommend anyone see this, whether they've seen it before or not. A nostalgic, we'd recommend you only watch this again if you've seen it like as a kid or seen it before. Or a tragic, we'd recommend you don't watch this whether you've seen it before or not. Let's begin with our guest, Nate. How do you rate Major Pain?
Well, I went in with the nostalgic,
Mm-hmm.
and after a second viewing,
Oh, this is your only second time of seeing it.
well, yeah, like I said, like that part of the description, that recap, that was all me seeing it at a sleepover at a friend's house.
That's right.
In the middle of the night and being exhausted. So that's why I pretty much didn't remember a whole lot about it. But anyway, I sadly had to give it a tragic.
Major Pain.
I had to give it a tragic. I can't, in good conscience, recommend this to anybody. I just can't. I can't. Not if I want to stay friends. No, I think for me, and I thought it was interesting what Paul brought up just a minute ago, that the movie being too silly, just overall.
Mm-hmm.
Like, to me, there wasn't enough redeeming smart comedy to overcome just the level of absurd silly, which maybe I'm too old. Maybe it's just, maybe I just appreciated it way more when I was a lot younger. But for me right now, it's like, I just can't. I wouldn't watch it again myself.
That's fair.
But there were things that were funny, but there wasn't enough to outweigh me not just pretty much just kind of not enjoying the movie. So, yeah.
All right.
Makes sense.
So tragic from Nate. This movie was quite the pain to him. Don't give me your pity laughs. That was a horrible joke.
No, horrible puns are inevitable during this episode.
That's
That's just the way.
Paul, how do you rate Major Pain?
Okay, I came in with a nostalgic as well.
Yes.
Okay.
And my viewing of this movie this last time, I think I enjoyed it more than any other time. I was like, oh my gosh, I haven't found insults so funny in such a long time. Now, most people I know don't like this movie, but I love this movie for some stupid reason. So if you haven't seen this before, I would recommend, you might like it. Chances are you probably won't, but at least give it a shot.
Okay. All right.
So I'm going to rate it, from my perspective, I'm going to rate it a classic. Like, everyone should at least see it once.
Wow.
Just because I think it's funny.
Wow.
All right.
All right.
So this could pretty much go anyway. You know what? So I was a nostalgic as well. And you know what? There are dumb parts to it. Parts don't make sense. And that's why I'm going to have to rate Major Pain a classic as well. Not because of the dumb parts.
Oh, no.
But because I wouldn't go so far as Paul, whereas this is the most enjoyable time I've ever seen this movie. But it is a fun movie. I really enjoy watching it. It's odd. The Rotten Tomatoes rating for reviewers is super low. Like, it's very rotten or spoiler or whatever the term.
Spoilerific.
Yes, whatever the term is. But apparently, it's rated fresh from user reviews, like 68% fresh. So I think there's quite the disparity, and like a lot of people find it like it, but there's a good minority of people that don't like it. So I would recommend you give it a shot if you haven't seen it. And if you have seen it, I think it's worth watching again, especially just if you have nothing else on. My one caution would be, I think if this is a movie that tickles you, right, like me and Paul, it's a movie that you could be in danger of watching too much, and then the funny could go away from it. So I'm glad it had been a while since I'd seen it before, because I think it was in that danger zone, similar to Spaceballs for me. So all right. So that makes me and Paul the odd people out, but it still means that the Retro Rewind podcast rates. I don't know why I called us the odd people out. You think I'd call Nate?
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm pretty much the lone ranger.
Yeah, but Nate, you represent
The
more of the
everyman.
people that I've talked to
Yeah.
Okay,
that
all right.
that have seen it. Be like,
Okay.
most people that I know don't like it,
Mhm.
but
Well, you know what? And maybe if I had really grown up watching it, I think I would have a more definite, more appreciation for it. I think,
or
It
maybe
just-
not.
because it's just because I couldn't remember a thing about it the first time I saw it. So anyway,
Yeah.
That's fine.
That's totally fine. So the Retro Rewind podcast rates Major Pain a disputed classic movie. We'd recommend, on the whole, go out and see it, whether you've seen it before or not. But if you feel more in line with Nate, maybe just forget about this movie.
But be warned, there's a lot of people that don't like this movie.
Exactly. So take our review with a grain of salt,
Ketchup.
pepper, Cholula sauce, whatever. Let's move on though. Alice, will you please bring up not the communications highlights? Let's find out if there's anything new on our tubes first.
New tube systems engaged.
All right, new on our tubes, whether it's new books, movies, TV shows, what have you. Let's begin with. I wasn't going to mind that well again, but mind that well. What? Anyway,
the
Nate.
best phrases have come out of this podcast tonight.
Let's start with Nate. What's new on your tube?
For the past month or so, I've been watching the series Justified.
Oh yes,
Is
that's
it- I don't
one
know
of
if
my
anybody's ever
former new tubes. Yes, but go ahead.
Was it? I didn't. Oh, I didn't. I did not know. I didn't.
Probably the
Is that
last
okay if I
Starfighter
talk about
episode.
it?
Yes, absolutely.
was
Go
it?
for it. No, I don't know.
Oh, nice. No, I really liked it. I started it just under a recommendation, and I caught up really quick to kind of. I think I'm on the current season. I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
I can't remember how many there are, but I just really liked it. I really like Timothy Oliphant, the guy that is the lead character. And speaking of Clint Eastwood, like we talked about at the beginning of the thing, he reminds me of Clint Eastwood. He's very laid back, and he's good in a very specific role. And I think he plays the role well as this Southern sheriff, or no, excuse me, marshal.
Oh yeah,
Federal
he's
marshal. But just the characters that are on the show. At first, it took kind of a little while to pick up, but as soon as like they really started like investing in the story and stuff, I thought they got some really good plot twists and things, and I don't know, I find it entertaining. It's not like the most amazing series I've ever seen, but shoot, I'll watch the whole thing. I think it's
nice. Very cool. So if you like Justified, I highly recommend my new tube pick from last episode, which was Longmire.
Oh, I've heard of that. Yeah.
I think it's like
way better.
Way better than Justified.
Okay.
It's much more of a Western, which, well, I guess if you don't like Westerns, then maybe don't.
No, I love Westerns. Yeah.
But it's set in the modern day. It's like modern day sheriff with modern day like Native Americans. And the story there's 4 seasons now. Me and Christy just finished.
Hey, this is not your new tube.
Just
You
finished
had your chance.
Just finished the
Why
4th season.
Let Nate have his.
Can't wait for the next one.
I'm done. Did you like Justified, Francis?
I liked it. I liked the first season, and then we started watching the second season, and I don't know if we just
kind of fell off.
Yeah, we fell off. I don't really recall
happens.
why, but
yeah, I think it's been pretty good. Especially towards the end. But anyway, yeah. So
Anyway.
that's mine.
cool. Justified. For Nate, Paul, what's new on your tube?
I saw the movie The Martian.
Oh, really?
With Matt Damon.
Also, one of my former new tubes, though. The book.
No, yours was the book, not the movie. I haven't read the book.
We'll get on that.
I don't know if I will. But
really? Because you didn't like. Oh, go ahead.
No, I thought the movie was fine. I thought it was good, but it's no Apollo 13.
Okay.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say I would. if I could read a book as quickly as watching a movie, I would read The Martian over watching Apollo 13 again.
Probably. I can see that the book being a lot better, of course.
I haven't
but
seen
as far as
the
movie
yet,
goes, I much prefer Apollo 13 over The Martian.
Okay. Do you think that the Apollo 13 is a real life story makes a bigger difference?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just think the drama was a little better portrayed.
Okay. Interesting.
So you're saying Ridley Scott does space horror better than he does
a lot of things.
Space better than he does space drama.
Yeah.
He just has to find the mix of never mind. I was gonna try to mix some.
No, because I don't think he does space horror all that well either. At least not in a long time. I didn't enjoy Prometheus.
Me neither.
Okay, all right. No, I didn't really like that either, but
But Alien,
Alien's a classic.
Yeah, but that was decades ago.
Yeah.
Then there's that drivel Blade Runner. Ugh, who likes that?
No, there's no fan base for that at
all. No. Anyway. Okay, so for Paul, it is The Martian. Recommend
Which
watching.
was good.
Okay.
Yeah, it was good. But if you expect it to be as
good as Apollo 13,
it's unfortunately doesn't.
Or
if you expect it to be like reading the book, a lot of people I talked to was like, "Oh, this is going to be great," and I was like, "Well, what'd you think of the movie?" Like, yeah,
okay,
good to know.
Yeah.
Know something else that's good to know?
What's new on your tube?
Set it down and you picked it up. That's right. What's new on my tube is, unfortunately, I wish it was a little more recent, but I somewhat recently saw Big Hero 6.
Oh,
and
is that anything like
Super 8? Shut up, Paul.
Super 8?
No, it's nothing like Super 8, except the ending I felt like could have turned out a bit differently. I thought, I felt like the way they ended it was they could have gone to the same final ending through a different route that was less dramatic, but maybe that's why they did. So there's more drama.
We'll have to talk about this off the air so we don't spoil it.
Yes, but it definitely a fun Disney movie. I really liked it. I would definitely recommend go out and see it since it's now available on DVD and everywhere. So
very cool.
Go see Big Hero 6. Go see Justified. Go see The Martian, unless you've read the book. And now go see Alice to our communication satellites and see if we have any messages. You have 5 new messages.
Made on the Brady Bunch, right?
What?
Receiving incoming transmission.
So I honestly despise the Brady Bunch. It's one of those shows I would turn off
that's
immediately.
The name of the maid. That's the name
Is
of the
Alice?
maid. Alice.
Oh,
yeah.
my aunt's name is Alice.
Oh.
But yeah. The more you know.
The Brady Bunch?
Oh my gosh. Okay, so we don't have much feedback. However, I do want to talk a little bit about, a lot of people may have noticed how the site went down somewhat recently. Like in between the Back to the Future episode, Back to the Future 2 episode, and this episode, here's what happened. Short story. Maybe. I don't know. Someone might care.
Okay.
I deleted all my websites on my web host. And that included the Retro Rewind podcast. And it was going to cost some money to have my web host back it up. So since I'm kind of a cheapskate, I decided, I sort of triaged, okay, do I have enough in other places to restore what's critical, which would be my portfolio site and Retro Rewind. And portfolio site, yes. Retro Rewind, I've been working on version 3 of the site for quite a while. And I decided it is far enough along that I could go ahead and just pull the trigger. And now if you go to the RetroRewindPodcast.com, you'll see what the new site looks like. It's not complete. We're still, Paul is going to be helping me get all of the content back up. You only have like the last handful of episodes. But we're hoping by the time we release our 3rd year anniversary episode to have everything back up and even maybe a little bit better than it was before. So be on the lookout for that. I mean, you can go to it now, of course, but I mean, be on the lookout for the final version soon.
What's the website?
Retro. Well, you don't need the www.
HTTPS or just
just go retrorewindpodcast.com.
Oh, okay.
But another reason I bring that up is when I posted this to our Facebook group, Wesley Maltree said it's a conspiracy committed by the pro "What About Bob" people. And I agree. I agree. It wasn't them. Jeez.
Hey, I'm part of that.
Yeah. So why'd you take my
it wasn't
side,
us. It wasn't us.
Yeah. Likely story.
Love What About Bob?
Oh my gosh! Not another one.
Oh,
you said you deleted it. Don't blame that on us.
What About Bob is brilliant.
Yes, I agree.
You Jedi mind tricked me, Paul. That's what happened.
Well, if that's what it takes.
So part of the site that is up is voting. If you go to retrorewindpodcast.com/cast your vote, all one word, you will be able to still vote in the movies you want us to cover next. And if we were going to stop voting today, the next 5 movies would be Uncle Buck, The Jerk, Stay Tuned, A Few Good Men, and Jumanji.
Oh, wow.
That's an interesting mix right there.
It is.
Yeah.
So looking forward to hitting that up possibly in the new year or late December. But awesome. Thank you, everyone, for voting. Continue to vote, especially if we have there's a few in the next 5 that could be moved up quite a bit. And there's one that could be moved way down. I'll just leave it to the imagination what those are.
No, I want to know.
I'm not going to go through it. Okay, yeah, the one that should be moved way down is What About Bob? So,
thanks for promoting that. The more you talk about it.
All right. Well, if you want to leave us any feedback, you can do it on our Facebook page or Facebook group page, retrorewindpodcast.com/group, or you can leave us a comment on this episode in the comment section on retrorewindpodcast.com/75. You can contact the show via our email, which is feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. And if
Twitter is at Retro Rewindcast.
I'm not
and
quite.
Instagram is at Retro Rewind Podcast.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, all those things. Also, I want to mention that we are part of the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at the retrojunkies.com. There's lots of fun retro shows there talking about things like Ninja Turtles or the ColecoVision or a lot of video game related things. But check them out. Now, before we get back to Nav Point Omega, I want to thank Nate once again for coming back to the show. Always fun to have you.
Thanks so much for having me. It was awesome.
Totally. Is there anything you'd like to promote, like your DJ services or pop mockers, anything like that?
Well, DJ services only apply to a very select area.
Oh, good point.
You can check me out on Fiverr, or you can always go to Break Room Studios, which my buddies Chris and I are a part of. And there's links to all of our different things that we're kind of doing. But I'm also doing narration and announcing on Fiverr, so you can look for me on there. My profile name is just Nate Henderson, all one word.
So how, if I wanted to hire you for an announcement, how much does that cost?
$5. Well, $5 is the starting, and that gives you 200 words of your choice. Well,
whoa! So that's why it's called Fiverr.
Yeah,
it just costs.
See, I can see the neurons connecting right there. Yeah, you did it. You cracked the code.
Is that American dollars or Australian dollars?
It's in yen, actually. Yeah.
So it's really not dollars at all.
Bitcoin.
It's not that much.
It's
at all.
only 5 yen.
Yeah. Well, it used to be pesos, so at least I'm making a little bit more. I don't know. I have no idea.
Not much more, but
I'm some authority on international currency. I'm actually, if you go towards the pound, you're. I have no idea.
All right.
Anyway, so yeah,
5-pounder. Okay.
Yeah.
So Fiverr, and we'll include the link to Nate's Fiverr in the show notes. And then, so thank you once again, Nate. Paul. Oh, absolutely. Yes. Oh, and was there a Twitter or a place you'd like to be contacted?
Well, I mean, I did actually start a new Twitter finally.
Oh yeah, that's right. I saw that recently. So what is your Twitter address?
It's just Nate Voices.
At Nate Voices. All right.
At Nate Voices, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Nate. If you want to contact us or the show, I already told you how to do that. But if you want to reach me, Francisco, you can tweet me at FXRUIZX. If you want to find Paul, all his social media information is at pauljpowers.com. Or I've also included, now you'll see if you go to an episode, and it'll also be on an about page soon. There'll be links for all of the social media information for any guest or any co-host or host. I guess we're both co-hosts. So that's just an easy way to follow or friend people, hosts that you find on the show. Anyway, so look out for that, or go to pauljpowers.com. Paul?
Yes, Francisco.
Will you tell us what movie game time continuum we will be rewinding back to next time?
On the next episode of the Retro Rewind podcast, we'll be going back to the year 1990 for the movie Rescuers Down Under. And yes. And but until then, we would appreciate it so much if you took some time to review us on iTunes or Stitcher Radio, and that really helps others find the show when they're searching for retro podcasts.
Can I make an addendum? So I
don't know. Can you?
I listen to podcasts on podcasts, and I heard recently that it actually...
Wait, you listen to podcasts on podcasts?
Yeah, it's very meta. And okay. I heard recently that apparently if you have a lot of new subscribers in a given amount of time, that actually affects your ranking more. So if you have a friend, go and subscribe them to the show on their phone. Say, hey, you might like this. You may like it. Who knows? Phone. Just go try this.
Yeah, why not? Shoot.
Let's see funny. If we can move up. But
forget about hacking their Facebook and leaving funny or whatever, or their Snapchat or whatever. Just hack into their phone and subscribe to our podcast.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
I didn't know you condone that kind of.
No, I don't really. That's
behavior. Is that like calling ahead and warning people that they're about to attack?
If you want to do that, you can. I don't think we should try and mobilize.
Why is all my data gone?
Now I kind of feel bad that I say anything, but we do still want your reviews, because that's a better way of telling us what you think we're doing right or wrong, and it's just awesome to hear from you and to get 5 stars or any honest review on iTunes or Stitcher. It'd be great to hear from you that way.
We also accept money donations through our Patreon page.
Indeed, which is retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon if you want to find us there. Be one of our awesome patrons. All right. Thank you so much, Paul.
You're welcome, Francisco.
Awesome friend, co-host, etc.
Same to you. More of it.
And whether this is your first time listening or you subscribe and listen to each episode or anything in between, whether you're commuting, listening at work, doing chores, we appreciate drill instructing. We appreciate you so much. But like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind podcast.
One tubby.
Retro Rewind mission complete. Proceed to Navpoint Omega.
1. Don't you look dumb. 2. Look at you. 3. If you ever try to
stomp you in the ground. Hey, oh, hey.
Are you okay?
Here. No,
do you have a stroke?
Oh, I think that's what happened. Yeah. Well, I'm better now. I'm better.
Okay. I don't think so.
That's good. I like that, Paul. That's some nice color. Thank you.
Nice.
Cool.
I, for one, would like to apologize for any podcast that Chris Cowan interrupts.
No, we needed an interruption.
That's just not a podcast that I want to listen to.
Well, Johanna, what did we get today? A dingo? A fat old razorback? Or a nice big episode 76 of the Retro Rewind podcast?
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. The Rescuers Down Under, 1990. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/76. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find a link to subscribe to the podcast in iTunes and Stitcher Radio. You can also find a link to support us on Patreon. Speaking of which, I want to say a very special thank you because for this episode, our reflex capacitor was outfitted with a Morse code interlay thingamabob provided by our patrons Brian Keating, Two Dudes and an S, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and our secret patron as well. Thank you all so much for your support. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and dislike dangerous dingoes down under. And I predicted that Rescuers Down Under would be a nostalgic movie. I'm joined, as is our custom, by my good friend and co-host, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hi, Paul.
Good day.
Nice. Good day, Paul. My trivial question for you is the third Disney film to use anthropomorphic mice as main characters is this movie. The others were the original The Rescuers and The Great Mouse Detective from 1986, which if you go back to retrorewindpodcast.com/30, you can hear our thoughts on that movie.
Doesn't Robin Hood have mice in it?
Well,
Yeah,
other
the church
movies,
mice.
other movies like Cinderella have mice,
Yeah,
but this
I was
is
about to
like
say, that-
they're the main characters.
Oh, as the main character.
I think that's what they mean. Yeah, as the main
Okay.
characters, yes. Okay. Paul, do you have a preferred animal you like seeing anthropomorphized?
I immediately go to I don't know why the ducks, like Donald Duck and Darkwing Duck.
Howard the Duck.
Sure. I don't know why. It just immediately popped into my head. But I
interesting.
wouldn't say it's a favorite, but I guess let's go with that for now.
All right. Very cool. And what was your prediction for Rescuers Down Under?
Oh, thanks for asking. It was nostalgic.
Very good, very good. And we are joined once again by our regular guest host, my lovely wife, Christy Ruiz. Hi, Christy.
That's not a knife. This is a knife. I had to. Paul did something.
No, I totally get that.
But I didn't even say it with like gusto.
No.
Oh,
Gotta commit
That's
to those.
not a wife.
Yeah.
That's a wife.
Right. Right. Hello.
Anyway, this is a trivial question for you, Christy. In the original Rescuers film, the albatross Orville was voiced by Jim Jordan, who died 2 years before this film, Rescuers Down Under, was released.
Okay.
The character was replaced by Orville's brother Wilbur, voiced by John Candy.
Okay.
This is a reference to the Wright brothers, Orville and Wilbur, the inventors and pilots of the first functional airplane.
Okay.
Christy, in your travels, have you ever been to Kitty Hawk?
No.
Alrighty.
Where's Kitty Hawk?
Kitty Hawk. Kitty Hawk.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Is it in? Wow, you
man.
don't even. Wow.
Failed geography.
You should look that up because that would be
I
something.
don't even know how to spell it.
All right.
Well, it
guys.
doesn't matter. Siri,
quickest
in
derailment
Ohio?
ever.
I thought that they were in Ohio.
That sounds right.
Kitty Hawk. I am a kitty. And wait,
Wright brothers.
North Carolina. It's in North Carolina. Are you all happy now?
You are a kitty.
I've never
and
been
I am a kitty
to
hawk.
North Carolina.
It's kind of like a chicken and a chicken hawk.
Wow.
Well,
or a lady
I
and a
say
lady hawk. Anyway.
Oh, lady hawk.
Christy, what was your prediction for The Rescuers Down Under?
Nostalgic.
All right. Nostalgic's all around. All three. Well, let's see if those pan out. Paul, will you please lay in a course for Alice?
Sure.
And will you tell us what that course is? Maybe.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sure. Alice, let's have a roundtable discussion on The Rescuers Down Under. And then let's return to see what we've been up to lately on our new tubes and stick around for some feedback or maybe some announcements.
Probably
We'll have to
just
see which.
Probably just announcements this time.
Oh.
Spoiler alert.
Bitterness.
Alice, as soon
Spoiler alert.
As soon as you have our target, please let us know.
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
Pictures. Code red. The destination, Australia. The mission, save a young boy and his eagle from an evil madman. I got her! The only hope, the rescuers in an heroic new adventure. It's rip-roaring action, cliff-hanging excitement, and high-flying fun. And it's only in theaters. Walt Disney Pictures, The Rescuers Down Under. Way to go, Mike! Rated G. Starts Friday, November 16th.
Way to go. And this is how our memories go for our mind melt synopsis. A man is trying to poach a big bird in Australia. A boy needs help in protecting the bird with a weird name. Another kidnapping gets our two heroes, Bob Newhart, Boy Mouse, and Soviet Girl Mouse, back together to rescue someone visiting Australia when they learn of a boy who needs help protecting a golden eagle from poachers. John Candy, this time in a bird form, helps the mice. There is a lizard named Gohanna always getting in their way, and Marahute, the golden eagle that they had to protect or get a feather from or something. I think they rescue the eagle, and the eagle is somehow able to fly carrying the boy? That's a bit muddled. I added that. It's a bit muddled. That wasn't part of the
Muddled, duddled, fox and soxer.
Thanks.
Is that from Harry Potter?
No, it's from not Red Fox. What's it called?
Fox and Socks.
Fox and Socks. Dr. Seuss.
Oh, and the Hound?
Sure. We're not talking about Fox and the Hound. Not technically, anyway. Paul, we're the technicals. We're Rescuers Down Under.
Technically, The Rescuers Down Under is rated G and it runs 77 minutes. It was released in theaters in the United States of America on November 16th, 1990. It was directed by Hendel Butoy and Mike Gabriel. That's like what?
I was going to say, well, November 16th. We're recording this on November 15th, 2015. So it's like 25 years?
Yes.
Yeah.
Almost to the day.
Almost to the day. That's funny.
So, good job. This movie starred the voice acting of Bob Newhart, Ava Gabor, John Candy, George C. Scott, and some other people you may or may not recognize. You'd have to IMDb it. The budget for this film, we actually have a budget for an animated film. It's about $40 million. And it went on to gross about $48 million worldwide.
Oh, interesting. I saw a different statistic, but okay.
Yes. You saw the one that said 27, right?
Yeah,
or 28. That's just in the US. Yeah.
All right. We'll give Rescuers Down Under the benefit of the doubt with a power-up sound effect.
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome, Francisco.
Yeah. Anytime, anytime.
Yeah, all right.
I like having
All
these
right.
conversations with you, and I also like talking about the things we liked
When do I get to talk?
about Rescuers Down Under. Christy, as we like to do, let's start with our guest host.
Oh, don't be angry. You love it.
Don't drive angry. Christy, what's one thing you liked about this movie?
The opening sequence.
Yeah.
I love that. As soon as the music started, I was like, "Oh yeah!" I got excited. In fact, that's what I wrote on my paper. Exclamation point! Oh yeah!
Yeah, it was really happy. It was really nice that they just got into the movie, and it was a really cool intro, especially for an animated movie. I thought I think I almost like it even better than Lion King. I know that might be sacrilegious to some
It's
people.
very reminiscent of Lion King. But I thought it was very reminiscent of the Lion King, the intro with the, the planes and the almost like the Pride Rock kind of thing going on.
Totally. I wonder if Rescuers Down Under was innovative in that the animation style, because they have a Spirit Stallion of the Cimarron has a unedited or uncut scene at the beginning, an opening scene with an eagle flying through, and that was revolutionary when they did that. So I'm wondering if what the Rescuers did was anything like that.
Yeah, and I think Rescuers came before. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it came before Lion King. So it was,
definitely 5 years before.
Well, there you go.
In fact, it was revolutionary. Do you know what was revolutionary about this movie?
There is fully digital, I believe. The first fully digital movie.
The first Disney movie to put out the Ink and Paint Club, at least job-wise.
Wait, the mice were digital?
They're colored. It was drawn, but the coloring process was no longer hand done.
Oh, okay. So I was like, I thought the mice look hand drawn.
Oh yes, they were. Yeah, but colored.
Okay. Okay. I was like, no, I didn't think I was going crazy.
What did you think about the opening, Paul?
I thought it was fun. Gets right into it. It was a little static these days because you can tell it's computer generated, or at least
all those
based on
flowers.
computer. Yeah, it's but it's fun. It gets you right into it.
Anyway, so what was something else you liked though, Paul?
So I thought there's some great action scenes. At least the way it was animated, like with Cody falling through the sky, or a lot of the flying scenes.
Yeah, the flying scenes were pretty spectacular.
Yeah,
I really liked watching those too.
And was that something you liked, or
yeah,
Bernard and Bianca, or Cody and
no, the flying things that you were talking about.
Oh,
I remember thinking as a kid that I was like, I want to ride on Marahute.
Yeah.
I thought that would be awesome.
Pretty cool.
Do you suppose that she's a remnant of the eagles from Lord of the Rings?
I have something to say about that later.
I thought she was a dinosaur left over. I mean, considering her size.
Yes. Chrissy, what is something else you liked about Rescuers Down Under? I keep wanting to say Rescuers, but that's the different movie, so I have to say Rescuers Down Under. Down Under.
I just something really small, but I thought the addition to the tears in Cody's eyes as he's falling from a great height, like
I was like, that's a good detail. Yes,
I appreciate little details like that in movies, especially early movies, where details like that might have been overlooked. But I thought that was a really good touch.
Yeah, totally. And
definitively,
jumping off that, not so much. Well, I guess in a way it's a detail, but I thought. And maybe it's a product of being digitally colored, but I thought the coloring in this movie was just so rich and vibrant, and I just loved looking at all the color in it.
I agree.
Yeah. I liked it too.
Let's see. Let's go back to Paul. Was something else you liked?
I liked the voices. I enjoyed Bob Newhart as Bernard, as unique voice, and especially John Candy.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Every time he was speaking, I could just imagine Barf from Spaceballs.
Yeah, totally.
I know. I actually liked him in this movie too.
Fun fact, this is actually our 4th John Candy movie we've reviewed.
All right. And one of the things I was about to say, especially about these two actors, is I thought they made great cartoon voices, and I would have loved to have seen more with them as cartoon voices.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. Speaking of voices, I don't know why mine seems to be going. Let's see.
You're the only one that laughed at that.
Another voice. Thanks, Christine.
Or even noticed.
Right?
Another voice that I really liked. I thought Georgie Scott had such a great bad guy voice.
Yes, the gravelly.
Yes, exactly.
Did we ever figure out what kind of a lizard that was? Because I thought that I got the name mixed up with the kind of a lizard.
Well, yeah. So it's the lizard's name, McLeach's name, the bad guy. His lizard's name is Johanna, but the type of lizard is a Gohanna lizard, which is a type of monitor lizard.
Yeah, that's why I named the lizard in the memory mind meld Goanna, because that was all right. So I had it a little right, but not the name. Well, kind of.
Yeah. Good job.
Whose turn was it next?
I believe it was back to you, Christy.
Oh, I thought it was maybe you, but all right. I haven't heard you say anything that
George
you
C. Scott.
Oh, that was something you liked to say. I really liked. So sometimes in these, I don't know if I notice it now, but sometimes in the older movies, you can tell. No, even in, well, I don't know how old Spirit is, Stallion of Cimarron, but you can tell the main characters by how well they're animated. Like you spend a lot of time focusing on the main characters with the coloring and their drawing and all of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All that could be a drawback. I mean, we're focusing on positive things. I really enjoyed the way the eagle was animated. I loved the detail of like the second eyelid that she would blink.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Her upside down head, like the way she fluffed her feathers and how she sat on her nest and her flying and all of that. There was just great care and detail in how they animated her.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though she was a main character, but only in chunks, like in the beginning and in the end, and not really a lot in the middle. So I appreciated that.
Speaking of animating her, some of her poses reminded me of DuckTales the movie when the main villain would transform into a big bird.
Oh yes.
Some of the movement was very similar, and it also came out in 1990. So I wonder if they cross-reference some of those,
I don't remember that.
I guess that's retrorewindpodcast.com/19, I believe.
I do remember that bird thing.
Yeah.
That bird thing. Cool. Paul, what's something else you liked?
I only had my classic maker left.
Oh, that's all I have left as well.
Oh,
so Christy, go ahead and rapid fire, or as Francisco likes to call it erroneously, bullet time, which slows things down rather than rapid fire.
Just a couple more. I always forget to do my classic makers and my tragic makers.
Oh, that's okay.
Let's see. The Wilbur exclamation point. That's what I wrote down. He just made me laugh.
Wilbur.
No, oh my, no, not that one.
The
Wilbur.
seagull. Okay, yeah.
And
wait, I thought he's an albatross.
Albatross. Yes.
I thought it was Orville. No, wait, that was the first one.
Yeah, well, they're both.
Wilbur and Orville are both albatross, and I like him. And Frank I laughed at Frank. He was funny.
Oh, what is he?
A bearded lizard.
Yes.
Oh.
I thought, I agreed with you about Mr. Newhart. He was amusing, as always.
I always think I was confused Bob Newhart with the guy who plays Nemo's dad from Finding Nemo. They always sound similar to me.
Yeah.
And
that's beside the point. Anyway.
Yeah. Bernard with the warthog. Amusing.
Oh,
I like that part.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Oh, I did have one more thing. Okay. Continue. Sorry.
I like the mouse guy.
Oh my.
What's his name? Jack?
Yes, Jack.
Yeah. Okay.
Who's apparently
Jake.
Jake, yes. Who's apparently the only real Australian actor in the voice actor.
No, really. The kangaroo or the
apparently not.
Koala.
Okay, I'm good. I think I'm just gonna randomly pick my classic maker. It's not really like.
My quick bullet time is, I thought the opening music, I know I should have said this at the opening when we were talking about the opening, but I thought it sounded like a mix between Jurassic Park and Karate Kid in sort of the quieter parts.
Yeah. The music was a little weird, I thought. And anyway.
Okay.
I should have said it for a dislike. I didn't really dislike it, but it pulled me out a little.
I actually have that. I have a plus and minus on that too. I didn't know where to put it. Is it a plus or a minus?
We're near enough. You can go ahead and give it.
I love the music, but by the end of the movie, I was like, I'm annoyed with it right now.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
I was like, at the beginning, I'm like, yeah, the music. Oh my gosh, I remember this so much. And then by the end, I'm like, really? This theme again? The same way? So yeah, it pulled me out a little bit too. And near the end of the movie, I kept.
A bit interesting that this is, I think, the only movie I think I read, this is not my knowledge, but IMDb. This is the only movie in the Disney Renaissance period where it's not a musical. There's no actual like musical parts.
Oh yeah.
Well, neither is DuckTales. Came out the same year.
Bam! IMDb,
take that, IMDb.
What you doing?
All right then.
DuckTales represent.
Oh my gosh.
Which, speaking of which, we're not there yet.
No, we're not there yet.
About to
we are
all
at
right,
our
fine.
classic makers.
Oh, that's right. We still have to get to that.
Yes. I'll start us real quick. I thought, Paul, you spoke to this, and Christy too, I think. John Candy as Wilbur is just so great, and I just wanted his character to be in the movie more. I thought it was lame, pun intended, when his back got cut out, and
but he escaped, so it's all good.
Exactly, yes. But I loved that character. I wanted to, probably, I don't know if a movie just with him would be too much, maybe.
But maybe him as a main character voice, or the voice of a main character.
Oh, sure, yeah, that could be good enough, yeah. So
okay.
Anyway,
too late. Too soon?
Probably not too soon. Christy, what was? Actually, I'm going to do Paul, and then one with Christy. Paul, is your classic maker?
I thought the animation in this overall was very fluid, especially for a Disney movie that wasn't as hyped or as considered a classic as much as others. I thought still the animation is still top notch throughout, and it was very enjoyable to watch.
Agreed. Christy?
Sorry, Paul, your dog.
Who are these people, Paul?
Just like totally. Excuse me, but this is my podcast, and I'm going to be in the video. Okay, that's that in my head. That's what he said. It's probably not his voice, but anyway. My classic maker, and if we were in Toastmasters, somebody should have clicked me for that. Geez.
Nice, Paul.
My classic maker. It's not really. I just had to pick one because I always forget. It's probably the fourth time I've said this. Whatever. I really like Bernard's transformation.
Oh, from sort of.
Yeah, because in the beginning of the movie, I'm like, oh my goodness, please take hold of yourself. No, I know what I mean. Get some gumption, and then when he takes down the warthog, and he's like, before anything else, and he asks her to marry him. I was like,
yeah, that was nice.
Yes.
All right, guys. Well, before we get to the things we didn't like, which it sounds like there's lots brewing, let's go. We'd like to go to our Facebook group, which you can join at retrorewindpodcast.com/group. That'll take you to our Facebook group page. We like to ask people, what do you remember about the movies we cover? And this is what a couple people from there said. First, Danae Burge said, it's one of my favorite Disney movies of all time. It may be the most watched one from childhood. So many great parts. The restaurant with pea soup to the extended runway for the Albatross landing. It's all great. It has timeless characters like McLeach, Bernard, Wilbur, and the majestic Marahute. Definitely classic.
Marahute!
And then Chris Cowan says, the best Disney sequel ever, which then spawned a bunch of me trolling and me being called out on my trolling after that, but it was still fun.
Which I wonder...
I know I'm not a literal troll, Paul. Gosh.
No. I wonder if that's really the best. I mean, if you discount like any of the Pixar movies, like Toy Story 2 or 3, I wonder what the poll would be of like the best sequel.
I mean, were there any other sequels that weren't direct to video?
Yeah, Return to Neverland came out in theaters.
Oh.
For a short time.
Okay.
That's the only one that I never saw. So that's
don't
based
know.
on Disney classic.
Okay.
Fantasia 2000.
Oh yeah, that one was good. I really like that. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
That one's sort of in its own category, though.
Yeah, I mean, and they're supposed to keep making those, but anyway.
Yeah,
that's beside the point.
Apparently, they're supposed to keep making Toy Stories.
Oh yeah, still haven't seen 3. Isn't that a shame?
Oh, that is a shame. We gotta remedy that.
And let's talk about the shameful things of Rescuers Down Under. Let's start with Paul. It sounds like he's got one he just has to say.
No, but let's starting it off. I found it rather odd, and they did this. Okay, yes, I have something to get off my chest, and I'm talking to the listeners who voted. I appreciate you voting Rescuers Down Under. Good job. But why did you make us review it before Rescuers?
Yeah, right.
So what I did is, thanks to my wife, she insisted that we watch Rescuers before watching Rescuers Down Under.
Okay.
And I am glad I did, because, it builds the characters and such.
Sure.
But
that's a good point.
In this movie, and they kind of touched on it in the first one. In this movie, the main guy at the Rescue Aid Society said that the best mice that they have to handle the situation is Bernard and Bianca. And I'm like, really? That's the best the mice world have to offer in all the world? I mean, come on. Double O'Dale. I know he's not a mice. He's a chipmunk from Rescuers Down. Or not Rescuers. They should have been Down Under in their own movie.
Rescue Rangers.
Rescue Rangers.
Yes.
But it kind of threw me out of the movie. It's like, really? They're the best? I mean, yes, they're fun, but come on.
Yeah, it definitely forces we have to go in this direction. Obviously it's Bernard and Bianca.
And it takes us out of the movie. There's a kidnapping in Australia. Let's contact New York. I get it, the UN of mice is there. They can but aren't there plenty capable people in Australia to
Jake
resolve this?
Yeah.
No, the little
Steve
mice
Irwin?
there, they don't have little clothes on, so that means that they're not as good.
There are only 4 mice in all of Australia. They can't get together and rescue a boy.
Yeah, one's too busy playing checkers with his fly.
All right.
Yeah. So it's kind of frustrating. It's like, come on, get your story right. At least make a little sense. But then, how do you get Bernard and Bianca to Australia?
Yeah.
Maybe they were visiting. You misremembered.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I thought, but apparently not.
Yeah.
Christy, what's something you didn't like about this movie?
Well, I appreciate the Australian accent and all, but I really just never liked Jake.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Okay. I know. He always just made fun of Bernard, and you knew that Bernard and Bianca were supposed to be together,
but at the end he gave the thumbs up, which was good.
It's true, and at the end I exposed, but most of the movie I'm like, seriously, do you have to be that guy?
Well, you know what? That leads right into my first. God, stupid love triangles. I hate love triangles so much.
Why?
Ridiculous.
It creates tension.
There's
drama.
enough tension in a relationship between 2 people. You don't need to add a third. Thank you very much.
Disagree.
Stupid Lana Clark, whatever the other guy's name was. Anyway,
oh god,
it depends on the villain of the week.
Well, no, her boyfriend originally. Whitney?
Lex.
Whitney.
Was it Whitney? Yeah,
Yes.
the football player. That's who I'm talking about, Paul.
Well, if you're talking in the comics, it's Pete Ross.
I'm talking about Smallville.
He's talking about Smallville because he's got some bitterness issues. Gosh.
Let's go back to Paul with something else you didn't like.
Series ended. Get over it.
John, build a bridge.
Something that I didn't like about this movie is only in comparison to the first one. When the mice ran in the movie The Rescuers, they ran like mice, like on all fours.
Oh,
and they crawled around on all fours like mice. But when Bernard was in this movie, when he's crawling on the floor looking for the ring, or when they're climbing up the rope,
he's on his
they're
knees.
using their knees
like
a person. And
and
that kind of, I know they're trying to be more. Yeah, I thought that was much better done in the first movie.
Too anthropomorphic for you. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Christy, was that something that served clash for you? Or?
Well, not until he pointed it out. Oh yeah, that makes sense. It would annoy me if I would have made attention to it. I know you're supposed to not like him, but I don't like Mick Leach.
Well,
I guess he did his job. All right, yeah. But you don't like the way they made him?
No,
like,
I thought, well, I just, coming from the point of view of having a sensitive 3-year-old daughter that I don't get to show these movies to, I don't just.
He's a little too mean for her.
Yeah, and I really would like to share some of these memories with her, but like Disney, seriously, we get a bad guy. Why do they have to be like so overt? I don't know. He's not. He's not weird? Ursula the Witch, I guess.
Jafar,
Jafar. But still, I thought he was a fine bad guy. I mean, but he was just
is there a Disney bad guy you're okay with?
Yeah, the movie Frozen. That's not nearly as intense.
I dislike him more.
No.
He messes with the heart.
No, I know, but if you come at it from a very 2-dimensional view, where you have a toddler who doesn't, or a preschooler who doesn't understand that sort of manipulation, the big snow monster is the only thing I have to either pause or not pause or cover her eyes, explain, or fast forward through. Whereas some of the more traditional ones, the villain is so intense and evil. There's no it's just a pretend snowman, or it's don't worry, they'll beat the monster. So I think that's one of the reasons why it's just like a big tangent, but
that's fine.
It's only because I have a preschooler who's sensitive to things like that. She was watching a show made for her age, and something was happening that she was chewing on her fingers and she started to cry. And we were like, oh my God, okay, so now we have to change it to VeggieTales because apparently this is too intense for you. That's the only reason that I see it through the lens that I have.
Or will you not sing the song?
Which one is that?
That's Rack, Shack, and Benny.
Oh, I haven't seen that. That's a good one.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it in a while, though.
The boner. Ooh,
I like the boner.
Oh my.
Speaking of tangents.
Anyway. So Mick Leach was a good bad guy, but I just don't. He's just annoying.
Yeah.
So he did his job.
I'm going through my what I can remember of bad guys that aren't that are still they're the bad guy. It's obvious, but aren't as totally scary for 3-year-olds. And
that's the problem with Disney that I have.
What about Cars?
Yeah.
Well, I'm thinking classic. I'm trying to think of classic Disney.
No, I know that's why we'd have to go outside of classic Disney and go to some of the Pixar movies. But that's even the Pixar, some of the intense stuff is still for her. Yeah. But that's particular to her personality. It's not. It's not particular to all of her peers.
Good point. Yeah. Okay, moving on to something I didn't like about Rescuers Down Under. And this is I can hear the flack I'm gonna get for this.
The boy.
That's fine.
I was this close to making it my tragic maker, but it's not. It's too particular to me to be a tragic maker.
No.
Okay, Marahute is not a golden eagle.
No.
The coloration is completely wrong. There's golden eagles aren't feathers. That size.
Wait, golden eagle is a specific species?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this is the great grandfather.
Okay, that might be
this is
plausible,
the original.
Except golden eagles aren't in Australia. There are no golden eagles in the southern hemisphere.
Well, they can fly over. Zoos, if an albatross can, which is a much smaller bird, fly from New York, well, get on a plane and go to Australia.
Exactly. We're gonna have to hook up with a much larger bird or something. I forget.
Maybe they migrated during what's that? Pangea? What's
Pangea?
Pangea? Yeah.
So that bothered me, and I think as a kid I had no idea, and I think I can thank this movie for really thinking golden eagles were so cool. But as I've grown into adulthood and seeing now that I don't know why they didn't go with golden eagle coloration. I can understand why they didn't go with the size because they wanted him to fly on them.
And it's not as stark and majestic and rare and and beautiful compared to all the other things that he had, ordinary things in his collection. He wanted something stark and the opposite of ordinary.
Something that was worth
they could have made it
killing and kidnapping a kid over.
Exactly.
And Australia has their own animals that are, separate from the rest of the world through evolution.
Well, why not make it like, I was going to say the Tasmanian tiger, but I guess is Tasmania not really considered Australia, huh?
No.
Yeah.
Either way, it's its own species, and if you're going to have your own species somewhere, it might as well be in Australia.
And when you say golden eagle as a kids movie, it makes sense to make it literal. In the 90s especially, people didn't have their underwear tied in knots up their butt crack.
Oh, like sumos?
I'm so sorry. It's technically not a golden eagle, and it's technically not the cry of the golden eagle.
And where's Gandalf?
All right, guys, fine. That is just something I didn't like.
I understand.
Mine's
even more silly.
Oh, okay. Let's hear it, Paul.
Okay, so little backstory. I was having this trivia contest with somebody, and we were trying to find really obscure Disney songs, and I was winning up until the point where somebody was singing, and I actually won because but I couldn't top them. I guessed what they were singing, but I couldn't. But in the first movie, they have the Rescue Aid Society theme where all the mice sing RESCUE, Rescue Aid Society. Anyway, and they do a terrible job of singing it. And I would like to hear like a good rendition of it. And here's a chance where they had a chance to do that, but they didn't. You can hear the tune in the score during the
really?
Mice UN part.
Oh,
yeah,
cool. Okay.
Which is kind of weird. Like, okay, you're playing it, but why aren't they singing it? Only because I saw the first movie where they sing it.
Yeah.
So I was kind of frustrated with that.
So did you win? So how did you win the competition thing between you and your friend?
Well, I was able to obviously tell what movie that was from because RESCUE spells rescue, so I knew it's the Rescuers, but I couldn't come up with a more obscure Disney movie off the top of my head.
I
Song
see.
from a Disney movie. So
okay.
Anyway. But I'm probably the only one who really missed that song because it's a silly, stupid song.
Yeah,
I don't remember it.
Me neither. I didn't realize there was singing in the original, so that's funny.
But it's been a while since I've seen the original because I couldn't remember when you guys were going to do it. So
we didn't go to the level that Paul did because he's so cool, unlike us. All right, I think I only have my tragic maker left. I think that's the same for Christy. So Paul, what's one more thing you didn't like before?
One more thing that I didn't like is that the ending of the movie seemed to end kind of abruptly. I was hoping that they could have some kind of reunion with his mom, the boy and his mom.
Oh, that would have been nice. Stole it.
Yeah. So
that would have been nice. Christy, what's your tragic maker?
That is my tragic maker. I was like, this movie is so awesome. And then it ended and I was like, oh. It would have been nice for him to be like running into his mom's arms or something. Like his mom, like being a mom.
Look what I have for a pet now.
I know, right? Yeah, being a mom makes a big difference. As a kid, I'm sure I was like, who cares? That was the greatest movie ever. But being a mom, I thought about her mourning the death of her son. And then the end of the movie, they're like, and who cares? Wait, what? What? Oh.
Yeah.
That was a little bit tragic for me.
Mm-hmm. What was tragic for me was you know what? And it doesn't make a lot of sense, but for some reason, I didn't feel like this movie had much adventure in it. I was expecting something
weird,
way more adventurous.
I feel the same. I agree and yet disagree.
Okay.
When I think about it, is there adventure? Oh yeah, there's like there's definitely scenes where there's adventure, which is more than I think like the first movie had.
Yeah.
But I agree that this movie is lacking.
I can't explain why that is. If it's like they spend too much on Cody in captivity, and so that sort of like slows down the pace and makes it overall feel less like an adventure, or there isn't,
or too much focus on McLeach. There was that big part in there where it was just
him figuring out how to get.
And the eggs and the thing.
It's a funny comedic moment.
It is, but it does slow the pace of them. But you don't really need. I mean, do you need like one thing after another?
Well, but I don't think I felt like any momentum they gained, they lost immediately after. It wasn't like they could sort of build on the momentum that came before it.
Exactly. Yeah. There was no build of momentum. I was just about to say.
All right, valid.
So that was the thing I just liked most about this movie. And Paul, cap us off.
That was actually my biggest thing that I was going to say is my
we
my
agree?
tragic maker.
Oh my.
Yeah, for this. But since you said it, and I was kind of toying with what Christy said is also my tragic maker is not a good wham bam ending. But so I'll throw in a bonus one.
Oh, okay.
So here's the bonus one. Bernard basically killed the bad guy. He pushed him into the river, which caused his death.
Right.
So if they had just left that out, like him falling on his own, that would have been, which is what they usually do, like in Tarzan, where the bad guy, they get so angry they wind up killing themselves.
Fall on their own sword,
Right, exactly. And here Bernard is like, I know he's kind of being the hero, kind of like pushing him in, and then you have the hero basically killing the bad guy, which is really
maybe he just got out of watching Zack Snyder's Superman, or Man of Steel.
Yeah, maybe. So anyway, it's very unlike Disney to have that. I was surprised, but even though it wasn't directly,
very unlike Bernard.
Yeah, and it was
maybe,
but it's very indirect.
Maybe, yeah.
Just like I'm done with this.
I'm gonna take out my aggression on Jake.
And it wasn't aggressive. It was like a slight push.
Yeah.
Well, McLeach sort of invited it. He was.
Oh, sure.
A big.
But
no, you got. I mean,
cartoon guys. I would never.
I mean, if I was there, I would have ran and pushed him in. But
it's like Malcolm Reynolds says. I imagine he didn't kill many, but you might have left him in a position to die easy. You probably misquoted that, but it's something like that.
Okay.
All right. So it just surprised me.
All right.
That's a good one. With that, I think we've entered all our targeting information into the firing computer. And Alice, do you have a firing solution for us?
Firing solution complete. Rating salvo at the ready. On your mark.
Do we rate the rest? Not the. Do we rate Rescuers Down Under?
I thought it was the.
There it is the. No, it's not. It's the Rescuers, but it's not the Rescuers.
No, it is the Rescuers Down Under, according to IMDb.
I'm gonna go look.
Right. Oh my gosh, you boys! Stop squabbling.
Right now.
I'm doing it.
It's under the. I know.
Okay.
I know.
I'm going.
It is. I will bet you the next episode.
And in other news, the podcast continues.
Oh, speaking of which, you know what's really cool? You know what this?
Jeez.
You know what this movie is called in Germany?
What?
It is. Hold on. It's called Bernard and Bianca in Kangaroo Land.
Yes.
That is pretty awesome. Skewers. How do you spell rescuers?
Down under. The land Australia, or
I don't know.
Ausland.
I don't know.
The land of Oz.
Oh, that's the issue. And the poster, the is so small you can't tell. It just looks like rescue.
It's there. It's definitely there.
Okay, that's my
yeah, you owe me next episode.
All right.
Whatever that means. I don't know. I get to pick.
Do we rate The Rescuers Down Under a classic movie? We would recommend it. Anyone see it again if they have seen it before, or if they've never seen it, definitely be one that you watch. A nostalgic, only watch it if you have seen it before, or a tragic, we'd recommend you don't watch this again, whether or not you've seen it before. Let's begin with our guest. How do you rate The Rescuers Down Under, Christy?
I don't know. Well,
would you like us to ask you last?
Yeah, because you're gonna have when you were talking, I know it's gonna be between two.
Okay.
Obviously. Maybe not obviously, but that sounded obvious when I said nostalgic and classic. And I'm thinking I just loved this movie so much when it came out. I'm pretty sure we probably watched it in the theater because it was right around Thanksgiving, and we always used to go to theater around Thanksgiving as a family. So I just loved it so much as a kid, and I'm thinking, but would I tell someone else to watch it? Why would I tell them? Because I loved it so much as a kid, or because it needs to be watched? Period. End of story.
Let me ask you this. Maybe this could help filter it. Would you rebuy this movie if it was released on Blu-ray?
No. I would watch it on Netflix.
So you don't...
It's rewatchable, but not buying.
No, I would buy, what would I buy? The Man from Snowy River.
Okay.
Hand over fist. I would buy that 20 times before I would buy this.
So maybe that...
Yes, then it's nostalgic.
All right.
A very happy nostalgic. I grinned throughout most of the movie.
Oh, cool. Nice.
Like really one of my top nostalgic movies, but I would probably not want to spend the money on the Blu-ray. I would not.
But the Blu-ray comes with the first one too. It's a combo.
Then maybe if it was like $10, but
I was about to say you can get on eBay for about $8.
Yeah. No, Man from Snowy River and Return to Snowy River and Spirit of Stallion and the Cimarron. Those movies.
And Quickly Down Under. I mean, come on.
Well, no. Those movies I would spend money for those movies without question. So
okay. So nostalgic for Christy.
Yes.
Paul, how do you rate The Rescuers Down Under?
I too, like Christy, saw this at the theater and enjoyed it a few times afterwards. And I own the movie, but I would have to say nostalgic because I enjoyed it, but I would not recommend it for anybody who hasn't seen it because it's as someone who just watched it myself, it's not that memorable. It doesn't, it's not as impactful as I would like it to be. In concept and theory, it's good, but it doesn't, I don't know. It doesn't.
Sticky.
Yeah. I would, if you haven't seen it, I'd say don't waste your time. But if you have seen it, you want to trip down memory lane. Yeah. I didn't find it nearly as nostalgic as Christy, but I wouldn't say that it's tragic just because of all the good points we pointed out.
All right. So 2 nostalgics. So it's definitely a nostalgic pick. For me, and I was going between 2 ratings as well.
Oh, me too. I was going between tragic and nostalgic.
Yeah, same for me. And you know what? I think the clincher is I was falling asleep on this.
No, you can't. You can't say that the falling asleep thing because we don't get sleep like normal people do. Normal people without a baby.
But it's not like we've done.
And it was late. It was late after a really hard day.
All right.
I'm just saying.
Okay. All right. I'll give you that.
Fight for it, Christy.
Come on. You grinned throughout most of the movie too. Yeah.
I don't remember grinning at all.
See, that's the problem. It's not memorable.
You did in the beginning.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely in the beginning and every part with Wilbur. I loved the Wilbur parts of it.
Yeah, you laughed at
but
parts of it.
That wasn't a lot of the movie. Now I'm going back and forth. I'm like, okay. Oh, here's my issue. I think it's an amazing kids movie. I would not recommend it to adults.
Then it's not a classic.
I don't really want to watch it again.
You don't. Nostalgic movies aren't necessarily ones you watch over and over and over again.
Because you used to use that as
no, that's a good point.
You asked you asked me if Sophia could watch this movie today, so that makes me think
because I wanted to record her take on it and play that, but
she would probably freak out in the beginning where Cody's falling off the cliff. What's happening? I don't like this.
He's falling.
What's gonna happen?
Oh look, he got saved. Whee!
She's not Mickey Mouse.
Oh boy!
Wow, you're really good at that.
Is really good at that.
Oh my gosh, you should do that for Sophia sometime.
Okay, guys.
Oh, gosh.
Because you made some good points. I guess you've talked me into nostalgic. I don't know if I really buy it, but
nostalgic.
Nostalgic.
You know what? I'll go tragic if that makes you happy.
No, actually, I was
go nostalgic.
I was just about to say it's already nostalgic, so I'll just say tragic because I feel truer about saying tragic. But you know what? I rated tragic, but that doesn't mean that this movie isn't nostalgic because the Retro Rewind podcast rates The Rescuers Down Under a disputed nostalgic movie. We'd recommend if you have seen it before, pick it up, watch it again. It's free on Netflix, so that's a great reason to relive those
Probably
memories.
why it was so easily nostalgic for me because it was easily accessible.
Ah, okay. That's a good point.
I was too falling asleep near the end, but I don't rate that anymore as a reason because I'm so tired.
That's fair. That's fair. All righty, guys. Awesome.
At the beginning.
No, stop it.
I did. During the dinner scene, I had to go back and rewind it when there was, but that's because I was tired.
Yeah.
Us old people.
But
oh, geez.
No, let's talk about what's not tired, at least contemporarily wise. Because Alice, bring up the new tube section, please.
New tube systems engaged.
Sometimes I reach and it doesn't always pan out, but you know, it doesn't mean you stop trying. What's new on our tubes?
There is a point where you just need to realize, hey, I need to stop trying. You're going to be there the whole time.
What's new on our tubes? Whether it's a new movie, a new TV show, or book, what have you. Let's begin with our guest, Christy.
Oh, he said book, and I just remembered a book I read. Anyway, what should I pick? How about the new season? You're so rude. Don't talk about. I'm just kidding, guys. I'm actually not as mad as I sound. Yeah, I was watching that, but that's not my new tube. Okay. You're just assuming. I binge shows on Netflix because it's an easy way for me to decompress after dealing with an infant and a 3.5-year-old who has a wonderfully strong mind. Anyway.
Well, that's nice of you to say about Francisco.
Well,
Thanks,
no.
Paul.
That's oh, Griffin thought that was funny. Duh, you totally left my train left the track. No, you don't need to. I'm figuring it out. I've got it. We're good. The new season of Doctor Who. The last few episodes have been phenomenal.
Amazing.
Oh my gosh.
Since when did you watch Doctor Who, Paul?
I haven't seen it, but I'm being supportive.
Thank you, Paul. That I felt a little cheated actually because I was like, "Yay, another Whovian!" Oh wait, just
sorry.
Let me cry. Just let me have
I was trying to be positive
I know.
about it.
So some people weren't sure about the new Doctor, Peter,
the old cranky guy,
Capaldi. I think that they have I have my theory for why they chose him anyway, but they revealed a little bit of why they chose him. He's been in a previous 1 or 2 episodes with the previous
for
Doctor.
Less money.
Oh gosh. Anyway, but the last few episodes have been, in general, Doctor Who good, but also just the writing. Oh my gosh, so good. Oh, so good. I was lots of feels. I didn't mean to like Doctor Who, and I was watching it because of a friend and then another friend, and I just kept watching it, and now just stuck with it forever. Oh well, it's great if you like it. If you don't, if you've never seen it, you try if you like sci-fi.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting sci-fi. All right, thank you, Christy. Paul, what is new on your tube?
So I recently went out and saw the Peanuts movie.
Oh, how was
that
it?
came out. Now, as I consider myself a Peanuts fan, not a diehard, but I enjoy like the holiday
cashews,
specials. But I haven't.
Peanuts.
I know. I said that. I'm like, what are you saying?
They're salted. They're
honey roasted.
Yeah.
Plain.
That would be
no, but I haven't really seen that many. I've seen a couple of the TV episodes of the past and stuff, but I went in and I loved the first half. The second half, it started to go down, and there are some plot points that are gapingly like or holes missing, like, hey, what happened to this and that.
But
overall, it was cute. It was
cool.
really good. And the voices are very similar to like the Christmas ones.
Cool.
So they did a really good job in the voices and some of the animation. And there are for the fans in there are definitely nods throughout the whole picture of different things from the past.
Very cool.
So if you enjoyed Peanuts, you should like this.
Okay. Very nice. Very nice indeed.
You know, it'd also be nice.
What, Paul?
If I ask what was on your tube, Francisco.
Oh, good job.
But I'm not going to. It would just be nice.
Exactly.
Well, I'll
But
tell you
can
anyway.
Infer.
Yes.
No, Paul, Francisco
Oh my
doesn't
gosh.
infer.
Talked
But he
about
gets
this.
infuriated.
You already proved to me that I do infer at times.
I still think it's funny that you
Bring
tried
up
to
our
prove
marital issues
I think
on the
it's
show.
funny. Well, why not? The real
I don't
show.
have a good answer to that.
Yeah, that's
what are
right.
you trying to infer there?
What's
No, he said to me, I said you should have inferred, and he's like, I don't do that. And then in the next sentence, he inferred, and I was like, you just proved yourself wrong. That was a very basic explanation of what happened.
Anyway,
but I
what's
thought it
new
was
on my tube
Master Interrupter
is
Francisco.
just a little game I got on my iPad called Wonky Jet. What's it called?
Wonka Bar.
Wonky Ship. It's essentially you have a little spaceship that's trying to escape a black hole and asteroids are falling down. It's like an endless game where you just try to get a high score and last the longest. So essentially you're just tapping the left and the right sides of your tablet or phone, and that will propel one the left or right thruster.
Oh, gotcha.
And you're just trying to, I mean, if you press them both, obviously go straight, but it's very sensitive. So even if you tap a little, it like skews one way or the other drastically. So you have to be very careful and not just hold down too hard. So it's just a fun time diversion. And you can, as you get higher scores, you can unlock different ships. So that's sort of what keeps you going. So check out Wonky Ship. It's on iOS. I don't know if it's on Android or not.
I've been saying that adjective a lot lately, wonky.
Oh, really?
And I think it comes from England.
Okay. Thanks for that. But you know what doesn't come from England?
Poke, poke.
Our communication
Antarctica.
satellites, because they're on our ship. So Alice, why don't you bring those up?
Comsat online. Receiving incoming transmission.
From England. Wrong again, Francisco.
What's happening?
Wow. We don't have any feedback this time.
We did. It was from England, but you cut them off, so no.
What? Why are we cutting
He's
off the English?
I don't know. He's being very anti-UK right now.
So we have this thing. You may have heard of it. RetroRemondPodcast.com/cast your vote. That's where, if you're a new listener, we
change the next 5 videos.
We like to know what you all want us to cover on the show. So you go there and you can vote on the next 5 videos. And we are going to be this was the last movie of the last 5 that you all voted on. Rescuers Down Under was. So we're going to be starting a new 5 movies that you want us to cover. We are going to close voting on at 11:59 p.m. United Statesian time. Wow.
Pacific
We only have one time.
Wow.
I didn't mean that.
Please
I didn't mean that.
help us.
Please. We're closing voting on United Statesian Thanksgiving. Not Canadian Thanksgiving, United Statesian
Canadian Thanksgiving already happened.
Well, yeah, if they're listening to this, they don't necessarily know that.
Well,
Maybe.
of which
What?
year?
Of 2015.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Because people listening in 2016
Exactly.
think they have a long time.
Exactly.
Unless they're listening close to Thanksgiving. Then
Anyway, Thanksgiving. If you want to vote by Thanksgiving.
long and the short.
Here's your chance. What about Bob? What about Bob?
Yes.
What
What about Bob? What about Bob?
What about
Baby
Bob?
steps to
However,
the computer.
If we were to
Baby steps to the
if we were
keyboard.
to close voting right now,
Please change the movies because I have to watch them with my husband.
the next you don't have to watch them.
I get to spend time with him. Oh, The Jerk. Yeah, that's a good one.
next-
Not Uncle Buck.
The next 5 movies we're going to be covering are, if we close voting right today, it'd be The Jerk, Uncle Buck.
Wow, that's number 1.
A Few Good Men, Stay Tuned, and Jumanji.
Wow, all live action.
I'm sorry. Why is it Jumanji?
A Jew here?
You must be joking.
How do you pronounce
Jew
it?
note.
Jumanji?
Yeah, Jumanji.
How do you pronounce it, Paul?
I don't know. I'd have to ask Robin Williams, but he's dead.
Okay. I'm
Anyway.
pretty sure he wasn't the one that wrote the book.
So, hey, all you
It's
30
spelled J-U, so I would imagine it's pronounced Jumanji.
No, I'm sorry. Is it Jue?
No, it's J-U-M-A-N.
Okay, is it then? If you follow the
Juman.
rules
It's
of
Jumanji. It's kind of like the kung fu for the
Fu
Jews.
Manchu,
It's Jumanji.
Kung Fu for the Jew.
It's okay. I'm a 16th Jew. It's all right.
If you follow the rules
that, please.
of it's okay, I'm 116 Jew. If you follow the rules of English, wouldn't it be J? Because there's nothing to make the U long.
Well, English is so weird. There's
And
no
it's also
rules.
not
It's
as
not the
probably-
Wild
No,
West.
like J-U-M. No, it's whatever. It's open to
Jumanji.
interpretation because not even Oxford uses the Oxford comma anymore. Everything is in flux. It's the internet now, so it's whatever you want it to be.
Yeah.
And as long as you don't offend anybody, but it doesn't matter, you're going to
So
offend everybody.
too late. You just offended someone by saying you were 116 Jew.
Well, I'm
just
sorry. The
No, I'm-
other 16ths haven't caught up yet.
What?
Anyway,
I
thank
don't
you
know
to
what's
the
happening
30
right now.
people who have downvoted What About Bob. So it's staying at the
Oh.
solid 7. I really
Boo.
appreciate
But
that.
what about
good job,
Bob?
guys. Keep
but
up the
what
good
about
work.
Bob?
What about Bob is genius? Like
Except
The
it's
Jerk. It should be
not.
The Jerk. And what about Bob?
No, I disagree.
And then
The Terminator should be up there.
The Father of the Bride.
Yeah,
and American Tail Five Goes West. American Tail Five Goes West. Five Goes West.
I like the new website, by the way, Francisco.
Secret of
Thank you. It's not
Nim.
completely done yet. There's some. I want to be people to be able to look on the site for, like, if you want to just see the comedy movies, you click on the comedy tag, and it'll just show those that we've covered. So there's other features I'm still trying to flesh out. But thank you, Paul. And yeah, if anyone comes to a broken page, it's probably just because I haven't implemented it yet. But all the episodes should be up now in the feed. So enjoy. All right, you guys. With that.
Oh, I just changed the vote.
Oh, you voted down What About Bob? Good idea. I think that's a
Why do
good
you
way to
hate
go.
Bill Murray so much?
I don't
Jeez.
hate Bill Murray. I just hate that movie.
When was the last time you watched it? You might appreciate
when I
it.
was
huh?
in high school.
Oh, right. I know. If you went to therapy,
Okay.
then
No,
you
oh
would
my gosh. Here we go.
appreciate it.
Okay. Well, we're closing the show now.
Oh, Ernest Goes to Camp. Sorry.
If you want to if you want to leave us feedback on this episode, go to retrorewindpodcast.com/76. Yeah, that's this one. And leave us a comment in the comments field. And anyone who has left us a comment prior to the site going down / me deleting it accidentally. Unfortunately, we have those comments. Like I can find them, but if I added them, I'd be adding them as me. So I'm sorry if you like. I know Ryan Jackson commented a lot, and he actually is the first to comment on our Back to the Future 2 episode, which is so cool. But nothing. Hey guys, this is Francisco from the future, and I want to go ahead and read Ryan's awesome comment since he took the time to write it, as well as some other feedback that apparently has been just waiting, and I keep forgetting to post or to share on there. So here we go. Ryan posted to the Back to the Future 2 episode, which originally was Major Pain. Okay, first of all, thank you guys so much for doing Back to the Future 2. One of my faves as a kid. Couple comments. Although I appreciate Chris's theory that Marty's arc was what set off our timeline, and that's why we have the 2015 we have today instead of the 2015 of the movie, I would have to point out that Back to the Future 3, that in Back to the Future 3, it's clear the future is still as we saw it in Back to the Future 2, because Doc now has a flying train. Also, Paul was right that if Marty and Jennifer had gone to the future, they wouldn't have been able to see their old selves, because in Back to the Future 1, when Doc sent Einstein 1 minute into the future, he was nowhere to be seen until he arrived 1 minute later. Finally, my biggest gripe about this movie is the false advertising for Doc and Marty's walkie-talkies. The Christmas after the movie was released, I got a pair of the exact walkie-talkies from the movie, and they were junk. Every transmission was garbled, and even from the other side of the house, much less the other side of the town. Anyway, sorry for the long post. Love the episode, Ryan. Thank you so much, Ryan. It's so awesome to hear all that from you. So thank you so much for adding your thoughts to the show. We also got an email from Jesse saying, what happened to all the shows? Also love the podcast. Keep going. And Jesse, you probably noticed that we posted all the episodes back to the feed. It's just a matter of still fallout for me having deleted my websites from my web host. But now those all should be back up, and you shouldn't have to update your podcatcher or anything, though I know Ryan had to unsubscribe then resubscribe to get the full feed. So you may try that. Hopefully you don't have to reserve for that. We also had some comments on our Facebook page, not the group, but the page. Joe Gilliam, way back in October 15th, said, I cannot fathom anything less than a classic Groundhog Day movie. Sorry about that, Joel. Apparently you can fathom the unfathomable? I don't know. But thanks for leaving us a comment nonetheless. And then Dennis Hughes said, started listening to the podcast a few months ago. Really enjoy it. So thank you so much, Dennis. And finally on Twitter, we got a few comments from Nate Milton. He said, listening to the Retro Rewind cast review of Major Pain before work. Just discovered the show. Good work, brothers. Hashtag nostalgic. And he also added, at Retro Rewind cast, found you searching for pods on Major Pain, listening to the Cool Runnings one now. The format is really growing on me. Thank you so much, Nate, and hope we continue to grow on you. It's like, guys, that's all I have from the future. So back to you from the past, Francisco.
And that one's there because it's in the new site. All that to say, though, sorry that we lost those comments. If you want to go to the trouble of reposting those comments in the new system, that's awesome. That would floor me if you did that, but I wanted to apologize.
I have a suggestion for that.
What's your suggestion for that?
Make a little extra page writing all the comments that people wrote and according to the episode, and then just sign their name, and then people can go like stuff said about episodes, and then it's there, or what people are saying or something like that.
Maybe that's not a bad idea.
Then at least people's comments are there, and they can be like, look, I'm on this website. And when you explode and get thousands and thousands of followers, then they'll feel like, look, I was one of the first ones.
Good point. Well, you know what? If you're one of those listeners that wants me to do that, then just let me know. Just tweet me. You can tweet me at FXRUIZX or at Retro Rewind Cast, and I will go to the work of doing that.
Hashtag upvote what about Bob?
Yeah, do that too, except don't. If you I want to mention that we are part of the Retro Junkies Network, which you can find at theretrojunkies.com. And now before we go back to Nav Point Omega, I want to say another special thank you to Christy Thank you so much for. I mean, you've been here since episode 1, actually episode 0, technically. So thank you so much for coming back and keep coming back. It's awesome to have you.
Oh yeah, it's convenient.
There is that element.
No, I really enjoy it. I think it's really fun. And someday we'll have the second one actually sleeping during it and not hungry.
Yes, exactly.
But yes, of course, you're welcome.
And you can contact the show at our email is feedback@retrorewindpodcast.com. Still working on getting the contact page up. And if you want to tweet me, I'm at FXRUIZX. And if you want to find Paul, you can find all his social security information at pauljpowers.com.
I hope
not. Paul, will you tell us what movie Game Time Continuum we'll be rewinding back to next time?
Next time we will be going back to the year 19. I guess we're staying in the year 1990. Sorry, and we're gonna finish up our trilogy of Back to the Future. So I guess we're going back to the year 1885, depending on how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, until then,
and that'll be our. I'm sorry to interrupt, Paul. That'll actually be our 3 year.
I don't mind if I interrupt you.
3 year.
I shouldn't mind if you interrupt me.
Our Back to the Future 3 will be our bigger 3-year anniversary episode. Not technically 3 years if you divide or multiply 26 by 3, but still, we're kind of that because that's when we're doing it. And we're gonna have hopefully a larger panel. So hopefully Christy will be able to come back. Maybe Josh and Sharon.
I don't know. I think I'm gonna be someplace else.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding.
So we're looking forward to doing that, and we may even do it live. We'll see. But look forward to that. Okay, continue, Paul, please.
But until then, until we get our act together and figure out what's going on, we'd appreciate it so much if you took some time to review us on whatever podcast platform you listen, or even subscribe, because, that's cool too. That helps other people find us. And if you ever have the notion to support us even more, you can visit our Patreon page at retrorewindpodcast.com/Patreon.
Indeed. Thank you so much, Paul. Thank you for being an awesome friend, awesome co-host, awesome human being.
I love you, man.
And thank you from one bean to another.
Sweet. And whether this is your first time listening to this show, or you subscribe and you listen to each episode while you're at work, or you're commuting to work, or just doing chores, we appreciate you so much. You are awesome, awesome human being. Unless you're like a dog or a cat listening to this, and you're an awesome dog or animal. Yes, an awesome animal.
Animale.
But
animales.
And if you're a Pokemon listening to this, all the better. And like a Pokemon, we gotta catch you all later on the next episode of the Retro Rewind Podcast.
Are Pokemons listening to this? So if we caught more, we could get more subscribers.
Oh, interesting. I like it.
Return to base.
I don't want to go home.
Well, yeah, you can go to base.
I don't want to.
Okay.
Stay in the year 1990.
Cowabunga!
You know what? I tried to throw this movie away, but it came right back to me. Hey, McFly, I thought I told you to never come in here. You ain't Seamus McFly. You look like him, though, especially with that dog ugly hat. You kin to that, hey, barber? What's your name, dude?
Mark Ruiz. Francisco Ruiz.
What kind of stupid name is that?
Oh, yeah, seriously.
Bartender, I'm looking for that no good cheating blacksmith. You seen him?
No, sir, Mr. Powers. I have not.
Powers? You're Master Interrupter Powers.
Master Interrupter? I love that name.
Perfect. then I'll keep using it for episode number 77 of the Retro Rewind podcast.
Retro Rewind podcast initialized. Mission identified. Back to the Future 3. 1990. Co-hosts online. Auditory analysis online. All systems nominal.
Hey, McFly.
Welcome to the Retro Rewind podcast, where we rewind back to movies and video games from 15 or more years ago so that we can let you know whether they're still worth revisiting today. You can find the show notes for this episode at retrorewindpodcast.com/77. There you can leave us a comment on the episode. You can find a link to subscribe and review us on iTunes and Stitcher Radio. And you can also find links to support us on Patreon and PayPal. For this episode, our reflex capacitor was coupled with a steam-powered generator thanks to our patrons, Brian Keating, Two Dudes in an S, Deborah Powers, Jared Holzhauer, Chris Cowan, and a secret patron as well. Thank you all so much for your support, especially in this last year. It's been really cool, great that you guys support us. Thank you so much.
Thanks, but not the year, not the year before that.
Guys, I don't think so.
Come on. I mean, Patreon didn't even exist. Well, at least not for us.
No. My name is Francisco Ruiz. I'm a dad, designer, and a dude often dodging nerd darts. Nerf darts, not nerd darts.
Oh, I was about to say.
What nerds are throwing darts at you?
Nerds, fire Nerf darts usually. And I predicted...
Well, you're not popular with every group, are you?
And I predicted that Back to the Future Part 3 would be a nostalgic movie. And I'm joined, as always, by my good friend and co-host, Paul, the Master Interrupter Powers. Hello, Paul.
Hey, Ruiz.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, you too.
Okay. Hi. And this is actually a special episode. This is our 3-year anniversary episode. Woohoo! Yay!
So happy 3 years.
Happy 3 years of the Retro Rewind podcast. And to celebrate it, we have some returning guest hosts. Longtime chief knitter Christy Ruiz is back.
Hi.
And
that was an awesome.
And becoming a regular guest host, my brother Katek Ruiz is back.
Hello.
So the Ruiz is definitely out power the powers.
It's all you Reese's Pieces.
Oh gosh. Let's see. So I'm going to ask you all the same question, the same trivial question. So be ready with your answer, but we will start with Paul.
Okay.
All right. The pistol Doc uses in 1955 to signal Marty to set off at the drive-in is a Colt single-action army, the same gun he uses to try to fight off the Libyan terrorists in 1985 during the original Back to the Future. So it's definitely a classic gun of the Old West, and it bears out that Doc's assertion in this movie that he always wanted to be a cowboy.
Luckily, it turned out that way.
Yep. And my question to each of you is, what is your favorite Western film or TV series? Paul.
I go back and forth between this one and Maverick.
Okay. The movie Maverick or the TV show Maverick?
Yes, the movie Maverick.
Okay. Very cool. Let's go to Christy.
I don't pick one favorite of anything, but
which one you like?
Who's your favorite husband?
Oh yeah, okay. There are very few things I can count
Well played,
on probably one hand. Paul, probably Maverick, but also Wild Wild West, the old TV show. I used to watch the reruns with my dad.
Fresh Prince.
No, I used to watch the TV show with my dad at like 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturdays, and one time we weren't arguing about something. so
good memories.
Yeah, well, it was in my head just then. Totally. So
very cool. And Katek, what's the favorite Western of yours?
Well, I also too like Maverick. That seems to be a good movie. And actually, I like Tombstone.
Oh, Tombstone.
Yeah, that's my wife's favorite.
That's like pivotal Western movie.
Yeah.
So
Doc Holliday.
Are you recommending that I watch it?
I'll be your Huckleberry.
Oh, you haven't seen Tombstone,
no?
Christy? Okay, yeah.
Val Kilmer kills it.
It's worth seeing, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And my favorite, even though I don't usually chime in, but since no one mentioned it,
Hey,
I really.
Francisco, what's your favorite?
Oh, thanks, Chuck, for asking. My favorite is the remake or reboot or whatever of 3:10 to Yuma with Christian Bale and Russell Crowe.
That was
I
a
really
good
like
one.
that.
Oh, yeah. I've never seen that.
It's.
I thought you were
would
going to say
recommend
the
it.
Three Amigos.
Oh, yes, we should have said that one.
Nice.
I would recommend 3:10 to Yuma.
Yes. All right, guys. Cool. Thanks for being here. So awesome to celebrate 3 years with you. And
3 more years. 3 more years.
Well, let's not get ahead of ourselves, Paul. But let's find out what our course is. Please lay in for Alice and let us know what it is as well.
All right, Alice. Let's go back to the year. I don't know. Is it 1955 or 1885
or 1990? Let's say 1990.
Yeah, let's go to 1990. Yeah. All right, let's go back to the year 1990 for Back to the Future Part 3. And then let's see what's on our new tubes or what we've been up to lately. And stick around for some announcements.
Very cool. Alice, let us know when you find that target.
Alert, alert, target located. Spoilers, incoming. Engaging retro rewind reactor.
But before we get to the trailer, what were your guys' predictions for this movie?
I predicted classic.
All right. Christy?
I predicted classic.
And Katek.
What was the negative one I'm supposed to say?
Well,
tragic.
Your predictions are tragic.
Oh wait, the prediction.
Prediction.
Yeah. I predicted tragic. Actually, no. Yeah, I predicted tragic.
All right. Cool. All right. Then now let's play that trailer.
Eastwood. Get ready. What's your name, dude?
Clint Eastwood.
What kind of stupid name is that? Get set. It's time to go back. One last time. There's a hold up! It's a science experiment! Michael J. Fox. Christopher Lloyd. Back to the Future Part 3. Where'd you learn to shoot like this?
7-Eleven.
Rated PG. Starts Friday, May 25th at theaters everywhere.
And since I'm already in the editing room, I guess I'll do this as an insert. So let's go back to our memories for our mind melt synopsis of Back to the Future Part 3. Marty needs to get back to the past in order to find Doc so he can get him back to the future. So Marty convinces 1955 Doc to fix up the DeLorean so he can go back to 1885 and keep Mad Dog from killing Doc. Marty is trying to repair the time machine, not get into trouble, and Doc is falling in love with the school teacher, Clara Clayton. I really hate that female actress and her curly hair. I think I just hate curly hair. Oh my God. While he and Marty try to get gasless DeLorean up to 88 miles per hour, they go past the windmill and Marty goes back to the future on a train, but Doc stays behind with the school teacher back in 1885.
I'm glad you really hate curly hair too.
That was a jumble of memories. So we don't know who hates the curly hair unless you listen to episode 73 of the Retro Rewind podcast, Groundhog's Day. Also, co-hosted by Katek. So man, that gets you clue. Where are you, Inception?
Up in the top.
There you
go. What?
No. There we go.
Giving birth to the sound effect.
Yes.
Oh no! It just pushed it out.
Wow. Let's hopefully do a better job of pushing things out that we liked about Back to the Future.
Gosh.
But before that, Paul, what are the technicals of this movie?
Oh, you remembered. Let's
Just barely.
Yeah. All right, Back to the Future Part 3 is rated PG, runs 118 minutes, and was released in theaters on May 25th, 1990 in the US of A. It's directed once again by Robert Zemeckis and written by Robert Zemeckis and Bob Gale and a couple other people. And goes on to star the same old people from the other two movies, and
except for Crispin Glover.
And
Flea.
Claudia Wells. And and a couple other people, but it
Anyway,
for the most part, it's the same.
Yeah, it also stars some other people in there. There's some new people in there. But their budget of the film was about $40 million and went on to gross about $240 million worldwide. And
well done.
Almost $50 million in rentals alone.
Sweet. Good job. Back to the Future.
And did you know that the budget was shared with Part 2?
Oh, I did not know that.
It was estimated. So it's kind of hard to figure out how much each one was. Exactly.
I need exact figures, Katek. Paul. So get on with that.
Don't start that.
Well, talk to Universal. Maybe Spielberg can help you out with that.
Yeah, only if I would like Spielberg, which I do.
Well,
and what are some other things we like about this movie?
Oh my god. Jeez.
Well, if you like Spielberg, you must like E.T. and all the kids.
I do not. Let's start with our guest host, Katek. What's one thing you liked about Back to the Future? 3, not one, obviously.
My favorite part was when it ended.
Not your favorite part.
Oh, okay.
Your most favorite, save to the end.
Wow.
What I liked about Back to the Future 3 was that it ended eventually.
Alrighty. Good to know. Christy, did you like that it ended as well?
I did, because then I could go to bed. But, but I have other things.
This
I
is
have
going
other
completely
things.
awry. I had no idea it was going to go.
I liked the ending where the train flies. I was like, oh, cool.
I have a piece of paper with little plus signs on it.
All right. Give us one of those plus signs.
The opening was cute until Howdy Doody turned on, and then I wanted to poke my earballs out. But it was cute.
Earballs. That's
nice.
Oh.
It was cute. I thought, I don't know. That's all I wrote. I barely remember it. I don't sleep well, guys. All right. Sorry.
It's fine.
What were you
the
gonna say,
baby's
Paul?
fault.
I enjoyed the beginning as well, the very beginning, because it picks up right where the second one left off, which is the end of the first
one. Yeah.
But it brings you right into it.
Yeah, and I also like that you get to sort of see what happened, what sort of the aftermath for Doc Brown was to some extent. So that was cool.
I think I just liked watching them pan across the living room where they're both sleeping.
Mm-hmm.
And it just reminds you that they're really good friends. And
yeah,
I don't know.
I'm thinking about technical things the whole movie, so I couldn't find things that I liked about it.
Technical things.
Well,
oh yeah,
like he's sitting there with a hoverboard wasting battery.
It's not battery powered.
It's not
because
battery operated. It's magnet.
It needs to be powered only if you're on water. Yeah. So otherwise, it uses some sort of magneto power or something. So
it's got a tiny it's got a tiny mutant inside. It's always going to hold you up. It was taking a nap at the time.
Exactly. Yes.
This movie just became better.
A tiny magneto in every hoverboard.
Yes. Paul, what was something else you liked about this movie?
I liked the new musical theme to this. Oh yes, I love that
so much. That is my go-to Western song. Like if I want to hum something that sounds Western, I do this Alan Silvestri version.
So interesting. You guys like this movie.
Katek will be featured in the second half of this.
I also like some of the harmonica that was brought into the score as well, you know, keeping with the theme. So overall, I thought the music was good.
Yeah, I really appreciate how they really, I think, did a good job of jamming a bunch of exposition in with that as Doc reads that opening letter to find out what happened with Doc back in 1885. And I felt like the way Christopher Lloyd delivered it was really engaging, and I didn't feel bored during that time. Yeah, I totally liked that part.
It didn't sound like he was reading, like
it didn't sound
reading,
like
but he was reading. Yeah, there are some people when they read, it's like, oh, good. All right, you're done now.
Not like me at all. I read flawlessly.
When you practice.
I didn't practice that in my notes at all.
I know that was
great.
That was all right.
All right.
Good
let's
job.
go back to Katek. What's something else you liked? If there
I'm
was,
not sure
did you like the actors at all?
Okay, there was actually one thing that I liked. No, actually, I didn't like the actors.
Not one of them?
Okay, look.
Not a single one.
Well, I guess I'll have to preface my my dislike of this movie, I guess. It's because, did you guys happen to catch well, now I'm going to ruin my NoobTube section. So I'll wait. I'll just wait.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, so basically, one thing I actually did like was is Marty McFly's initial cowboy outfit. I thought that was funny.
Oh yeah.
I enjoyed that as well.
Yeah,
which I thought it was interesting how he actually they embroidered the atomic symbols onto it.
Yeah, that was weird.
I noticed that.
But that was of the 50s.
Well, and also the time machine was nuclear, or still is nuclear. Yeah. So that's sort of homage.
Yeah, they didn't have 3 heads.
I don't know, because they had radiation suits.
Oh, okay.
Radiation underpants.
Apparently.
Yeah. Calvin Klein.
Let's go back to Christy. What's another plus that you got?
I thought it was funny that the real Indians were there when he went through the wall at the drive-in.
Oh yeah,
that was an amusing moment. Merely, it was amusing like this. That was all.
I think I was probably more amused by it when I was a kid. I totally knew it was coming. So
well, obviously you totally knew it was coming, but
it sounded like you didn't, and you'd seen it before.
I did know it was coming, and I wrote it down.
She likes the gag.
Yes, thank you, Paul. It wasn't like I went, what? Native Americans? I never.
Whoa. They like to be called Indians. Okay.
No, they don't.
No.
Yeah, they do.
And
go to any reservation.
I'm sorry. I say Native Americans because I've been to India, so I get confused.
It's actually the Indians who don't like Native Americans being called Indians. They're like, no, we're the real Indians.
Yes.
Well, they like to be referred to as Indians.
Oh, then how do I differentiate? Okay. Well, I suppose it wasn't people from India.
Let's get out of this rat hole. Paul, were there any gags you liked?
Oh, there was a bunch in there that I liked, but I don't know if I wrote any down.
Okay, well, what's something else you liked?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I thought Tannen was a great villain.
Sorry about that. It was just
especially one who hates mouth noises. But yeah, I thought the actor Tom Wilson, I thought a lot of the actors were good in this, and I thought they did a good job.
Who's Tom Wilson?
Agreed.
He's the
Biff, Buford, Griff,
Mad Dog,
etc.
If anyone could see my face right now.
I liked a lot of the actors as well, Paul. I really like the 3 hecklers in the tavern. Especially the one guy who
he's a buzzard from Robin Hood.
Yes. No, he's. I don't know.
It's the sheriff.
Vulture.
He's the sheriff.
Oh, the sheriff.
Yeah.
Maybe
he's Vulture too, but I don't remember.
That's Pat Buttram.
Yeah. Everybody, everywhere.
I was gonna say that Clint Eastwood is the biggest yellow belly in the West.
All right, so I really like those. Since Katek, if you want to chime in on anything else that we say, feel free to. But since you're going to be featured in the second half, I'm going to just hold off in the rotation of the legs. So back to Christy.
Well, let me chime in real quick.
Go for it. Go for it.
There was one thing again that I actually
it's all coming back to him. Amazing.
Well, it's the way that the time machine actually travels, the effects that the sound effects, the sound engineering. I really thought I like that a lot. It was like really punchy.
Yeah. And I loved how they made it look a bit more like it was going to explode in this one. Like in the other ones, it looked, for all intents and purposes, cleaner than this one, which is all like retrofitted with cathode tubes or what have you for 50s machinery. So it looked like a lot crazier, which I actually, I agree. I like that a lot more.
Yeah. That's all.
Very cool. Christy.
I liked the town. I thought I liked that it looked a mess and that it was only half built and there was big piles of rubble everywhere. Like they were in the middle of building it. I don't know, for some reason when I was watching, I was like, that's a good touch.
Yeah, totally.
And that was all. Well, I wrote it down.
Nice.
And the bar scene. I like the bar scene.
Which
in the
one?
beginning.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
The one that we just reenacted flawlessly.
Oh, at the beginning of the episode?
Yep.
where he's shooting him and says dance, but he does the moonwalk, which would have got his foot shot, but he didn't.
Yeah, and he starts singing. Yeah, I thought that was funny.
You know, I mean, that must have been a really poorly built bar if he can just step on the wood like that. And
right.
Well, yeah. Well, they're still building it.
Well, yeah, but you'd think it'd be a newer building. I mean, since Hill Valley seemed like it's been there for
no, they're just really bad builders.
Well, I guess it could be that. Yes. I mean, that clock tower just conks out at one lightning bolt. So yeah, haphazard building all around.
Yeah, because lightning not strong or anything powerful.
121 gigawatts. That's all.
Yeah, right.
What the heck is a gigawatt? Let's see. Let's go back to Paul. What's something else you liked?
I liked Clint Eastwood. The fact that they brought his name into it, used it. I thought it was a nice, funny touch.
Mm-hmm. And that they named it Eastwood Ravine at the end.
Yeah.
He's the one who apparently fell in. Yeah.
Yeah.
I also liked the way, I felt like the way they seated Jules Verne as something Doc really liked was done way more even-handed than the whole chicken thing and yellow thing, or what they seated for Marty in number 2 for the resolution in this movie. I thought it was done way better and way more subdued, which I liked.
But they didn't bring in Jules Verne until this one, did they? Or did they?
No, I know.
They foreshadowed at the beginning.
Yeah, they did at the very beginning, and then with Clara a little bit, and it was nice. It was a lot like not so like boom.
Less heavy-handed.
You yell, you chicken, da 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 da. Yeah, exactly.
I don't think that was their line.
Da 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 da.
What's my line? Da da da.
I'm gonna go again, and because I'm sure that I'm guessing this will be someone Katek doesn't agree with, but I totally believed Doc and Clara falling in love at first sight, and I can't say that for all on-screen that event happening in all cases on screen, but I really bought into it in the case of this movie, so I really like that.
Yeah, aside from her curly hair, I did buy the gag of how they looked at each other and how Christopher Lloyd gazed into her eyes and vice versa. But
kind of creepy, if you ask me.
I too felt a little creeped out, but thought it was
like, and that hat and her face, her and just need to like get on a train and go on to Eastwood Canyon.
Note to self: never perm hair. Got it.
Yeah. Or don't live around Katek. One of the two.
I'll wear a bag over my head if my hair ever gets curly. Which is kind of
You're okay as long as it doesn't get struck by lightning.
Let's go in reverse. Back to Paul.
I liked when Marty gets knocked out against the fence and he wakes up on the McFly farm after talking to his relative mom there. I like when he goes to get up, he does this split, looks down to see if his pants are on or not.
I saw that.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, and it's a callback to the first movie where the pants were taken off.
That's fun. I'll have to look for that next time.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I thought it was funny. I like his family, actually. I didn't like his family in any of the other episodes. Except for I didn't like them in
Irish.
the original. Well, it wasn't that good of an Irish accent, but they did all right. The original family from the first movie, I didn't like. I liked it when they changed the timeline, that family.
Sure.
But then all the other times that they revisit, I'm like, I was just annoyed. Maybe I just don't like the second one. Maybe that's why.
Maybe.
Anyway, I liked his family too. Go.
Speaking of changing timeline, this is kind of off track, but kind of on track. But going back to the first movie, what if at the end of the movie in the changed timeline, Marty's name was Calvin because his mom liked Marty, who she thought was his name was Calvin Klein? But like, what if you? Anyways, it's kind of a funny thought.
I never thought about that. That would make sense. I would totally buy that. Like they start calling him Calvin at the end of the movie. And it's like, why are you calling me Calvin? Yeah. That's funny. All right, let's go. I only have my classic maker left. Christy, how many more likes do you have?
As many as you want me to.
All right.
Just a few, like a handful.
How many do you have, Paul?
I believe just the one.
You're a classic maker?
What?
Yes.
How was it that I had to write so many down? Ugh, I was trying too hard.
No, there's a lot of good stuff in here.
I know, I was trying too hard.
There.
Yes, there is.
Don't worry.
There is.
I have a lot of dashes here too.
Okay, how about
or
you?
Minus signs, as it were.
So since Paul doesn't like me call it bullet timing it, how about you jump cut it for us, Christy? All your
rapid fire.
Fine, rapid fire. Yes. Keep with the ship analogy.
Okay. I like that they use real horses and riders, whether or not they're stunt doubles, but I'm pretty sure I didn't catch a barrel in there, which was nice. They might have been using stunt doubles, but at least they did that. I just don't like it when they ride barrels. It's annoying.
You hear that, Lord of the Rings?
Sign the contract, dang it.
You can tell?
I can tell, yes. How they ride and what the neck of the barrel.
Now, in The Hobbit, in the first movie, they rode barrels down the river, but I don't or is that the second
That's
movie?
the second movie, Paul.
Yeah,
but I didn't notice on The Lord of the Rings.
If you watch the special. Anyway.
All right, I'll have to watch the special.
Yeah, and Tobey Maguire in Seabiscuit. He rides a barrel. Fake horse.
I was about to say.
He rides a fake horse.
That wasn't Tobey Maguire. That was Elijah Wood, at the arcade game.
Anyway, I like the shooting game.
Tobey Maguire's in The Wizard. Come on.
Yeah. Oh, Frisbee. Far out.
Yeah, I thought those still like little moments where
Yeah,
where
7-Eleven. That's a great one.
Wasn't falling asleep and I was like, oh yeah, that's about as far as it went. When they scheduled the duel, I thought that was really funny.
Oh yeah.
But we have that thing on Monday. What about but I do my killing before break. No, okay. Are we good? Everybody good? All right. Book it into your planners.
Definitely.
I like the Clint Eastwood payoff because he's using the Under Armour
from the
movie
from number
and
2.
That he was Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, totally. That's great. And I remember the first time I saw that, I was like, "Whoa! Oh my gosh, that's so brilliant! I'm going to do that if I'm ever in that situation."
Oh, the way Doc falls after he takes a drink.
Oh yeah.
How many do you have?
Wham.
Just with the one?
No, not that part. Not the lines. Nothing about it.
No,
the
just
actual
the way he
fall.
falls.
Yes.
Well, yeah.
Where he's like a stiff body that just falls over.
It's just a great fall, and it's very impressive to me. Okay, I guess I have my classic maker now.
All right, let's see.
I could keep talking.
Katek, is it still just that the movie ended as your classic maker?
Yes.
Okay.
No, this movie did not star Andy McDowell. That's what his classic maker is.
Wow. All right, Christy, what did you like most about Back to the Future 3?
The music for the dance, and the dance is cute. I don't enjoy you singing it into my. Oh my gosh, I can't even get my sentence out. Anyway, before the movie even started, that's what I remembered. Thank you for dancing, Paul. And I thought it was cute, their little dance that they did. I don't know if it was
flipping of the guitar around.
You would technically, it wasn't the guitar, it was the drum. And you technically, I don't know if you technically call it classic maker, but I guess I liked it the best.
Okay. You know what makes this movie a classic? That song.
Actually, I remembered that
Double
above
back
everything
again,
else.
Really? All right. Paul, was that your classic maker? That song?
Mine? No.
Yeah. Well, okay.
Well, what makes this a classic for me is that this is a really good example of combining two genres of a Western and a time travel movie.
Yes.
And I think they do it really well.
Agreed.
That's a good point.
And for me, we already know what you feel about this. Hold on. Hold your horses. See, because it's a Western.
Or your DeLoreans.
Or your DeLoreans.
Oh, that sounds weird. I'm going to say that to random people now when I ask them to wait.
Hold your DeLoreans.
Hold your DeLoreans. I just want to see what they do. Well, see you later.
For me, my classic maker would be Michael J. Fox's performance when he's
with his butt cheek hanging out.
No, not that.
Oh,
I know. We gave flack how it was really like overdone. How, oh, you're yellow, or oh, no one calls me chicken, or what have you. But the payoff of him in the bar after he's talked to Seamus, and he's looking out, and he has this like internal conflict that's just brewing. So it's brilliant I think it's brilliant how he does it in his eyes, plays it all in his eyes, how he's wrestling with really wanting to go out there and show that he's not chicken, and that he really needs to actually not go out there, and that
But he does go out there.
No, not eventually. I mean, eventually, yeah, but not initially. He goes back and tries to wake up Doc so they can get out the back door. Then they get caught.
You can't.
And then he's just trying to rescue Doc. He's not going out there just to save his own name. So it's a different set of circumstances.
All right.
Hey, you can't do that. Hey, you can't do that.
Hey, you just reminded me of what my classic maker was, actually.
Oh, okay.
What?
Because McFly or Marty says to the bartender, "Hey, do you have a back door in this place?" And he says, "Yeah, it's in the back."
I thought that was funny too.
Okay, all right.
Oh, come on.
That was like the only good line in the entire movie.
No, I disagree, sir, but we'll get to the
no,
disagreeable
I'm
things
never
in a
going to
second.
get my little minuses in when y'all start. It's going to be...
They might line up.
Katek's going to roll out a scroll of this. Just like...
Article 1, Section 2, Paragraph 3. Before we get to the things we didn't like about this movie, here are some things we like to put on our Facebook page, our Facebook group page, which you can join at retrorewindpodcast.com/group. We like to say, hey, what do you remember about the movies we cover? And this is what some of you said. First off, Ian McKenzie said, I hate manure. Thank you, Ian. Tim Ibach said, my name is Eastwood. Clint Eastwood. What kind of stupid name is that? Ryan Jackson said, pushing a DeLorean with a locomotive was pure genius. And then finally, Becky Williams said, Frisbee, far out. And then Paul really pushed her to decide on which of the three were her favorite. And she said, I don't know. I love them all. And each one is unique in their own right. It's a tough decision. Sorry, I can't decide.
All right.
That was my dramatic reenactment. So thank you all for adding your voices to the podcast. It's always awesome to hear what you think about the movies we cover. And now let's talk about the things we wish we didn't have to cover about Back to the Future 3. Let's start with Katek since he's been waiting patiently.
But save your most disliked.
Yeah, save your most. That the movie starred is not a sufficient most dislike.
Okay, so when are we getting to the nude section?
After this.
Did you watch that thing on Netflix?
What?
Did you watch that thing on Netflix?
What thing on Netflix?
Never mind. I'm trying to be covert, but never mind. If you're not picking up what I'm putting down, then we're good.
So basically, I'll just start with one random thing that popped in my head. So that contraption Doc Brown is making in his barn
for the ice
science museum, for the ice. Well, first of all, Marty says it's a refrigerator. Wrong. It's a freezer because it's making ice, not just cooling things down to 34 degrees. Okay, so incorrect, sir.
Okay,
that's the one. No,
he's a kid though. He's a teenage kid. Yes, he actually is.
He's 17.
He's a crook? What?
He drives a truck.
He's driving.
Oh. Okay, so he's like 16
I
or
didn't
17.
hear the word truck, and I was like, what's Katek saying?
I know, that's what I was like, where's my beep?
It was a 7-second delay. Oh, truck. He's saying truck.
Well, it doesn't matter if he's a kid or not. I don't care.
All right.
Refrigerator / freezer is.
All right. Yes.
That's okay.
The last time I checked, most fridges have a freezer in it, so maybe he was just giving it the benefit of a doubt.
You could have said it's a freezer or an ice maker.
But it's not a contraption to hold things and keep things cold. It just produces ice. What produces ice? A fridge.
No, actually, what a fridge is what keeps things cold. That's what a refrigerator does.
Well, no, the fridge that over there goes, you push the glass against the door thing,
that's the
and
freezer
little
side of
ice
your
cubes
fridge.
come out.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
The
what makes
freezer
the
side.
an ice maker / freezer?
All right,
Yes.
but they
All
used
right,
to call
it's an ice maker.
ice.
Is it a snow cone machine?
Okay, let's get off this. I'll save
All right, good.
my thing about that.
Now I want a slushy.
Is it a water heater?
Where is that from? Okay.
It's True Lies. Are you kidding me? Get out of here.
Of course.
My favorite movie ever.
PictureRealPodcast.com/54.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me.
You're
See
welcome.
you later.
You're welcome. Bye. Yeah.
You've been erased.
Christy, what's something you don't like about this movie?
I don't think that black bears live in the desert. I don't.
What? They
I would agree
do.
with that, Stephen. Christy and I are on the same page.
I was really annoyed. I was like, all right, I get it. You're moving the plot along, but really? Like, if there was a forest and that was a cave in the middle of the prairie up to okay, it just didn't work because there's plateaus everywhere.
Okay.
And I'm like, who dropped the black bear in the middle of the forest desert? I mean,
Okay. So what would have been more believable in your opinion?
a den of rattlesnakes? I don't know.
Yeah, but why would that cause him to run so far away?
All right. I just asked Google, do black bears live? And the first drop down was in the desert. And the answer is the black bear is the only bear species still found in Arizona. It is the smallest and mostly widely distributed North American bear. It lives mostly in the forest and woodland, and it also lives in the desert areas. Generally roam between 15 miles.
Google sucks. I was all right. Fine.
That was a good point, but yeah, it's
all right.
It's good to find out the
no
truth
more
about these
asking,
things.
Francisco. Oh my gosh.
Okay, Google.
Okay, Google.
Okay.
Do I need to change mine now that I'm wrong?
Yeah, give us some different ones.
Turns out this is a classic. No.
I don't like Mad Dog. He's disgusting, and I feel like I could smell his breath from the TV.
Oh, I hate that. that means they did a good job.
Okay, I know, right? But I can still not like him. He's annoying, and he's
does
whiny.
he do mouth noises?
No.
Well, that would make it even more.
Stop it. These headphones don't bother me. It's the other headphones. Okay.
Oh, okay.
The earbuds that are jammed inside my ear canals.
All right.
But
you don't like having to deal with Mad Dog.
No, he's just. I don't know. Maybe it's just the third villain, and I'm just done with them because they're all the same.
Oh no, I feel like he's really different.
Yeah,
he's not as annoying as Biff, but they all just get so mad about everything. Like, okay, there's no
You
other
thought
level,
wrong, dude.
Do you not have any other level other than pissed off all the time? Who peed in your Wheaties?
These sissies had their party.
Anyway, I know. Okay, they did a great job. Yes, you're right. They did a great job with their villain. I just don't enjoy him.
All right, fair enough. Paul, what was something you didn't like about Back to the Future 3?
The credit sequence. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's
so
so
slow. Yeah, you like looking over the house. I don't. I want action. I want upbeat music. I want to get things going. Not. I thought we were in for a fun action movie. Let's go to the West. Let's get some time travel. Let's do this. But no, we got to slow it down. I say get rid of that kind of music. Get that out of here.
And to that point, I don't think we brought this up in number 2, Paul, but so when Paul and I were, we lived together, and Paul had a super cut or a video that had all 3 Back to the Futures in one, and I think he cut it so that the beginning credit sequence in 2 and 3 were both gone. Is that? Am I remembering that right?
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, because let's get this going.
Yeah, I would agree with Paul on that. Oh my gosh, it was painfully slow.
Yeah.
Yes.
Agreed.
Like molasses going uphill in the winter.
It actually sparked my interest when Howdy Doody came on because it was a little more upbeat.
Alrighty.
Right. So black bears live in the desert, eh?
Yeah. All right. So here's mine, and maybe this will be some Katek picked up on, or because it's kind of a technical thing. How in the world did 1885 Doc, get the DeLorean up on 3 railroad ties all by himself when he buried the time machine?
Yeah, seriously.
You're not.
I think what he did what the mobsters does is he hires a couple people to help him, and then when they're done, he just shoots them and buries them.
That changes Doc completely.
It does.
Yeah, but it's all in the name of science. You can't disrupt the time continuum.
Oh my gosh!
But then shooting those people would. So
he did hijack that train in the name.
Yeah, yeah. Talk about disrupting the time continuum. Taking a big locomotive, which there are not a lot around, and just throwing it off into the ravine would change history.
Yeah, that would bring a lot of economic hardship.
Okay, and if he doesn't want to alter time, why does he set up a shop right in the middle of town
with a refrigerator?
The mayor knows him. Everybody knows. He's got to be like a hermit somewhere in the outskirts where he doesn't really interact with people. But no.
Well,
he's
okay. But the thing was, he wanted to spend his retirement years in the West. So he planned to just live there. Yes, it would disrupt the time continuum.
Which he was against.
But I think he knew he couldn't get back. So he had to live there as
and that goes against his character.
Well, all right. So do a lot of things.
Build an ice maker.
Yeah.
He could.
Where do you get all those parts? That disrupting the time continuum.
Yes.
That should have been for other things.
He should have been making
for another locomotive.
A lead gas factory with that. What's that called?
And
Refinery.
since he's making that ice maker, why wouldn't he go ahead and add a water filter so the ice isn't brown?
Yeah, all you need is like charcoal or something for that. Good point. Okay, since we're back to that, I'll say, they used to call refrigerators ice boxes, and that's where you just kept things cool, but it wasn't a box just for ice. So
you put ice in the
things
box
can be renamed and named falsely. So
maybe it was a box made out of ice.
Oh my gosh! All right, so let's go back to Katek. What's something else you don't like about this third in a trilogy?
So I know in Westerns, the women always have these, pompous, out of control outfits. But I mean, come on, hers is just like bright violet and.
Well, that is only one of her outfits.
Well, it still was too much. So
drew your attention to it. It's kind of like.
I was like, "Are you kidding me?" Like these. Look at Mad Dog. He's like, he hasn't brushed his teeth or taken a shower in like 2 years.
That's a good point, actually.
Going around and the fanciest of fancy, and she's a school teacher. I mean, where is she pulling this kind of money?
It's true. I agree with that.
So
also,
I just felt like it didn't match the character at all. Like she should have been more like Little House on the Prairie style kind of clothing. Because why is she like so fancy, but she's a school teacher? And why did she live in like the nicest house in Olive Hill Valley, like out in the green pasture? Like, why did she get all this? She's just coming into town.
She obviously has money. Don't be hating.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
It's like Dr. Quinn. I mean, she just comes in and gets a whole farm and 3 kids just because she's rich.
What?
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, can I add on to the Clara thing?
She's getting rich or die trying.
Okay, what, Christy? Yes, go ahead.
I wrote down here. You just rage quit your job? Really? The guy tells you that he's leaving and he tells you the truth and you get pissed. The school teacher, you just moved into town to, I'm assuming, teach the children. And because some man says, oh, I'm leaving, going back to the future, and you think he doesn't love you anymore, you rage quit your job. You leave on the next train out. Awesome.
Yes.
Way to,
because you can't make billions.
Way to
there.
be committed to the kids. Way to be a school teacher.
Well,
what? Get over yourself.
She's just in it for the money, clearly.
Oh, right. For the house.
I'm glad it's a female that's bringing this up. Thank you.
I was really annoyed by that. Like,
I never gave that a second thought.
Wah,
Right.
wah. I'm sorry your heart was broken. Yeah. Have a few days, eat some Oreos, move on, teach the kids.
But it's okay if she realizes that she really loves him and he has puppy dog eyes. Then it's
long flowing silver hair.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's the next thing I hate is her voice. God.
Not American. So do you have an issue with Elf, Katek?
With Elf?
The movie Elf.
The movie, yeah. Because she's the mom in that.
Yeah, she's the mom in that.
I only vaguely remember that movie and that I didn't like it. So.
Ooh,
you
are an uncommon man. All right.
Smell like beef and cheese.
Francisco. That's fun to say. Stop
Okay.
it. You love it. You love it.
I deny that. All right. Let's go to, I think, Christy. What's something else you don't like? Oh, no. Wait.
I was just adding on to Katek's dislike of the teacher who clearly has more money than she's letting on.
Yes. Yeah, right. All right. Well, something else then.
I don't remember what this was referring to. I wrote down love is not an emergency, but I guess it moves the plot along. I think that stopping the train. She pulled the train emergency cord. And I was like, really? You couldn't just get off on the next stop or jump off the train, because I'm pretty sure it was going 15 miles an hour.
She could get off at the next stop and get on the next train coming back, because we know she has the money for extra tickets.
That's what I excused it by saying, I guess it moves the plot along because it stops the train. But still, I was like, no, this isn't the Max. This isn't some trolley. You can just go ding ding. I'd like to get off at this stop, please.
But she knew that he was going away, and she wouldn't be able to get to him again.
Love like that. Love is not an emergency like that. Not in that situation. If it was a 21st century train, that's different.
If he was dying, would it be a different case?
No.
Not in the Old West. I'm sorry, but that shouldn't be like. Were the trains even equipped like that?
I would imagine it seemed like a lot.
I'm not sure though. I don't know anything about trains.
Decently authentic, so I don't know.
I don't know. I
thought things like the car is coming loose from the rest of the train, or hey, the track is up ahead.
Well, we're gonna run into a giant black bear in the middle of the desert.
Right. Well, no, you just keep plowing through. That's dinner.
No, that's the end of the movie.
All right, Paul. What's something else you don't like?
Okay, this has to do with the space-time continuum. Okay, Doc Brown in the past would know that Marty's coming from him because he sent him there. He wouldn't be surprised, like, oh, I told you not to come. No, you sent him there. That time has shifted.
So you mean Doc's brain changes to incorporate that memory because, but isn't he part of a different timeline?
No, it's all the same timeline. It's just like when he asks, oh, I hope Jennifer's all right. Oh, don't worry, Marty. She's switched, when things shift, she's okay. Just like Doc would, as things shift, he would know.
Okay,
so the Doc Brown of the past is the one that went into the future and then in the past.
Oh, that's a good point.
Okay, but you're saying so there was one timeline where Doc died. That Doc wouldn't have known about Marty coming back, but then once Marty did come back, that Doc would have retroactively known that he had.
And he would have to know, okay, I need to write Marty a letter so that he could come back and get with me still because of this, Because there's a danger of knowing too much about your own future, that kind of thing.
I've heard that, yes.
Yeah. Well, then he's like, oh, I didn't know. I'm all surprised. Well, you shouldn't be. You're the one who dressed him up. Now, you could have forgotten that you dressed him up, but you knew he was coming.
Well, yeah.
He could still be disappointed, though, that he didn't follow the instructions.
Shot in the back.
Oh, so
by
does that mean
Tannen over a matter of $80. He would have known that. He saw that.
Wait. If you're disappointed in Marty for not listening to Doc's instructions, that must mean you really don't like Marty because you didn't follow the adult's instructions.
Well, he's overcoming that now. He's not.
Oh, right. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Me? No, when Francisco is overcoming that.
No, when the Doc Brown in the Old West looks at the photo that Marty brings with him, he's surprised that he sees his own tombstone. But he already saw his own tombstone back in 1955.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking about this.
I know you have a problem thinking fourth dimension.
Yes. Okay. So that 1955 Doc lives out his life to 1985, where he then has to go back. Okay. Then he has to go.
The younger Doc
goes to the.
Yes, there's a young Doc and an old Doc. Okay. Everything the young Doc knows, the old Doc would know.
Okay. All right. That's a good point.
My brain is leaking.
my other thing isn't nearly as awesome as that, but it does have to do with the time travel, I suppose. Why do the fire trails at the end go to ludicrous speed ahead of the locomotive? They don't do that in any other. They trail the DeLorean in every other instance. So,
well, they also don't go 88 miles an hour. It's a new kind of time travel. The ones that they equip themselves with Spaceball technology.
No, but really, I mean, is there any reason that the fire trails would like spout ahead so fast?
Okay, Google.
All right.
It's new technology from the future. Can't explain it.
Okay.
Except and speaking of new technology, so on that same note, they come back.
Kotek, it's made in Japan. All the best stuff is made there.
Yes, it is. But that's besides the point. So Doc Brown comes back on a locomotive that he says is steam powered, yet can fly.
Yeah.
And so he was worried about being able to push a DeLorean that had no gas, yet he can invent a steam engine that flies in a matter of, I don't know, seconds.
Hey, Kotek, nuclear power plants, all they're doing is turning water into steam and running turbines through that. So that's steam power.
Where is he procuring plutonium in 1885? I don't know.
Well, from that black bear.
Procure them now from the terrorists.
Uranium you can just dig for. So maybe
From
just
the
using
terrorists, Paul.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like nuclear-powered submarines aren't claimed as steam-powered; they're nuclear-powered.
The Russians claim them as steam.
Are they really?
These are steam subs. Yeah. Duh.
Comrade. All right.
So that's my qualm with that.
Good point. All right, good point. I that's another thing that sort of just blew by me. I didn't even think about it. I'm glad you guys are bringing up these things that I need to think deeper and longer about. So thank you. Let's go back to you, Christy.
Why did Mad Dog not have any blood on his face after he got hit in the face with a cast iron stove door?
His face should have been totally smashed in.
Like there wasn't even a lip burst open or a bloody nose. I'm like, what?
Because this is a family
because it's a PG movie. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think they spent all the money on the manure.
Oh yeah. Well, yes. Candy tasty manure.
Wait, it's candy that tastes like manure, or it's manure candy that looks like
Hogwarts?
Manure? Well, yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I'm just thinking that they didn't actually put horse poop in his mouth.
Yeah. Isn't he a method actor? Come on.
No.
Would you be a method actor?
No, I wouldn't be. Not for that.
There you go.
Let's see.
In fact, he talks about that in one of his podcasts. Well, but Eric Stoltz was more of a method actor, and so when they got like putting and shoving, it's like Eric Stoltz like apparently pushed too hard because he was actually in it like method acting.
Oh wow, okay.
And he was like, calm down, Marty, in quotes.
All right. Paul, what's something else did you not quote unquote like?
I didn't like the fact that Mad Dog's Tannen's henchmen weren't Billy Zane and the other people from his henchmen throughout the other parts of history.
Yeah.
But they were I know they were Needles henchmen, or the people that hung around Needles in the future.
So that's what I thought too. Then IMDb told me that is actually one henchman from each time period.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Because I recognized one of them from the Old West.
Yeah.
So I just assumed that they were all, but
that
so there's different henchmen through each time period then?
Yeah, there's Bufords, there's Biffs, and there's Griffs. So there's one from each.
Oh, gotcha. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I never realized that. Though, of course, IMDb has been wrong in the past. So
yeah,
take that with a grain of
salt. But I
salt.
still think they should have had the original three. It would have been kind of fun.
I mean, maybe they wanted to, but just couldn't get the actors.
Well, I'm sorry, Billy Zane's not good enough for you now?
He's busy filming The Phantom.
Yeah.
All right.
Now look where he is.
Yeah, exactly. He's in maybe
he went down with the Titanic.
Wow. Wow. Alrighty, let's go back to me, I suppose. Why? Maybe I don't understand enough about like law enforcement, but it seems like if Marshall Strickland wouldn't have a deputy, he would be a sheriff if he had a deputy. So why is that one guy a deputy? I'm confused.
Maybe
by
he's
that.
a U.S. Marshal.
Maybe he's a what, Kajak?
A marshal.
Well,
a U.S. Marshal.
Then why would he be called the deputy? Aren't they all just marshals then?
No.
U.S. Marshal.
I think they have deputy U.S. Marshal.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's jurisdiction. You're called by a different name based on where you're
deputize them.
Jurisdized, where your jurisdiction is.
All right.
So there's police, local police officers, there's sheriff, and there's state. And it depends on your jurisdiction where you serve, what you're called.
USMarshals.gov. How to become a deputy U.S. Marshal.
Fine. You guys got black bears. I got deputies. Excuse me. Sorry. I'm not perfect.
What? Oh, man, I quit this podcast. Just kidding.
Then I'll say jumping into a pile of horse poop. Ugh.
I'd do it.
Didn't he fall?
Grossed me out.
Yeah, he fell.
You mean he jumped back? Marty jumped back when he first got there?
Exactly. Yes.
That grosses you out?
Yeah, I would just hate to have all that on my sneakers and like have to get that out.
Okay, if it's runny horse poop, but not most horse apples aren't actually that soft.
It's not like dog poop.
No, they're more full of hay and grass.
Oh,
okay. And so what? It's like mud. Who cares? You get over it. It gets all over you.
I don't like sloshing in mud either.
It's true, Paul. It's you should.
What? I'm a dainty.
He's a dainty flower.
Oh yes, I am.
It's funny because it's true.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, I mean,
thanks for corroborating there.
I'm sorry, but it's funny to watch. Sorry. Watch out for those bugs. Watch out for those field mice. Sorry.
How come this never came up in like our outings to like Yosemite and stuff?
Right. How come you went
frozen?
hiking?
I didn't have to worry about it.
How come you went hiking all over the place, and then when you go to the park with Sophia, you're like, "Don't touch that! Don't do that! Don't roll around in that! Stop throwing that!"
If she could clean herself, I wouldn't have to worry about it, and she could do whatever she wanted. But I had to clean it, so no, thank you.
She can wash her hands.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sorry. This is the wrong podcast.
Yes, it definitely
Back to the Future. Not.
No more Back to the Future 3 talk, guys. No. It's time for some Mario. No, just kidding. Earthbound. Yeah, I know. You got your hopes up. You're like, oh, we're playing Mario? Cool. Nope. Earthbound. Ha. All right. But I need to change the title. So let me actually get to where we were last. Is this where we were? Oh yeah, we're going down into the hole. Into the hole. Ashley is ready to think fourth dimensionally while within the loaded dice. Don't read this. Well, it's better than Womp. Hey Ashley, how did your errands go today? How did the hey John, how did Bay's grooming thing go? And how was your day, John? I forget. Are your goats? Are you still playing your goats in the playoff thingies? The playoff thingies. Wow. Go sports ball. Yeah. Hola Todos. Hola Ashley. One of these days we're gonna do a aloha a Todos because that'd be magical. I don't know why I did that. Okay, come stop being silly. We got stuff to do. Focus, dude. Focus. Golly gee willikers. Okay, so this is going to change. So I'm going to not see chat here for a second, guys, while I focus on this. What should we call this? Earthbound or Bust? Yeah, we'll go with that. Probably Bust. We'll do that one. That works. I like it. And then we'll do Cards for Kitty. Cards for Kitty. Oh, and yeah, I have that going. So I'm going to launch this one. So all my commands and stuff work. Yes. Cards for Kitty. That's going. This is going to be gaming now. Next. We're going to turn on everything. Okay. Close. Why is Twitch offline? That's weird. It shouldn't be. I assume most of you are watching me in Twitch. It says offline inexplicably. But all right. Close. Let me know if you guys aren't. Yeah, you guys are coming in through Twitch. Yes, CajunCurl.com. All right. Okay. I'll focus, Francisco. You're almost there. Then you can catch up and say hi to everyone. It's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. All right. So I'm not gonna end the stream. Why would I do that? Okay. So now the next portion of this is to what? Oh, I need to set the game. That's what I need to do. So in the Twitch side, set game Earthbound. And let's go back to restream. As a dark world when Francisco is unprepared, even at the start of this magical adventure of Earthbound. So let's get things going. Welcome, retro rewinders and retro lovers, to another edition of 90 Second Noir. My name is Francisco. If you're a fan of video games from the 30s era, no, just kidding, the 80s, that's not the... If you're a fan of video games from the 16-bit era, or maybe movies from the 80s, 90s, 30s, or 40s, then this is the stream for you. My name is Francisco. I already said that. Tonight we're going to be continuing my quest to beat every game that's stock on the SNES Classic. That means we're going through Earthbound. It's quite the journey. Maybe we'll get through it. Probably won't, but it'll be fun nonetheless. Let's see. Babo says, "Hola, I'm not here yet. I'll be here later. Good to know, Babo." John says, "I have started a new team." Ooh, what's their name, John? Ashley says, "She's a clean, shiny dog. I managed to get all of the errands completed in an hour." Baba says, "Sports." Let's see now. Go back. Baba says, BaldiPirates.com and CajunCurl.com. Ashley says, "I've spent far too much time in The Sims 3. I've been creating and finishing houses." That said cheating houses. I'm like, well, how'd you cheat a house? Cheat codes. Got the full mansion. Oh, goodness gracious. That's awesome, Ashley. That's fun. Cajun Curl, RetroRewindPodcast.com/vote. And we'll be having another game of Skagwaries tomorrow evening. So hopefully a lot of you can join us for that. It starts, I believe, at the time 7 p.m. Pacific. Right, Ashley? Usually go for a couple hours, but that should be a lot of fun. Hopefully you can join. Dale, hello. It's going to be okay. Yes, it will be okay, Dale. How are you doing? How was your day? Did you end up getting through all the things you planned? Ashley says, "Dark days when Earthbound starts." No, but yeah. Hey, Ray. Hello. John says, "Agree." Yeah, about the Earthbound part. You are correct, sir. I just asked you something. Then what was it? Well, I mean, cool. Yeah, of course. I'm glad that's correct. I mean, was there ever any doubt? John says the new team is called the Cincinnati Cyclones. Oh, cool. That sounds like a fun name. Hello. Oh, Skagwaries time. Yeah, of course. I was testing you, Ashley. You passed. Good job. All right. What little critters? I'm finding little bugs. They look like ugly things. Filthy cockroaches? Is that what it said? I missed it. All right, so I think I'm just gonna do auto fight for most of these, and I'll probably go around here. Oh, what was that, Ashley? You passed the test. You should be joyful. Did you kill Ninja? What the? Are these guys really that bad? Or good? I mean, good against me? I don't know how are they doing so much damage? Yes, good, heal, please. Oh, you revived. How did you revive him? I didn't know you could do that, nobody. Do you have a spell for revive? I didn't know this. Hey, Princess Xena, hello. It's been a while. How are you doing? Yeah, 2 cockroaches, exactly. Why are you crying? Everyone's crying. What's up? What happened, guys? Did you just kill me? Would you stop hurting the poor ninja? Jiminy Christmas. Now I have to go back to the hospital. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Is there a hospital up here? There must be, right? Wasn't there one? Where am I again? I'm in Forsyth, right? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's right. I remember where the hospital is. Do I have to pay the entrance? Do I have to? Okay, tell me you're just gonna let me in every time. I don't have to get a banana every single time. I get it. I had to pay for the entrance fee every time. Hey, look at this face. See this face? Stamp my arm, lady. I'm going to come back in like a minute. So just know that I paid. I won't pay again. Golly sakes. Let's see. Also, I think I'm a little loud in your guys' ears, probably. I'm going to turn myself down some. There's the spec has returned. Go away, spec. No, wrong way. There we go. Let's see. Dale says, yes, I thought I was having deja vu. This is where I left you. Yeah. I only was exploring a little bit. I wasn't really doing anything of substance when I left, but yeah. But it was exactly the same where I left. Yeah. But yes, I got done everything I want. Awesome. Good to hear. So for me, what I ended up doing today was I cleaned a little bit. I did a lot of organizing a file cabinet I have. Got that took way longer than I was expecting, but I feel very organized now, so that's good. Have a place for the bills and things to be organized with. Where hospitals up here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Way up there. So glad of that. Did some vacuuming. I had to go to the store. Got some pair of jeans because my other jeans got a hole in them. Annoyed. And then I got some food I needed, just things like that. So I went to Costco and they have I don't know if your Costco's have this, but you're losing $45.29. Oh no. So my Costco has a free hearing test you can do. So I've always wanted to have one done. Like I do the online ones just to see how my hearing is. And they all say, oh, your hearing's great. But I want like a pro level one, with the calibrated tools. So I was like, oh, well, I could just get it for free at the Costco. So I'm like, and I didn't have the kids with me. So I'm like, oh, I can just go. I'm sure I can do a walk-in because as long as they're open. So they're open, but it turns out you have to call ahead 5 days in advance. So I didn't get to do my hearing test. So that was sad. Also, Paul gave me a whole bunch of commands that I had to. He was forcing me. He was twisting my arm. Hey, Dapperman. He was twisting my arm to put in for... so the bot that you'll see here, this guy over here.
They got this one.
I'm going to mute him for a second. So this little guy over here has several commands now. We call him Travis. He's not Alice. He's Travis. Alice was decommissioned from this. She's over on the... So this whole experience is you're experiencing the replays happen on the Thunder Road 2, which if you're familiar with Retro Rewind podcast lore, that's where the vehicle I was on when I got lost in the movie Space-Time Continuum. So that's where you're watching all these replays on. And so this is the AI for that. Travis, he's new. Hopefully he'll do a better job. Hopefully he has no relation to the Travis that backstabbed me and sent me into the movie Space-Time Continuum. That's neither here nor there. But so I was playing lots of commands for him. So he has like a slacker command, ludicrous. Let's see. Where are some other ones? Verse. Did I put the verses in? No, I missed that. Goonie. You could put Goonie in. And if you type these in now, you could probably see some of them. But so he has some silly ones like that. Let's see. Rip. I haven't died yet. Oh, did you lose? Did you end up losing, John? Oh, bummer. Every Costco has everything. Well, okay. Well, I didn't know that, Everman. I didn't know. But yes, I read that right. Dale says, we don't have a Costco, have a Sam's Club, but not a Costco. Got it. I order from Costco and Sam's Club, but admittedly haven't set foot in one since the pandemic started. Okay. Yeah, I wear my mask and go in. I didn't know you could order from them. Mike Adams, hello. How are you doing? I'm not sure if you've been here before, Mike. Honestly, I'm struggling putting a name to the face, or that if you follow the Facebook page or not. But welcome. I imagine since you're watching on Facebook, you're familiar with the Retro Rewind podcast. In case you're not, for some strange reason, my name is Francisco. Here on the live gaming streams, over there is the replays that happen 24/7. But over here, which I'll bow out of that one. We're not on that right now. Here during these game streams, I play SNES games on Saturday nights and Saturday mornings, and NES games on Friday nights, or we record the podcast live on Friday nights. So that's like an every other week. But so glad you're here. So how long have you been, I presume, following the podcast? If I'm wrong in that, if you just like happened by, like maybe you came in from the gaming page or something from Facebook. Hello. I'm sure I just overloaded you with way too much information. My bad. John says, we need to have a talk with the cow. No, you don't need to have a talk with the cow. Yes, you do. No, you don't, Cactus. Not right now. Not when I'm desperate to catch up with chat, okay? And talk with this person that needs to heal Ninja. Mike says, I have not, but I'm a Spider Ranger 93 on Twitch. Oh, that sounds familiar. Huh. Okay, well, cool. A lot of the people watch on the Twitch side, but I think the messages are relayed, so the people in Twitch will see what you're typing. I certainly see it, but glad you're here, Mike. Let's see. Dale says, 2 more robots, you can start a retro mystery theater. That'd be weird, doing a commentary on an audio podcast. I'm sure it's been done, but that seems strange. Dapperman says, ahem, where's my welcome? Did I not say hello? Hello, Dapperman. How are you doing? So glad you're here. My name is Francisco. Here at Retro Rewind Pod Dapperman, we play retro games. We also do a live podcast. In case you're not aware of these things, now you know. You're welcome. Love Earthbound and Mother, by the way. I have a Mother 1 and 2 on GBA. Oh, that's so cool. I am a little less thrilled about Earthbound / Mother 2, but I'm glad you like it. I can see why people do like it. I can totally see that. I've just been slogging through it for like over a year now, and I think I'm ready to be done with it because I only play it pretty much on stream. So you might know better than anyone. Someone told me, Ashley, who's here in chat's brother, said I'm 3/4 of the way through. Would you say that's a good estimate, Mike, for how far I've been? I am now. I'm in Forest Side, trying to go through the sewer. That's where Ninja died on me. John says, again, dark days when Earthbound starts. Oh my gosh, guys. Is it that bad? I'm here, guys. Doesn't that matter? No, Francisco, it doesn't matter. Okay, fine. Now I know the truth, I guess. I want to see Ninja, please. Give me Ninja back. Instill the life essence into the Ninja. There we go. That's better. Okay. Now I have to go to the hotel because I need everyone to be full max life, please. Where's the hotel? Way over there. Let's go this way because I'm worried about the cars and taxis that could attack me. Oh, okay. Well, hopefully we'll be okay. Are there baddies? Are there baddies? I feel like there are baddies. Oh, I can't go that way. Darn it. I should be able to get that way. Why can't I? No. What? No. Oh, because she can. I thought she had to get to me. Oh, man. I didn't realize she could just touch the last person in my party. 11 damage. Ha. Oh, watch this. Watch you die now. Toby, yes, we are raising money for Toby, Ashley's cat, who had to go to the emergency vet recently. You can help us raise money for him by buying Streamloots packs. The link should have been posted. And the full amount you pay for the Streamloots pack. And Streamloots are essentially fun cards that show up on stream that make me do fun things. You're raiding! Oh my gosh, Cellcast, thank you so much for the raid. I don't know why it's not coming up. It should. Unless I don't know how many people you rated with. If it was just one, if it was under 3, then it won't show. So that's probably why. But thank you so much. Oh yeah, 2 viewers. Okay, that's why. Thank you so much for the raid though, Cellcast. Glad you're here. I'm gonna try to catch up on chat now. Actually, let me get to the hotel, sleep, then I'll catch up with you guys. Hold on. With your ridiculous prices, though they're not as bad as the other place I was at. That's $200 a night. One night stay will cost wait, $300? Wasn't $300 before? This is $150 before. How dare you? How dare you extort me just because I'm the hero and you know I have the funds? Oh, Smalls fixed the broken tube. After being fixed, the broken tube became the hungry HP sucker. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Catching up now. Dapperman says, I'm blessed beyond measure. How is Portland? Oh, good. Fine, I guess. I'm not in Portland proper. I'm over in Hillsboro, but I mean, it's a nice day. I got to go for a walk, did some errands. Pretty good. Thank you for asking, Dapperman. How is it? Are you in Florida right now, or did you already head over to Louisiana for GeekCon? Let's see. Catching up, guys. Catching up. Mike says, sadly, I have not much info on the game as I have little experience with JRPGs other than Final Fantasy X. Oh, we have several people who are there Final Fantasy X fans. But even my knowledge on that game is limited. Okay, that's fair. Let's see. Ashley says, oh no, that's talking about Toby. And then Celeste Gaming is behind the Womp Train tickets while with the anime wig of Clan McIntosh. Why that one? Thank you again so much for the raid. How did your stream go? You weren't talking about Pinocchio. What were you? Were you reading? You were playing Sonic, right? Cellcast. Sonic Adventure 2. Excuse me. Watch out for Aunt B. Oh, what is that from? Oh, was there a bee? Is there a bee that attacked me? No, that's not it. There were only 2. Okay, that's why. Poor Kidders. Yeah, it was sad, but he's doing better now. But we're just helping raise money to defray the cost of that visit. So that's what we're pulling together as a community to do. Let's see. I got super close to being Sonic Adventure 2. Oh, awesome, Cellcast. It dropped me. Why did it drop you, Cardinal? I'm sorry to hear that. Like from when it was playing, when we're doing the live replays, or just like now. Cellcast says, sorry about that, Cardinal, but thanks for joining my stream. It dropped you from Cellcast stream. Got it. Ashley says, thank you for the continued kindness for my gato. It is so heartwarming to see. Of course, Ashley. John with the cow. Okay, you guys want to see the cow. They want to see me, Francisco. Fine, I'm just trying to catch up, Calculus. Oh, but you know everyone loves me. Do they? Well, yeah, because I mock you. I don't want to be mocked, though. Well, too bad you are. Hello, everyone. Oh, we have someone new here, right? Mike Adams is newer. We haven't seen him in stream before, anyway, that I recall, except when he is going on a spider. You're saying lots of words right now. Hi, Mike. How are you doing? I'm Calculus, a fun-loving cow. And Puppet. Well, Francisco's the real puppet. Aren't you, Francisco? No, I'm not. See, look at me do ventriloquism. He'll talk and I won't move my lips. That's because you're the puppet. Look how good I am. What's the matter, Francisco? You're breathing pretty heavy over there. Okay, can I get back to rain chat? I'm not stopping you. You are. I can't use this hand. Why is your hand inside me? Okay, that's enough, Calculus. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Demerman says, fly out Wednesday to Dallas, Texas first, then Friday for GeekCon. Very cool. And then Dale says, Aunt B from Andy Griffith Show. Oh, okay, gotcha. Cellcast says, good evening, Calculus. Have you smoked at Francisco Lay all the time? Calculus, you do not smoke me. How dare you? All right, let's go, guys. Go out the door, please. My goodness. It was worth it. Nice, John. Mike says, I love puppets ever since I saw the Muppet Show as a kid on VHS. That's so cool. I really much with the words I can't say. I really enjoy puppets as well. Especially, I mean, old Jim Henson puppets were amazing. I mean, I think the pinnacle of Jim Henson puppetry was probably Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the 1990s version. When those turtles, I mean, honestly, looked so real to me. They looked like they might as well have been Mutant Turtles. I imagine if you watch it on like UHD or something nowadays, you can see the flaws, but man, so great. Anyway, issues much? Yeah, something like that, Dale. John says, changing the name to Cincinnati Cows. Oh my gosh. You can change mid-season? That's going to make it worse. No, it won't. Yes, it will, Calculus. No, we're great. Oh my gosh. We can move the ball. Oh my gosh, would you stop with your background? No. Him and I have words sometimes. More like I have the words. Okay, Calculus. Dale says, scratch and sniff waiting to have that talk. Yes, I'm not psychotic, Dale. Let's see. Mike says, I have all 3 of the TMNT movies. Nice. So I would order them pretty much in order of quality. 1, 2, 3. Would you say the same, Mike? Or are you one of those odd ducks that really loves 3 and thinks 1's the worst? I'd be curious to find out. John says, moo. Let's see. Misty Wisty, hello. Did you get a package this week? No, I don't think so. How are you doing, by the way? Welcome to the stream. My name is Francisco here at Retro Rewind Pod. We're currently playing Earthbound, and I think you probably could tell that. Let's see. Cardinal says, you can see the human teeth. Right there. What does that mean? Well, with Cleveland, Indiana just became the Guardians. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. I did not know that. Agreed, but I don't hate 3. Okay, well, yeah, I haven't seen 3 in forever. I don't remember liking it as much as the other ones, but I forget. Did they bring Corey Feldman back for Donatello's voice? I really enjoyed Corey Feldman's Donatello in the first one, and I hate when movies and sequels no will change the actor's name. Did I heal up? I can't even remember now. I think I did. Yes, we're all good. So let's go back to the museum. I hate when they change the actors' voices in the middle of a trilogy or whatnot. We are neighbors, are we? That's interesting. Well, where do you live, Misty? Confirm your address. Dox yourself. Yeah, that's what you should. No, don't do that. Give me your latitude and longitude. No, I wouldn't be able to know what that was either. Carl says, you can see the actors' teeth through the masks. Oh, you can? In Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? If you're watching high definition? I did not know that. Are you okay, Francisco? Yeah, why? What's going on? Why wouldn't I be okay, John? Mike says, I don't know, but I know the turtles traveled back in time. Yes, they do that. Yeah, why are you asking if I'm okay, John? Am I gave? No, you put a stamp on my hand, lady. Why are you making me pay another $5 for this? Fine. You know what? I'm funding this museum. They should name this the Nobody Museum. That's what they should name it. I'll tell you that right now. Good. I'm glad you're not in my way wanting another autograph. Whoa, Cellcast. Thank you.
Cellcast Gaming has purchased 10 packs.
Please don't have any singing Disney. Please don't have any singing Disney. Please don't have any singing Disney. What? What'd you hear? You didn't hear anything. Not a word. Okay, let's go back in the sewer, see if I can do a better job this time. So there's a rat. I don't know how well we'll do with the rat. Hopefully we'll do okay. And a trash can. Okay, so I'm actually gonna play this and not just leave it to chance. So let's do side attack. We'll just right off the bat, just boom them out of existence. Penny, how about you do your? Well, let's freeze the rat. See if we can freeze the rat. And then Smalls, you're gonna shoot the stinky ghost. And how about you, Ninja Yusai? Can you shield? Yeah, can you shield everyone? Shield one of us, shield all of us. Yeah, do that. Even though that's gonna take a lot of your psychic power, but let's try that. I'm curious what that'll do. Okay, that froze the rat. Good. Deadly mouse. Oh, deadly mouse. Excuse me. Kill them all with your great rewinders. Why are you whomping me? Paul. Did I kill it? Ninja tried shield. Okay, good. We're shielded, guys. Let's see. Catching up, guys. Catching up. Well, I hope you're thirsty. Oh, no. Why? You got a bunch of the drinking ones. I would gift one of my Disney cards if I could. Oh, that would be nice. That would be cool if you could gift cards to each other. That'd be really awesome. Let's see. Mike said, what is that? What is that supposed to be? Mike says, I just saw an image of Bert reading to a small bird, and it was cute. Like Bert, like Bert and Ernie? That Bert from Sesame Street or something else, Mike? And John, I'm still waiting to find out why you think I'm not okay. Dance. Is that what you wanted? Still not here. You're still okay, Bobo. Sure, you're still not here. Okay. Okay, we're caught up. So let's just bash this guy in. I feel like we should just bash him, and he should be fine. Only 3? Come on. Oh no, we gave him an opening here. Come on, guys. Let's get our heads in the game here. Let's do a mirror attack. See what that does. 3, 23. There we go. Thank you, nobody, for actually doing some. Oh, melted into there. Finally. Jeez Louise. What? A raid from Mafuki? What the?
The Raiders have arrived.
They have arrived. Right over my face. Hello, Mafuki. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Siv, Yoshi. How are you all doing? Thank you so much for the raid. Mafuki, you get to... Mafuki. I can't speak tonight, apparently. You get to pick a Weird Al song, as is our norm, for me to do an a cappella karaoke version of. I don't think I'm going to do it in the voice of the 1930s. That'd be very strange. White and nerdy. I'm very white and nerdy. Look at me, I'm white and nerdy. That would be something else. But let's do a shout out for Mafuki and also Cellcast Gaming, since they also rated us earlier. I'll wait for the 90-second noir to be over, though, so that we can, not have that be the thing that we do here. So we're going to do a shout out for, first off, the Cellcast, because they did rate us first, and I forgot to do it. Do this shout out thing. Cellcast Gaming, so that is ready to go. Oh, Cellcast Gaming, physically, not just the Cell Gaming cast. Okay. Why are you whomping me, Cardinal? I don't know why. That was good, Paul. Feel the power of the rewinders. Rewind to 3H and into a womp. Ashley says, welcome, Raiders. You guys said hi to Mafuki. What else is happening? Here in the night noir of the Great Rewinder reset, we have Mike says, I baked the bike from Akira. I have that on. Oh, you saw the bike from Akira. That's the awesomest of bikes. Yes. Oh, in the raid. Yes, that is all pixel art I have done for the show. We actually covered the. We covered. Don't you dare with the Womp Train. We covered Akira on the podcast. I forget, Mike. Have you listened to the podcast? I don't think you found. I don't think this needs to resolve for my brain. If you don't mind, did you find? Are you following the Retro Rewind podcast Facebook page, and that's how you came about watching, or did you just find this via Facebook Gaming, like when you look for games that people are playing? Is that how you found us? Because if you're familiar with the podcast, then I won't go into all what the podcast is. But if you're not, I would love to tell you about the podcast. She drives like crazy. I don't know that one. Mafuki, you give me all the deep cuts that I don't know. Not that that's a bad thing, but you're just gonna have to get my take on or my coming up with it on the spot. What is it called? She drives like crazy lyrics. Okay, she drives like crazy lyrics. Okay. Weird Al, she drives like crazy lyrics. Okay, here we go. It's from UHF. Okay, no wonder I don't. I enjoy UHF. I haven't seen it enough times to have it be set in my memory. So let me catch up.
Prepare ship for light speed. No, light speed is too slow. Light speed too slow? Yes, we're gonna have to go right to ludicrous speed. Ludicrous speed? Sir, we've never gone that fast before. I don't know if the ship can take it. What's the matter, Colonel Sanders? Chicken?
Oh my. Says Paul. Hey Paul, how you doing? Here she says the mystery thickens. Dun dun dun. Yes, it does. Cardinal says, and he sells the Akira Bike Pixar sticker. I do. That's actually the thing that sells the most. I don't get much from it. I get like 40 cents a pop, but that's the thing that continually sells over on Redbubble. Mike says, slowly I'm listening to the on podcast on Spotify, and I'm following on Facebook. Okay. Thank you, Mike, so much. I really appreciate you helping me like connect the pieces there. Okay, so we have done Akira, and that I don't know if you started from the beginning or not, but focus, Francisco, the words are coming to me. Around the 100 and the 120s, 150s, something like that, I started actually doing pixel art, like legit pixel art. I used to do faux pixel art, which was just like shrink an image down, rasterize it, then blow it up, and it looks all pixely. But no, I'm actually started making legit pixel art, and all that you saw in that raid, including the Akira bike, is ones I have done. So let's see. Soulcast says Womp Train. What? No. We got up to it already? That can't be. Don't give me that. So many things to do. Okay, guys. I guess it did. Jeez. I'm on the beginning. Yes. Okay, cool, Mike. If you're able to bear it through, hats off to you. It does improve in quality. I guarantee. Colonel says, I'm waiting for you and Paul to record your own ludicrous speed. Yeah, we need to do that. Speed. Cellcast says, retro to the to-do list. Womp Train shouts, play the game, don't read that. You know what? Cellcast. Chugga, really? Okay, fine. All right, let's do the Womp Train first, because I'm so far behind on everything. Actually, I already have it queued up, so we're going to do the shout-outs first. So shout-out for Cellcast first. Let's see what he was up to last.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
Yes.
Now what happens? I will never give up the fight. Long as the voice inside drives me to run and fight. Place doesn't matter. Who is wrong and who is right? No.
Go, Drew.
No.
Get my cigarette lighter out.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what were we going to say? Now we'll do a shout from Mafuki. And then I'll...
You might be able to beat him now.
What is this, Mafuki?
Wait. If you're alive, then surely when blow... Oh.
I wish I had...
Did you get that reference at all?
No, I didn't. I'm sure it was hilarious, though. Okay, so we did, though. Now I have to do the Womp Train. Let me try to catch up here on chat, though. Don't forget Cajun Curl. Yes, CajunCurl.com. Mike says, I hope in the Ready Player One sequel they have the MC Drive, the Mach 5. The MC Drive, the Mach 5. MC Drive. I don't know what that is, Mike. Where is that from? It sounds like a cool thing, but I just don't remember what it is. Or recall it from anywhere. Carlos says, how do they pick the clips? It's random. It's just random. That's Tales of Symphonia. Oh, okay, cool. And that was a reference to Kung Pao. Oh, really? Okay, Kung Pao Enter the Fist. I've seen it one time. Paul says, Cellcast says, more singing like that nearly every song Saturday. Sweet. Main character is the Mach 5. Okay, who's the Mach 5? Thank you, though, for helping me with that. All right, now we're going to do Womp Train. Because I don't... And we being boozled. Great. Okay, here's your guys' Womp Train. Enjoy it! Oh, man, Francisco, you're womped again! Yeah, Calculus. Oh, I love this song. It's so great! But it means I'm not good at playing games. Well, you're not good at playing games. Look, I just gotta level up. Oh, well, that was circumstantial. You know what, Calculus? What? I love you. Oh, that's sweet, Francisco. Well, aren't you gonna say it back? Why? Wow, really appreciate it. Really appreciate that, Cal. Don't call me Cal, Francisco. I will call you Cal if I want. I'll call you Beef if I want. Nod your head back and forth. You are my puppet. Get off my hand. Okay. Complicated relationship, guys. Wow. Okay, yes. I leveled up. Good. Let's see. Mach 5 speed. Oh, that would be cool. Okay, thank you. Now I know what you're talking about. Thank you, Cardinal. Let's see. Yay. Let's see. Catching up. Paul says, Cardinal, I don't remember the Mach 5 in Ready Player 2. Well, but weren't there things in Ready Player 1, the movie, that weren't in the book? Mike says, I saw Kung Pao up until the fight with the cow when my parents made me shut it off. But that's the best part! Because it's so dumb. And Mach 5, the car from Speed Racer, yes. The cow fight is like the best part of Kung Pao. Ugh, that's frustrating. Filled beef, yum. Yeah, exactly, Cellcast. Wow, guys. All right, so we did Womp Train. We did those shout-outs. And now we have the song. So let me bring up the song here, the song lyrics. She drives like crazy. All right, so I'll do my best with this. I don't know the tune, so I'm just going to wing it, guys. Let me just get this all done. And let's pause it. Okay, and mute this so I'm not hearing that. Okay. Where'd you learn how to steer? You do 80 in second gear. When you drive, I can't relax. Got your license from Cracker Jacks. You just hit another tree. The fender benders are killing me. She drives like crazy, like no one else. She drives like crazy, and I'm afraid for myself. They'll put you behind bars. We're not playing bumper cars. Did I grade figure 8 in the middle of the interstate? Tires squeal whenever we go. Even hitchhikers just say no. She drives like crazy. Here, cars a mess. She drives like crazy. She's got a death wish, I guess. Yes, I was trying to go into singing on a prayer or living on a prayer. Pardon me. Sorry. I don't have just endless tunes coming from my shiny dome over here, okay? Bob saying what? Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. Catching up, guys. John says, fine with the cow. Yes, apparently I am. Top 5 cows. You guys played the card, Paul. Mike says, the tune is she drive. I don't know that one. I don't know that tune. Oh, wait. Oh, that's the name of the song. Oh, my gosh. Okay. You got me. You fooled me, Mike. Mike, he doesn't know that either. Yeah, I don't. Yes, okay. Womp. Well, Bob Saget. So what's the Bob Saget referencing? Okay, I'm caught up on all the things, guys. Can you believe it? Can you believe this right now? Mafuki, again, thank you for picking that one. Making me work for these raids. Oh my goodness. And Mafuki, what were you playing tonight? I didn't see in the shout out thing. But did you have a good time? John says, I can't believe it. Can't believe what? Did you win something? Another trash. 2 of these stinky ghosts. Oh my goodness. Bob Saget is what I say instead of oh, okay, that's fair. Instead of GG, good. I like the transposition. John says nope. Oh, it rhymes. Does it rhyme? Bob Saget? He's playing with fire. Ooh, you're playing with fire, Mafuki. Like the topic was playing with fire or something else. Hashtag true. All right. Okay, so I think for this, what I'm going to try doing is side attack. Let's not go full rewinders, but let's do that. Oh, they're in a line. So, Penny, you can use your fire. And since you have a ton of psychic power, just use the... Is that... Excuse me, that's not alpha, that's not beta, and I don't think that's omega. What is that, delta? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, but we'll do that. And then shoot. And then... mirror, I guess. That one. Okay, let's hope fire does something really bad to him. Yes, it does. Does a lot of damage. Awesome. Smalls with their 21 shot attack. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, that's decent. That's decent. He is attacking. Ow! Why'd you attack Smalls? Big grin on his face? Okay, Ninja. Max took a deep breath. Ninja could not... What?
Put the cookie down.
Just put it down now. I wish I had the cookie, but I don't. Let's see. Cellcast says, hey, Retro Rewind Pod. Thanks to Crafty Mode, I now have 6 Disney song cards at my disposal. Mwah. Ha. 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 That sounds amazing. Calculus, put a sock in it. I made him a sock. Oh my gosh. Fire dance, fire dance, fire dance.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then, let's see. Mike says, and yes, I got it from Tourette's Guy. Oh, no, that's cool, though. I'm not familiar with Tourette's Guy, so you could have said you came up with it, and I wouldn't have known. Stop with the womps. Calculus, geez. Cookie? I would like a cookie, yes. Let's see. Okay, caught up. We are caught up now. Yes. It's fantabulous. Okay, so I think we're good with just a few bashes, and we should be fine. Penny, do your fire again, please. Just beta this time. And we'll shoot that guy and bash that guy. Cellcast says, I don't have a cookie, but I do have frozen grapes. Cool. Are those yummy? I think I've had frozen grapes like once. I don't really remember what they're like. I'm selling cookie for $5. Oh, well, let me not buy that, because by the time it gets here, it probably won't taste very good. Unless you're going to like free... The cost to get a cookie from... I don't know where you are, John. And that one person who said I'm your neighbor, she or he never like told me where they were. So I like, okay, I guess you're trying to troll me or something. I don't know. But unless you're really close by, John, which I don't think you are, I don't think the cookie would keep unless you like did like a freeze dry, like crazy storage technique, which would be way more than $5. Get Cookie Monster back in the rehab. Stat. Yeah, that's true. True, Mike. Cellcast says there are little popsicles. They're like little popsicles? Wait, what is Cellcast? I guess I missed that. Oh, frozen grapes are. Oh, cool. Paul says put Cajun Curl on it. Yeah, go for that. Michigan, yeah, that's a bit of a trek from Michigan to Oregon. All right, Penny, go. Lots of babies, jeez. Ninja, keep going. Keep getting up higher and higher, Ninja. Awesome. John says, me and you are far away. Yeah, I'm far from most of you guys. I don't know one person that regularly, like every so often I'll have a couple of people stop in, like Danae, who's been on the podcast a few times. So, a guy from my community group sometimes, like very infrequently.
Cellcast Gaming thinks you look thirsty.
Do I? Thank you, Cellcast. Hey, Stacy. Hey, it's me. Hello, Stacy. Welcome. So, what was I saying? I was saying something very interesting, I'm sure. Oh, so yeah, so there's no one I know that's near me that watches me with any regularity. All you guys, like I've said many a time, Retro Rewind Pod is the most popular Pacific Northwest stream in the Central Time Zone. Inexplicably. I don't know why. Let's see. Dale says, Andrew from Fire Gaming. Oh, that's true. Andrew doesn't... I do know Andrew. He does pop in every so often, but he's not here all the time. And he has his own stuff he's doing, so that makes sense. All right. Boom shakalaka. Okay. So, do we need to heal anyone? Are we all good, guys? I think we're on the whole okay. Another one? Or is this one I can actually... Okay, let's check it. Dug around the trash can. Okay, well, let's see what we got here. There's a croissant. Yeah, it's Star Wars and Earthbound here. A croissant. So we took it to eat. Cellcast says, it's about time for your dad to call. Yeah, probably. Mike says, so I've been trying to get my brother into Metroid since he likes Alien. Oh, cool. Yeah, there's so many, I would say there's a lot of homages to Alien in Metroid. Like, are you trying to get him to Super Metroid or one of the Metroid Prime games or something else, Mike? Still no Star Fox? Yeah, I mean, maybe he just needs some time on his own, Stacy. I know that can be hard, though, when you're concerned about a friend. I get that. Do I want to go down? Oh, let's try going this door, because I didn't go in this door last time. Okay, check. Nobody dug around the trash. All right, let's see what we got here. There's a broken iron inside. Oh, okay, maybe, whoa. With the potatoes. No! Okay, phew. Oh, I thought they were going to get me from behind there. Gauge the deadly mice, and they're at the same level, so we're going to fire them. Psychic. Actually, let's not waste my psychic power right now. No. Psi attack, fire. We'll do beta. And could you do something better than just... Oh, wait. Goods. I need to change him to the hungry HP sucker. I keep forgetting to do that. Darn it. Can you... I think that'll just equip it if I use it like that. And then I need to bash. We'll bash that guy. Let's see. Oh, the entire Metroid franchise. Nice, Mike. We've beaten Super Metroid in my quest to beat all the SNES games and NES games on the mini systems. We've beaten Super Metroid on the Super Nintendo, and we beat Metroid on the NES. Did you just kill Penny, you jerks? Oh, yeah, she has one life left. Okay. Why are you killing... Great. That's wonderful. Can we kill it? Please. Oh, now Smalls, you do damage. Oh, but I encrypt his thing. Okay, good. Oh, no. You're poisoned now. Oh, my goodness. Kill it. Good job, Smalls. Nobody, come on. Thank you, nobody. Finally, Jiminy Christmas. Back to the surface, guys. Okay, well, I'm glad you're still gaining levels, Ninja. Let's see. Princess Xena says, Metroid 1 through 4 all have references and Easter eggs related to Alien. I love it. Yeah, that is very cool. Is he, I'm curious, Mike, is he more of a Alien fan, more of an Aliens fan? Is he one of those odd ducks that really enjoys Alien 3? Which, I mean, fine, more power to you if you are, but it's not really for me. And we've actually covered Alien and Aliens on the podcast. I'm hoping Metroid 5 will have those as well. I hope so too. Is that the Metroid, what's it called? Metroid Despair, Metroid Derision, Metroid Dread, I think? Have you seen an old movie called Condor Man? I've heard of it. I've never seen it though, Dale. Cellcast says, I was trying to pull a Kid Tungsten and put only partially successful with the potatoes. Yeah, I cannot get more than 2 on the screen at once. I tried doing the fast tapping, but I can't get more than 2. Then it's just like full screens right after that for some reason. Stacy says, I just wanted to make sure that he made it to his camp after work. Yeah, I'm sure he did. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not 100%. I don't know things. I'm not omniscient, but I would hope that he did. And I don't think we have any reason to suspect he didn't, right? At least I don't, but I don't know all the things. And it's probably a good thing that I don't. John says, I have a 4-hour flight to get to you and give you a cookie. Okay, well, let's go, John, go. No, don't do that. That would be not a good use of your resources. Mike says, by the way, you need to look up The Legend of Beavis on YouTube. Okay, why? Why The Legend of... Oh, see, there he is. He's right there. See, Star Fox is here. He's fine. Unless it's Star Fox's imposter. Is that really you, Jeff? Or is it Star Wolf? Hey, Star Fox, how are you doing? Star Fox has entered the fray while wielding the womp womp of fire dancing. Let's see. How's it going, everyone? It's going well. Star Fox, how are you doing? How was your Saturday? There, Star Fox. How are you doing this evening? Says Cellcast. You guys are all saying hi, Star Fox. It's called Dread. Thank you, Princess Zena. I thought so. Mike says, I don't know. I think he likes the whole franchise of Alien. Okay, cool. I'm not a fan of the newer ones, Prometheus, and I've never seen Alien Covenant, but yeah, Prometheus, I just did not like. I don't know what it was, but I just did not care for it. Despair, yeah, whatever, Princess Zena. We got it. We got there. Sometimes it takes brainstorming. For all you know, that's what they call the game when they're thinking up ideas. Cardinal says, Jiminy Christmas and Harry Canuck. Okay. Like Hanukkah or Harry Hanukkah? Oh, is that? Okay. That's what that is. Star Fox says, hi, Dale, Cellcast, Stacy, Paul, Ash, and everyone. Cellcast, Despair. This isn't Danganronpa? I don't get the reference, Cellcast. Ashley says, hey, Jeff. John says, it would be fun. Jill says, what would be fun, John? Jill says, I'm one of those ducks who likes Alien 3. Oh, okay. I had fun with it. Alien Resurrection put me to sleep. I remember liking Alien Resurrection okay, but that's another one I haven't seen in a long time. Mike says, The Legend of Beavis combines visuals of the Legend of Zelda cartoon and Beavis and Butthead audio clips. Oh, gosh, I'm not a Beavis and Butthead fan. I never really cared for them, but that does sound funny. Star Fox says, little cousin came to camp and borrowed my phone till it died. Oh, no. Oh, man. Well, I hope camp was fun, even though you didn't have your phone. Princess Zanek, the same for me. Wasn't a fan of Prometheus, but it had some nice scenes. Oh, yeah, it was beautiful. There's some beautiful parts to Prometheus, for sure. It had some nice scenes and amazing sets. Press X and FX. Yes, I agree with that. But I didn't care for the story at all. It's just what didn't engage me. And I didn't feel like I was rooting for any of the characters. The main woman and the scientist woman at the end, I didn't really care that much about her. I mean, my care for Ellen Ripley is like worlds beyond that. Let's see. Cellcast says the Danganronpa series is all about hope and despair. Oh, I haven't heard about that. That's cool. Carl says Geek Devotions just finished their review of the Alien movies. Yes, I listened to those on their ComTalk podcast. Those were really good. Mike says basically Link is Beavis and the King is Butthead. Oh my gosh. That's funny, Mike. All right, speed went up, guts went up, vitality, awesome sauce. My cousin watched Rainbow Rangers on YouTube. As long as she had fun, all that matters. Okay, well, that's cool. I've never heard of Rainbow Rangers. Sounds like Rainbow Bright, but for a new generation almost. Brain shock, that's cool. I don't know what that does. Shocks your brain, probably. Yes, I know you're poisoned. Okay, I guess I gotta leave. Come back. Alert, ninjas. Yeah, I know. I'm leaving anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh my giddy aunt. Are you kidding me right now? All right, I guess we're healing ninja. Okay, so first off, Psi, recover, healing. I think Beta should do poison just fine. Now we're going to do goods. You have a bomb, right? Tell me you have a bomb. Where's your bomb at? And you're not using the hungry HP sucker? That's weird. Okay, we'll use the snake bag then. It's going to attack them all, apparently. Do you have a bomb? I know I gave one of you a bomb. Super bomb, there it is. Super bomb on the stinky ghost. And threw it. Only 4, really? Oh, he got poisoned though, that's good. Felt the poison and took 21 damage. Wow, the poison was more than a bite. Nice, stinky ghost, okay. Nobody misses home. Okay, nobody. Why are we talking about home right now? Super bomb. Oh, nice. Deadly Mouse used biting attack. Just missed. Okay, good. So it didn't heal Ninja? Oh, man. Okay, let's do rewinders so we can get out of here. Let's do shoot the rat. And you're probably going to die. Unless do you have any goods that could heal you? Brain food lunch. Bowl of rice gruel might heal you. I guess we'll try that. Smalls attacks. Good, nice. Nobody thought about eating some pizza and started craving it. Nobody, what are you doing right now? Did you get poisoned or something? Why are you having all these weird text messages right now? Ugh, of course you kill Ninja. It's a bite attack, 1 HP. Well, that's not that bad. What? Are you not doing anything right now, nobody? That figures. Nobody attacks.